Chapter 1: The Slave Market. The sky was gray. People wear anklets and bracelets. Li Fan couldn't speak because his mouth was still stuffed with a ball. He traveled through time. Wasteland world. It's still the wasteland of the Western Middle Ages. The air reeked of decay, and several mangled corpses lay in the corner. Crows kept landing, their blood-red eyes darting around. Wah! The crying of the black man next to him sent a chill down Li Fan's spine. These slaves were being displayed like commodities. To make themselves look better, everyone wore very little clothing so that people could see their muscles. New slaves. New slaves, slave owner Oliver shouted loudly. If you don't like black, we also have yellow slaves from a mysterious country across the ocean. The yellow one naturally refers to Li Fan. In my memory, he was transported here by a large ship. Those ships that whistled and billowed thick black smoke. Perhaps because of the different color, many people came up to Li Fan to touch and look at his crotch. How about it? Oliver tried his best to highlight his advantages. Don't let his thin appearance fool you, he's incredibly strong, and it only costs you 50 copper coins. Most people only looked and didn't buy. Those who had the money to buy slaves were mostly plantation owners. Oliver, your slaves are getting worse and worse, each one as skinny as a monkey. A white man wearing a black top hat got off the carriage. In Fogridge Town, having a horse-drawn carriage was definitely a status symbol, since gasoline had long been a rare commodity. Lord Livham, what brings you here? Oliver quickly went to greet him. My son will awaken his superpower the day after tomorrow, so I'll pick out 2 slaves for him. Liwam was extremely proud of himself. As he spoke, he sniffed and almost vomited. How long has it been since your slaves have taken a bath? Just arrived, just arrived. Oliver quickly wiped his sweat and explained, they were only brought ashore today. You know, slaves are crammed into the cargo hold, so they inevitably smell a bit. This one, and this one, I'll take them. The Luham rancher immediately picked out the 2 strongest black men. Lord Livham, you have excellent taste. Oliver exclaimed with delight. 120 copper coins in total. 120 copper coins, 20 more than before. When Liwam heard this, he frowned. Why are they 60 each now? Last month there were only 50. Lord Livham, things are not peaceful at sea now. It is said that an octopus has taken over the shipping lanes and has eaten all the passing ships. Not only is the quality of slaves poor, but the price is also rising higher and higher. Oliver said with a worried expression. This is also to tell Liwam that the market is what it is now, and he shouldn't be picky. The final transaction price was 110 copper coins. Oliver enthusiastically helped Liwam fasten the slaves to the hooks at the back of the carriage. Lord Liwam, I wish your son great success in the ability assessment. Giddy up. Liwam proudly raised his head and drove away. You all need a wash, you stink. Oliver carried a large bucket and poured it directly on the slaves. Wuji town is located by the sea, and the air is hot and humid. These slaves had already suffered greatly on the ship and were in poor mental condition, but after Oliver poured cold water on them, they became much more alert. When it was Li Fan's turn, Oliver said with a hint of exasperation, why did I buy such a money-losing item like you? The cost price of a black slave was 30 copper coins, and Li Fan paid 10 more than them. Why is it expensive? Because of their different positioning. The black ones are basically for working, but because Li Fan is relatively slender and has a handsome appearance, he plans to sell them to some farm owners with special fetishes. Oliver knew there were a few in the city, but he didn't expect that no one was willing to spend money to buy them, and he couldn't sell them even at a loss. The alien species outside the city were becoming increasingly powerful, causing food prices to soar and the cost of living to rise, leaving these farmers with little spare money. Wah-ah! Before Oliver could finish washing, a heavy horn sounded. A group of knights galloped over on horseback, each with a fierce expression, their armor stained with blood. Get out! Get out! The knight at the front drove everyone away. Li Fan noticed that someone was injured, wearing black armor, with 3 scratch marks on his chest, probably attacked by alien species outside the city. My God! It's Lord Lucas! Oliver exclaimed in horror. He's a superhuman, one of the top warriors in the entire Mistridge town, and he's injured. It seems the situation outside is getting worse. We can't stay here any longer. Oliver seems to be about to run away. It's on sale. It's on sale. You can take a slave away for only 40 coins. Sister, look, it's yellow. A white woman appeared in a carriage without anyone noticing. Their carriages weren't as good as Liwam's, but they were much larger. The Livum carriage has 3 horses, while theirs only has 1. Miss Serafina, Ms. Margarita, you two are becoming more and more beautiful, like angels in a church mural, Oliver said with a fawning expression. Serafina and Margarita are typical white women with blonde hair and hot figures. Simply put, they are tall and have large breasts. Stop flattering me. Margaret glanced at Oliver. When did you start importing yellow slaves? It was specially prepared for a beautiful lady like you. Oliver praised Li Fan's merits. Look how handsome he is, with a handsomeness that black slaves never have, and most importantly, he has no body odor. Margarita seemed quite satisfied. How many copper coins is this slave? Beautiful Lady Margarina, you can take this extraordinary slave home for just 120 copper coins. Oliver sneered. Giddy up. Serafina started to drive away. She's bought slaves before, how could she possibly be fooled? Don't go, don't go. Oliver quickly flagged down the car. 80 will do, just take me. Sister. A longing gleamed in Margarita's eyes. After you marry James, I'll be all alone at home. I need a housekeeper. White ones are too unruly, black ones are too rude, yellow ones are the best. 25. Serafina slashed directly at the carotid artery. No, no. Oliver quickly shook his head. We'll lose money at this price. Sister. Margarita shook her head playfully. Serafina glanced at her sister, then at the black-haired Li Fan. Oliver, 30. If you agree, tie me to my car. If not, I'm leaving right now. Miss Serafina, you can't do this. Oliver put on his best acting skills, almost crying. 40, please have pity on this slave owner. 35. Serafina seemed about to leave at any moment. Oliver gritted his teeth. Fine, fine, who told you to be the most beautiful lady in town, Miss Serafina? Chapter 2. Tragically killed by her sisters. Serafina and Margarina's farm is located in one of the best locations in Fogridge. It's a large place, but it's fallen into disrepair now. After all, there's no man in the house now. He had an older brother who served in the town's garrison and died in a battle to defend the town during an attack by aliens. Their father did not have a second son, and after his death, only the 2 sisters were left to inherit the large farm. If it weren't for my brother dying while defending the town, and the fact that our family had a medal awarded by the Earl, this farm would have been taken over by someone with ulterior motives long ago. Even so, it will be difficult for Serafina and Margarita to protect the farm. Glory and achievements can last for a time, but not forever. Before their father died, he arranged for the older sister, Serafina, to marry James, who was 40 years her senior. The wedding was just 2 months away. Although James was old, he was very respected in the town and was a distant relative of a viscount. Amira, this is the new slave. Take him to bathe. As soon as the carriage entered the courtyard, a black woman came over. This black woman named Amira is temporarily in charge of the 2 sisters' daily lives and is the only person allowed into the house. Serafina picked up the musket from the carriage and got off. She never let her gun out of her sight. Since their father's death, the 2 sisters have lived an extremely cautious life. In the face of the apocalypse, human nature is unpredictable, and there are quite a few cases of black slaves killing and robbing. Not long ago, a farmer in nearby Fort Burning was robbed by his slaves. There were 3 men in the family, and none of them survived. Therefore, the slaves on the Serafina and Margarita farms were mostly women, and even the black men were not the physically strong type, in order to prevent slave revolts. Miss, he is Amira asked, somewhat surprised. She had never seen a yellow slave. By the way, what's your name? Margarita had big eyes, and her full breasts bounced up and down as she spoke, which was very alluring. My name is Li Fan. Amira, after he takes a bath, change him into a clean set of clothes and bring him into the house. Margarita's words immediately put Serafina on alert. Margarita, why are you letting him into the house? Margarita waved for the 2 to leave, then put her hands on her hips and said, Sister, you're about to marry James, who's over 70. As the most beautiful woman in town, are you really willing to give your virginity to an old man? What do you mean? Serafina blushed, somewhat embarrassed. But he's a slave. So what if he is a slave? Sister, you know how many slaves James had relations with when he was young, Margarita said indifferently. If he can do it, why can't you? Besides, this yellow slave is quite handsome. It was supposed to be a bath, but it was really just a big bucket of water. Amira used a large brush to scrub Li Fan's body, completely ignoring his pain. Serafina blushed as she recalled the pictures of the poses she had accidentally seen before, and glanced at the naked Li Fan. I'll do whatever you say. Such a beautiful sister, how about we open a bottle of red wine to celebrate tonight? Margarita suggested. It's your decision. Serafina, embarrassed, ran back into the house. Li Fan changed into a clean set of clothes and was led into the house, after which Amira left. The room was dark. The reason was that the windows on the first floor were all sealed with heavy wooden boards, and even the entrance to the stairs leading to the second floor had a bulging wooden barrel placed there. If anyone dares to go up there, it will be the best weapon. Serafina and Margarita stood on the second floor, each holding a candlestick. Good heavens! Margarita was captivated by Li Fan's appearance. She never imagined that a slave could be so charming once he was cleaned up. Margarina, I feel a beast pounding inside me. Serafina was equally shocked. She changed into a typical ankle-length robe, the well-tailored clothes making her extremely alluring. Hands up, come up here, Margarita commanded. Yes. Li Fan obediently raised both hands and walked up. Serafina, still holding the gun, pointed the barrel and said, "Go inside and lie down." Yes. Li Fan didn't know what to do until Margarita took off his clothes and tied his hands and feet. Sister, we're safe. Serafina's feverish body was a sign of what was about to happen. The flickering candlelight made the atmosphere even more ambiguous. Thus began a primitive movement. The only one who slightly spoiled the atmosphere was Margarita, who pointed her gun at Li Fan. If Li Fan made even the slightest movement, she would not hesitate to fire. They really are sisters, both are expert gun users. After he was forced to give up, Li Fan was kicked out of the house. Margarita said to Amira, "Find him a place to rest properly." Yes. Led by Amira, Li Fan passed through the side courtyard and arrived at a courtyard further back. The slaves all lived together, and he almost vomited when he entered the room because of the stench. A dozen or so black people, 3 men, and a woman and a child. Children born to slaves were also considered property of the farm owners. They were usually sold when they reached 7 or 8 years old, or kept as slaves. It was precisely because men, women, and children lived together that the stench assaulted the very top of one's head. Although Amira is also black, she has her own small house to live in. She pointed to a straw mat in the corner, "You'll stay here." Then she pointed to some kind of mushy porridge in the pot, "Eat with them." The black people started talking amongst themselves at the sudden appearance of a yellow-skinned human. Li Fan was very hungry. We ate very little on the ship, and after that meal of fried food, we were even hungrier. Although the paste looks disgusting, it's something you have to eat to survive. However, at the signal from one of the black men, another black man stood up and punched Li Fan in the stomach without saying a word. "This is Boss Sabo. Without his orders, you are not allowed to touch the women here. Don't move." Li Fan was in so much pain that he couldn't straighten his back. And even if you ask him to move, he won't. Snap. Sabo grabbed a handful of porridge from the pot and threw it onto the straw mat. "You are not qualified to eat in front of this pot until you have my approval." Good. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Li Fan grabbed the porridge and ate it. This stuff was really hard to swallow, and it made his throat sticky. Ha ha ha. The other slaves laughed at his embarrassing state. Several black children threw stones at him, while a black woman pointed outside and said, "There's water there." Thank you. As soon as Li Fan left, the woman was slapped. "Zari, do you want to sleep with him?" "Sabo, that's not what I meant." Zayli hid in a corner, too afraid to move. Sleeping at night was also a torment. The smell was already unpleasant, and Sabo had to sleep with a black woman. "That woman is a pervert," she's screaming very loudly. This made Li Fan sleep poorly. The next morning at breakfast was a little better because Amira ate with them. Sabo dared not make a move, and Li Fan was able to have a good meal. But it was still a terrible tasting porridge. Chapter 3: Awakening System. "You'll pick cotton with them today," Amira said. She then went off to attend to other matters. These people seem to have a special talent for picking cotton. They work incredibly fast. Li Fan, however, was no good. In Sabo's words, he was a lazy good-for-nothing. However, there are extenuating circumstances. Firstly, he had never done it before and was somewhat rusty. Secondly, his body had not yet fully recovered. He was the only one who didn't pick enough all morning. Serafina and Margarita were talking on the second-floor windowsill, holding glasses of red wine, their cool gazes fixed on the view below. "Keep picking, Li Fan. If it's not enough to go around tonight, we won't eat it," Sabo said coldly as he led the others to dinner. The little black man even made a face as he passed by Li Fan. The end of the world is really tough, Li Fan thought to himself. Just then, Amira arrived. Li Fan, put down what you're doing and go see Miss. It doesn't seem so difficult anymore. What are you going to do? Sabo seemed to regard him as the male owner of the place. Sabo. Amira scolded, that's not a question for you to ask. Sabo still warned Li Fan, don't try to take advantage of the young lady just because she's good looking. Please, it's them who's after me, okay? Li Fan quickly lowered his head and walked over. He didn't want to get into a conflict with Sabo. Once inside, he was very cooperative. Serafina's face flushed a deep, intoxicating red. Margarina, could you get pregnant from all this? My dear sister, air pollution is getting worse and worse. It's not just us who are suffering, even nobles are finding it difficult to get pregnant quickly. Li Fan was like a lamb to the slaughter. Dear sister, don't hesitate. Margarita smiled dreamily, even if you're pregnant, you can just say it's James', right? Okay. Serafina nodded. Bite. The glass clinked crisply, and Serafina felt there was nothing better than a glass of wine afterward. Sister, you hold it. Margarita gave the gun to her sister. Margarita, you're not married yet. Sister, things are getting more and more turbulent outside. I don't want to die as a virgin. Li Fan was crammed into the cabin with a bunch of black people during the transport. He was already weak and hadn't had a proper meal yet. He felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and then endless darkness engulfed him. Then a faint light appeared, and it turned out to be a book. The cover reads, From Slave to Savior. Author, Li Fan. The book opened automatically to the first page. Heroes need not be judged by their origin, slaves fight their way out. Turn the page, the second page is blank. But soon golden characters began to form one by one. Chapter 1, Fogridge Town. You were brought back to the farm by Serafina and Margarita. You helped them, but died far from home, a tragic end. Over. Comment, a life devoid of flavor. Chapter rating, 0.2. This book's rating, 0.2. This rating cannot be completed. Please rewrite it. Li Fan. Physical Constitution, 1. Free points, 5. You will receive this every time you restart, up to a maximum of 100 times. Bonus free points, 0 related to the previous rating. Please add some points. What? Li Fan then realized that this was his cheat code, which meant he was dead? Good grief, I'm so frustrated. Fortunately, I awakened my cheat ability and can restart. There are no other options in the attributes section, so I can only add them all to Constitution. Add 5 points to the system. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the square. New slaves, new slaves. This time, with the extra points, Li Fan was no longer listless, and could even hear the conversation of women not far away. Yellow slaves? Wasn't it said that the waterways to the east were blocked? Ordinary people can't go that way, but people with superpowers should be able to. I heard that someone in the church has awakened a mechanical ability that allows airplanes to fly for a long time. Blah blah blah. Soon Serafina and Margarita's car arrived. Margarita exclaimed, "What beautiful eyes!" Perhaps due to his increased physical condition, Li Fan was exceptionally energetic and naturally looked different. After some haggling, the deal was finalized for 35 copper coins. Amira, this is the new slave. Take him to bathe. Just like last time, Amira led Li Fan to a large bucket of water. Without waiting for Li Fan's consent, she took off the only piece of clothing he was wearing, scooped up water, and poured it over him. There was a black child playing in the bucket, his little eyes constantly glancing at Li Fan. It was the first time he had ever seen someone with yellow skin. Serafina and Margarita were talking not far away when the older sister ran into the house. Knowing what was about to happen, Li Fan said, "Amira, could you give me some food?" Amira clearly hadn't expected any slave to be so audacious. After hesitating for a moment, she said to the child, "Ta, go get some poop." That thing is called poop? Soon the child brought over the porridge, and Li Fan felt that it was not so difficult to swallow this time. It seemed that his physical condition had improved and his ability to accept it was also good. Is there any water? Splash. Amira expressionlessly scooped up a spoonful and brought it to Li Fan's lips. Are bath water and drinking water the same thing? My ability to accept things doesn't seem to be as strong anymore. I'm not drinking anymore. Amira found Li Fan's fickle nature a bit strange. After washing him up, she took him to change his clothes and escorted him to the young lady's house. The room was still dark, and the two sisters were still standing at the top of the stairs. "Hands up, come up here." Just like last time, the difference was that when Margarita was taking off Li Fan's clothes, she exclaimed in surprise, "Sister, he's so hot." "Really? He has a great physique." Serafina bent down and stroked Li Fan's chest muscles. "It's really hot. We've struck gold. The hotter it is, the healthier you are." Yes, Li Fan doesn't look as physically robust as the black slaves, but he should be very healthy, with skin as smooth as water. Serafina's face turned even redder. Bang! Margarita opened the red wine, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to her sister. "Dear sister, what are you waiting for?" Serafina drank it all in one gulp, then took off her clothes. Because the window of the second-floor bedroom was not boarded up, the moonlight shone in, making her look even more alluring, highlighting her tall and strong figure. Coupled with her fiery eyes, even Li Fan, in his second life, was momentarily stunned. Chapter 4. From now on, I'm in charge here. Hiss. Hiss? Li Fan didn't remember the hiss that Serafina made in his previous life. It's probably related to physical constitution. And this time it obviously took longer. So much so that Serafina's gaze towards him changed. Even Margarita couldn't help but exclaim, "Is he a cow?" Serafina handed Li Fan a glass of wine. "Drink it, this is your reward for tonight." Li Fan obediently accepted it and drank it all in one gulp. It wasn't as delicious as I imagined. The liquor was very strong. "Let's find him a place to rest." "Yes." Led by Amira once again, Li Fan arrived at the slaves' quarters. Because it was late, there was no more porridge left. "Sabo is having sex with a woman." "Sabo, Miss said you're not allowed to have any more children." Amira coldly reprimanded. "The slave market is not doing well right now, and even young slaves can't be sold." Sabo was naturally unwilling, but he had no choice but to separate from the woman. "You'll stay here," Amira said, pointing to a straw mat. Li Fan nodded, but he did not lie down immediately. Sabo gave him a hard time last time, and this time, since he's in a bad mood, he's even less likely to let him off the hook. After Amira left, a black slave, as expected, walked over at Sabo's signal and once again aimed his fist at Li Fan's stomach. But this time they came up empty-handed. Li punched the black man in the stomach with a backhand. Bang! The black man felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body involuntarily collapsed. Seeing this, another black slave and Sabo grabbed a wooden stick from the corner and charged at Li Fan. "You're asking for death." Sabo never expected that this yellow-skinned slave would dare to resist. Almost simultaneously, Li Fan quickly shifted his body to the right. Before the two could react, he kicked out. He kicked Sabo in the chest. Sabo felt as if the bones in front of him were about to shatter, and his body flew backward and crashed into the bed. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining black people knelt down at Li Fan's feet. But he was still kicked over. "If we don't establish our authority now and give them a good beating, they won't be able to sleep peacefully at night. My name is Li Fan. From now on, I'm in charge here. If I say we eat, we eat. If I say we sleep with women, we sleep with women." "Yes, boss." Amira noticed something was wrong during dinner the next day. Square table. Amira sat on one side, Li Fan sat on the other side, and the others squeezed on both sides. Before Li Fan made a move, neither Sabo nor the other slaves moved. But she didn't say anything. "Eat first, then pick cotton." "Boss, let me pick it for you," said a black slave. "No need." Li Fan refused the suggestion. In his view, it wouldn't be a good thing if someone as timid as Serafina saw that he had tamed these slaves on the very first day and then refused to work. "Margarina, where have you been?" Serafina woke up and didn't see her sister. She changed into a jumpsuit that reached her calves and wore a lace hat. "Sister, over here." Margarita responded, as she stood on the balcony railing watching the slaves picking cotton not far away. Because of her large, perky buttocks, she has an incredibly graceful figure. "What's so interesting about this?" Serafina was a little disappointed, but she quickly noticed Li Fan, who had far surpassed Sabo and the others on his first cotton-picking attempt. "I didn't expect him to be so capable." "Didn't my sister find out yesterday whether he can do it or not?" "Margarina, you're a woman. Don't keep making these lewd jokes. It's beneath your dignity." "Sister, don't be so serious." Margarita stared intently at Li Fan. "How about we open another bottle of red wine? Enough is enough. If word gets out, we sisters will become the laughingstock of everyone. What do you mean by laughable? Sister, please, this is the end of the world. Maple Ridge Fortress was recently breached by aliens. Who can guarantee how long our Mist Ridge town can hold out? Margarina, Serafina warned sternly, you are not allowed to say such things again. If the Earl hears of it, we will all be in serious trouble. Margarita stuck out her tongue, but remained nonchalant. Fine, let's just open a bottle of red wine. Serafina swallowed. After becoming a woman, a certain desire grows stronger and stronger. Serafina also knew that once she married James, her life would no longer be as colorful. So, let's indulge them a few times. Margarita quickly reached out and called to Amira, go and call Li Fan over. Yes. Amira quickly came to Li Fan's side, who had already picked a large basket of cotton. Li Fan, put down what you're doing and go see the young lady. Sabo, he seems to have a special relationship with the young lady. A black slave put down his basket, looking somewhat envious. So what? Sabo refused to admit it. Serafina and Margarita are the most beautiful women in town. They would never have much to do with a yellow-skinned slave. It must be that the young lady saw that he worked too fast and called him over to reward him. He added, it could be a candy, or it could be a grape. But we've never been rewarded. We don't have that skill. We have to admit, this guy is a real expert at picking cotton. This was the first time Sabo had ever seen someone pick cotton faster than a black man. Li Fan followed Amira into the house and was tied up again. In the last life, I was in a hurry this time, I'm handling things with ease. Even cheap red wine paired with red lips has a unique charm. Serafina, holding a gun, untied the rope from one of Li Fan's hands, leaving him to untie the rest himself. Go down, Li Fan. Yes, miss. Li Fan obediently got up and put on his clothes. Sister, please don't tie him up next time. Margarita leaned lazily to one side, even stretching out her long leg to kick Li Fan's but seemingly savoring the moment. No. Serafina resolutely refused, keeping the gun pointed at Li Fan until he walked out the door. Margarita, naked, watched Li Fan disappear from the second-floor stairwell. Sister, he doesn't seem like a bad person. Margarina, bad guys don't wear their names on their sleeves. Serafina put the gun aside. I've been too lenient with you. If Daniel finds out you're not a virgin, he'll go crazy. I shouldn't have agreed to my sister's request. In her eyes, Daniel is a good kid. Serafina felt that she might have been blinded by happiness and made such a crazy decision. Sister, I don't like him. Margarina, don't be so willful. Serafina said earnestly, Daniel is one of the most outstanding young men in town. He will be retiring from the guard in 2 years. He is a warrior who has been awarded by the Earl, and he even said that he would give you this highest honor. Everyone in town knows that Daniel likes Margarita. Chapter 5, Ways to Escape Slavery. Daniel is no good, Margarita said, fiddling with her long hair. I strongly suspect he is only after our farm. Margarina, Daniel's father was also a retired and excellent soldier. He wouldn't be that kind of person. Or rather, the farm always needs a man to manage it, Serafina said, offering her opinion. What about Li Fan? He has no parents, so wouldn't he be easier to control? No, he is a slave. Serafina shook her head. Margarina, you don't want your child to be born as the child of a slave, do you? What if he gets rid of this identity? After a long silence, a voice finally came from inside the house. This is difficult. These words all reached Li Fan's ears. He was well aware of the inconveniences that being a slave brought him, and the discrimination he would face wherever he went. Therefore, the next step is to get rid of this identity. Li Fan also gained a deeper understanding of the two sisters. Perhaps because she is the eldest sister and has a motherly influence on her, Serafina is a very cautious person who is unwilling to take any risks. Her greatest wish is for her younger sister to choose a suitable person to inherit the farm. She herself was willing to marry a man in his 70s for the sake of her family's safety. Margarina, however, was the restless type, with a strong adventurous spirit. If Serafina hadn't kept her in check, she might have done something outrageous long ago. Being chosen by these two sisters might be a good start. If he can secure one of these deals, he can inherit the farm, giving him a significant head start in the apocalypse compared to ordinary people. But the prerequisite is still to get rid of the status of slavery. The afternoon was spent picking cotton, as the manor relied on this for survival, and cotton was a valuable resource in the apocalypse. Li Fan did not receive any special treatment because of his goofy nature. He still had to eat and live with the slaves. There's time to shower in the evening, using the same big tub as before. After washing, the large bucket was scrubbed clean and filled with water, which was used for drinking water. Anyway, the slaves' things were all very poor quality. Amira was preparing dinner for the two ladies, which included milk, eggs, some bread, and bacon. This was extremely luxurious. Neither milk, eggs, nor smoked meat were affordable for slaves or even ordinary people. Serafina's father had been frugal his whole life and had wanted to send his son to a school for people with superpowers, which would have cost a lot of money, but his two daughters ended up getting the better deal. Li Fan waited at the kitchen door. Amira asked with some doubt, "Did Miss ask you to deliver dinner?" She had a preconceived notion. After all, this yellow-skinned man had been coming in and out of the house rather frequently. "No. Li Fan, slaves are forbidden from entering the kitchen," Amira warned. "If I see you again, I will tell the young lady." "I'm sorry," Li Fan said humbly. "Amira, I just wanted to ask a question." "What? How can I escape the status of a slave? In this medieval western wasteland, everyone has a registered address. This thing is like a travel permit. If you never leave Wuji town, that would be fine. However, if you want to travel to other cities, you need to provide your household registration information to enter the city, otherwise, you will not be allowed to enter." Li Fan remembered that he entered the city as a slave, so his household registration was naturally that of a slave. Amira was somewhat surprised by the question. No one can escape the status of a slave, at least I've never heard of it in Fogridge. "Tell me how, and I might be the first to know." "There are two ways. The first is to spend money, either 100,000 copper coins or 100 gold coins. The second is to join the Guardian Legion. As long as you accumulate enough Legion points, you can change your household registration. 1 gold coin is equal to 1,000 copper coins. Neither of the two methods is simple. The first option goes without saying, 100,000 copper coins. With that much money, you could probably even buy Serafina's farm. The second type is certain death. Let alone slaves joining the guard, even ordinary people, like the sons of plantation owners, cannot guarantee survival in every battle. Especially for slaves, once they enter, they will naturally be doing the most dangerous and tiring work. Don't mistake the Legion for a place of mercy. "Oh, there is another possibility," Amira said. "Then it's the Countess. She has the power to change the slave's household registration. Count. Supreme Commander of Fogridge Town. She is said to be a woman with exceptionally high combat power." But Li Fan didn't believe he could win the Countess's heart with his looks and then help her change his household registration. In comparison, the second option is more reliable. I advise you not to have any unrealistic fantasies. It's true that the young lady has feelings for you, but that doesn't mean you can turn your life around. Amira warned, slaves are slaves forever, their children are slaves, their parents are slaves, and it will be like this generation after generation. She has been tamed by this kind of thinking. Li Fan didn't waste any more words and returned to the slave quarters. Since he didn't say anything, Sabo didn't dare to sleep with any women, and the night was much quieter. The next month and a half, all we did was pick cotton. Serafina deliberately restrained herself, while Margarita would stand on the balcony, her eyes filled with longing. Li Fan entered the house a limited number of times over the past 2 months. "Sister, who should go with us? The harvested cotton has been loaded onto the truck and will be delivered to the textile factory today." Sabo used to always follow along, which he considered an honor. "I know what you're thinking, so let Li Fan come along." Serafina saw through Margarita's little scheme at a glance. A yellow slave, taking him out brings immense prestige. Margarita offered a reason that wasn't really a reason. Serafina then set off in her carriage, with Li Fan following behind. The textile factory is at the other end of Wuji town. The journey wasn't too far, but it still took more than half an hour to get there. Because it's far from the town center, the area is unsafe, with many thugs and hooligans, and some people even whistled at the two sisters. They dared to do this because everyone knew that there was no man in Serafina's family who could stand up for her. Margarita complained that there were even black slaves among them, which was definitely a serious provocation. But in the apocalypse, there is no longer any power left to punish such behavior. Especially in a place like this where all sorts of people mingle. Or rather, it's unlikely that anyone would stand up for Serafina and Margarita in such a place, and even reporting it to the security team wouldn't bring any results. "Miss Serafina, the cotton isn't good this year." His name was Rig, and he was a textile factory owner. "Mr. Rig, the pollution of the land is getting worse and worse," Serafina sighed. "The profit margin for cotton farming is currently very low, and the main expense is the purchase of pesticides to curb soil pollution, but this only delays the problem and does not address the root cause. Despite declining production year after year, the price of the medicine has been rising year after year." This is also why Serafina wanted to marry James. Her family could no longer survive by growing cotton. There was a fertile piece of land on the outskirts of the city that belonged to the James family. "As long as I marry into that family, I can get a 20-year lease, and then my sister and brother-in-law can make a living from it." "Yes, I can understand." Rig glanced at Lifan. "Eastern slaves? A mysterious kingdom." Margarita raised her head high as if showing off her most prized pet. Chapter 6: Unexpected Changes. Margarita even lifted Lifan's arm up. "No body odor, no body smell, and quite strong. It's amazing." "Margarina." Serafina glared at her, stopping her from continuing, afraid that her younger sister would blurt out something inappropriate. Fortunately, Rig was just asking casually and didn't continue the topic. Next, the slaves carried the cotton downstairs and sold more than 1,000 copper coins in total. The family should still have about 1 cartload of produce left, which is more than 2,000 copper coins. However, last year's medicine cost more than 1,100 yuan, and with other costs added, the profit was pitifully small, probably not even enough to cover the two sisters' food expenses. On the way home, Serafina was visibly worried. Margarita, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. "Sister, there are a few more pretty dresses in the shops in the south of the city lately, and I want to buy one." "There's a blue one." "No." Serafina refused mercilessly. Margarita's expression shifted from excitement to disappointment. "But I haven't had any new clothes in ages. At the last party, they laughed at me for not changing my ripped dress." "Margarina, you've grown up." Serafina paused for a few seconds. "Our plantation has been losing money for the past 3 years, living off the savings our father left us." "You can't keep being so willful. My sister used to buy me whatever I wanted. These are extraordinary times. Can we let him into the house tonight?" Margarita suddenly pointed to Lifan, who was running behind the car. "We can't have neither spiritual nor physical pleasure." "Fine." Serafina had nothing to say. Margarita waved to Lifan. "Come up and sit down." "Margarita." Serafina gripped the gun tighter. "Sister, you can't let him get tired. After all, he still has to take care of the two of us tonight." But Serafina's personality would not allow her to agree. A slave is a slave, merely a tool. How can he be on equal footing with his master? Lifan remained quiet and didn't say a word. Upon returning to the farm, a white woman was waiting at the door. Her name was Nina, and she looked to be around 20 years old. She was wearing a long, grayish-white dress with a white shirt underneath. Her long hair was casually gathered at the back of her head, and she was quite pretty. "Nina, what brings you here?" Nina is a good friend of Serafina, and their fathers are also good friends. "Serafina, I have some very unfortunate news to tell you." Nina grasped her hand. "Mr. James has passed away." Serafina shuddered. She knew what this meant. If she couldn't marry James, she wouldn't be able to get the land in the suburbs. After a few years, when the land on the estate could no longer produce cotton, they would be left with nothing but empty pockets. "What exactly happened?" "I heard he fell down the stairs this morning and died instantly." "Margarina, you stay home." Serafina realized the seriousness of the situation. She had to go to James's house immediately. "Serafina, do you know what you're going to do?" Nina quickly grabbed her. "Kent is a bastard. He won't let you get away with this." Serafina showed no fear. "Don't worry, it's James's funeral today, he won't do anything. Kent is James' son, 30 years old, and extremely lecherous. What I mean is, are you planning to marry Kent? He'll definitely use that land to blackmail you." Nina looked intently at Serafina. "That won't do." Margarita exclaimed anxiously. "The whole town knows my sister is going to marry James, and now she's going to marry Kent? How will my sister ever face anyone again?" "Margarina, this is none of your business." "Elder sister, get back inside." Serafina had to warn Margarita repeatedly before she reluctantly went back inside. Nina sighed. "Serafina, you really need to think this through." "Don't worry, Nina. I'll go with you." After saying that, the two drove to James's house. James's estate is much larger than Serafina's. The house is like a luxury villa. There were more than a dozen white servants and 7 expensive Sirius dogs. By this time, many people had arrived to send James off on his final journey. Kent was among them. He was tall, but his body had long been weakened by alcohol and women. Serafina regretted it a little. She should have known better than to postpone the wedding so long. Otherwise, she would be Mrs. James now, and wouldn't be participating in such an awkward position. Seraphine! Kent exclaimed, my poor, betrothed mother. Serafina ignored his constantly scanning eyes and calmly replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Kent, I came here as soon as I heard the news. There is nothing to apologize for. My father is getting old and has been relying on medication to keep going. Kent leaned closer. But what about you? What are you planning to do? The two were very close, and Serafina involuntarily took a step back. She believed that if no one was around, Kent might have gone berserk and pounced on her. Mr. Kent, I don't think now is the time to talk about this. All right. Kent nodded, not daring to be presumptuous. Besides, Nina was watching from a distance. Her father was the commander of the town's garrison. Next comes cremation, because the atmosphere is already polluted, and every breath of air carries more or less viruses. To prevent problems after death, cremation is the preferred method. James's body was carried onto the carriage, and the coffin was made of special ciliate wood, which was also very valuable, worth at least 5,000 copper coins. This is a complete waste of money, Kent said, not caring if others heard. I have every reason to believe that the coffin won't be burned along with the coffin, but will be taken away. Cremation is carried out by the church alone, without the need for family members to accompany the deceased. Of course, it's not entirely impossible. A large rancher like Kent could go if he wanted to, but he didn't want to. After all, he had a beautiful woman at home. The simple funeral came to an end, and some farmers left in a hurry. Serafina. Nina was also leaving with her father, and she was worried about her friend. Miss Serafina, please stay for lunch. I've prepared a very sumptuous meal, Kent invited with a smile. Nina, you go back first. Serafina intended to stay. Kent, if you dare to bully Serafina, I will never let you get away with it. How could that be, Nina? Serafina almost became my mother. Kent's smile became even more sly. Serafina reassured her friend, Nina, I'll be back soon. Okay. Nina left, still feeling uneasy. Please come in, beautiful Miss Serafina. No need. Serafina said bluntly, Mr. Kent, I already know what you're thinking, and I can agree to your request. It is my honor to marry Miss Serafina. But the lease on that land needs to be extended for 20 years. All Serafina can do is try to gain as much benefit as possible. Chapter 7 Marriage. 20 years? Kent had originally intended to use this land to force Serafina to marry him. However, the starting point for this matter should be that the other party is unwilling. Unexpectedly, Serafina not only agreed, but also used that agreement as leverage, which put Kent in a difficult position. 20 years plus another 20 years, that makes 40 years. Who knows if cotton can still be grown on that land 40 years from now? Serafina, I know what you're thinking. Kent looked at her intently. You want to secure your sister's future, so why not let Margarita marry me too? Kent, stop dreaming. Serafina extinguished his hopes with a single sentence, my sister will never marry a bastard like you. You don't want that land? Do you think you can blackmail me like this? Serafina stared intently at Kent. You have to admit one thing, no one can guarantee what the next 10 or 20 years will be like. Can you guarantee that the land can be cultivated for 40 years? Kent squinted. Let alone guaranteeing the land, no one dared to make any promises about whether Fogridge Town would even exist 40 years from now. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly, all right, 40 years it is, but I want you to marry me tomorrow. Kent, your father just died. So what? I can't wait to pin you down on the bed. I want to see if your body is as proud as you are. You're a beast. Thank you for the compliment. Kent took Serafina's hand. Sarah shoved him away, fine, I'll marry you after we sign the contract tomorrow. I'll come find you first thing tomorrow morning. Can. After reaching an agreement, Serafina turned and left. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she got back into the carriage. Fortunately, the deal was done, and Kent didn't dare to act like a beast. However, after returning to the farm, the two sisters had a big argument. Why did you marry Kent? Margarina, you're too young to understand adult matters. I'm all grown up now. When my father was alive, he arranged your marriage to James. Now that bastard James is finally dead, you still want to marry his son. Margarina, I'll say it again, this is an adult matter. Bang. Margarita slammed the door and ran out. Serafina wanted to chase after them, but in the end she only let Li Fan follow. Finally, Margarita squatted on the edge of the field and burst into tears. Li Fan stood silently beside her, saying nothing. Shouldn't you have comforted me since you chased after me? Second miss, I don't think you'd listen to anything I said just now. Comfort me now. Second miss, eldest miss is doing this all for your own good. I won't listen. Li Fan. Margarita took a deep breath and stood up, no longer crying or making a fuss. In this apocalyptic world, everyone is caught in a cycle of helplessness, and she knew this all too well. Let's go back, or my sister will worry. Okay. Li Fan nodded. He followed behind Margarita. Li Fan, I think you understand our family's situation. Yes. That's why I can trust you. Of course. You are my master. I want you to help me. Margarita stopped, turned her head, and stared at Li Fan with her big eyes. This woman wouldn't let herself assassinate Kent, would she? Li Fan's life was given to him by the eldest and second young ladies, so naturally he will obey their orders. Can you help me kill Kent tomorrow? What you fear most is what happens. Okay. Li Fan knew that if he backed down at this point, Margarina would be disappointed. You can't reason with her, perhaps Serafina would listen. Margarita definitely won't. Well done. Her eyes lit up, but I'm not stupid. If Kent dies, we sisters are doomed too. But at least your attitude just now proves that I can trust you. Li Fan's life belongs to the second miss. Okay, come home with me. Margarita was a little excited, because black slaves would never say such a thing. Li Fan felt his opportunity had arrived and spoke again. Second miss, there are some things I'm not sure if I can say. What? The young lady is very worried about you. You should do something to put her mind at ease. How do we do it? Second miss needs to show the demeanor of someone who is already capable of leading the farm, so that eldest miss will feel at ease. Li Fan, seeing Margarita deep in thought, continued, after we get back to the farm, we first need to have Sabo and the others clean up the yard. Then we need to tell the young lady, sister, even if there are no men in the house, I will always be your support. Margarita looked at Li Fan with surprise. People from mysterious countries are indeed different. Those black people only told me to listen to the eldest young lady, second young lady. You must listen to the eldest young lady. They are naturally inferior to me. They are indeed not as good as you. Back at the farm, she immediately ordered Sabo and the others to start tidying up the yard, and even had Amira bring out the butler's clothes for Li Fan to change into. My sister's wedding is tomorrow, this house has to look presentable. Margarita, Serafina stepped out of the room, there is no need for that. Sister, I can't let others laugh at you. Even if there's no man in the family, I am the man, I am your support. These words struck Serafina's heart. Margarina, you've grown up. Elder sister. The two embraced and wept. Amira knelt on the ground, wiping away tears and muttering prayers, presumably in her native tongue, for Serafina and Margarita. Sabo and the others also knelt behind with the children, but it's unclear whether they were truly sincere. Li Fan then knelt down and prayed. In the evening, Amira brought the butler's clothes, a dark blue robe that reached his knees, a vest with a family crest, a short jacket, and loose-fitting trousers with the cuffs tucked into stockings. Li Fan, you will live in the cabin from now on. Amira was referring to her room. After Serafina leaves, Margarita definitely takes a liking to Li Fan, anyone can see that. She might even be invited to his house. Lin Fan didn't stand on ceremony and moved into the small house. This is much better than the slave quarters. There's a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a window. Amira moved to the slave quarters to live with Sabo and the others. Margarita brought hot water, which surprised Li Fan, who thought he was going to have to go into the room again. But it didn't happen. Neither of the sisters seemed interested. He went to bed early after taking a shower, since tomorrow was Serafina's wedding and he had a lot to do. The next day, many farmers came to the farm, although many expressed disdain for Kent's actions. But Kent was, after all, one of the biggest farmers in Fogridge, so he had to be given face. Others came to offer their blessings to Serafina, including Nina. Chapter 8, Pregnant? Serafina sat at her dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror. She is beautiful, especially after wearing this custom-made backless dress. Serafina, you're so beautiful, no wonder you're the most beautiful woman in town. Nina said with a hint of regret, Kent is so lucky, I wish he'd die soon. Ha ha. Serafina laughed. I hope you find your Prince Charming soon, instead of ending up like me. It might be very difficult. This terrible world has made me lose all hope. Nina, that's precisely why we should cherish every day. Okay, Serafina, I know it's not a good idea to say this, but I still want to tell you. Nina whispered, my father told me that the situation outside is very bad, and the Earl is even considering abandoning Fogridge Town. I've heard about it too, Serafina nodded. Then why did you marry Kent? If the Earl were to abandon Mistridge Town, Kent would be one of those who could be taken away or have a foothold in the new town. Margaret and I would never have that chance. The biggest difference between the two is that Nina's father is the commander of the Guard Corps. Serafina was all alone behind her, leaving her with no other choice. At this moment, Margarita walked over, also dressed in her finest attire, with Li Fan by her side. Sister, you look so beautiful today. Margarita gave her a big hug. Serafina's gaze fell on Li Fan. She knew her sister had already chosen this person. Regardless of whether they would get married in the future, Li Fan was indeed a useful person until her sister matured. After I leave, I hope you will fulfill your duties. Li Fan nodded, I will. Margarina, you must take good care of yourself and stop being so willful, okay? Okay, sister. Serafina's situation is complicated. No matter how reluctant or worried she is, it's time to let go. Margarita. Sister, what's wrong? Serafina opened a drawer and handed her her favorite handgun. Promise me you'll never be without it from now on, okay? Elder sister. Margarita was never allowed to touch this exquisite pistol. She thought her sister would take it with her. I can't bear to part with you. Serafina touched her face. From now on, you are the owner of this farm. My sister will definitely protect this family. You can definitely do it. Serafina squeezed Margarita's hand. Kent had already arrived downstairs. My dearest Miss Serafina, please come with me to the church to complete our wedding. Kent, did you bring the contract? Serafina walked down and asked directly. Certainly. This doesn't feel like a marriage, it feels more like a transaction. Then sign it. Serafina said coldly. There are so many people here, they can be our witnesses. No problem. Kent followed him into the house. His butler produced the contract and handed it to Serafina. Kent noticed Li Fan and seemed quite interested. When did your family hire a yellow-skinned butler? None of your business. Margarita said forcefully. Kent didn't care at all. I remember seeing Oliver bring back a yellow-skinned slave a few days ago. Could it be him? Does this concern you? Miss Margarita, slaves are very dangerous. Just ask and I'll send you a white butler, guaranteed to be far more professional than him. Serafina carefully read the contract and signed it. Kent had already signed it. Margarita, don't waste your breath on him. She handed Kent a contract. No problem, let us go you. Elder sister. Serafina. Margarita and Nina quickly stepped forward to help her up. It's nothing, it's probably because I didn't eat breakfast. Serafina lifted her skirt and followed Kent out the door, but just as they reached the entrance, she called out, You. This time it was even worse than the last time, and she quickly went to the water tank and kept dry heaving. You. Every sound struck Li Fan's heart. Could she be pregnant? That guy's dead. How can a slave survive after getting his master pregnant? Even Serafina became worried. After the cataclysm, due to air pollution, it was indeed difficult to get pregnant. Generally, those who were trying to conceive would go to church to ask for holy water to drink, which would increase their chances of success. Therefore, she and her sister didn't take any safety precautions. Considering Li Fan's body, which was burning hot, indicating exceptionally good health, it's possible he really did get it. Margarita wasn't that clever, she simply assumed her sister wasn't feeling well. Sister, what's wrong? Should we call a doctor? No need. Serafina squeezed Nina's hand tightly. Nina quickly said, Let me help you to the house to rest. Don't even think about leaving. Kent wasn't stupid either. I remember Emma is a doctor, let her take a look at you. Emma came with her father, and upon hearing her name, she innocently stepped forward. Serafina, let me take a look at you. I'm fine, I just need some rest, it's an old problem. Serafina kept swallowing to suppress the nausea. But he couldn't do it at all, and then he gagged several more times. Amira, get me some water. Yes. Amira quickly ran to the kitchen. The farmers were well informed and could guess pretty accurately. Miss Serafina seems to be pregnant. That's impossible. She's not even married yet. Miss Serafina is a woman of high moral character. She was previously engaged and would not do such a foolish thing. That's hard to say. I recently learned a saying, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Oh my god, doesn't that mean she cheated on old James? Listening to everyone's comments, Kent's face turned ashen. He was utterly humiliated. He almost became a father unexpectedly. You're pregnant? Serafina, you need to give me a reasonable explanation. Kent stared at Serafina. I don't. Serafina had no choice but to keep up the act, or she and her sister would both be doomed. Then let Emma take a look. Kent gritted his teeth. Young miss, you'd like some water. Amira brought over a bowl of water. Serafina felt better after drinking it. Emma walked over and asked, Miss Serafina, if you'd like, I can help you. Good. Now, Serafina can only gamble on that last sliver of hope. Nina held her hand and silently prayed for her in her heart. There is no accurate way to detect whether a woman is pregnant. Sometimes, the cloudiness or color of urine can be used to determine this, but the accuracy is very low. Later, the method of pulse diagnosis was introduced, and Emma used this method at this moment. She carefully touched Serafina's wrist, and after a long time, she said, she is indeed pregnant. She couldn't afford to offend Kent because of Serafina, since the matter couldn't be kept secret any longer. Chapter 9 The Third Life, the plot is different. Kent roared, Serafina, you bitch, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your whole family. Kent, shut up. Since that was the case, Serafina wasn't going to back down anymore. I am pregnant, but this has nothing to do with my sister. Her words caused a huge uproar. No one would have imagined that the usually dignified Serafina would do such a despicable thing. I'm going to torture you to death. We haven't gone to the church yet. Serafina said without fear. The contract's already signed. Kent laughed. You're now my personal property. Don't touch my sister. Margarita suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at Kent. Margarita, put the gun down. Elder sister. Put the gun down. Serafina repeated sharply. She couldn't involve her sister. Tell me, who is that man? Kent grabbed Serafina's collar. Serafina looked at him calmly. Nobody, just a one-night stand. Since things were beyond repair, she didn't plan to betray Li Fan. If she couldn't survive, Li Fan would at least be grateful, and her sister would have one more ally. I'm going to kill him. Kent. Nina pushed Kent away, holding up the contract. There's no rule here that says signing a contract means you have to marry me, so even if Serafina is pregnant now, it has nothing to do with you. She and my father were engaged before. Her father promised that his daughter would marry him when she turned 20, in order to make a coffin from Sealy wood. So that's how it is. At first, everyone thought that Serafina's father was far-sighted and had prepared a way out for his daughter. I never expected it was all for a coffin. Kent wasn't going to let this family go. That coffin is worth 5,000 copper coins. Nina, you'd better not meddle. Kent, are you threatening me? Don't forget who my father is. Nina could only bring up her father, who was the commander of the guard and a confidant of the Earl. No, Kent calmed down a bit. Since there rests no possibility of marriage today, let us talk about compensation. How many? The coffin costs 5,000 gold coins, and you can no longer cultivate the land. You broke the contract first, so you must compensate me with 100,000 copper coins. Impossible. Serafina immediately denied. Serafina, don't push your luck. It's my fault, I'm willing to die. Serafina had thought it through clearly. After the compensation, her family would be finished, and she and her sister would suffer a fate worse than death. I'd rather die than let my sister die. Elder sister. Shut up, Kent. It's all my fault. I'm willing to let you deal with me. Fine. Kent grinned. I'll make you regret ever being born. And I want to know whose child you're carrying. I didn't know him either. I told you it was a one-night stand. Do you think I'm stupid? Kent immediately ordered his men to seize Sabo and the other black slaves. They confessed to Li Fan without any need for torture. So it was you, you bastard. Even Nina was somewhat surprised that Serafina was pregnant with the slave's child. Arrest him! Grass! Facing the 3 Kent guards who rushed at him, Li Fan knocked down 2 of them with a single punch. The most difficult one to deal with was the last burly black man, whose muscles were like rocks. Kid, you're going to die here. The black guard was very confident and slammed his fist down hard. When he got close, Li Fan grabbed his wrist, spun him around, and threw him face first to the ground. The immense impact left him temporarily unable to stand. How could that be? Kent was shocked. That guy just now graduated from the Guardian Legion, yet he couldn't even withstand a single move. While Kent was in a daze, Li Fan grabbed his hair and punched him twice in the neck. Since he couldn't go on living, he might as well improve his rating. He believed this would work. Bang bang bang. Some plantation owners carried guns and wouldn't normally interfere in these matters, but it was a different story when a slave attacked a plantation owner. Li Fan! Margarita cried out and hugged him tightly. You're bleeding so much. Serafina was also moved and knelt beside him. Kent, is Kent dead? He's dead. You killed him. That's good. Li Fan decided to try to move the 2 sisters one last time before he died, hoping it might improve his rating. Finally, he was swallowed by darkness and came to the light once more. Chapter 1, Fogridge Town. You were brought back to the farm by Serafina and Margarina. You're a bit special, causing a small climax which boosted your rating. You killed Kent, resolving the sisters' problem. This action boosted your rating. Your actions touched the 2 sisters. This improved your rating. You still have so much left undone. It's a regrettable ending. Over. Review, a reasonably enjoyable life. Chapter rating, 2.3. This book's rating, 1.7. This rating cannot be completed. Please rewrite it. Li Fan. Physical Constitution, 6. Free points, 5. Bonus free points, 1. Please add some points. It seems Li Fan was right. As long as he takes action, he can improve his score. Add it all to the system. Constitution, 12. Your physical condition has undergone a qualitative leap. You are more robust and have a healthier appearance. Unlock, Charm. Charm, 2. Charm? What's the use of this thing? Can't you give me something else, like speed, stamina, or explosive power? But nobody paid any attention. Li Fan returned to the square. Oliver, your yellow slave is not bad. A white man wearing a black top hat got off the carriage. Lord Livham, what brings you here? Oliver quickly went to greet him. Good. Why is this different from our last conversation? Li Fan then realized that his body shape was completely different from his first and second lives. He was imposing and physically imposing, taller and stronger than the black slaves around him. Is this the strength of a constitution of 12? In addition, there are 2 other charms. Li Fan is practically walking hormones right now. Moreover, his memories have changed. This time, Oliver spent 80 copper coins to buy himself, hoping to sell him for a better price. That's absolutely terrible. Li Fan originally thought that each restart would follow the original storyline, but as he added points, the storyline began to fluctuate, which greatly diminished the significance of his restarts. Actually, the clues were already there in the first life, with Serafina's hiss sound, which hadn't been heard before. I don't like yellow-skinned slaves. Their eyes are too wise, it's a bit scary. Liwam stared at Li Fan. Then take a look at this. Oliver quickly recommended the black man, and even slapped him. See, absolutely obedient, you can tell from their eyes that they have no intelligence. Chapter 10. Yes. Liwam glanced at Li Fan one last time and then picked out 2 black slaves. The transaction price was still 110 copper coins. Look, yellow-skinned slaves. He has such a good figure. His body is so hot. Wow, this is impressive. What a treasure. Many people stepped forward and began to grope Li Fan. That's why he's so charismatic. In the previous life, everyone at least chatted casually and no one went forward. Although no one can afford it, Oliver is overjoyed, because as long as it's popular, it will eventually fetch a good price. Li Fan is feeling a bit depressed. He feels like a puppet being manipulated, and these white women are even more open than he imagined. Looks like we need to buy a few more yellow-skinned slaves. Oliver began to wash Li Fan's body, cleaning off all the dirt and grime. He was treated well, while the other black slaves suffered terribly. Look at you, your eyes are like those of dead fish, it's disgusting to look at you. How much is this yellow-skinned slave? A fine carriage stopped not far away. A white woman, somewhat delicate, wearing a bowler hat, got off. Ms. Nina. Oliver greeted her as if he had met a major benefactor. It's her. Seraphina's best friend. Her father is the commander of the Guardian Legion. Li Fan hadn't expected such a turn of events. If Nina had bought him, wouldn't the whole storyline have to start all over again? I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. He's very popular. Oliver rubbed his hands together. He comes from the mysterious East. How many copper coins? 500. Oliver held up 5 fingers. Ms. Nina, this is definitely not a bad deal. Take this yellow-skinned slave back, and you can have many more yellow-skinned slaves. So expensive? Margarita exclaimed she had arrived too. Nina, what are you doing here? Seraphina greeted her friend. Seraphina, I just bought a beautiful dress. Nina excitedly showed it off. So beautiful. But Margarita was a little unhappy she hadn't changed her dress in a long time. Sister, I want to buy this slave. Since Margarita likes it, I'll give it to you. What do you mean, Nina? You haven't paid yet. That's right. Nina sensed that Margarita's mood was off, and said goodbye to Seraphina. Seraphina, I'll come to see you sometime. Good. After Nina left, Seraphina scolded her younger sister. Margarita, you're all grown up now, you can't be so willful anymore. Nina didn't hold it against you because of me. Her father is the commander of the Guard Legion, otherwise you'd be in big trouble. I know, sister. Margarita pointed at Li Fan. I want to buy him. Beautiful Lady Margarita, if you are truly interested in buying, I will only charge you 400 copper coins. 100. Seraphina slashed at the carotid artery with her knife. That won't do, we'll have to pay compensation. Finally, the transaction was completed for 150 copper coins, 3 times more expensive than black slaves. Back on the farm, everything remained the same. This time, Seraphina began her expression with yes and yes. Let's find him a place to rest. Yes. Led by Amira, Li Fan arrived at the slave house. This time it was even later, and Sabo had already finished having sex, leaving the room filled with an unpleasant smell. The black man inside the room felt a slight fear of Li Fan. His body was clearly full of explosive power, and his eyes were like those of a venomous snake. But after Amira left, Sabo still chose to take action. Unsurprisingly, this battle ended even faster. From now on, I'm in charge here. Yes. Li Fan told them to tidy up the innermost bed and also told them to go out and take a shower. The next day, it was still cotton picking. Li Fan's speed increased even more, making him the equivalent of 3 people. But as slaves, there was no time to rest. You could not rest until you finished your work. You could not rest until the designated rest time. Sister, look, he's working so hard. Margarita stood on the balcony, sticking her bottom out to watch. Isn't he tired? Margarita, he is just a slave, he doesn't need your special attention. Sister, when you shouted yes yesterday, didn't you think of him as a slave? Margarita. Seraphina blushed slightly as she recalled yesterday. No matter how capable he is still a slave. That's why we shouldn't waste them. Where can you find slaves who are both obedient and healthy? You. Seraphina was starting to regret buying Li Fan. She sensed that her sister seemed particularly fond of the slave, which was terrible. Being with a slave was absolutely despicable. But Li Fan seems to be truly different. Hee, just kidding. Margarita cheered up. Sister, how about we open a bottle of red wine? Don't even think about it, you're not married yet. Sister, the outside world is wasteland and infested with alien species. Nobody knows how long we'll live. I just want to enjoy myself while I can. Daniel would go crazy if he knew. Then let's not let him know. At Margarita's urging, Seraphina couldn't hold back any longer. She warned, Li Fan's body is exceptionally good. We need to prepare for contraception, otherwise, if he gets pregnant with a slave's child, it will be a disaster. Sister, why didn't you do it yesterday? How was I supposed to know he was in such good health? You're lying, you had plenty of time yesterday, but you didn't stop. Margarita. Hee, don't be angry, sister, I won't say it anymore. Li Fan was then called into the room, and over the next month, he entered the room much more frequently than in his previous life. The charm of these 2 points was unexpectedly great. Or perhaps it's a different feeling. After all, my body has already reached 12 o'clock, who knows how much longer I need to push myself. Fortunately, the 2 sisters took contraceptive measures, but it's still hard to guarantee they won't get pregnant. James will die in 2 weeks, and unless something major happens, Serafina will still marry Kent. If the previous life were to repeat itself, it would be very disadvantageous for Fan. Run? No. Fogridge Town is closed off. Even legions need a pass to leave, otherwise they cannot. And even if they escaped, they wouldn't survive. Even a sea-level superhuman like Lucas struggles to survive outside, let alone an ordinary person like Fan who is just a bit stronger. There is another way. Get rid of Kent. But after thinking about it carefully, it still won't work. This is too risky. Kent is one of the biggest ranchers, and it would be incredibly difficult to take him down quietly. Even the slightest mistake would result in his early exit from the game. Moreover, getting close to him is also a challenge. So, there's only one last, desperate solution left. Get rid of Serafina. Chapter 11: A crucial step. Fan couldn't gamble on that sliver of hope. What if the same scenario played out again, and Serafina suffered from morning sickness once more? He will definitely die. Getting rid of Serafina is simpler than getting rid of Kent. Getting close to her was too easy. They don't have much status. As long as the scene is arranged to look like an accident, no one will seriously investigate. The only opportunity was the trip to sell cotton, otherwise, he would never have had the chance to be alone with Serafina. But then a problem arises: how to avoid Margarita? It's absolutely unacceptable for both sisters to die. The younger sister must live, because only with her can Fan go further. Live at least a little longer to ensure your score keeps improving. So, I could only try to think of a solution while still in bed. The method is also very simple to implement, involving only 2 steps. The first step is to harvest the cotton in advance, not wait until half a month later. Fan did the same, and within a month he had almost finished his work, which earned him constant praise and rewards from Margarina. Even Serafina's opinion of him has changed quite a bit, but he still carries a gun every time, and his cautious nature hasn't changed much. The second, and crucial, step was to make Margarita resent her sister. Only in this way can he go out to sell cotton alone with Serafina. Perhaps because of her 2 charms, Margarita was even less willing to tie Fan up, since the monotonous method was quite boring. She had made this request in her previous 2 lives, but her sister had refused both times. In her 3rd life, Margarita's inner desires were particularly strong. If Fan finds an opportunity to secretly meet with Margarina, and then Serafina discovers it, then the conflict will erupt. Of course, not using contraception is the key. That will definitely anger Serafina. The method might not be perfect, but these were all the ideas Fan could think of. Sister, I'm so tired. Please don't tie him up next time. Margarita was covered in sweat, and only felt much better after taking a sip of red wine. Serafina ignored her and pointed her gun at Fan. Get out. Goodness, it really changes its tune after you use it. Yes. Fan obeyed obediently. Sister, do we really need to use contraception? Margarita asked, still wanting more as she watched Fan's retreating figure. Margarina, if you become pregnant with a slave's child, you'll never be able to turn your life around. Sister, it's not that easy to get pregnant. Margarita pouted. You're just being too cautious. Serafina's face turned cold. I'm going to marry James in a month. How can I entrust the family to you if things are like this? Maybe I should take Fan with me. No, sister. Margarita immediately waved her little hand. I was wrong, don't take Fan away, he's such a clever person in the family. I'm afraid you'll do something reckless. I won't, sister, I promise. Serafina was also conflicted. Fan was indeed much better than the black slaves. He was intelligent, strong, and healthy, making him a good assistant. However, his flaws are also obvious. He's too handsome, which makes Margarita completely infatuated with him. Sometimes, when he's happy, even Margarita herself gets confused. It was another night, and Fan was still diligently picking cotton. Fan, it's getting dark, you can rest now. Amira called out to him. Fan shook his head, not tired. Margarita had sneaked over at some point and sat behind him as usual. Fan. The voice was very soft. Fan turned around. Second miss. Didn't I tell you not to overwork yourself? Margarita smiled beautifully. Look at Sabo and the others, why don't you learn from them? These two ladies gave me a second life, and I can never let you down. Li Fan said sincerely. You're so stupid. There's a saying in the mysterious East, fools are often blessed. Hey hey. Margarita couldn't help but laugh and secretly stepped forward. Tomorrow, when I go to see Nina, you come to me. This time, I won't tie you up. Second miss. Li Fan had to provoke her displeasure. This is not permitted by the eldest miss. Am I not your master? Margarita was indeed somewhat dissatisfied. Yes. Then why don't you listen to me? Second miss, the eldest miss is doing this for your own good. I don't want to hear that. Margarita stared intently at Li Fan. Anyway, I'm in charge tomorrow. The opportunity has arrived. Li Fan was secretly delighted. He had already refused several times before, which had long displeased Margarita. As for how to get Serafina to find out, the solution was to have Margarita rest in bed. You went to see Li Fan again? Serafina felt that her sister was being a little too concerned about Li Fan. You have to remember his status. He's just a slave. I know, that's why I care about him. Slaves are our family's property. Quibble. Sister, don't be so stingy. Margarita blinked. Li Fan isn't a bad person. Bad people don't write it on their faces. Serafina tapped her sister on the head. But Li Fan is really different. Alright, it's getting late, time to lock the door. Serafina pulled her sister into the house, then locked the door and placed two wooden planks on top of each other. It would be very difficult for an ordinary person to break through. Li Fan looked up. Serafina was being too cautious. Ding ding ding. The two went up the stairs to the second floor, when Serafina suddenly cried out, You. Sister. Margarita quickly helped her up. I'm fine, maybe. You. Li Fan outside could hear everything clearly. What's going on? Is she pregnant? Why was it brought forward by half a month this time? Is it still related to physical constitution? My body is stronger, so I got pregnant earlier? Margarita, bring me a glass of water. Serafina rested for a while before she could catch her breath. Sister, why are you suddenly like this? Margarina, don't be afraid, I think I'm pregnant. Serafina hesitated for a moment, but still said it. What? Margarita's eyes widened. So? Li Fan's child. Damn it, it must have been the first time. I didn't expect him to be so healthy. Serafina instructed. Margarina, no one must know about this, understand? I know, sister, but what should we do? Margarita asked anxiously. Because pregnancy is very difficult, abortion is not permitted at all. Even if it costs a lot of money, no doctor would dare to do this, because once discovered, regardless of status, they would be sent straight to prison. If it were her who was pregnant, it wouldn't be a big deal, but since it happened to be her older sister, it was just as serious when James found out. It's okay, don't panic. Serafina took a deep breath. As long as we don't get found out, it might be a good thing if we can give birth to James' child. Ha! Li Fan didn't expect Serafina to have such a sharp mind. Chapter 12 Plans can't keep up with changes. Give birth as James's child? Margarita was stunned for a moment. A new question soon arose: can he manage at his age? After the apocalypse, people over 50 will generally be unable to have children, let alone James, who is already over 70. Serafina considered for a moment. Perhaps we can use Kent. What? That bastard? He has always had inappropriate thoughts about me. When Kent was mentioned, Serafina gritted her teeth. I can seduce him, or give him an opportunity, and then the child will be Kent's. That way, I can guarantee that Kent won't harm the child. If it's James's child, he'll share the inheritance with Kent. Li Fan. What a palace intrigue. Sister, how can we let that bastard get his hands on her? Margarita, this is the best solution right now. Serafina comforted her sister. Even without this child, my life wouldn't be easy after James died. Perhaps this is a blessing from God. For the next few days, both sisters looked unwell. Serafina was afraid of revealing her pregnancy, so she would only go out for a short while to soak up some sun before going back inside. Nowadays, the atmosphere is polluted, and there is only sunshine around 1 p.m., when almost everyone sunbathes, even slaves. Because of Serafina's pregnancy, the cotton sale was delayed. Moreover, she had already made arrangements for Margarita to take Li Fan away to sell cotton. As expected, plans can't keep up with changes. Previously, Li Fan had been planning to go out alone with Serafina and find an opportunity to get rid of her, but now she doesn't even go out anymore. But it doesn't matter anymore. Knowing she was pregnant, she would be even more cautious about her relationship with Kent. That would greatly increase your chances of survival. It's time to sell cotton, 3 days earlier than in my previous life. In other words, James will die in 3 days, and it's unknown what choice Serafina will make then. Sabo and the others loaded the cotton onto the truck. Margarita shook her head at Li Fan. How can you be so healthy? Second miss. Li Fan greeted her respectfully, without responding to her question. Li Fan, get on. There were 2 seats in the carriage, and now Margarita was actually inviting a slave to get on the carriage in front of everyone. Second miss, this is not the seat I should be sitting in. Get on. Margarita's face hardened. Hurry up. Serafina was on the second-floor balcony when she saw this but did not stop it. Li Fan finally obeyed the order and climbed onto the carriage using the wooden plank. It was the same street as before, but this time Margarita didn't have time to deal with these rude people. Perhaps her sister's pregnancy made her mature a lot and realize the crisis. Li Fan, do you know how to get rid of your slave status? I don't know, second miss. Margarita repeated Amira's words almost verbatim, 100,000 copper coins, or join the Guard Legion, but the latter is very dangerous, so the former is more worthwhile. Second miss, I will always be your slave. But I don't want you to be a slave. Li Fan looked directly into Margarita's eyes. This woman was definitely planning something big. She wouldn't act as cautiously as Serafina. On the contrary, it will be very extreme. If you could help me get rid of my slave status, I would be eternally grateful. I can give you the 100,000 copper coins to get rid of your slave status, but before that, I need you to do something for me. Please speak, Miss Second. Li Fan had a general idea of what it was about. Margarita dislikes Kent and doesn't want her sister to sleep with him, even though it might be the best option for Serafina. So, she got herself to get rid of Kent? If Li Fan kills Kent and Serafina gives birth to the child, then that child will be James's only heir. Damn it, why did it turn back again? Killing Kent was definitely not Li Fan's best option, since he would also die. But there are still variables. James will die in 3 days. This was something Margarita absolutely couldn't have imagined. There's no point in getting rid of Kent then. Meanwhile, Serafina's pregnancy is no big deal, and killing Kent wouldn't allow the child to inherit James's estate. On the contrary, it will only cause you a lot of trouble. However, it seems we've entered another crisis. How to explain Serafina's pregnancy? Having a child with a slave is definitely not a good thing. Therefore, the possibility that the 2 shot Li Fan in bed cannot be ruled out. Then they could publicly announce that Li Fan had defiled Serafina. This would both explain the pregnancy and position the 2 sisters as the vulnerable party, thus garnering sympathy. Damn, this kind of indecisive restart is really bad. There are some troubles. Margarita didn't elaborate. I'll tell you if I really need your help. Yes. Li Fan's mind raced. He had to resolve this problem. Yes. Killing anyone is the same as killing someone, so why not kill Sabo? Since there's no need to prove whose child it is, Serafina only needs to tell the townspeople that she has been defiled. What Li Fan needs to do is prove that his value is higher than Sabo's, high enough to survive. After selling the cotton, Margarita needed to buy some supplements for her sister. Some people started whistling at her, and some black slaves, taking advantage of their numbers, brazenly followed Margarita, making quite a commotion. The farmers who owned these people were happy to see this scene. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to show up themselves, as it would be beneath their dignity. It would be best if their slaves went and flirted with the animals. Second miss, just say the word and I'll make them disappear immediately. Forget it, there's no need to cause trouble. Margarita was too preoccupied with her sister's pregnancy to care about these people. But this is one of the few opportunities for Li Fan to make a move. After a series of whistles, he grabbed the nearest person and punched him on the head. Stay away from our young lady. Li Fan's punch was truly powerful. The opponent immediately fainted. Margarita was taken aback, but didn't stop her. They were all slaves, so these black people were naturally indignant and immediately rushed forward, their eyes wide open. Li Fan was not afraid at all, and continued to throw punches. These people's strength was equivalent to 6 points of his physique in his previous life, but now he has the strength of 12 points of physique. How could an ordinary person withstand that? Along the way, there were more than 10 black slaves lying down. Bang! A farmer fired a shot into the air. You lowly yellow-skinned slave, who gave you the right to beat my slave? William, you'd better think this through. Margaret took a hunting rifle from the carriage. They were the ones who were rude first. Margarita, this isn't over yet. Knowing he was in the wrong, William could only utter a harsh remark in front of everyone. You did very well today. Margarita smiled. My sister never cared about these things before, which made these people increasingly brazen. She is very happy that someone has stepped forward. Chapter 13, Life and Death on the Brink. Sister, Li Fan was amazing today. Margarita exclaimed excitedly. He taught those black slaves a lesson, one of them taking on more than a dozen. A dozen or so? Serafina was somewhat surprised. Impressive, but unfortunately, they're slaves. That's right. Margarita exclaimed regretfully. Sister, do you think there's any chance he could escape slavery? That's unrealistic. Serafina didn't want to discourage her sister, but the facts were undeniable. Can you come up with 100,000 copper coins? Or do you think Li Fan can survive if he goes to the Guard Legion? Margarita fell silent. She wouldn't tell her sister about killing Kent, because her sister would definitely not agree. Li Fan's performance today only confirmed her suspicions. In Margarita's view, marrying someone with a child is not a safe thing to do. If Kent finds out this isn't their child, the retaliation will be much fiercer, so it's better to resolve this once and for all. However, Nina's arrival 3 days later made it impossible for this plan to be implemented. Since Nina didn't go to sell cotton today, she met the two sisters directly after arriving. Nina? What brings you here? Serafina was delighted to see her friend. Serafina, I have some very unfortunate news to tell you, Nina said, approaching Serafina. Mr. James has passed away. Serafina was stunned. Margarita was also stunned. Neither of them could have imagined things would turn out this way. What's wrong with you? Nina noticed Serafina's unusual behavior. I know about the engagement between James and you. Don't worry, as long as you agree, I'll have my father intervene and get Kent to agree to break off the engagement. After all, James is dead. Serafina then realized what she meant. Thank you for telling me. You. Perhaps because things happened so suddenly, she couldn't stop gagging again. Serafina. I'm fine. Serafina said after taking the anti-nausea medication, and then headed to the Kent's house. She, as the person involved, had to go. Sister, I'll go with you. Margarita then looked at Li Fan. Li Fan, come with us. Yes. Serafina looked at Li Fan as he walked forward but didn't say anything. Nina accompanied her. They soon arrived at Kent's manor. You are not qualified to enter. The guards outside stopped Li Fan. This outfit screams slave. Li Fan could only squat outside and wait, or he could see the whole thing inside at a glance. Kent came out to greet her. My poor, betrothed mother, this has caught us completely off guard. I'm sorry, Mr. Kent, I came here as soon as I heard the news. There is nothing to apologize for. My father is getting old and has been relying on medication to keep going. But what about you, beautiful Miss Serafina? Do you plan to remain a widow for my father? Kent, show me some respect. Margaret glared at him. Now that your father is dead, the engagement between you and my sister is off. Margarina, you are still as lovely as ever, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. We provided your father a silate coffin. So what? We can cancel the engagement, but you'll have to compensate us with 5,000 copper coins. Kent looked at the two of them smugly. 5,000 copper coins is no small sum. Nina hadn't expected this, and she couldn't ask her father to waive the 5,000 copper coins. Kent's request was reasonable. We don't have that much money. It's all right, Kent laughed. Then just have your sister marry into the family. Don't even think about it. This is not something you can decide on your own. Don't forget, this is an agreement between your father and my father. Kent looked at Serafina with a lewd grin. Otherwise, you'll be waiting to pay compensation. He had already planned to use the 5,000 copper coins to threaten them. Serafina might be able to come up with 5,000 copper coins, but that would be a huge sum for their small family, and would surely bankrupt them. Now is not the time to talk about this. Serafina needed to think carefully. Things happened rather suddenly, and her mind was in a mess. Li Fan witnessed the funeral process and saw a church member dressed in purple pray before taking James's body to a designated location to be burned. The world is now dominated by the church, and the Pope is the boss of this wasteland, able to directly bestow titles upon various towns. Fogridge Town also has its own church, which does not directly participate in the management of the town, but is a supreme entity. The funeral was over, and Kent seemed impatient. Serafina, it seems you don't have much of a choice. Kent, I'm engaged to your father, not you. I want you to understand that. Serafina left with her sister. Fine, I'll wait for your reply. Kent snorted and dismissed him. Serafina, if you ever have any trouble, be sure to come to me. Kent won't dare to do anything to you. Nina said, and she and her father got into the carriage and left. Back at the farm, the two sisters went into their room. Sister, you can't marry Kent. I know what to do. You don't know. Margarita, with a sudden burst of courage, scolded, if you knew, you should have rejected Kent in front of everyone. You think marrying Kent is the best choice? She continued, Kent isn't James. That old guy might not be able to tell if you're a virgin, but Kent definitely can. Once he finds out the baby isn't at the right stage of pregnancy, he'll definitely kill you. Serafina had also thought of this. She could have fooled James, but not Kent. This is also what's troubling her. Sister, I have an idea. What method? Lure Li Fan in, then shoot him. Margarita's eyes flashed with madness. Just say he defiled you, and Kent will naturally give up on you. As for the 5,000 copper coins, no one will ask for them from someone who has just been defiled. Hide the baby in the house after it's born, and take it out when the time comes. That will fool everyone. Serafina hesitated then, there's no land on the outskirts of the city. What time is it, sister? You're still thinking about that land. Margarita was exasperated. She used to think that her sister's thoughtfulness was due to careful consideration, but now it seemed like she was just indecisive. Okay. Serafina finally agreed. Margarita then quietly called Li Fan over without alerting anyone. Li Fan glanced at the other person. Margarita is quite clever, isn't she? She came up with this solution. But why couldn't they think of making someone else a scapegoat? Once inside, Serafina held up a gun, a hint of madness in her eyes. Lie down on the bed and take off your clothes. I know what you're up to, and I know the young lady is pregnant. Li Fan raised his hands, I have a better way than killing me. Chapter 14 Showing Strength. You knew my sister was pregnant? Margaret gripped the gun tighter. How did you know? Li Fan pointed to his ear, I heard it. Did you hear that? The two sisters clearly didn't believe it. I've always had a keen hearing since I was a child. Li Fan said, I heard that Miss is pregnant, and I also heard that you wanted to raise the child as Kent's, but everything was disrupted by James' sudden death. I also heard that you wanted to kill me to gain sympathy. Both sisters were surprised. Margarita was panicked because her scheme had been exposed, and she was panting heavily. Don't let it go off accidentally. Li Fan quickly offered his advice, this method is indeed feasible, but it doesn't necessarily have to be me, it could be Sabo or someone else. Margarita realized what was happening, and in her haste, she focused on Li Fan without considering anything else. You mean, this person might not necessarily be you? Right. You're right, but now you know everything. Therefore, there is even less reason for you to kill me. Why? If Kent continues to target the two ladies in the future, only I will have the opportunity to get rid of him. Li Fan paused for a moment, giving them time to process the information. I think that besides me, neither of you ladies can find a suitable person. The room fell silent immediately after these words were spoken. You're right. Serafina asked, but how can I believe you? No one will believe the words of a slave. Li Fan's implication was that even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. He added, I can shoot Sabo, and I'm sure Kent will come afterward, and only I can keep him out of the yard. Sister. Margarita understood what Li Fan meant, we really need someone to help us. Nina can't do it either. Don't be fooled by her talkativeness, she is powerless when it comes to important matters. Serafina thought for a moment and nodded, then kill Sabo. I'll go and call him up. Margarita was stopped by Li Fan as soon as she finished speaking, James just died today. It would be too much of a coincidence for something to happen here as well. It's better to wait. You're right. Serafina regained her composure. Let us wait a bit longer, there is no rush. For some reason, with Li Fan's arrival, Margarita felt relieved. Sister, look how useful Li Fan has been. Serafina looked at Li Fan. I remember there's a saying in the East, I hope we're in the same boat. Of course. Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief. We've finally overcome this difficult situation. If this matter can be resolved smoothly, your sister and I will treat you well. Thank you, miss. In my previous life, I died the day after my funeral, but now it's destined that nothing will happen tomorrow. The longer you live, the higher your score will naturally be. Fortunately, nothing happened for 3 days in a row. With cotton picking no longer required, the slaves had a much easier time. Occasionally, Sabo and others would go out to earn money for their masters, doing tasks such as moving corpses or building houses. Li Fan naturally didn't need to go out. Since they became entangled in the same boat, his treatment had improved a lot, and he could even get special treatment occasionally. It's rare to have this kind of leisure in the apocalypse. However, the good days ended with Kent's arrival, and he seemed impatient. Seeing Kent's gloomy face, Margarita refused to let him in, because her sister was suffering from severe morning sickness and couldn't possibly see anyone. Margarita, I want to see your sister. Kent, this is my home. Margarita glared at him. Now, please leave. Does your sister think she can get away with this? Kent was also prepared. He took a few steps back, and the guards immediately stepped forward. You dare to force your way in? I'm only concerned about Serafina's safety. He waved his hand, and the guards rushed forward. Kent has never been reasonable. Serafina was also on tenterhooks in her room. You'll regret this. Margarina roared. Don't think we're easy to bully. Li Fan, stop them. Yes. Li Fan also wanted to fight them head-on, since any action could improve his score and prove his worth. In the blink of an eye, several people were engaged in battle. This is the inner city, so there are few restrictions. If you get caught, the worst you'll get is a fine. Kent is rich, so he's naturally fearless. Several guards rushed forward, looking fierce, but in Li Fan's eyes they were as fragile as paper. After 2 restarts, his physical condition was completely different from before. He could knock down 4 people instantly with punches, kicks, elbows, and knees. Kent looked somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that this slave could actually defeat 4 guards. However, he quickly calmed down. Kill him. The remaining 2 burly men were the main attraction. One of them was the black man who had retired from the guard regiment and lost to Li Fan in the previous life. Unexpectedly, there were 2 slaves of such large size, Kent. The 2 also cooperated very well, one attacking and the other defending. If Li Fan had encountered 2 of them at once in his previous life, he might not have been able to defeat them, let alone kill Kent. But things are different now. With a furious shout, Li Fan suddenly strode forward, turned sideways, grabbed one person's arm with his backhand, and flung the person away with force. Another big guy threw a punch, and Li Fan ducked down, grabbing the other guy's 2 calves with both hands at the same time. He lowered his body, roared, and exerted his strength. Throw the other person over your head. Bang! He was slammed to the ground. With 2 muffled groans, the 2 burly men collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. The scene fell silent instantly. Kent swallowed hard, a look of fear on his face. Margarita clapped excitedly. Serafina, who was inside the room, hadn't expected Li Fanching to win so easily. You dare to injure my guard. Kent was incredulous, but then a surge of anger rose within him. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. He was about to fire, but in his panic, it took him a while to pull it out. Li Fan flashed in front of him in an instant, snatched the gun before he could react, turned the muzzle and pressed it against his forehead. Kent immediately froze. He looked into Li Fan's somewhat calm eyes, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. You wouldn't dare kill me. Leave here. Kent's expression shifted several times. I'll remember you. At this moment, Margarita also took out her shotgun and pointed it at Kent. Kent, you should know that if you dare to fire a shot at my doorstep, I have the right to retaliate. Kent finally chickened out, and Li Fan unloaded the bullets and returned the gun. Guns are a rare resource, it's impossible not to return them. You just wait. Kent and his guards left in a sorry state. Li Fan didn't care about such threats at all, he was only thinking about how many points such behavior would bring. After the door closed, Margarita and Nina both breathed a sigh of relief. Li Fan, you're amazing. Thank you for the compliment, Mississippi. Li Fan smiled slightly. I told you I would keep Kent out. Serafina walked over. Li Fan, thank you. It's what I should do, Li Fan said humbly. The more this happened, the more satisfied the two sisters became. I think it's time to move on to the next step, Serafina whispered. Chapter 15. There is no way out. Margarita agreed. Kent will be even less likely to act recklessly once my sister gets pregnant. In the wasteland, it is forbidden to harm pregnant women who have done nothing wrong, especially within small towns. Outside, however, no one cares as much. Slaves are not included. Li Fan nodded. He had been waiting for this moment. Only after Sabo is truly killed will he become the core of this manor, and the next step will be to shed his status as a slave. The three entered the room. After half an hour of discussion, everything was settled. To make it more realistic, Li Fan suggested that there should be some injuries on the body. What do you mean? Margarita's brain suddenly went blank. Serafina was also thinking, you mean? If you're going to put on an act, go all the way. Li Fan said seriously, in order to convince Kent, you need a doctor's certificate proving that you have injuries from the struggle, and you also need to show Sabo your scratches. Does this mean they have to fight each other? No need, just have Miss scratch Sabo's corpse a few times. Li Fan hesitated for a moment. As for the injuries on the eldest young lady's body, the second young lady can do it, or I can do it, but there are some things that the second young lady cannot do for me. Huh? Margarita was a little confused. You're right. Serafina knew this was no joke, it could be disastrous. She glanced at Li Fan. Should we? Yes. Li Fan nodded. We need to leave a trace. Fortunately, DNA technology didn't exist in this era, so Li Fan's DNA was sufficient, otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to obtain. You do it. Serafina made up her mind. There was no turning back now. Yes. Margarina. 2 days later, the plan began. Sabo was assigned a separate job, while the other slaves had a different job with longer hours. This ensures that the slaves are kept separate. Let us begin. Serafina was ready. Li Fan slapped her across the face, flipping her onto the bed. Margarita hadn't expected Li Fan to be so ruthless. Sister, let us do it this way. Serafina knew the importance of today and that she had to be genuine. I'm so sorry, miss. Margarita. No. She's starting to think she might get pregnant. More than half an hour later, Li Fan got out of bed. Serafina asked wearily, will it succeed? Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Okay. Serafina managed a weak smile. Sabo returned shortly afterward, while the others would need at least 2 more hours to finish their work and return to the farm. Come in. Margarita was standing in the doorway waiting for him. Sabo was taken aback. Me? Right. Margarita smiled and stole his soul. Was this a stroke of good luck for him? He was both excited and apprehensive. Margarita led him into a room and commanded, lie down. Sabo did as instructed. Then Li Fan came out carrying a gun. Serafina concealed the pistol in her clothes from behind, remaining extremely cautious even at this moment. Even though she knew Li Fan wouldn't harm her and her sister, there was no reason for him to do so, since being caught as a slave who had killed his master was worse than dead. But her innate habits still made Serafina distrust everyone, and the gun in her pocket was still pointed at Li Fan. You. Sabo shrank back in fear. Bang. Li Fan acted swiftly and decisively, killing the victim with a single shot. Next, we'll call the police and make a big deal out of it. Serafina. Nina rushed over after hearing the news, and seeing Serafina covered in wounds, she was heartbroken and on the verge of tears. How could this happen? Serafina kept crying. She was genuinely in pain and didn't need to act. Margarita hugged her sister and cried, it's all my fault. If I hadn't taken Li Fan away, this wouldn't have happened. Kent also received the news and rushed over. He was stunned. The woman he loved was defiled by a slave. Who did this? A slave named Sabo. An officer from the guard regiment arrived with a doctor and some guards. Damn it! Kent's eyes were red. If he were to marry Serafina again, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? He initially intended to leave, but his naturally suspicious nature led him to question, you wouldn't be putting on an act for me, would you? Kent, are you even human to say that? Even Nina couldn't help but yell, Serafina is in such a state now, are you going to rub salt into her wounds? What is she doing this for? Yes, for what reason? Just so she won't marry him? It's obviously not worth it. Finally, the doctor confirmed that Serafina had suffered serious injuries, and only then did Kent leave. Li Fan waited outside the door. You saw it? Kent asked coldly. I'm so sorry, I was too late when I got here. Li Fan said with a guilty look. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have left Miss alone at home. The slave's words cannot be used as testimony, and even if Kent could get some information out of him, it wouldn't be of any use. Serafina, you need to go to the hospital for observation. Nina began to persuade her, although what happened is very painful for you, you must be strong. Nina, thank you for your kindness, but I want to be alone right now. All right. Nina also left. Within a day, the whole town knew about it. No one doubted it. In other towns, there have even been cases of farmers being killed off, so Serafina was considered lucky by comparison. People will only feel sorry that such a beautiful woman has been ruined. After this incident, Serafina can now legitimately stay at home, leaving all the big and small matters to Margarita and Li Fan. And so another peaceful period passed. Li Fan has already spent more than 3 months in Fog Ridge Town in this life, longer than the previous 2 lives combined. The news of Serafina's pregnancy soon stirred up another storm, but by then no one cared anymore. The alien species were rampant outside the city, and the guards had suffered heavy casualties. The entire city was shrouded in shadow. At this moment, the Earl also issued a notice, requiring the farm owner to hand over a high-quality slave to fill the gap in combat power. Sister, the announcement says that rewards will be given based on the quality of the slaves. Margarita rushed over. Serafina looked a little worried. I've heard about it too. Apparently, farmers who can't pay will face fines. Then I'm afraid only Li Fan meets the requirements. Chapter 16 The Guardian Legion. Sister, are you willing to part with her? Margarita asked. Serafina shook her head. What's there to be reluctant about? Li Fan was a slave to begin with. You are so heartless. I know what you're thinking. Serafina glanced at her sister. You think Li Fan can get rid of his slave status in the Guard Legion, but I'm telling you that's basically impossible. Although it's a pity to lose Li Fan, he will most likely die in any battle. Sigh. Margarita sighed. Although she had hope for Li Fan, it seemed that such hope was really not great. I'll go talk to Li Fan. Margarita went to find Li Fan, while Serafina stood by the window, watching calmly. She gently stroked her belly, thinking to herself, Li Fan, you can die in peace. I'll raise your child for you. If it weren't for this accident, perhaps Li Fan could have seen his child and then helped him survive in the post-apocalyptic world as his butler. But now none of that is possible for you. Margarita found Li Fan and, somewhat dejected, recounted what had happened. Li Fan nodded to indicate that he understood. You don't object? Margarita asked. There's no need to object. Li Fan's calm and composed reply showed that he was overjoyed and would never object. After all, only by joining the Guard Legion could one escape the status of a slave. I'm sorry. Margarita said with some guilt, we have no choice. If we can't hand over high-quality slaves, we'll be fined 2,000 copper coins. It's basically the Earl's way of making us pay money. He's done this once before. She became increasingly angry as she spoke. Li Fan comforted her, Miss, this is not your fault, nor is it the Earl's fault. This is what a slave should do. You really think it through? Margarita was incredibly surprised. This was clearly a suicide mission, yet he spoke of it so naturally, as if he didn't care at all. Li Fan smiled and said, Miss, I am very grateful for your kindness to me during this time. It is my honor to be able to help you with your worries. You go keep the young lady company, she's heavily pregnant and needs you. Li Fan's face was warm, without a trace of resentment, only gratitude. Margarita was stunned. This man was incredible. He was just a boy about the same age as her, yet he was so calm and composed. Li Fan, thank you. You can stay in my room from now on. I promise I won't treat you badly during the time before you leave. Good. Margarita turned and left, and Li Fan continued working. Although he was now the nominal housekeeper, he still had to take care of some odd jobs. Sister, he's really a good person. He is indeed a rare person. I'll go find Nina and see if we can arrange for Li Fan to not have to do such a dangerous job. Serafina looked at Li Fan, who was cleaning, with a complicated expression. After that, Li Fan's life improved to a new level, and he lived innate with the 2 sisters. Margarita, in particular, was so moved that she treated Li Fan even better every day, and was repeatedly amazed by the mysterious power of the East. Serafina also approached Nina, who was surprised that Serafina would speak up for a slave. She agreed to try to communicate with her. Soon after, the day arrived for them to go to the Legion. Li Fan put on the new clothes he bought for Margarita. His blue leather armor made him look capable and handsome. Margarita helped him pack his bags, while Serafina stood at the window. "Be careful on the road," Margarita said reluctantly. Serafina didn't speak, and looking at Li Fan's back, she suddenly hoped that the man wouldn't leave. "Perhaps it was because I was so impressed by him before that I feel so different about him now. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days, ladies. See you again sometime." Li Fan turned and stepped out of the room. Serafina took a deep breath, and Margarita waved from the doorway. Li Fan walked briskly and quickly arrived at the front of the Guard Legion's headquarters. Apart from him, everyone else was uneasy and fearful. After all, once you join the Legion, death is a constant companion. Slave, a middle-aged man in charge of recording, asked Li Fan. Dressed so nicely? Which brand is it?" "Serafina. The one who got pregnant from being abused by a slave?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "All right, go over there and get tested." The test results showed that Li Fan had good strength and agility, and he was assigned to a heavy infantry squad. "Here, take this sword." An officer glanced at him a few more times and tossed him an iron sword. "Once you're in the Legion, it's your skill to survive by obeying orders and fighting. If you die in battle, don't blame others. After all, this is what slaves are meant to do." Li Fan took the iron sword, his expression calm and without complaint. "From the moment I became a slave, I knew this day might come." "It's best if you have this awareness," the officer nodded. Soon all the slaves were divided into teams and began to move forward under the officer's orders. Li Fan and the other slaves entered the Legion to begin their new life. "What's your name?" Officer Felix asked. "Li Fan." "A very nice name. You are excellent. Your master will receive a reward of 1,000 copper coins." "Thanks." Li Fan and Felix exchanged a few words before officially starting training. The training of these slaves was exceptionally intense, since they were not treated as human beings. In addition to becoming familiar with equipment such as shields and spears, they also need to understand some basic combat formations, then learn military regulations and prepare for going out. Everything was new and exciting for Li Fan, who had never been exposed to the outside world. He carefully memorized everything and quickly mastered it. Meanwhile, the black slaves were all suffering and complaining bitterly. "Li Fan, you're amazing," exclaimed Zeke, a black slave in the same team as him. "I don't understand any of this stuff. Asking me to do heavy labor and study is like asking me to die. It's nothing, these things aren't difficult," Li Fan said with a smile. Zik gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. Everyone says that mysterious Easterners are intelligent, and it seems that's true." Some of the trainees were white men. In the eyes of the Legion, there was no difference between slaves and ordinary soldiers. They were all cannon fodder anyway. However, training slaves and training white officers are different. Felix was an officer who trained slaves. The officer training the white men took a liking to Li Fan and asked him, "You learn very quickly. Are you really a slave?" "Yes," Li Fan replied. "Before? Were you some young master from a wealthy family?" "I don't remember anything from before." The officer laughed. "I heard you were a slave in Count Serafina's household? I can't believe the most beautiful woman in town, Serafina, was defiled by a slave." Felix was worried for Li Fan. This officer clearly had ill intentions, and any wrong answer to a question would result in punishment. Li Fan said calmly, "Miss wouldn't want this to happen either." The officer nodded, somewhat displeased that he hadn't provoked Li Fan, and then vented his displeasure on the white men. "You bunch of trash, you're not even as good as a slave." Chapter 17. Daniel. When the officer said that, the white men looked at Li Fan with hostility. In their minds, slaves were lowly and insignificant creatures, and to say that they were inferior to slaves was an insult to them. Li Fan was speechless for a moment, and secretly made a mental note that he must keep a low profile when he reopened the business. At dinner time, although there was no distinction between slaves and ordinary soldiers, it was clear that slaves were not allowed to sit at the table. Fortunately, the food was the same: rice cakes and potato soup. "I wish I could become an officer, because I can smell meat coming from that area. You slaves, go sleep over there." Ordinary soldiers did not distinguish between sleeping quarters and regular soldiers, but those white men were not to be trifled with. They crammed the slaves into several rooms, leaving the rest for themselves. Li Fan, you're sleeping outside. If I see you sleeping with someone, that person is going to be in trouble. They were deliberately targeting Li Fan. However, Li Fan didn't want to be squeezed with a bunch of black people, so he simply agreed. This deeply moved the black slaves. Training continued early the next morning, but the white men were still hostile towards him because of what the officer had said. A white man sneered, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Good." Li Fan's calm and unwavering voice infuriated the white soldier. "Li Fan, your performance was indeed good, but a slave is still a slave, and it's impossible for him to be on equal footing with us." "Yeah, what's the use of your good training results? You'll be the first one to die when you get to the wasteland," another person said. The black slaves, including Zeke, lowered their heads silently, fearing that the flames of war would reach them. Li Fan remained calm and did not refute. Around noon, a group of soldiers returned from outside the city. They captured a creature called Mimetic Mechanical Distortion Destroyer Type 1, a product of highly distorted metal particles after the cataclysm. It possesses a metal skeleton, technological weapons far surpassing those of the Middle Ages, and the ability to disguise and hide itself. This was the first time the slaves had ever seen such a monster, and many of them turned pale with fright. But Li Fan felt nothing. This was just a mechanical warrior from a science fiction movie. He never expected it to appear here. He was becoming more and more excited about the outside world. It could even cause metal to mutate. No wonder the living space of mankind is constantly shrinking. "Li Fan, aren't you afraid?" the black slave asked in a low voice. Li Fan shook his head. Everyone else turned their attention to him, and seeing his calm expression, they all showed surprise. Felix was also somewhat surprised. "You're quite brave." "I was so scared that I couldn't sleep for 3 days when I first saw metal being just as frightening as a person." "Sir, is this the alien species outside?" Li Fan asked. Felix said, "No, it can only be considered a post-cataclysmic mutant. It doesn't have much malice towards humans. The real mutants are world-destroying." "Then this. We need the weapons they have." Felix explained, "If we can understand the principles behind these mechanical mutants, we might be able to build an army that is no weaker than those with superpowers." Clearly, the captured metallic mutant products could not escape the fate of being dismantled. "Li Fan!" An unfriendly voice rang out. Li Fan looked back and saw several white men walking over, one of whom was a sergeant and looked very imposing. The white sergeant walked up to Li Fan and stared at him with hostility. "Sergeant." Li Fan bowed. The white sergeant reached out and patted Li Fan's smooth, clean face twice, sneering, "So you're the slave Seraphina sent?" Felix frowned slightly, wanting to step forward to stop them, but was blocked by several other white men. "Yes. My name is Daniel. As a slave of the Seraphina family, you failed to protect her." Daniel looked him up and down, and seeing that this slave from Seraphina's family showed no fear, he was also displeased and said coldly, "Don't you think you're incompetent?" Li Fan had heard of this person. He liked Margarita and was one of the outstanding young people in the town. "I'm sorry, it's my fault for not protecting her." "Does saying sorry make things better?" Daniel's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and he slapped her. "Go apologize to Satan." Felix knew this sergeant very well. He was strong enough to smash a watermelon. But before Daniel's hand could land, Li Fan easily dodged it. "You actually dared to dodge a sergeant's slap? I am Seraphina's slave, not yours." Li Fan's first principle in any situation is to survive, to live one more day at a time. But Daniel clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook, so he couldn't just stand there and take the beating. Daniel laughed in fury. "Today I'll give you a good lesson, you arrogant slave." No sooner had he finished speaking than he threw a punch with immense force. The white men all had smiles on their faces. They were very confident in the sergeant's combat capabilities. They believed that if Li Fan took this hit, he would be badly injured, if not killed. But the next moment, they were stunned. Li Fan dodged Daniel's powerful punch with ease, his feet barely touching the ground. "Sergeant Daniel, I don't know what I did to offend you, please stop." Everyone present could see that the two were not on the same level at all. Daniel's expression was extremely unpleasant, disrespectful to a superior officer. "I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Li Fan didn't fight him at all and continued to dodge. For a while, the chase and the hide and seek were quite a spectacle. "Stop it, all of you." A sergeant stepped forward. "Sergeant Daniel, have you forgotten that private fights are forbidden within the Legion?" "Sergeant." Daniel's expression darkened as he pointed at Li Fan and said, "He insulted me. If I don't teach him a lesson, I'll have no face to stay in the Legion. Li Fan explained from the side, I did not insult you, Sergeant. The sergeant saw it clearly. It was Daniel who was being unreasonable. Alright, let's leave it at that. Li Fan apologized to Daniel. I'm sorry, Sergeant Daniel. Li Fan apologized readily. Daniel's face darkened. He had undoubtedly lost face. I hope you can come back alive from the wasteland. Yes, I will. Li Fan replied earnestly. Humph. Daniel slapped Li Fan's face a few more times, his eyes filled with disdain and murderous intent, before turning and leaving. My name is Claude, the sergeant introduced. Serafina asked me to look after you. Li Fan was slightly taken aback and looked at Claude, who was wearing brown leather armor and was a somewhat thin young man. Thank you, Sergeant. Yes, just let me know if you need anything. Li Fan knew that Serafina had gone to Nina, but he didn't expect that Nina would actually pull some strings. It would be madness to try to find a way for a slave. The training became increasingly arduous over the next few days, and some slaves even died from exhaustion, their bodies being carried away. Finally, on the 7th day of the Legion's arrival, they received orders to leave the city. Chapter 18: Leaving the City. The black slaves were so frightened by the prospect of leaving the city that they collapsed to the ground. Li Fan, on the contrary, was filled with anticipation. He was eager to see what the real wasteland was like. In addition to weapons, everyone was also given a gas mask. From this moment forward, you are warriors of the Empire. Felix looked at the numb and somewhat bewildered slaves below and shouted, Everyone, line up and follow the main force out of the city. The slaves carried out the order without hesitation. After everyone gathered, there were at least 200 or 300 dark figures. Li Fan stayed by Felix's side. Someone as powerful as him naturally needed to be kept close. As soon as the group reached the entrance of the town, Serafina and Margarita appeared in the crowd, seeing them off. Here, eat this on the road. Margarita brought a bunch of jerky, a bag of juice, and 2 glistening teardrops. Most of the people seeing them off were their parents, wives, and children, bidding farewell to their family members. Li Fan was an exception. He was a slave, yet his master saw him off, bringing him meat and fruit juice. This is a complete luxury item. The white people only received some potatoes. Even their families didn't think they would come back alive. Sending potatoes was a waste, and some people only received a kiss. Serafina, her face tense, didn't know what to say. In the end, she grabbed Li Fan's hand and touched her belly, as if to say goodbye to the child. I'll be back, Li Fan said with a smile as he bid farewell to Serafina and Margarita. Serafina didn't say anything, but looked at him with red eyes. After all, he was the father of the child in her womb. I believe you. Margarita gave her a goodbye kiss, making everyone around her envious. The time spent apart always seems so short. Wah! As the long, drawn-out sound of animal horns rang out, the town gates slowly opened. The outside world was much darker, as if the sun had suddenly set. Li Fan followed the Legion out of the town and into the wasteland. A sky without the sun feels unreal, as if you might wake up from a dream at any moment. He looked back and saw that Fog Ridge town was enveloped in a magical light. There was a strange sense of sacredness about it. Serafina stood in the crowd, watching the receding figures, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Sister, are you crying? I'm just sad that my child can't see his father. Finally, darkness completely swallowed their figures, and they could no longer be seen. That's the holy light of the church. Felix explained, you can't see it from the inside, you can only see it from the outside. The holy light in a small town like ours can only filter out some of the pollutants, while the holy light in a big city can block all pollutants and even kill alien species. Li Fan asked, where does the holy light come from? Nobody knows. Felix said. Nobody knows how long it will last either. Everyone just agrees on one thing, the day the holy light disappears will be the day humanity perishes. Li Fan nodded. Marching through the dark wasteland, visibility was poor. He followed the group and saw many corpses. These are all variants, which are the products of mutations in the original species. For example, a snake has evolved legs. I don't know if that's superfluous. Li Fan also saw a 2-headed human-faced scorpion lurking in the sand dunes, as well as a wolf-faced man. Each mutant was impacting his brain nerves. Fortunately, most mutants have limited attack power. Even if they are incredibly strong, they cannot withstand close-range shooting from a shotgun. The real danger lies in the alien species lurking within the wasteland. Suddenly, a sickening scream rang out. A bird appeared in the distance, and this sight shocked everyone. It has no muscles or fur, but its wings, which are like steel nails, flap with a whooshing sound, and it can fly by means of special skeletal movements. It's a skeletal bird capable of wiping out a squadron. Its claws and teeth can tear through metal. Felix said grimly. Several white soldiers immediately raised their guns and fired, but the bullets had no effect whatsoever. Boom! Suddenly, someone in front of them picked up a mysterious object and fired a beam cannon, piercing half of the skeleton bird's head. Felix explained, these are the weapons that were salvaged from the body of the Mimic Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1. That's amazing. Li Fan was a little shocked. Many people died trying to capture this Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1 alive, but the result was good. With this weapon, it seems that this mission will be much easier. Was the Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1 captured specifically for this mission? Now it seems so. Felix nodded. What mission is so important? Li Fan tentatively asked, this mission. I'm not trying to hide it from you. Felix gave a wry smile. I don't know either, but they give out a lot of points. Integral. You'll earn points for every trip you take, as long as you come back alive, regardless of whether you complete the mission. Slaves have the highest mortality rate but the fewest points. If Li Fan survives this mission, he will receive a minimum of 10 points, with other contributions to be calculated separately. 10 points can be exchanged for 1 copper coin. In other words, a single life or death experience was worth 1 copper coin. Indeed, a slave's life was not considered a life. At the same time, you need 100,000 points to change your household registration. It's more cost-effective than 100,000 copper coins. But you can't spend 1 copper coin to buy 10 points. It's a one-way transaction. No wonder no one in Fogridge Town has been able to successfully escape slavery from the Guard Legion. This is simply impossible. Even if you only get a guaranteed 10 points each time, and then another 90 points for your contributions, you still need to come back alive 1,000 times. The group occasionally encountered attacks from mutants during their journey, but these were easily dealt with. Soon a town came into view, but compared to Fogridge Town, it was undoubtedly much more desolate. It was called Fushing Town and had been abandoned. According to Felix, hundreds of families once lived here, but the Viscount led the entire town away as the pollution from the wasteland worsened. Garrison. The group had now reached the center of town, and a sergeant said, "We'll spend the night here." This order was undoubtedly strange. A town without the protection of holy light was as unsafe as a wooden building that could collapse at any moment. There are towns nearby that are clearly shrouded in holy light, and the groups that go out have passes and can enter to stay overnight. But the sergeant obviously didn't do that. Be careful tonight, Felix warned. From what I've observed, quite a few people are going to die tonight. What? Li Fan and some of the slaves were shocked. These people were all carefully selected to stay by Felix's side. Each one was a top-notch individual. The most dangerous missions are those where you don't know the details. Felix explained. If there's danger, just run. Run? A black slave shuddered. Where to? Of course we're heading to Fogridge Town. You don't have your slave status anymore, so who's going to take you in? Isn't this considered desertion? Li Fan asked. Deserter? Don't be ridiculous. Felix laughed and said, you guys came out here to draw fire anyway, so running off to wherever you want to attract fire won't change anything. Li Fan, that makes so much sense. Chapter 19 Crisis. Because Fushing Town lacks the protection of holy light, the surging night winds create an unsettling atmosphere. The town is small, with only a few roads crisscrossing it. Felix was ordered to be stationed on a street called Horizontal 7. This place is filled with dead leaves that have accumulated over the years. Because of pollution, they have not disappeared, but instead have become the best material for starting a fire. The campfire flickered, and Felix leaned comfortably against the wall, sitting on a pile of dead leaves. The streets on both sides of Haichi Road were lined with single-story houses, which the slaves demolished, leaving a low wall to form a defensive line. Can we really escape? The black slave asked, somewhat panicked. Felix pulled his coat tighter. Just run faster than everyone else. Everyone else was left on the outskirts of the town, with only a core group of people going inside. Clearly, the objective of the mission was there. Li Fan asked, can't we run inside? Felix said, they'll shoot you dead. You are allowed to flee and draw fire, but you are not allowed to approach the mission objective. Cough, cough, cough. Pollution is particularly severe at night. After just a few hours, many people cannot tolerate the pollution in the air and begin to cough violently. Fortunately, Li Fan was in good health, so this situation did not happen to him. A patrolling young soldier rode by on horseback, spitting out a mouthful of phlegm. "This godforsaken place is no place for a human to live." "So where do you want to stay?" a corporal asked. The young soldier realized he had said the wrong thing, gave an embarrassed smile, and quickly shut his mouth. In the corner, Felix and Li Fan were eating jerky, the aroma of which filled the air. Black slaves could only eat the excrement they saved from their dinners, and coupled with fear, it was hard to swallow. The young soldier looked at Li Fan curiously, then at Felix, not understanding why slaves could eat jerky with white instructors. The corporal greeted Felix warmly. "Felix, the food's pretty good." "That's good." Felix showed no intention of flattery. He wouldn't even give away a single piece of dried meat. Today, it's uncertain who will live and who will die, so only what's eaten is real. The corporal frowned. "Good luck." "Thank you." Felix mumbled. "Snort." The corporal ignored Felix, spurred his horse, and rode away, quickly disappearing at the end of the street. "Serafina and Margarita have been quite good to you. Don't let Felix's white background fool you. He can't eat meat every day. Sincerity begets sincerity," Li Fan said. So touching. But Felix didn't believe it at all. Slaves and plantation owners exchanged genuine feelings? Who are you trying to fool? With Claude's help, Felix was convinced that Li Fan was no ordinary man, otherwise, all the jerky would have been his. "Sleep now." After Felix had eaten and drunk his fill, he ordered the black slaves to take turns standing guard so that Li Fan could sleep. "Conserve your energy, we still have to run tonight." He lay down and started snoring away, clutching his pistol. Li Fan was not sleepy at all. Zik leaned closer. "Aren't you going to sleep?" "I can't sleep. I envy you." "What do you envy about me?" Li Fan knew what he meant, but still asked back to pass the time. "You can eat jerky and drink juice, your owner is so good to you." The night was almost one with Zeke, only his teeth were visible, and Sergeant Claude, he actually stood up for a slave. "My God, I envy him so much. If it were me, I'd give him my life." Li Fan smiled. For many slaves, they had long lost their dignity as human beings, and any delicious food was a blessing to them. Zeke wasn't very old, just a teenager. "I've been a slave since birth. My parents told me that I was a slave because of my sins in my past life. They said that if I atone for my sins in this life, I can be a white man, a rancher, and marry a white woman in my next life." "Do you believe it?" "I believe you. What a good child." Li Fan patted Chiku on the shoulder, which Chiku took as a compliment. Night fell quickly, and the dilapidated buildings seemed to struggle and twist in the darkness like tentacle monsters. The other slaves were all curled up in the corner and fast asleep. Even the guards couldn't hold on. Sudden. The ground began to tremble slightly, a very rhythmic tremor. Immediately afterwards, an extremely thin beam of light shot straight into the sky, dispelling the darkness. "I knew it wouldn't be that simple." Felix jumped up from the ground with a start. "What's this? How would I know?" Felix stuffed the remaining jerky into his pocket. "Forget everything, run." Just then, the corporal rode up on horseback and shouted, "Felix, order your men to attack the darkness." The long silent darkness was now filled with a hissing, corrosive sound. Attacking at this point would be tantamount to suicide. "Fuck you." Bang. To Li Fan's astonishment, Felix actually shot and killed the corporal, then stole his horse and ran away. If the instructors were like this, the other slaves were even worse off, scattering and fleeing in all directions. "Li Fan, run." Chiku deliberately ran over and grabbed Li Fan, who seemed to be in a daze, but was pulled back by Chiku's hand. It remained completely still, like a wooden stake. "Don't move." "What?" "Felix is running in the wrong direction. That's not the direction of Fogridge Town. Instead, it's in other directions with towns of holy light." Felix brought the household registration with him, which allowed him to enter other towns. Slaves, however, are not an option. Those with quick legs can run back to Wuji Town and be safe. Those with slow legs, may you be faster in your next life. The problem is that if everyone heads to Fogridge Town, it will only become the biggest target. The situation was chaotic at that moment. All the instructors gave this instruction, and everyone pushed and shoved each other, eager to be the first, and no one wanted to be left behind. Patrol soldiers with horses became the target of everyone's attacks. Back off, you lowly slaves, get out of here if you don't want to die." Bang. The soldier shot and killed one man, but could not stop the charging slaves. The murder and the horse theft were carried out in one swift motion. "If we don't run now, we'll die. I want to die." Li Fan discovered one thing as soon as he entered Fuxing Town: there were no mutants here. In other words, this place is safe. The mission of this trip has also been revealed: only holy light can dispel the mutants from a small town, so that beam of light is holy light. In other words, if you don't run, you won't die. Holy crap! What's this? Ah! Through the afterglow of the holy light, Li Fan saw countless mutants burst out of the darkness, tearing the slaves apart in an instant. You should know that these slaves were all hand-picked by Felix, and each one of them was very capable. But even they didn't have a chance to react before they were divided and eaten. Shi Ku was terrified. If Li Fan hadn't held him back, he might have died outside. Roar, roar. The mutants leaped about in the darkness, but dared not step inside. Chapter 20 Holy Source. Monster, monster. Zik was terrified and turned to run inside. But he clearly forgot Felix's warning. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Zeke fell to the ground. Li Fan stood still, not moving. He didn't understand why, if the mutants couldn't enter the town, he would still order an attack. Could it be that the corporal was retaliating against Felix for not giving him jerky? Absolutely not. The roars of the mutants echoed throughout the outskirts of Fuxing Town, clearly indicating that the slaves had all rushed out, either to escape or to receive orders to attack. The people inside were constantly watching the outside, and anyone who dared to enter would be shot. Boom! A sudden dark figure descended from the sky, interrupting Li Fan's thoughts. It landed on the ground not far from him, kicking up dust that covered him. It was a mutant with two thick forearms and a tail for its lower body, resembling a giant eel that had come to life. However, it wasn't the mutants that fearlessly charged in despite the holy light, rather, they were kicked in. One kick and he was dead. These guys are using the lives of slaves to create riots on the outskirts and form a natural defensive line in order to stop us. A woman in red emerged from the darkness. She had short, ear-length hair and a slender figure, but her breasts were exceptionally well developed, swaying up and down as she walked. They're really underestimating us. There were 5 of them, and the most striking feature was that each of them was holding a glowing lightsaber. They completely ignored Li Fan, the slave, and headed straight for the center of Fuxing Town, which was the church. Day. Without a word, the people inside the church opened fire on the 5 men in red. A shield of light appeared on the raised left hand of these people, and bullets clanged, but none of them could penetrate it. Li Fan rolled over and hid in the corner. He now understands 2 things. First, let the slaves rush into the darkness, whether to attack or escape, in order to create chaos among the mutants and form a defensive line to block others. Second, the object emitting holy light in the church became the target of both groups. Then came the sounds of fierce fighting inside. Firearms were clearly no longer enough to threaten the 5 men. Lightsabers and light shields are more advantageous weapons than firearms. The fight lasted for more than an hour before it stopped. Li Fan didn't know who won, but the 5 people didn't come out from his direction. Perhaps they died, or perhaps they went in another direction. It wasn't until dawn that the outside world became clearer. The group of mutants had long since dispersed, and the pillar of holy light had expanded from the thickness of a thumb to the thickness of an adult's arm. Li Fan! Felix actually rode back on horseback. Lord Felix, what brings you here? I came back after seeing the pillar of light still shining in the town. What? Li Fan was taken aback. The pillar of light can disappear? Of course, it seems the mission of this trip is to retrieve the holy source. Felix also belatedly realized, but why is the pillar of light still there? Li Fan quickly recounted what had happened last night. No, could it be that both groups are dead? Doesn't that mean the holy source will fall into our hands? Felix suddenly became excited. Li Fan, come with me. They rushed into the church and found a group of dead bodies inside, with bloodstains everywhere. The woman in red from yesterday was also there. The tables, chairs, benches, corpses, and stone statues all had smooth cuts, which gives you an idea of how terrifying the lightsaber was. 3 surviving slaves also followed along the way. Holy source! Felix exclaimed. A small box floats in the very center of the church, and the beam of light is coming from inside the box. This thing doesn't look like something from the Middle Ages. Ha, this trip was totally worth it. Felix was overjoyed, knowing he would receive unimaginable rewards for bringing the holy source back. This was a great achievement. Put away all these lightsabers, light shields, and weapons. Let's go back to town. Li Fan felt he had missed out on a gold mine. But it's okay, he can restart it. Lord Felix, what are these lightsabers? Li Fan asked on the way back. A lightsaber is a short stick that can fire a light blade more than a meter long. The light shield is a ring. Li Fan was unable to open either of these weapons no matter what he tried. Don't try it, Felix explained. I don't know much, but lightsabers require extremists to use. A warrior in dire straits? Unlike those with superpowers, you can think of them as warriors who can fight against alien species in close combat. So that's how it is. Who can become a Jedi Knight? Li Fan asked. Felix shook his head. I heard they are people with the Force within them. They are naturally resistant to pollution and are very healthy. Such people are even rarer than those with superpowers. Force. Health. Li Fan said thoughtfully. I'll treat you to some fun when we get back to town. Felix said smugly. Want to know what white girls taste like? I want to. Li Fan smiled. The guards in Fogridge Town spotted the group of 5 from afar, but no one expected it to be these people. Li Fan, Li Fan. Margarita waved vigorously from the crowd. I knew you'd come back. Serafina became even more excited and hugged Li Fan tightly as he walked over. Margarita kissed Li Fan's cheeks passionately. Daniel, who was not far away, turned green with rage, his eyes never leaving Li Fan from beginning to end. He had heard some rumors before, but he didn't believe that Margarita would choose a slave over him, a distinguished young man from a small town. But reality is slapping him in the face. Li Fan, on the other hand, was slapping the woman he liked. Upon seeing the holy source, Claude was so excited that he kept calling him Brother Felix and even gave him a valuable pocket watch. Viscount Edward also appeared shortly afterward, and everyone immediately knelt on the ground. Fogridge Town has only 1 earl and 3 viscounts. They are the very rulers of the town. The fact that a viscount has been dispatched shows how much importance is attached to Shang Yuan. On behalf of all my people, I thank you for your contributions. Viscount Edward personally awarded Felix the medal. From this day forward, you are a true knight. In addition, he was rewarded with 20,000 copper coins. Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, Knight, Farmer. As for Li Fan and the other 3 slaves, each of them received a reward of 500 points and 10 copper coins. However, Serafina received a reward of 1,000 copper coins simply because the slave she provided completed the task and brought back a considerable amount of spoils. Thank you, Your Excellency. Felix knelt on one knee. The journey was safe and without any accidents. Then in the next life, Li Fan can then bring the holy source back himself. Chapter 21. The plan against Li Fan. Felix has now become a knight and has been transferred from his original position to the guard. It is also known as a retirement home, so people no longer need to go out. Although a knight doesn't allocate his own estate, his 20,000 copper coins are enough to buy a small estate. It's safe to say that life will be very comfortable from now on. Cheers! Back at the garrison base, Felix began to enjoy his promotion in raise. Some white officers also came to celebrate. Felix, how did you manage to obtain the holy source while leading only 4 slaves? This is simply unbelievable. You are the greatest knight in the world. Faced with everyone's praise, Felix naturally couldn't admit that he got it by chance. That night, we encountered a large number of mutants, and the entire team was scattered. Felix still feels lingering fear when he recalls that night. Fortunately, under my heroic leadership, everyone in the front row moved forward and everyone in the back row did their best, which is how we managed to bring back the holy source. Everyone applauded for him. Come on, I'll take you to Flower Street. Felix waved his hand. Everyone got excited. That's a place of pleasure. Any man who goes there once will never want to leave. Upon arriving outside, Felix saw Li Fan, who had just finished eating, and casually called out to him, Li Fan, come with us to the red light district, let me show you some white women. Not everyone likes slaves. Felix, why bring a slave along? Look at what you're saying, Felix said drunkenly. Li Fan is also a warrior who escorted the holy source. That's what he should do. You can't say that. Li Fan didn't want to go, but Felix insisted that he go. Generally speaking, slaves are not allowed to leave the Legion. While ordinary soldiers may be allowed to retire, slaves may not. But now Felix is a great contributor, so taking a slave out is no problem for him. Coincidentally, Daniel and his companion had also just finished drinking and were reeking of alcohol. Hey Daniel, we're heading to the red light district, Felix joked. You're a regular, tell us which girls got some action. He wouldn't have dared to do that before, but things are different now. A knight's status is on par with a sergeant in the Legion. Daniel completely ignored Felix. The moment he saw Li Fan, he couldn't suppress his anger and threw a punch. Li Fan was prepared and stepped aside to let him pass. "I'll kill you!" Daniel roared, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. His companions also joined in. Seeing this, Felix stepped in front of Li Fan and shouted, "Stop it, all of you! Sir Felix, get out of my way! I'm going to teach this dog slave a lesson." Daniel glared at Felix. "He is my man, and I won't allow you to touch him." Felix refused to back down. The two glared at each other, but in the end, Daniel's companion pulled him away. "You're in trouble." Felix looked at Li Fan. "Daniel has a very good relationship with the sergeant, and he is very vindictive. You'd better ask Margarita to put in a good word for you." Li Fan saw murderous intent in Daniel's eyes. If Nina hadn't been there, he would have killed him long ago. "Come on, let us relax." Felix patted him on the shoulder. Daniel grew angrier and angrier. Just then, he saw several black slaves sitting on the ground eating, and he kicked one of them over. The other black slaves hurriedly stood up, not daring to speak. Daniel wasn't satisfied, so he slapped her several times across the face, cursing, "You bastard, I'll kill you sooner or later." The faces of those black slaves were swollen, but none of them dared to resist. "Get out," one of the white men waved for them to leave. "Thomas, I haven't even vented my anger yet," Daniel roared. "Don't get agitated." Thomas, Daniel's good friend, said, "I have a way to kill Li Fan." "Oh? But I have a question for you." "Speak your mind." Daniel was very agitated. "Would you agree to this if Margarita died?" "What?" Daniel sobered up instantly. "You mean? Daniel, do you really think Felix would go against you for Li Fan?" "That's only because Li Fan has Serafina behind him, and I think you know about the relationship between Serafina and Nina." Daniel's breathing was heavy. "What exactly do you want?" "I don't think Margarita will marry you. You've probably seen it all. Serafina's child might even be Li Fan's. That dog slave. So, why not get rid of those two scoundrels? Once we've dealt with Serafina and Margarita, I think Li Fan will be at our mercy. No one will stand up for him then." Thomas's eyes flashed with cruelty. "If you agree, everything will be easy. What's your plan?" Daniel could tell that Thomas had been planning this all along. But he wasn't blinded by hatred. "Killing a farmer without authorization is a serious crime, and I won't participate in anything without a foolproof plan. Do you remember that mimicry mechanical aberration destroyer type 1? It's going to be scrapped. All we have to do is restart it and let it help kill Serafina and Margarina. No one will suspect us, they'll just think it escaped on its own." Daniel's eyes flickered as he pondered. Thomas's voice carried a fatal attraction. "I think it's already been sent to the processing plant by the blacks. If you hesitate any longer, it might be too late, Daniel. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." After hearing this, Daniel nodded heavily. "Let's do it. Then let's go quickly." The two immediately went to the treatment plant, which was a heavily polluted area where almost no one would come. The Mimicry Mechanical Distortion Destroyer Type 1 has already been placed on the conveyor belt, and it will soon be transported to the hydraulic press. "Stop." Daniel and Thomas stepped forward to stop the black slave, who thought he had received new instructions, only to have his heart pierced the next second. Daniel and Thomas arrived in front of the Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1. He said, "We can let you out to kill people to get revenge on the bastards who captured you, but you need to go to 3 Stratton Street to take revenge, and at the same time kill a pair of sisters named Serafina and Margarita." One advantage of the variant of metal distortion is that it keeps its promises and never breaks its word. The concept of deception does not exist in their minds. After Daniel and Thomas said those words, the Mimicry Mech Weapon Aberration Destroyer Type 1 nodded. "I hope you can do it before we're completely destroyed." Thomas connected the rubber tube to the nape of the neck of the Mimic Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1, replenishing its power. After the Mimicry Mech Weapon Aberration Destroyer Type 1 was reactivated, it burned the bodies of the black slaves, leaving no trace. Chapter 22: The Deaths of the Two Sisters. Not far from Stratton Street is a red light district, where the decadent music can be heard for miles. The women, dressed provocatively, greeted the guests at the door. Whenever they saw these women with their curvaceous figures, swaying in thin silk skirts, the white men who had been drinking would feel a surge of lust, wishing they could pounce on them immediately. Felix, who was quite drunk, was no exception. He generously said, "1 person and 1 white girl, I'll pay." Wow! Everyone cheered, and they all found a girl they liked. Don't rush. A naked woman was picked up by a white man. The corridor was dimly lit, and everyone was indulging in their own way under the influence of alcohol. But Li Fan wasn't in the mood. These girls were nowhere near as good as Serafina and Margarita. How could a man who has conquered a wild horse be tempted by a female donkey? On the other side, Margarita was complaining, why did all the rewards go to Felix? Li Fan's contribution was the greatest. No one is allowed to discuss the Viscount's words. Serafina was quite satisfied, not only because she was rewarded with 1,000 copper coins, but also because Li Fan had returned alive, which was better than anything else. Let's go visit Li Fan in a few days and celebrate. She patted her sister's head. Celebrate? Margarita's eyes lit up. Will he even be able to come out? Don't worry, I've already spoken to Nina. Yeah. Margarita opened her arms wide, very excited. Boom. An explosion occurred silently on Stratton Street. Everyone was stunned. When Li Fan and his group rushed out, they discovered that the Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1, which had been captured earlier, was wreaking havoc in the town. How did it get out? Hurry up and notify the Legion to come and clean up. A lot of people are going to die this time. Felix and the others did not step forward to help. Let alone bare-handed, even with a shotgun in hand, it's suicide. Sister. Margarita was startled by the sudden explosion. Don't worry. Serafina stood up, her pregnant belly protruding. Margarina, let us go back inside. Someone will take care of it. It was this sentence that led the Mimicry Mechanical Distortion Destroyer Type 1 to locate the two sisters, and it immediately charged into the crowd. Stratton Street was thrown into chaos. The drinkers, prostitutes, gamblers, and merchants were all terrified and scattered in all directions to flee for their lives. Damn it! Li Fan discovered that the Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1 was heading towards the sisters' manor. Serafina and Margarita have become his family in this world, and one of them is even pregnant with his child. Deep down, Li Fan didn't want anything to happen to them. But he didn't rush over. The battle happened too suddenly and broke out too quickly. It was impossible for an ordinary person like him to stop it. All I could do was pray silently, hoping the two sisters weren't home. But reality was not so rosy. Margarina peeked out and saw a group of soldiers appear beside the Mimic Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1, but they were unable to stop its advance. And it seems they are actually heading towards their farm. Elder sister. Margarita picked up the hunting rifle and hugged it to her chest. She dared not tell her sister what she had seen. Serafina knew her sister too well and could tell at a glance that something was wrong. She grabbed her sister's hand and comforted her, "It'll be all right. Didn't you say you wanted to have a child with Li Fan? He'll be so happy to know." Yes. Margarita nodded, tears welling in her eyes. Click. One of the glass windows above was broken, and the Mimic Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1 tilted its head and looked at them. In her last moments, Margarita cried out, "Li Fan, save me." After saying that, a bullet blew her head off. Margarina. Before Serafina could even grieve, her head was also blown off. Upon hearing this, Li Fan immediately stopped in his tracks. Grass. Anyway, since he could restart, what was with abandoning his woman and child? He immediately wanted to rush back. Are you crazy? Felix grabbed him. You'll only survive if you run this way. Get out of my way, my woman needs me. Li Fan kicked him over and ran back. Felix hadn't expected Li Fan to be such an idiot, and he couldn't care less about that anymore, so he turned around and rushed in the opposite direction. Ordinary bullets cannot harm the Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1, only special weapons or special people can do so. In his view, Li Fan going back like this was no different from courting death. When Li Fan returned to the farm, the Mimicry Mechanical Distortion Destroyer Type 1 was flying out of the window. He felt a chill in his heart. He already knew the outcome. Although it can be reopened, I can't help but feel a little sad. Everyone back off. A man wielding a lightsaber leaped to the spot from a distance. It's Ivan, a level 3 astounding warrior. Someone recognized him. The crowd rejoiced they were saved. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 small missiles were launched from the nape of the neck of the Mimic Mechanical Distortion Destroyer I. Boom boom boom. The violent explosion nearly destroyed the entire farm, but Ivan's light shield in his left hand protected him from the blast. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he leaped up, flipped in the air, and landed on the Mimic Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1. The lightsaber in his hand cleaved through the outer shell of the Mimic Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1 and directly destroyed its core. Click click click. The Mimicry Mechanical Distortion Destroyer Type 1 moved slower and slower until it finally stopped moving completely. Ivan then landed on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at Li Fan. Is this your home? Yes. Li Fan went inside. The two-story building had collapsed. All he could do was bury the two sisters. If the person who died was someone important to you, all I can tell you is that this was not an accident. Man-made? Yes. Ivan was certain. Unfortunately, this Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1 was the last one I dealt with. It had very little energy left, so it couldn't possibly be here. Someone must have activated it. I understand. Li Fan nodded. Good luck. Ivan left. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. Li Fan. Amira and the others walked out, trembling. Together they moved the rubble and buried Serafina and Margarita in the far mess-only garden. You are free. Li Fan distributed half of the copper coins he could find to them. I know you cannot escape your slavery and will have to become slaves to others, but I hope this money will make your lives a little better. Thank you. Amira and the others knelt down and kowtowed. Nina arrived after receiving the news, but all that was left for her was ruins. Li Fan had already returned to the Guardian Legion. What he wanted to do was to personally kill Daniel and avenge Serafina and Margarita. This was no longer just about improving his rating. He knew very well that Daniel's next target was him, and the two had reached a point of no return. Chapter 23 Arrogant Daniel. After Li Fan returned to the Guardian Legion, he did not expect that the first person to attack him would be Felix. I heard that the beautiful Serafina and Margarita are dead? Felix feigned sadness. I feel so sorry for them. At the same time, a group of white people blocked Li Fan's way. They tragically perished. What a pity. Bang. Felix punched Li Fan in the stomach. Felix, aren't we good friends? Li Fan asked with a grin. Felix laughed loudly. Friends? You, a slave, actually think you can be friends with a knight? How ridiculous. I'm sorry. Li Fan apologized. I apologize for my previous behavior. I was too hasty and offended the knight. You think I'm here for this? Felix grabbed Li Fan and growled, Serafina and Margarita's father has amassed quite a fortune. Hand it over. It's not on me. Bullshit. Felix roared, you were the first one to arrive at the scene, how could you not be tempted? Really? Li Fan explained, I'm just a slave, how could I dare to touch my master's money? I did see Amira and the others secretly hiding the money. Who is Amira? The black female slave in Serafina's household is in charge of the two young ladies' meals, Lord Felix. You can look it up if you don't believe me. Li Fan wasn't shameless enough to deliberately frame Amira. He genuinely gave out the money, since he didn't need it himself. But who would have thought that Felix would set his sights on this money? In order to escape, Li Fan had no other choice but to do this. You'd better not let me find out you're lying to me. Felix sneered, pushed Li Fan aside, and then left with the white men. Sure enough, in the apocalypse, no one can be relied upon. Li Fan knew that to live longer, he needed to achieve a higher status, and that relying on others for his safety was ultimately futile. Serafina and Margarita are not suitable either. In the end, the two sisters were just ordinary farmers. Li Fan. A moment later, a white man approached with a smile. Your masters, Serafina and Margarita, are dead. You are now a masterless slave, and your status belongs to the Legion. Li Fan nodded. Daniel, Thomas, and others followed the register official, and the black slaves left one after another upon seeing this. Are you sad? Daniel patted Li Fan's face, smiling innocently. Heartbroken. Li Fan lowered his head and refused to look at him. But why do you look so calm? Daniel questioned. You don't seem like a sad person to me. They've been so kind to you, why aren't you crying? Sergeant Daniel, I'm terrified you'll kill me. I can't cry. Ha ha ha. Daniel laughed, this is quite different from yours before. People change, Sergeant Daniel. Snap. Daniel slapped Li Fan to the ground. Oh, you've really changed, you're not even dodging anymore. Ha ha ha. The white people laughed heartily. Sergeant Claude happened to be passing by, but this time he only glanced at it before leaving. Thomas, not wanting things to escalate, said, Daniel, find a chance to kill him. What's the rush? Daniel scoffed. I'm going to torture him little by little, making him wish he were dead. Even a cornered dog will bite, so don't be careless. Thomas warned. Daniel simply didn't believe it, and stomped on Li Fan's face. Our show has only just begun. Yes, Sergeant Daniel. Snort. Daniel left. Thomas continued to advise him, Daniel, it's better to be safe than sorry. He has nothing now, what can he possibly do in case of emergency? Daniel said nonchalantly. Killing him would be too easy. I've already given the orders, I won't let Li Fan escape. I'm going to torment him to death, bit by bit. Thomas knew he couldn't persuade him otherwise, so he could only warn Daniel to be careful. Li Fan stood up. He was already in a hopeless situation. If you don't kill Daniel, you die. Killing Daniel violated the rule that slaves could not kill white people, especially since he was a sergeant. He was going to die anyway. Therefore, the only option is to kill Daniel. However, before that, Li Fan needed to find out Daniel's address and shift change times, etc., in order to achieve a fatal blow. Li Fan, are you alright? It looks like Daniel isn't going to let you off the hook. Why don't you just run away? Some black slaves surrounded Daniel after he left. Li Fan shook his head. He held a certain position among these black slaves, having been highly valued before. Although he had not helped them, he had not made things difficult for them either. Night. Late at night, Li Fan approached a few black men who were still relatively quick-witted and had been bullied badly by Daniel. He converted all his points into copper coins and bought dried meat and cheap wine. Li Fan, what's going on? Since I'm not going to live much longer anyway, I might as well have a good meal before I die. Li Fan took a big gulp first, and then shared the wine with others. The black people couldn't resist, opened the bottle, and took a sip. The wine and meat made them lose themselves in the moment. Seeing that everyone had drunk enough, Li Fan asked, Daniel has bullied you all before, hasn't he? Yes, they nodded. Have you ever thought about getting rid of him? Li Fan asked. The black slaves were terrified. Killing him is a serious crime. Are you out of your mind? You think I can live if I don't kill him? Li Fan sneered. If you're willing to help me, I can take him out by myself without implicating you. I'm going back. One of the black slaves immediately stood up. If you leave now, you're doomed. Li Fan glanced at everyone. If I can't kill Daniel, you definitely won't escape. You ate my food and wine today, thinking he wouldn't find out? I don't believe Daniel won't take care of you all. We didn't do anything. You expect Daniel to believe you? He doesn't even need a reason to hit you. Upon hearing this, the black slaves all lowered their heads. Li Fan said in a deep voice, I only need you to provide Daniel's information, such as his residence and the patrol times of the patrolling soldiers. The more detailed the better. I believe it won't be difficult for you to find out. Apart from him being the only Asian, everyone else was black, so naturally they had their own channels. Okay. A black man in his late 20s agreed. He was considered a prominent figure among the black slaves. The others nodded in agreement. Li Fan took out the remaining copper coins he had obtained from the farm. Here, these are for you. I don't need them anyway. A slap followed by a sweet treat left the black people somewhat dazed. Although I don't understand it, it seems to have touched me deeply. It was late at night, and the temperature was a bit cool because it was the end of the season. Li Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He was still sleeping outside and heard footsteps approaching. Splash! A bucket of cold water was poured over him, followed by a beating. The patrolling soldiers saw it but didn't care. Instead, they just laughed and left. Li Fan, you should thank me for giving you a free bath. Thank you, Sergeant Daniel. Chapter 24. The time has come. Daniel crouched down and grabbed Li Fan's hair. Do you know how Serafina and Margarita died? It was the mimicry mechanical aberration destroyer type 1 that went out of control and killed them. Ha ha. Daniel grinned widely. I'm the one who made it go out of control. You didn't know that, did you? I have no idea. So what do you think now? Daniel pulled out a sharp knife with his left hand and brandished it, slashing Li Fan's ear and cheek, causing blood to flow freely. He shoved the dagger into Li Fan's hand. Do you want to avenge them? Daniel, don't play with fire. Thomas warned. In the darkness, Li Fan's eyes changed, but just as he was about to make a move, Daniel said again, this idea came from Thomas. We're both here now. As long as you kill us, you can avenge your master. Daniel. Thomas warned, clearly displeased. I just want to live. Li Fan couldn't possibly eliminate both of them from these people, they all had guns. He had no choice but to hand the knife back. Too much? Heh, look at him, Thomas, you're actually afraid of a slave. Daniel stood up, dusted off his clothes, and returned with a sneer. Thomas glanced at Li Fan. This guy always gives me the creeps. I don't feel that way at all. I'm just a slave. Being careful is never a bad thing. Thomas also left, leaving Li Fan lying on the ground, soaking wet. Li Fan, are you all right? Fine. After the white man left, a black slave helped him up and said, "It can't go on like this, you have to think of something. We are born slaves, what can we do?" Li Fan crawled back into his bed. Thomas, who was not far away, was relieved after hearing this. It seems he's nothing special. I was just overthinking it. Over the next few days, Li Fan received special treatment from time to time, which left him covered in wounds, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. The black slaves quickly figured out the situation and produced a sketch. This is Daniel's place, and this is Thomas's place. There will be a 10-minute gap at 11 p.m. The only problem now is how you, a slave, will swagger in. These people reported the intelligence they had obtained to Li Fan in detail. During this time, Li Fan was not idle either. In order to avoid being deceived, he also collected some intelligence. It was complete and very relevant to the situation, proving that their information was correct. You don't need to worry about this. Li Fan had already made up his mind. Halloween is just around the corner, and on that day the Legion will have bonfires, dancing, and masked celebrations. Then he can disguise himself as a white soldier and sneak in. Especially after Li Fan reached the 12 o'clock mark in terms of physique, his figure was almost indistinguishable from that of a white man. At night, wearing a mask, he could easily blend in under dim lighting conditions. Soon, Halloween arrived. That night, all the slaves were locked in their rooms and forbidden to go out. Li Fan deliberately poured water all over himself and lay outside pretending to sleep. A white soldier kicked him. "Get inside. It's Halloween today, and all slaves are not allowed outside." "Sergeant Daniel, he won T, let me sleep in there, he LL kill me," Li Fan said, trembling. Another white soldier said, "Just ignore him, he's always been sleeping outside. Why is Daniel targeting him? I heard he slept with both Serafina and Margarita." "What? He slept with the most beautiful woman in town? That's a terrible thing." The two walked further and further apart. The bonfire party was a lively affair, with everyone gathered together to dance and sing joyfully. The noise gradually subsided more than 2 hours later. Li Fan rolled off the bed and then climbed out. Discarded masks were scattered all over the ground, including animal masks like sheep and cow heads, and terrifying devil masks, the kind with uneven skin and huge teeth. The patrolling soldiers are still there, but each team has been reduced from 10 to 3 men. Li Fan disguised himself as a white soldier wearing a mask and infiltrated the area. He headed towards Daniel and Marcus's location, only to find the two chatting and laughing with a group of people. There were too many people, it would be difficult to kill Daniel and Thomas without making a sound. However, one good thing is that both of them drank a lot. Once they return to their room, Li Fan can easily deal with the two of them. More than 10 minutes later, Marcus broke away from the group and returned to his lodgings alone. At this time, some soldiers were also drunk, supporting each other as they walked, swaying, and laughing loudly. To avoid suspicion, Li Fan also helped a friend walk back, and picked up a mask just like Daniel's to put on. "My name is Ellison, and who are you?" Li Fan ignored him. "My house is this way, you're going the wrong way." As they approached Thomas's residence, Li Fan knocked him unconscious with a karate chop, then placed him on a nearby stool and patted him on the back. Then he swaggered into Thomas's house. "Daniel? What are you doing in my room? Didn't Gawain arrange a couple of girls for you tonight?" Thomas sounded very dissatisfied. He glanced at Li Fan, then turned around to pour himself a drink. He had helped Daniel so much, yet Li Fan hadn't shared any with him. Those two girls had amazing figures, he hadn't been with a woman in a long time. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Li Fan strode forward and stabbed him several times in the back, each blow aimed at a vital spot. You are not Daniel." Thomas snapped awake and instantly turned around to elbow him. Li Fan was prepared. After dodging the oncoming elbow strike, he used his short blade to draw a line of blood and sever the man's neck. Li Fan. Thomas recognized the person simply by looking at the eyes beneath the mask, then twitched a few times before going completely still. Li Fan hid Thomas's body under the bed, put on his mask, and went out. However, the two have completely different body types. Thomas was short and stout, while Li Fan was much taller and much stronger. On their way to Daniel's house, they encountered patrolling soldiers. This is not a problem. Unfortunately, Li Fan spotted Daniel, who was walking in the opposite direction with two scantily clad girls, seemingly heading to find Thomas. "Let's have some fun playing games later," Daniel said with a mischievous grin. The two girls smiled and agreed they seemed to have been found in the red light district. Li Fan continued walking forward without attracting attention. But he knew that Daniel would soon discover Thomas's body and then connect it to himself. Chapter 25 Revenge. After a brief moment of thought, Li Fan decided to return and follow. Daniel will surely panic when he discovers Thomas's body, and that will be his only chance. Otherwise, if things escalate, he will lose the opportunity to kill Daniel. Thomas. Daniel sauntered over to Thomas's door, kicked it, and found it wouldn't open. Li Fan locked the door when he left, and made sure no one jumped out of the window. "Hey, I brought you a chick." The door remained closed. "Thomas, what are you doing?" Daniel pounded on the door impatiently, but there was still no response. "Is he dead?" a white woman joked. These words sobered Daniel up a bit. Thomas had reminded him earlier that day to deal with Li Fan. "Thomas." Bang. Daniel kicked the door open, and the two girls followed him inside. The body was under the bed. He saw it at a glance and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Li Fan charged over like a tiger. "Dan!" Just as a white woman was about to scream, he punched her in the neck. As she fell, Li Fan's short blade flashed, sealing her throat. Daniel, known as the outstanding young man of the town, did have some tricks up his sleeve. He immediately pushed another white woman in front of him. The short blade swept across, and the woman fell to the ground, clutching her neck. The movements were fluid and decisive. Without stopping, Li Fan pounced forward. Daniel leaned against the bed, frantically pulling out a pistol. Before he could even aim, Li Fan had already closed in, the short blade aimed straight at his heart. The latter, quick-witted, dodged to the side and fired a shot at the same time, the bullet hitting the door. Li Fan twisted his body and punched Daniel in the nose. "Ah!" Daniel screamed in pain, blood streaming from his nose, and collapsed onto the bed. Li Fan lunged forward again, slashing down with his short blade. Daniel blocked with his left hand while preparing to fire with his right. Li Fan slammed his left knee into Daniel's groin with tremendous force, and Daniel screamed again as his body bent over. At the same time, his left hand gripped Daniel's right hand holding the gun and forcefully bent it backward. Click. Wrist fracture. He stabbed again, this time into the heart. Everything happened so fast that Daniel's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe until his death that he had actually been killed by this slave. Looking at the corpse, Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He not only avenged Serafina and Margarita, but his rating is also expected to rise significantly. Upon hearing the gunshots, the patrol team outside sped up and ran over. Li Fan puts on Thomas's mask and pretends to examine a corpse. "What's going on?" Several white soldiers rushed in. Li Fan pointed to the corpses on the ground. "Someone killed Lord Thomas and Lord Daniel. Quick, sound the alarm and organize a full-scale search." "Yes, sir." The soldier hurriedly ran out. Soon, the entire legion was in turmoil. Li Fan stood still and waited. He didn't expect to survive, since almost everyone knew about him and Daniel. All he has to do now is wait for the white guys who beat him up to come over, and then shoot them dead. Soon, the sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. Those who were close to Daniel rushed over after hearing of his death. "Thomas! Daniel! Damn it, who did this? It must be that slave." Amidst a chorus of curses, Li Fan made his move. He drew his gun and fired, and the men fell to the ground before they could even react. "The criminal is here. He's that yellow-skinned slave." Shot. Bang bang bang. Li Fan fell down after being shot several times. A faint light appeared. Chapter 1, Fogridge Town. You were brought back to the farm by Serafina and Margarina. You're a bit special, consistently causing mini climaxes which boosts your rating. You cleverly helped Serafina resolve her pregnancy problem. This action boosted your rating. Your actions touched the two sisters. This improved your rating. Serafina has approved of you. This boosted your rating. Margarita has approved of you. This boosted your rating. You have earned 500 points in the Legion. This boosts your rating. You have successfully avenged Serafina and Margarina. This action improved your rating. You took revenge on those who bullied you. This action improved your rating. You failed to protect your woman and child. It's a regrettable end. Over. Evaluation, a life full of enjoyment. Chapter rating, 2.9. This book's rating, 1.9. This rating cannot be completed. Please rewrite it. Li Fan. Constitution, 12. Charm, 2. Free points, 5. Bonus free points, 2. Please add some points. Put all the effort into improving physical fitness. Physical fitness, 19. Li Fan opened his eyes and found himself back in the square. This time, his physique had reached 19 points, and he could even vaguely see the holy light enveloping the town of Fogridge. It turns out that this thing can be seen inside, but ordinary people can't do it. At the same time, Li Fan clearly felt that he had become more energetic, and his strength and reaction time had improved significantly. This feeling is quite wonderful. He glanced around. In the square, the crows that had been surrounding the rotting corpses were startled and flew away at the mere sight of Li Fan. Oliver, your yellow slave is not bad. Lord Lywam stepped down from the carriage. Since the appearance remained unchanged and the charm was still 2 points, the development of events was exactly the same as in the third life. Wah-ah! The horn sounded, and the wounded sea-level ability user Lucas appeared. The knight beside him shouted, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Li Fan saw that Ivan, a level 3 extremist warrior, was also in the knight's group. It turned out that he had appeared before Serafina and Margarita. Fate is truly a wonderful thing. Oliver, his eyes are like a viper's, watch out or he'll eat you up. Lywam warned as he left. Thank you, sir. The plot has been slightly altered. Oliver bowed as he saw Lywam off, and when he turned back to look at Li Fan, his gaze flickered. What's the deal with this slave? He grew angrier the more he thought about it. He was a slave owner, yet Li Fan dared to look him in the eye. But it's really not Li Fan's fault. He has already experienced so much, and his physical strength is getting stronger and stronger. Just a casual glance from him can create a strong sense of pressure for those who are physically weak. Just as Oliver was about to pick up the whip and strike, Nina appeared. How much is this yellow-skinned slave? So it's the beautiful Ms. Nina. This yellow-skinned slave is quite unruly. Why don't you take a look at the others first? I'll tame him for a few days and then send him to you, Oliver said immediately, flatteringly. He had encountered princes from other tribes before, who were initially arrogant, but later they all begged him in tears. Oliver wanted to see this yellow-skinned slave kneeling at his feet. Chapter 26. Oh my god. Nina frowned. Do you think I can't afford it? Oh, no, you've misunderstood. Oliver scratched his head, but this yellow-skinned slave's eyes are like those of a viper. To prevent him from hurting you, I'd better tame him first. I don't think that's necessary. Yes. Sweat immediately streamed down Oliver's face. He secretly sighed how lucky Li Fan, this yellow-skinned slave, was to have met such a beautiful master, and who was the only one for him. Oliver, give me this slave. Another voice appeared. Margarita, name your price. Oliver was a little confused. When did yellow-skinned slaves become so popular? Nina saw this first. Serafina glared at her sister before greeting Nina. Nina, what are you doing here? Serafina, I just bought a beautiful dress. Nina was delighted to meet her friend after buying the lovely dress. This dress is so pretty. I plan to wear it to my coming-of-age ceremony. As the two chatted, Margarita walked over to Li Fan, pinched his biceps, and muttered to herself, it can be used by my sister. Serafina is set to marry James, who is over 70 years old, in 3 months. Margarita felt sorry for her sister, who was recognized as the most beautiful woman in town. The thought of her sister's first time being with an old man made her eyes red. Therefore, she has been looking for a suitable candidate for her sister. The goal is to ensure this matter remains undisclosed, while also ensuring the man is handsome, healthy, strong, and large. His Margarita was startled when she saw it. Yes, it matches perfectly. Especially since Li Fan was a slave from across the ocean, there was no one more suitable than him. Sister, buy him. Margarita, stop fooling around. In his fourth life, Li Fan was so healthy that it was obvious he was perfectly healthy without even getting close to him, which was extremely rare. After the catastrophe, most people were contaminated, even the newborn children were the same. Nina arrived in a carriage and immediately noticed Li Fan's good health. It was the kind of health that made her feel very comfortable. She refused to give up. Sorry, Margarita, I want to buy this slave. Nina, don't worry, Margarita won't compete with you, Serafina said. This also means she won't give her sister money. Nina. Margarita immediately stepped forward and whispered a few words in Nina's ear, and the latter blushed instantly. Since you put it that way, then it's yours. Nina, you don't need to give in to her. Serafina thought her sister was being too unreasonable. Nina smiled but didn't say anything, and drove the carriage away. What did you say to Nina? Buy it first. Margarita couldn't help but touch Li Fan again. In her previous life, she was captivated by Li Fan's two charms. In this life, although her charm hasn't increased, the healthy aura emanating from her body plays a significant role. After some haggling, I finally bought it for 200 copper coins. It's 50 copper coins more expensive now, Li Fan thought to himself. Consider yourself lucky. Oliver strapped Li Fan to the back of the carriage. This is the most beautiful lady in town, Serafina. You, her slave, must serve her well. Margaret protested. Oliver, am I not the most beautiful lady in town? Of course you are too. Oliver nodded quickly. Serafina spurred the carriage on, and it immediately headed towards the farm. Li Fan ran after her, and Serafina looked back and asked her sister, Margarina, what did you and Nina talk about? Margarita clung to her sister's arm, originally intending to surprise her when they returned, but since her sister had asked, she decided not to hide it. I bought it to sleep with you, sister. What? Serafina was terrified. Sister, that James is over 70 years old. I heard he can't even feed himself anymore. If you marry him, won't you be a lonely widow for the rest of your life? Margarita, you're being too reckless. What if James finds out? His eyesight is failing him, he can't see anything. Margarita then urged Li Fan forward. Have you ever slept with a woman? No. Li Fan replied. That's perfect. Margarita's eyes lit up. Sister, did you hear that? Margarina. Sister, if you really don't want it, then I'll just accept it myself. Margarita used reverse psychology. No. Serafina blushed as she finished speaking. How could a lady from a respectable family say such a thing? That's not what I meant. Sister. Margarita grasped her hand, offering her utmost support. All right. Serafina didn't want to live a lonely life either. Upon arriving at the farm, Margarita instructed Amira, take him to a bath, then change him into clean clothes and bring him to the house. Yes. Li Fan followed Camilla. Margarita then hurried back into the house, opened a bottle of red wine, and made the bed. Sister, I just saw it, it's extraordinary. You still dare to talk back? Serafina glared at her sister. Margarita laughed so hard she almost fell over, then blushed and said, Sister, I want it too. No, Daniel is still waiting for you. He can see right through you. He'll go crazy if he finds out you slept with a slave. I don't like him. Margarita pouted. I always feel that he is a treacherous person. How could that be? He's the most outstanding young man in town. But Margarita gritted her teeth and finally said what she had heard. I heard he went to a place like that. Margarina, don't make things up without evidence. Daniel is the best kid I've ever met. Okay. Margarita shut her mouth. Once her sister has made up her mind, it's hard to change it, and she doesn't want to argue anymore. A moment later, Li Fan was brought in. The two sisters stood on the second floor, Serafina holding a gun. Come up. Thump, thump. Li Fan walked into the house with his hand raised. Just like before, they laid down on me and tied my hands and feet. Margarita, gun in hand, glared menacingly, while Serafina, gun in hand, revealed her fierce nature. Oh my God. Changed words again? Li Fan looked at Serafina, whose eyes were burning with desire, yet she was also avoiding his gaze. Elder sister. I'm fine. Serafina was a little angry. How could a slave have conquered her? She began to look directly into Li Fan's eyes. She would never submit to a slave. But clearly, he was utterly defeated in the end, and could only lie in bed waving at his sister. Take him out. Sister, you get some rest, leave the rest to me. Margarita led Li Fan out of her sister's room and then closed the door. But she didn't let Li Fan leave. Instead, she opened another door, brandished her gun, and said, Go in. Chapter 27. Sisters pregnant at the same time. Li Fan? Has my attraction to Margarita reached this level? That's not all. Now another issue has arisen. In his previous life, Li Fan succeeded on his first try. Needless to say, his physique has improved even further in this life. So now, will both sisters get pregnant? Margarita was a little annoyed when she saw that Li Fan hadn't moved. What? My sister can do it, but I can't. No, that's not it. Li Fan could only do as instructed. But this time, without Serafina standing guard with a gun, Margarita was still a little timid. You'd better behave yourself, slaves who break the law are subject to the death penalty. Just in case, she also prepared a knife. You better behave yourself, I'm not someone to mess with. Yes. Oh my God. Margarita was so startled that she dropped the knife from her hand. If Li Fan hadn't caught it with lightning speed, it might have cut him. The next day. Margarina. Serafina glared angrily at the two sleeping together. Last night she vaguely heard sounds and thought she was having a sweet dream after being happy. When I checked in the morning, I found out that my sister had slept with the newly bought slave all night. What's even more frightening is that Li Fan wasn't tied up. If he had harbored malicious intentions, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sister, let me explain. Margarita pounded her head in frustration. She originally planned to send Li Fan out after the event so that her sister wouldn't know. The result was so astonishing that I lost control of myself. Serafina had already pointed her shotgun at Li Fan, but Li Fan was no longer the same person he used to be. If he wanted to, he could snatch it away in an instant without hurting himself. Sister, don't shoot. Margarita quickly stopped her. It's daytime now. If you shoot, everyone will know. You. Serafina could only vent her anger on Li Fan in the end. Get out. Li Fan put on his clothes and left. Sabo and the others were picking cotton outside. Sabo, look, this is the slave who came yesterday, and he is yellow-skinned. How could he have spent the night in Mrs. room? Could it be? Several black people were incredibly envious. Sabo gave each of them a slap. Don't think nonsense. There are so many rooms, how could he possibly be staying with a young lady? Maybe he needed to do some work inside and he worked all night. Amira wasn't in the mood to worry about so many things. She asked Li Fan, have you eaten? Without? There's some poop in the pot, go eat it, then go pick cotton with Sabo and the others. Good. Li Fan got to eat poop again. In the room, Serafina was furious that her younger sister had eaten the forbidden fruit without her permission. Margarina, have I spoiled you too much? Sister, Margarita said, but all her kind words were useless. Finally, she gave up and said, it's already happened, so what do you say we do about it? Margarina, if you really want him, I won't stop you. What I care about is that you brought him back to your room without permission, and without even tying his hands and feet. What if he? Sister, you're such a coward. Margarina chuckled. You have no idea how amazing Fong Kai and Li Fan are, they're incredibly amazing. You? Okay, sister, I'll be more careful from now on. In the future. Otherwise? Margarita asked. Serafina took a deep breath. Remember to take precautions in the future. This Li Fan is too healthy. It would be troublesome if you or I got pregnant. Li Fan resumed his daily cotton picking routine. With the improvement in his physique, he was faster than in his previous life. Perhaps Margaret's persuasion had an effect, because he was finally no longer tied up, though it was more tiring this way. Before, I could just lie around and enjoy myself, but now I have to take the initiative to work. Sister, look, he's really working hard. Those 200 copper coins were well spent. Margarita was overjoyed. Serafina didn't say anything, she just gritted her teeth. Sister, say something. Margarita loved teasing her sister the most. Serafina usually kept a close eye on her, sometimes to the point of being unapproachable, but now she has finally discovered her sister's weakness. Margarina, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll put you in solitary confinement. Serafina didn't dare to open her mouth, but could only utter a few words through gritted teeth to scold her sister. She seemed a little awkward. It was too painful for her, who had been influenced by the master-slave mentality since childhood, to be conquered by a slave. But the pleasure derived from this resistance made her unable to extricate herself. As Margarita said, the 200 copper coins were well spent. Okay, sister. Margarita giggled. Serafina retorted defiantly, Margarina, you need to understand, he's a slave we bought, and he has nothing to do with us. The two sisters were startled at the same time. Li Fan, what are you doing? Serafina was a little angry. This guy had just gone crazy. Could it be because I spoke ill of him? Haha, Margarita couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're quite mischievous. I wouldn't dare. I'm just a slave bought by the two young ladies. Everything I do is to please them. Li Fan tried harder and harder. In this life, he finished picking the cotton in just 20 days. In my previous life, it was 30 days. Sabo and the others were stunned. He's too strong, like a wild beast. These are the mysterious yellow-skinned people from across the ocean? I've heard that their civilization has lasted for over 1,000 years. That's absolutely terrifying. Even Amira was impressed by this mysterious young man. She knew that Li Fan had to serve the young lady and pick cotton, but he didn't feel tired at all. His physical fitness was simply superhuman. The farm work was quickly finished. Serafina and Margarita began discussing selling cotton the next day. Sister, Li Fan is so fast. Yes, that's too fast. Let's take him to sell cotton tomorrow, and buy him some clean clothes while we're at it. We won't make much money from cotton this year. But his clothes are already torn. He's worked so hard, he deserves some reward. All right. Serafina had just agreed when she felt something was wrong with her body. You. Elder sister. Could it be Serafina looked a little flustered? You got pregnant just because you didn't use protection once? She gagged several times in a row. Margarita wondered what was wrong with her sister. Why are you vomiting like this? Margarina, I might be pregnant with Li Fan's child. Serafina had just said. You. Margarita covered her mouth and rushed into the bathroom. Serafina's face turned pale instantly. That night too? Chapter 28, Finding Nina through back channels. Margarina? Serafina quickly went over and patted her on the back. Are you feeling better? Sister, what's wrong? We might be pregnant with Li Fan's child. What? Margarita panicked for a moment. It was that night. It seems so. Serafina nodded. Margarita can joke around, but she's a little scared when it comes to real things. If word got out that the two sisters were both pregnant with the children of slaves, they might even be driven out of town. Most importantly, my sister is going to marry James. Don't be afraid, I'll figure something out. Serafina's solution was for both of them to marry James and have the child. Li Fan was stunned. What kind of crazy method was this? Similarly, James's death later shattered the sisters' plans. So the plan was changed to get rid of Li Fan and frame him as a slave criminal who wanted to kill his master. Margarita said with some regret, "We'll never find slaves like that again. Margarina, it's already the greatest honor for him to have an heir. Li Fan should be thanking us." Serafina comforted her sister, hugging her. After Li Fan's barrage of words, the two sisters changed their minds and found Sabo and two other black slaves, making the three of them scapegoats. The death of Sabo and his two companions caused a far greater sensation than in the previous life. After all, in the previous life only Serafina was in trouble, but this time both sisters are in trouble. Before long, it was time for the count to demand that the farm owner hand over the slaves. Currently, Serafina and Margarita's household only has one male slave, Li Fan. Sister, what should we do? Margarita was on the verge of tears. Since becoming pregnant with Li Fan's child, she has completely regarded Li Fan as her man, not as a slave for pleasure. If we can't pay the slave fee, we'll be fined 2,000 copper coins. Serafina said. Our family can still come up with 2,000 copper coins, No way. Li Fan rejected the suggestion. This time, Serafina didn't suggest that he go to guard the Legion, perhaps because both sisters were pregnant and it changed her mind. This money is needed for the child's expenses after birth, it can't be wasted here. Li Fan has now moved into the two sisters' room and even eats with them. However, he eats a lot, which has increased the family's expenses. But I can't send you to guard the Legion. Margarita grabbed Li Fan's hand, trying to persuade him to change his mind. Li Fan, no one who enters the Guardian Legion ever comes back alive. Serafina grabbed his other hand. We can't let you leave, otherwise what will happen to the child? In the apocalypse, it must be incredibly difficult for two women to raise two children. Believe me. Li Fan said firmly, this may be my only chance to change my status as a slave. If I succeed, the future of my two children will be better. All right. Serafina stood up. I'll go find Nina and ask her to pull some strings, at least to prevent you from being bullied. Margarita nodded vigorously. I heard that slaves are treated worse than dogs in the Legion. My sister must try to find some connections. Serafina immediately went to Nina's house. Her worry was written all over her face. Serafina, what's wrong? Nina noticed that she looked unwell and quickly came over to help her up. Nina, I want to ask you for a favor. There's no need for such formalities between us. I think you're already aware of the Earl's announcement. Only Li Fan in our family meets the requirements. I hope you can use your father's connections to make things easier for Li Fan in the Guard Legion. That slave? Nina knew of Li Fan's usefulness. She had suspected it when Serafina and Margarita had their accident. Now that Serafina had come to her for a slave, it only confirmed her suspicions. Serafina, tell me the truth, is the child in your and Margarita's womb Li Fan's? Serafina had no choice but to nod, yes. Serafina, you're playing with fire. I admit he is handsome, but he is still a slave. Nina sighed. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let Margarita take Li Fan back. Nina, only you can help me now. Since he's the father of the child in your belly, I have no choice but to help. We'll see you off. Serafina and Margarita, despite being heavily pregnant, insisted on seeing Li Fan off. They also changed Li Fan's clothes. It's better than the previous one. Li Fan did not want the two of them to come with him. In order to ensure that the mission of Shang Yuan could proceed according to the timeline of the previous life, he had to strictly control every step to prevent any accidents from happening. You're pregnant now, it's not advisable for you to go to that kind of place. What if the baby gets hurt? No. Margarita insisted she couldn't live without Li Fan anymore. Although Nina greeted him, she knew in her heart that Li Fan was unlikely to come back, so she wanted to accompany him on his final journey. We'll just watch from a distance. Serafina said. All right then. Li Fan nodded. The three of them set off together. When they were still some distance from the guarding legion, Li Fan got out of the car to say goodbye. Sister! Margarita burst into tears immediately. He's not coming back, is he? No, we must believe in him. Serafina patted her sister's back gently, tears welling up in her own eyes. Li Fan began the test. His physique was stronger, and the test results could have been better, but he didn't do that. This slave is incredibly strong. This is impressive. Just like in his third life, Li Fan attracted a lot of attention, and Felix became his instructor. However, there is a difference, namely Daniel. In his previous life, Daniel caused trouble for Li Fan because Li Fan failed to protect Serafina. In this life, Margarita claims to have also been harmed and is pregnant with a slave's child, which infuriates Daniel, who hasn't even won Margarita's heart yet. Li Fan, how can a slave like you still be alive? You should die if you can't even protect your own master. Since learning of Margarita's pregnancy, Daniel has been drinking heavily every day, and today he was completely intoxicated. Even when he threw a heavy punch, he was still swaying unsteadily. Li Fan simply dodged to the side, but he missed and fell down. Ha ha ha. Many white people passing by burst into laughter. This undoubtedly enraged Daniel even more. You dog slave, how dare you hide? He immediately pulled out his gun. Daniel, stop. Claude arrived. Brush. At the same moment, Li Fan moved with a speed that was almost absurd, and snatched the pistol away in an instant. Even if it meant revealing his own skills, he had no choice but to take action. Daniel is currently intoxicated and very unstable. He cannot gamble. Chapter 29 Killing Felix. What? Claude and Felix were both a little surprised. Is this the skill a slave should have? They had never seen such speed in any white person. I'll kill you. Daniel felt humiliated after his gun was taken away, and threw another punch. Li Fan took a step back and fell again, getting a lot of mud and sand into his mouth. Put the gun down. Felix quickly pulled out his gun. Seizing guns from slaves is a serious matter. I'm sorry, I was just afraid he would hurt me. Li Fan put the gun on the ground and lay down with his head in his hands. Damn it! Daniel spat out the mud in his mouth and stepped forward to vent his anger. Daniel, Claude stopped him. After all, Nina had spoken to him. How long are you going to keep this up? This lowly slave failed to protect his master. Enough. He's Serafina and Margarita's slave, not yours. Claude shoved Daniel aside. Back to sobering up. Claude had to put on a stern face, otherwise this drunken Daniel was capable of anything. Yes, Sergeant Claude. After Daniel left, Claude stepped forward and said, "My name is Claude. Nina asked me to look after you." "Thank you, sir." "Okay, just let me know if you need anything." Claude left. Felix hadn't expected this slave to have someone protecting him. He had previously only admired his quick learning ability, but now it seemed he needed to cultivate a better relationship with him. "You were really fast just now. Is this Eastern martial arts?" "I haven't studied it." Li Fan didn't want Felix to be on guard. "I was afraid he would shoot, so I reacted in a moment of surprise, which startled even myself." "Ha ha ha." Felix laughed loudly. "Watch out for Daniel, that guy is a narrow-minded person." "Understood." Li Fan nodded. After the training session, the black slave Zeke exclaimed in amazement, "Li Fan, you're amazing. You actually managed to take the gun from Daniel." "Sergeant Daniel was just drunk." Li Fan chuckled. A few days later, it was time to head to Fuxing Town. Nothing much had changed. Li Fan was still by Felix's side. Serafina and Margarita came to see them off, and the two of them wept bitterly. Serafina even offered her small pistol to Li Fan, fearing he might be in danger, but Li Fan refused it as a slave. He was not allowed to use firearms. The events on the road were the same as in my previous life, with no difference. The group then arrived in Fuxing Town, where Li Fan and Felix began sharing jerky and juice. "Your master treats you very well. True sincerity begets true sincerity." "Oh, I see." Felix patted his belly after eating and drinking his fill. "Li Fan, you should go to sleep early too, so you'll have the energy to run later." "Good." Li Fan agreed. He still didn't sleep, quietly waiting for the woman in red to appear. Soon, as the beam of light emitted by the holy source appeared, the ground began to tremble slightly. Felix jumped up immediately. "Run, run." The corporal rode up on horseback and shouted, "Felix, order your men to attack the darkness." "Fuck you." Felix shot the corporal, stole a horse, and ran away. Li Fan stood there calmly, watching everything unfold. Nothing has changed. "Hurry up." Zik ran over and tried to pull him away. As more and more slaves ran into the darkness, the mutants began to gather in large numbers here, roaring incessantly. "Monster, monster." Chiku was terrified again, and he let go of Li Fan and ran inside. Li Fan did not stop him, because he would not let anyone go back alive. He had to take all the credit for himself. Bang. Zeke got shot in the head again. Not long after, the giant, mutated eel, seemingly possessed, crashed down at Li Fan's feet once more. The woman in red emerged from the darkness, followed by her teammates. "These guys are using the lives of slaves to create riots on the outskirts and form a natural defensive line in order to stop us. They're really underestimating us." The five of them didn't even glance at Li Fan. However, this time Li Fan saw something different about them. Felix had said that extremists have the force bursting within them, and only in this way can they use lightsabers and light shields. All five of them were surrounded by a white light, as if they were enveloped in a light mist. The woman in red was the most prominent. After his physique reached 19 points, Li Fan could already see the force, but he didn't know when he would be able to possess it. Day. When the machine gun swept in, he still hid at the foot of the wall from his previous life, waiting quietly. This time, Li Fan overheard the conversation inside the church. "Long Yu, you've overstepped your bounds." "Is it long? Fengye town is over 100 miles away from here. Aren't you worried about not being able to get back?" "For the sake of the holy source, there's nothing we can't risk." "Then there's nothing more to say." Ding ding dong dong. The sound of lightsabers clashing echoed from inside the church. A scream rang out, and someone died. A brief silence fell over the church. The death of any Jedi Knight is a great loss. "It's you." Long Yu's voice was filled with fear. 7th level martial apprentice, stop. "I knew Maple Leaf Town had ulterior motives all along." Hugh's voice was calm and indifferent. "Since you're here, you're not leaving. It seems the intelligence was correct." Long Yu suddenly chuckled. "To deal with you, Xiao, we also brought a level 7 martial apprentice." Li Fan saw a dark figure suddenly appear above the town, and in a few leaps, he rushed into the church. "Jerome." Hugh was clearly a little wary. "Long time no see, Xiao." "Jerome, are you sure you want to get involved in this? They gave me 5 level 7 energy sources. If you could give me 10, I might consider turning against them." 10 level 7 energy sources? Do you think that's possible? Then there's nothing more to discuss. For the Pope. For the Pope. Everyone shouted the same slogan, and then they started fighting again. Ah. 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 Li Fan couldn't tell who died either, but there would be a bunch of corpses appearing tomorrow morning. He didn't go there now, he might already be dead. But what if he is? The more critical the moment, the less room there is for error. The next day. Felix appeared right on time. Li Fan. Lord Felix, what brings you here? I came back after seeing the pillar of light still shining in the town. On their way to the church, the two encountered 3 surviving slaves, huddled trembling in a corner. Felix shouted, "All of you, follow me." The 3 dared not disobey the white man's order and immediately followed him. Upon entering the church, one finds corpses scattered on the floor. Even Felix was shocked, so many extremists have died. Lord Felix, can you recognize who it is? Yesterday I heard someone call out Cold Moon, Hugh, Jerome. The one in red is called Longyu, I've seen her before. Felix shook his head at the others, I don't know about the rest. Many Jedi Knights don't show their faces, and they wear masks when they come and go. Holy source. Suddenly he saw the small box floating in the air. Just as Felix was about to rush over, a dagger was plunged into his lower back. Li Fan. Chapter 30 Baron? Not a knight? Why? Felix turned his head in disbelief. Li Fan didn't say a word, and finished him off with a few slashes. He then turned to look at the 3 slaves. The 3 of them huddled together, trembling with fear. No, don't kill us. We won't tell anyone. But that's clearly impossible. After dealing with the 3 black slaves, Li Fan picked up the small box. When he first came into contact with Shang Yuan, he didn't have any special feelings. He just felt warm and had a strange sense of security when he held it in his arms. Li Fan did not take the lightsaber and lightsaber with him, he couldn't carry that many by himself. But he took a laser cannon that had been removed from the Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1. This thing had killed a skeleton bird before, and he kept it just in case. I never expected it would actually come in handy. In their previous life, the 5 of them hadn't encountered any danger along the way, but this time Li Fan himself almost got into trouble. A large, mutated rhinoceros appeared, its horn appearing to be 3 meters long. Fortunately, the laser cannon blasted off half of its body. Li Fan thought that it might be because of him that some mutants thought they had an opportunity to take advantage of him. Wuji Town. When the guards discovered that someone had returned, they immediately issued a city-wide announcement. Sister, the team is back. Margarita was sunbathing when she heard the news and quickly got up, almost forgetting that she was pregnant. I'm back. Serafina exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. She had been praying for Li Fan, hoping for his safe return. Young miss, second young miss, please slow down. Amira had originally planned to drive the 2 young ladies there. But then Nina arrived, get in my car. Her car had special privileges, allowing it to go directly to the city gate without getting stuck in the crowds. Don't get too excited. Nina gave the 2 sisters a heads up before they arrived at the town gate. The team is back, but we don't know who's back yet. What if you 2 are pregnant? You can't let your emotions get too volatile. We understand. Serafina and Margarita held each other's hands tightly. Upon reaching the town gate, someone approached Nina's carriage. Miss, only 1 person from the entire squad has returned. What? Margarita's body went limp. Could 1 person be Li Fan? Among so many people more capable than him, the probability of Li Fan being the one seems very small. Who is it? Nina asked. It's not clear yet, the man said, but judging from the binoculars, he's not a familiar officer, his face is unfamiliar. Strangeness. That's most likely a slave. After all, most of the town's residents knew the officers and soldiers, and hope was rekindled in the 2 sisters' hearts. Daniel was also there, he saw the 2 sisters. Daniel, Serafina, and Margarita are here? They've come to see their slaves? Margarina wouldn't have been given to that slave, would she? She wouldn't even give you a slave. Several white men chuckled. Shut up. Daniel clenched his fist. So what if we gave it to that slave? Will he come back alive? Don't forget, slaves are used to draw fire. The mortality rate is 99%. What if it's 1%? Thomas, are you deliberately going against me? Don't be angry, Thomas smiled. If that slave comes back, I can deal with him. Suddenly, the crowd parted to make way. Lord Viscount! Lord Viscount! Edward appeared, and Serafina and the other two quickly got out of the car to pay their respects. Wah-ah! Accompanied by the sound of horns, the town gates opened, and a man rode into the town on horseback. Serafina and Margarita saw it. It's Li Fan. It really is him. Sister, it's Li Fan. He did it. He really did it. The two sisters hugged each other tightly. Is it Li Fan? Sergeant Claude asked, somewhat surprised. Isn't there anyone else? No, the soldier beside him replied. Daniel never expected that the person who returned would be Li Fan. This is incredible. Edward strode over to Li Fan's side. Did you bring back the holy source? Your Excellency, is this what you're referring to? Li Fan took out the sacred source and handed it over. I brought it back because I saw it was glowing. Okay. Edward breathed a sigh of relief. If the person dies and the holy source hasn't been brought back yet, that would be a huge loss. May I have your name? Li Fan. Li Fan knelt at his feet. Are you a slave? Yes. Interesting. Edward asked with a smile, why are you the only one who came back? The scene immediately quieted down. Everyone was waiting for his answer. Serafina and Margarita were on tenterhooks again. Go back to Lord Viscount. Li Fan said, last night we were stationed in Fuxing town when a riot broke out for some reason. I was in the toilet when a wall collapsed and knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, everyone was dead. Then I picked up some things I could bring back and came back here. Haha, Edward didn't he actually care about what was happening in Revitalization Town? He chuckled, you're lucky. Alright, get up. Although you were a slave, you brought back the vital holy source. From today onwards, you will be freed from slavery, rewarded with 30,000 coins, and granted the status of a baron. What? He was rewarded with 30,000 coins and granted the title of baron. Even Li Fan was stunned. He remembered that in his previous life, Felix had only obtained 20,000 copper coins and the title of knight. Why did I upgrade to a higher level? What exactly is wrong? You're not satisfied? No. Li Fan quickly kowtowed, thank you for your kindness, Viscount. You're great. Edward patted him on the shoulder. There's a vacant manor in the south of the city, why don't you move there? Yes. There are still many unmarried girls in the city, you're very lucky. As Edward said, a baron who suddenly appears is definitely a hot commodity. The manor in the south of the city was the least polluted plot of land, and many people didn't understand why it was given to Li Fan. Your Excellency, would you like to come and sit here for a while? Does Your Excellency have some free time at noon? I can prepare a sumptuous meal for you. My daughter is very beautiful and has a great figure. Would you like to consider her, Your Excellency? After Edward left, a large crowd immediately gathered around him. They were all prominent farmers, knights, or barons. Or perhaps a young lady who goes out to socialize. You all stay away from him. Margaret stepped forward and pulled Li Fan over. He's mine. Margarina. A young lady from a farm immediately sneered, you still think Li Fan is your family's slave? He is a baron now. That's right, who would want a woman pregnant with a slave's child? You are not good enough for Li Fan. Everyone thought Li Fan wouldn't give Margarita and Serafina a good look. Their slave status was a stain, and anyone would want to distance themselves from their past. But Li Fan's answer surprised them. It was the beautiful ladies Serafina and Margarina who gave me a second life. Now that I am a baron, I, Li Fan, should repay them. I will marry these two beautiful ladies and become the father of the children in their wombs. Chapter 31, Holding a Wedding Ceremony. Everyone was shocked. Li Fan had already become a baron, and now he was going to become a father? Serafina and Margarita are indeed among the most beautiful women in town, but they're not so bad as to be taken advantage of. Only a few people saw the truth. Thomas chuckled, Daniel, I think Serafina and Margarita are carrying Li Fan's child. What? Wasn't he a slave before? How is this possible? How could the most beautiful woman in town sleep with a slave? The white people around Daniel initially joked with him, not believing that Li Fan had actually slept with the two beautiful ladies. But now that Thomas has said it, it might be possible. Those two despicable women. How could a noble white person sleep with a yellow person? They should be expelled so they know the consequences of their actions. The white people were furious. I'm going to kill him. Daniel clenched his fists angrily, his heart burning with jealousy. You just said you had a way to deal with him? We'll talk about it when we get back. Thomas stared intently at Serafina. He was going crazy. How could the most beautiful woman in town do such a thing? Back in the carriage, Serafina and Margarita both breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, Li Fan. You've actually obtained the title of Baron. I have said that I want to free you from slavery and give you, my sisters and children, a better future. Li Fan touched Serafina and Margarita's bellies. The two of them kissed Li Fan's face together. Nina, standing to the side, was incredibly envious, and she was also happy for Serafina and Margarita. Li Fan then said, I need to go back to the Legion first. I have some things to take care of. Daniel and Thomas are likely to reactivate the Mimicry Machine Aberration Destroyer Type 1. Although things have changed. But no one can guarantee it won't happen again. Moreover, it would be best to kill both of them to prevent them from making any underhanded moves. Upon arriving at the Legion, Li Fan instructed Nina to take Serafina and Margarita back to the farm first, while he would return after finishing his business. Your Excellency. Your Excellency. Li Fan was the only survivor, and news of his escape from slavery and becoming a baron had already reached the Legion. Even people who have never met him before can recognize him. After all, he is the only Asian in the Legion. You guys. Li Fan called out to a team of people directly, I've received information that someone is going to take action against the Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1. Come with me. Yes. They went directly to the processing plant and lay in ambush. Soon, Daniel and Thomas appeared. Li Fan did not rush to make a move, but watched them kill the slaves before coming to the side of the Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1. I need you to go to 3 Stratton Street to take revenge and kill 2 sisters named Serafina and Margarita, and a man named Li Fan. No sooner had he said that than Li Fan led his men out, and he raised his hand and shot the charging hose in half. The Mimicry Mechanical Distortion Destroyer Type 1 had just tried to get up when it collapsed again due to insufficient energy. Daniel, you actually dared to activate the Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1 for your own selfish desires. How dare you? Li Fan. Daniel collapsed to the ground in terror. It wasn't me, it was Thomas. Thomas retorted defiantly, how did you know? I heard it. Li Fan chuckled. I didn't expect my hearing to be this good. Thomas nodded, then shot himself. Li Fan, spare me, I was wrong. Daniel was still begging for mercy. Li Fan waved his hand, fire. Bang bang bang. Daniel was riddled with bullets. After completing all of this, Li Fan left the Legion. He's a baron now, and all he needs to do in the army is hold the rank of sergeant, just like Claude. Even if something happens, it won't be his turn. Wow, it's huge. Margarita was stunned when she saw the new manor in the south of the city. This is so luxurious compared to it. Their farm is like the difference between a small house and a large villa. Wow. It's really big. Serafina exclaimed, covering her mouth. This will be our home from now on. Li Fan said, putting his arms around the two of them. Serafina never imagined that the slave she bought for 200 copper coins would eventually become her man, a baron, and allow her and her sister to live in the manor. This is an absolutely fantastic surprise. The following days were leisurely and carefree, although 30,000 coins might not be enough to last a lifetime. But the baron owns his own land, which is less polluted, and the cotton yield is 7 times that of Serafina. You could say you can count money just by sitting at home. Li Fan didn't want to cause any more trouble in this life. He wanted to live a peaceful life first, see if anything unexpected happened, and then plan for the future. Therefore, he plans to hold a small wedding with his 2 sisters and invite some close friends to attend. A wedding? Great. Margarita clapped her hands happily. Seraphine nodded happily. She hadn't married the 70-something-year-old James, but instead married a young and promising baron. It was such a dream come true. The wedding was held soon afterward, and the church sent a pastor. The first time Li Fan met people from the church, he felt the same way he did when he met Sheng Yuan, a sense of security. This may explain why churches hold such a high status in the wasteland. Mr. Li Fan. The pastor approached Li Fan. Hello, my name is Depp, and this is my first time officiating a wedding for 3 people. Depp, dressed in a white robe with a white blouse over it, said, I heard you brought back the holy source all by yourself. That's a great thing. God will bless you. Thank you. Li Fan smiled. Even if the people in the church can really make him feel safe, he always remains vigilant. In the wasteland, nothing is simple. Needless to say, these people are even more so. Nina and a group of friends came to offer their blessings to the three of them. In addition, there were officers from the Guard Regiment, including sergeants and senior sergeants, and even Viscount Edward came. Lord Viscount! Lord Viscount! Everyone bowed. Li Fan led Serafina and Margarita in a grand salute. After all, everything they had now was thanks to Edward. Viscount Edward waved his hand. Today we are all here to congratulate your friends. There is no distinction between superiors and subordinates. Thank you, Lord Viscount. Li Fan was also surprised to have been granted the title of Baron, but obviously he couldn't ask about it. The auspicious time arrived quickly. Marriage is a beautiful covenant ordained by God, a union of love and commitment. At this moment, with gratitude and blessings, we witness the love story of Mr. Li Fan, Ms. Serafina, and Ms. Margarita. Mr. Li Fan, do you take Ms. Serafina and Ms. Margarita to be your wives, to love and cherish them, to be faithful to them, and to live out your lives in sickness and in health, for better or for worse, in poverty and in wealth, in good times and in bad? I do. Ms. Serafina and Ms. Margarita, do you take Mr. Li Fan to be your husband, to love and cherish him, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, in good times and in bad, until the day you die together? We are willing. According to God's law and our testimony, I am honored to announce that Mr. Li Fan, Ms. Serafina, and Ms. Margarita are officially married. May God's love surround you, and may your marriage be unbreakable and filled with joy. The three of them kissed. Chapter 32. I'll enjoy this life comfortably. Congratulations! Congratulations! Everyone offered their blessings. Bang! A bottle of white champagne sprayed out. Li Fan raised his goblet. Thank you all for your blessings. My journey from slavery to where I am today is entirely thanks to God's grace. To repay this grace, I am willing to donate 10,000 copper coins to the church. This surprised Depp, and his goodwill towards Li Fan immediately increased. God will bless everyone who knows how to be grateful. Cheers to God! Cheers to God! Everyone raised their glasses and drank them down in one gulp, then began to enjoy the rare red wine and steak. These are precious to anyone. The day after the wedding, Li Fan, Serafina, and Margarita were invited to the church to pray. Thank God for His grace in freeing me from slavery and making me a baron. Li Fan knelt on the ground devoutly. Reverend Depp blessed the two women with holy water. Thank God that these two young sisters have never lost their kind hearts despite the great difficulties. Bless their love, bless their children, and may love and grace be with them forever. Serafina and Margarita cupped the holy water in their hands and drank it down, saying, Amen. It's so warm. That's how I feel too, like my stomach is being exposed to sunlight. The two sisters were overjoyed. Depp smiled and said, This is the power of the holy water, and it is also God's favor to your children. They will be more adapted to this world after they are born, and will have a stronger physique to resist pollution. Really? Serafina and Margarita were so moved that they burst into tears. As a mother, what I fear most is the pollution of the wasteland world. It's safe to say that children born nowadays are getting weaker and weaker and are very prone to dying young. It is said that Viscount Edward's children all died from excessive pollution. Not to mention ordinary people. Depp smiled and said, God will bless your children. Although Li Fan expressed his gratitude verbally, he remained calm throughout. There are only two possibilities now. Either the holy water was adulterated with something to make the unborn child stronger. It could be purely psychological. The second possibility is acceptable. If it's the first possibility, it means the church has already mastered a way to combat the pollution of the wasteland world. Their power is unimaginable. Your Excellency, Viscount Edward is waiting for you. Good. Li Fan stood up. Serafina and Margarita continued to pray for the baby in their wombs. Lord Viscount. Upon Li Fan's arrival, he performed a grand ceremony. Besides Edward, there were several other barons present. Everyone got to know each other. Aside from the church, the town has 1 earl, 3 viscounts, and 7 barons. In other words, Li Fan became one of the dozen or so most powerful people in the town. Edward smiled and handed him a box. This is yours. The other barons chuckled and took the boxes as they left. When Li Fan opened it, he found a huge pile of copper coins. Here are 2,000 copper coins. Edward said. Li Fan was a little surprised. I remember that a baron could receive 1,700 copper coins a month, right? Haha, Edward laughed maliciously. 17,000? That's the official amount. You can receive 2,000 copper coins every day. This. Edward patted Li Fan on the shoulder. We have our own mint. Now that we've become barons, we're family. Yes. Li Fan immediately replied, whatever your orders are from now on, Viscount, I will go through fire and water for you. No need for that. Edward said with a sense of disdain for the world. Let others do the hard work and sacrifices. We don't need to. Once you're in this position, all that's left is to enjoy life. Li Fan experienced the power of authority for the first time. Even farmers worry about poor cotton yields, but once you get a title, money is just a number. It's an unparalleled pleasure, no wonder everyone wants to climb it. Li Fan's estate is too big, those few black slaves are no longer enough. We also need to plant cotton and mow the lawns, which will require even more slaves. He left the church and took Serafina and Margarita to the slave market. New slaves. New slaves. The slave owner Oliver's voice could be heard from a great distance. Oliver. Margarita stood up, her belly protruding. Beautiful Lady Margarita, congratulations on becoming a baroness. Oliver smiled obsequiously. Are you here to prepare slaves for your child? I have a new batch of female slaves here, perfect for taking care of children and doing housework. He pointed to the black slaves standing to the side. Oliver, long time no see. Li Fan stepped down from the carriage. As a baron, his carriage had a canopy, unlike the open carriages that the two sisters had before. The esteemed Baron Li Fan. Oliver already knew the news and quickly knelt at Li Fan's feet. I also have a white bear's big foreign woman and a curvaceous Frenchman. These are all highly sought-after items, and many high-ranking officials and nobles have reserved them as slaves. At this moment, Oliver was genuinely afraid that Li Fan might order his execution in a fit of rage. The Baron didn't need a reason to kill someone. Get up. I should thank you for selling me to my current wife. I wouldn't dare. I have something to ask you. Li Fan twirled the jade ring on his hand. How did you transport all these slaves here? It's so dangerous outside, and the sea is teeming with alien species. I want to know how you did it. He had always been curious about this question. Oh, this isn't a secret. Oliver said, the alien species' activities are regulated, and going out to sea at the right time can greatly reduce the danger. How much money can you make on a trip to sea? Larger ships can carry several hundred slaves at a time, smaller ships less than 100, Your Excellency, Oliver continued. Slaves are just a side job, the real money comes from gold and jewels. Li Fan nodded, surprised that even after the cataclysm, they were still making their fortune through plunder. Prepare some slaves, preferably white ones. For the Baron, it was unacceptable to have no white slaves in his household. Before long, one after another, they brought back big, foreign women, the typical blondes, blue-eyed, and busty beauties. 4 would be fine. Serafina suggested. After all, this thing is quite expensive, costing nearly 500 copper coins each. Li Fan asked, by the way, are there any people of Asian descent? No. Oliver shook his head, it's too far away, and it's said that the closer we get to the east, the more dangerous it becomes. The mutants there are not on the same level as those here. Of course, their ability users are also powerful. Some people say that it is those ability users who have held back the powerful mutants that have allowed us to survive. After saying that, he looked at Li Fan. In just over 3 months, he went from being a slave to a baron. Perhaps only people of Asian descent could do that. In the end, Li Fan took away 4 Western women and 15 black slaves, spending a total of 3,500 copper coins. The days that followed were for enjoying life. Li Fan didn't need to handle the affairs of the manor personally, he lived a life of debauchery every day. This isn't the end of the world, it's paradise. There's so much money to be made. What happens in the wasteland outside the town is none of his concern. In this life, Li Fan will live a comfortable life as a baron, while also looking at the long-term future to see what will happen. 6 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Serafina and Margarita were due to give birth, and Nina and some of their friends came to the hospital. 2 cries followed. Serafina gave birth to a boy, and Li Fan named him Li Weiss. Margarita gave birth to a girl, and Li Fan named her Liddies. Chapter 33 The Limits of Fogridge Town. Both Li Weiss and Li Tis had thick eyebrows and big eyes, like porcelain dolls, with fair and tender skin. They didn't look like children born after a disaster at all. Their skin and mental state were exceptionally good, which amazed everyone. Seraphina's maternal instincts shone through. She held her child constantly, and her happiest moments each day were feeding the baby and watching him sleep. Margarita seemed like a different person. She could laugh all day while holding her daughter. Of course, her addiction is still as strong as ever. On the 100th day of their children's lives, Li Fan held a 100-day celebration for his son and daughter. He used this as an excuse to take out 10,000 copper coins to buy winter clothes for the poor and slaves, an act that would surely improve his rating. Is this a custom from the East? Seraphina asked. Yes. Li Fan nodded. Doing this can bring good fortune to the child. Everyone was shouting, "Long live the Baron!" They were grateful for just a winter coat. This was something that had never happened before. Even white people knelt on the ground with red eyes and wept bitterly. Li Fan, you're really clever. You managed to win their heartfelt love and respect with just a tattered outfit. Edward praised with a smile. Some barons found it amusing and began to imitate it. Some barons scoffed at this, saying that slaves were no different from pigs and dogs, and that treating pigs and dogs well was simply degrading oneself. Li Fan ignored all that. All he wanted to do was improve the rating. He gave some of the money to Amira and the others as a reward for what he owed them in his previous life. Felix later not only confiscated Amira and the others' copper coins, but also shot them and disposed of their bodies. Li Fan didn't know if doing this would also improve his score. But it's worth a try. Thank you, my lord. Amira and her slaves knelt down, including the 4 tall, voluptuous white slaves. You've taken great care of Li Weiss and Li Tis, and you deserve all of this. Li Fan waved his hand. From now on, your meals will be upgraded, and each of you can eat a potato every day. Amira and the other black slaves were deeply moved, and even the white slaves were surprised that the Baron would be so kind. It's important to understand that slaves have always been private property. It was common for them to be beaten half to death by their master if they were not careful, but Li Fan treated them with utmost kindness and generosity. He even built them new houses so that they wouldn't have to live together. They have an extra hour to rest at noon, and they also get a half day off on Sundays. Although they had nowhere else to go, they were much better off than other slaves. As the days went by, Li Weiss and Li Tis grew up. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Although life remains affluent, with steak and red wine never lacking, a crisis is drawing ever closer. The holy light enveloping Mistridge town had thinned to the point that it was barely perceptible to the naked eye. Li Fan didn't know whether the pollution outside had become stronger or the holy source had become weaker. In short, change is about to happen. Why, father? My brother is bullying me again. Li Tis came to Li Fan in tears to complain, showing her father her arm. Father, it's all scraped. Liddies, come here. Margarita called her daughter over, looked at her, and said, You're 7 years old already, why are you crying over a scrape? I didn't bully him. Li Weiss shouted from the 2nd floor balcony. She stole my toy, that's why I pushed her. Seraphina said to her son, Li Weiss, you're the older brother, you have to give in to your sister. I won't let him have it. Then the brother and sister started arguing from a distance. Seraphina and Margarita quickly covered their ears. Their son and daughter hadn't been cute since they turned 3. Li Fan is better. He's quiet, obedient, and fun to be around. Thump. Suddenly, a loud bang, like someone banging a drum next to your ear. Seraphina quickly stood up. Amira, take the young lady inside. Amira quickly ran over, grabbed Liddies, and dragged him into the room. Father, what happened? Li Weiss and Li Tis were both very curious, looking out the window. What's wrong, father? It's all right, you two can play inside. Li Fan smiled at his son and daughter. He gave Amira a look, and Amira immediately drew the curtains. Are we going to narrow down the search area again? Seraphina and Margarita came over and grabbed Li Fan's hands. Yes, it seems the town has reached its limit. Li Fan raised his head. The 2 sisters couldn't see the holy light above them, but he could. This happened 3 years ago, when an adjustment was made because the holy light could no longer cover the entire area of Fogridge town. That incident directly left 1/3 of the population homeless. The reduced area will naturally not encroach on the estates of viscounts and barons, and this time is no exception. People outside started crying and wailing, watching helplessly as the house they had lived in their entire lives was turned into wasteland. No one could accept it. Amira and the others inside the room quickly covered the ears of Li Weiss and Li Tis. The wailing was like a curse from hell, sending chills down one's spine, or rather, losing one's home was like falling into hell. Most people would become slaves as a result, unless they could pay money to buy their new household registration. From the moment the holy light ceases to shine upon your home, you are no longer a resident of the town, but merely a refugee seeking shelter. Since you were once a resident of the town, I can give you special consideration. You can obtain a household registration by paying 20,000 copper coins. Those who cannot pay their dues will either remain outside or be enslaved in the city. The cruelty of the post-apocalyptic world has finally been revealed, at least to ordinary people. Baron! Baron! A ragged man, looking like a beggar, ran over and knelt at the gate. Please lend me 20,000 copper coins. Serafina frowned, because the man was Kent, old James' son. Unfortunately, during the adjustment 3 years ago, Kent's wealthy estate was no longer protected, and large tracts of land became unwanted waste. If it weren't for his wealthy family background, Kent would have been a slave long ago. He paid 20,000 copper coins to repurchase his household registration and also bought a property. Life is not as good as before, but at least we can still eat our fill and stay warm. But misfortune struck again. Kent's property was no longer protected, and this time he had no money to buy residency. Li Fan waved his hand, and the soldiers drove Kent away. As for the money for Serafina's father's coffin, Li Fan returned the 5,000 copper coins after becoming a baron. But Kent refused, saying it was a tribute to the baron. Li Fan didn't stand on ceremony with him and took the money back. He probably never imagined that 5 years later he would be reduced to a slave. Your Excellency. A soldier rode up on horseback. The Earl requests your presence. Understood. Li Fan nodded. Serafina helped him change his clothes. There are rumors circulating that the Earl is planning to abandon Mistridge town. I wonder if it's true. Are we going to move somewhere else? I can't bear to leave here. Margarita has long since shed her youthful naivete and become a voluptuous young woman. Li Fan patted her bottom. Don't worry, I'm here. No one wants to leave their small town, not everyone, because living under someone else's roof is no fun. Chapter 34. The Earl is actually of Asian descent? At 11 a.m., Li Fan sat in a small conference room. This wasn't his first time here. He had attended several meetings over the past 5 years, but they were all minor matters that didn't require his input and were quickly resolved. 2 of these events concerned narrowing the area protected by the holy light, and the importance of the meeting was communicated to all town residents in advance. Everyone is watching with bated breath. Interestingly, the highly anticipated meeting was nothing more than a division of interests among those who held titles. Some people thought it would be fair and just, but when the results came out and they found that their own valuable land was not within the protection scope, they went crazy. As for the reason, there is no reason. But today is clearly different. 3 viscounts and 7 barons were present, and some of them were even meeting Li Fan for the first time. Moreover, the fact that the Count initiated this meeting proves that she will also be attending. Lord Edward, what has happened that requires the Earl to convene a meeting in person? A baron asked impatiently. Of the 3 viscounts, Edward was the most frequently seen. The remaining 2 viscounts were one tall and one short. Li Fan only greeted them, but they didn't even respond. This isn't just targeting Li Fan, it applies to everyone. So everyone contacts Edward instead of the other 2 when they need something. Edward hesitated for a moment before speaking. We may have to move away from Fogridge. What? Everyone present was shocked. Lord Edward, Fogridge is our base. If we leave here, we'll be at their mercy. A baron stood up excitedly. Lord Edward, didn't we obtain the holy source 5 years ago? Lord Edward, are there no other sacred sources? Let's go and steal a few more from him. Should we try reducing the protection area again? The others were just as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Edward shook his head. Everyone should know that with the strength of our Fogridge town, obtaining a piece of sacred source is already a great fortune. How easy would it be to seize another one? Fogridge town has reached its limit and it's time to leave. The crowd fell silent, only heavy breathing could be heard. One of the barons asked, if we go to other towns, will we still be barons? Stop dreaming. The tall viscount, who had been silent until now, spoke in a voice as loud as thunder. It's already good enough that they're willing to take us in. The number of powerful and influential people in any town is fixed. Being able to go there and become a farmer is already quite an achievement. The short viscount added, it's better than being homeless. The barons were stunned. Going from a nobleman with a title to a farmer was no different from killing them. Li Fan remained silent, sitting quietly. Day. The sound of high heels hitting the ground could be heard. The meeting room fell silent as everyone's attention focused on the graceful figure at the entrance. Her black hair was tied back, Her fair face was flawless, and her graceful figure accentuated a perfect curve. Count Celia entered the conference room and sat down at one end of the round table. Li Fan was a little surprised. He had never seen this mysterious count before, and he never expected him to be of Asian descent. Could it be that his baronial reward is related to her? Everyone rose and bowed. "Your Excellency, Earl." Li Fan also bowed and then took his seat. The conference room was eerily quiet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. "Do you know why I called everyone over?" she finally asked. His voice was soft and weak, unlike that of an earl who ruled a town. She has a killer gaze and a mature, sophisticated look, yet she speaks softly. Everyone lowered their heads, unsure how to respond. "It's obvious," Count Celia said calmly. "Our town has reached its limit. At most, it can only last for 2 more years before the holy light disappears. You should prepare to relocate." Just as Edward said. "Isn't there a better way?" a baron asked urgently. Celia glanced over with indifferent eyes. "Perhaps you could find a saint source." The baron was immediately speechless. If there were even the slightest possibility, the count wouldn't be sitting here today. If she can't do anything about it, what can the baron do? Li Fan calculated in his mind that, starting from when he was in the slave market, Fogridge Town could only last for a maximum of 8 years, even if it obtained the holy source of Revival Town. "Now you have 3 choices." Seeing that no one spoke, Celia said coldly, "Kingslandberg, Rheinvik, and Blackrock." "I have already spoken with the counts of these 3 towns. You can go there at any time within the next 2 years." Bang! The registers landed on the table with a uniform sound. Celia simply tossed them aside, and the registers landed precisely in front of each person. "You can add up to 5 names to this register." 5? Viscount Edward shuddered. He had more than that many wives, not to mention children. "Your Excellency, isn't that a bit too few?" Li Fan picked up the household registration booklet and glanced at it. It was a very simple thing, but it was absolutely impossible to forge. This thing could be easily verified in the church. "Figure out the rest yourselves." Celia ignored the others, stood up, glanced at Li Fan, and said, "You're coming with me." Everyone immediately looked at Li Fan, guessing it was because the two had the same skin color. "Yes." Li Fan silently followed behind. Celia remained silent throughout the journey, eventually leading Li Fan to a covered bridge overlooking the entire town. "What country are you from?" Celia's voice came. Li Fan was taken aback. He was a transmigrator and had no idea what the situation was like in the East. "My lord, I have some memory problems. I may have bumped into something during transport." "What a pity." Celia lit a cigarette. "My ancestors moved here before the cataclysm. I heard bits and pieces of information from my grandmother, and I really want to see it for myself. But it seems there's no time." She took only one puff and flicked the cigarette away, watching it fall. "What a pity." Celia said it was a pity, and Li Fan said, "Perhaps one day the Earl will be able to return to his homeland." What a pity about Fogridge Town. The last regret of Celia was actually referring to this. She pulled out a letter. "Here you go. There's a noblewoman in Kingslandberg named Winnie. She's my good friend. If you go there, you can look for her. Maybe things will go more smoothly for you." "Thank you, Earl." Li Fan put away the envelope and then asked, "Which town is your Excellency going to?" "Kaysen Town." "Kaysen Town? It's not one of the 3 towns." Celia smiled. Perhaps because they were both of Asian descent, she said a lot. "Our Earl has a rating system. I failed in managing Fogridge Town. My rating is not good enough. I will go to Carson Town to continue managing it. I hope I can last longer this time so that my rating can be higher." She lit another cigarette, took a puff, and flicked it away. "What will happen after you pass the test?" Since the conversation had already progressed this far, Li Fan wanted to extract more information. "After you pass the test?" Celia smiled. "Then you can move on to manage larger cities, climbing up step by step until you reach the Holy City, the only place that hasn't been polluted." Chapter 35 Leaving Mistridge Town. A place without pollution. Li Fan quietly looked at Celia. She seemed to be dreaming. "There we can live without worries, without having to endure all the hardships of the outside world, and the next generation can live under the blue sky. May the Earl's dream come true soon." Celia smiled calmly and waved her hand, saying, "Go down." After Li Fan walked down from the bridge, Edward was waiting for him there. "What did the Earl say to you?" I asked about some things related to my hometown. Nothing else? The Earl has sent me to Kingsland Castle. Why? The Earl said she would be going here and would be waiting for me there. Li Fan smiled slightly. I see. Edward thought for a moment, then pulled Li Fan along. Shall we go together? Lord Edward is also going to Kingsland Castle? That's right, Edward, will naturally follow the Earl. Edward said with a hint of flattery, Kingsland Castle isn't close to here, so it'll be good for us brothers to look after each other. Li Fan nodded, all right, but it seems we can't traverse the wasteland on our own. Ha ha. Edward had clearly already come up with a plan. All we need to do is send the Guard Legion to Kingsland Castle on the next mission, and we'll go with them. You mean, the Guard Legion will escort us? Yes. But what will happen when they get to Kingslandburg? You can still worry about these things? Edward glared at him. Li Fan, this is not the time for mercy. It's a critical moment where every second counts. Li Fan nodded and agreed. He said the Count would wait for him because he was afraid someone might attack him on the way. There are only 3 towns to choose from. Those with titles will definitely travel together, and it is very likely that someone will target others for the sake of household registration. It is always good to have more protection for yourself. The two made up their minds and agreed to set off 7 days later. This matter needs to be discussed with the other viscounts and barons, because everyone will use this method to divide the legion's numbers equally. We should also distribute the number of people going to the 3 towns equally. It's not good if everyone goes to the same town, as it's easy to be seen as forming cliques, which makes it even harder to survive. However, there's no need to trouble Li Fan with this matter. Edward can handle the communication himself. Back home, Li Fan told Serafina and Margarita about it. Neither of them had left Fogridge Town. Clearly they were a little scared. More than anything, it's the fear of having their peaceful life disrupted. Serafina also thought of Nina. What about Nina? She has helped us a lot. Are we really going to leave without saying a word? I feel a little guilty. Nina helped both Li Fan when he joined the Guardian Legion and during the 2 sisters' pregnancies. Not helping her might negatively impact her rating. Helping her could lead to a leak of information. Margarita asked, Nina's father doesn't know about this? Li Fan shook his head. This is difficult. Margarita has learned to think now she's not the carefree girl she used to be. Nina's father is the commander of the Guard Legion. If we tell Nina, it's the same as telling her father. Who knows what he might do if he knew we mobilized the Legion to escape? Serafina was a little sad and didn't know what to do. Take her away. Li Fan thought for a moment. Go find Nina and her father, tell her what happened today, say that we can take Nina away, and ask her father to allocate the most elite troops to us. This may be the only solution. But aren't there only 5 people registered in the household? Margarita asked. Li Fan said, let Nina enter the city as a slave, and then we'll buy her. Okay. Serafina didn't dare to delay and went straight to Nina's house. As the days passed, the 3 viscounts had completed their assignments. Edward was sent first, leading his men to Kingsland Castle. Then the remaining 2 viscounts expanded their guard legions, and 6 months later they set off together to leave Mistridge Town for good. Day 7. The Guard Legion went out once again. The mission was not explicitly stated, as this is how it always is when we go out. Nina, Serafina, and Margarita hid in the carriage and followed them out of the city, while Li Fan, Edward, and 2 other barons rode at the head of the procession. When it was said that the Viscount and the Baron personally led the team for the future of the town, a large number of people from the entire town came to see them off. Some people were crying out the names of several people. They had no idea that they were about to face a terrible disaster. Once all those with titles have left, the matter will be announced, and then the others will travel together on their own. As for whether they can arrive alive, well, that's up to fate. As Li Fan had expected, Nina's father assigned the most elite team to this squad for his daughter's safety. To avoid being exposed, he didn't even come to see his daughter off in person. Li Fan, the Earl is indeed very good to you. Edward said. Li Fan nodded, that's true. Did you know? Originally, you were supposed to bring back the knighthood and 20,000 copper coins from the Holy Source Society, but because the Earl found out in advance that it was you who returned, he specially raised the reward by 1 level. I know. Li Fan nodded, the Earl told me, and also said that if I follow her, there might be a chance to go to the Holy City. Edward's eyes widened with envy. I really hate that my skin isn't yellow. The other 2 barons were incredibly envious when they heard this. The town gates opened, and the wasteland outside was as dark as ever, giving a feeling of gloom and darkness. The roars came from all directions. Mother! Liddy's huddled in Margarita's arms, too afraid to move. They say there are monsters that snatch children and eat them. It's all right, Father will protect us. Margarita's eyes also showed fear, but she tried her best to comfort her daughter. Don't be afraid, little sister. Big brother will protect you. Liwasi said like a little adult. Serafina said to Lives, from today onwards, you're an adult. You have to protect your whole family, understand? Liddy's nodded emphatically, I will not let anyone hurt my mother and sister. Nina sobbed softly and helplessly to the side. She couldn't accept that she was about to be reduced from a rich young lady to a slave. Nina! Serafina grabbed her hand. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any injustice. We're family. Thank you, Serafina. You helped my whole family when I was at my most helpless, I will never forget it. Nina nodded, but the loss of her father's protection still left her feeling helpless. Not seeing any Jedi Knights outside, Li Fan asked, Lord Edward, where are our town's Jedi Knights? There aren't many left. Almost everyone died when you retrieved the Holy Source. We don't know about the rest, but don't worry about them. These people are considered the elite of humanity, and they can freely obtain citizenship wherever they go. That's great. Not bad. Edward shook his head, but not everyone can become a Jedi Knight. It's basically something you're born with. Oh. Li Fan then asked, what about the people at the church? They'll probably receive new assignments from the church. Edward sighed helplessly, no matter what, we are the ones who suffer the most. We help the church manage the town, but in the end, we are not given any arrangements and have to go there ourselves. Chapter 36 Slaves are the best assets. The gates closed, and Nina, Serafina, and Margarita were all very reluctant to leave. Mother, will we come back? Liddy's asked. Margarita didn't know how to answer. Holding her daughter, she looked helplessly at the closed door and wept uncontrollably. Everyone knows that they no longer have a home, and this place will soon become part of the wasteland. Father, you must stay safe. Nina was also wiping away her tears. The atmosphere inside the carriage was somber for a moment, and the unpredictable future was heartbreaking. After the team set foot on the wasteland, wandering mutants approached from time to time. Fortunately, the Guard Legion was also very strong, and they even brought the laser cannons that were taken from the Mimic Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1. When encountering a mutant that they couldn't handle, they would unleash a devastating attack, leaving nothing but ashes. This served as a strong morale booster for everyone. As night fell, the group arrived in Oaktown. The wasteland had turned pitch black, and only powerful superhumans or elite warriors could travel at night. Ordinary people had to seek refuge in towns. The holy light of Oaktown illuminated the surroundings, and Edward said with some envy, with this brightness, it could last for another 10 years or so. With their household registration in hand, entering the city is not a problem for them. To ensure their safety on the rest of the journey, Edward also paid 3 gold coins to allow the slaves to enter the city. Why spend this money? The other 2 barons, Walter and Karen, were a little dissatisfied. We shouldn't have brought them along in the first place, otherwise we could have been even faster. What do you know? Edward said, slaves are the most valuable asset we brought with us. Why do you think they accepted us? He spoke without any mercy. Are you more capable than a slave? Or more able to endure hardship than a slave? To put it bluntly, our value is now far less than that of a slave. Those few people who couldn't carry anything on their shoulders or lift anything with their hands were absolutely useless. If it weren't for their titles, they wouldn't even have been wanted as slaves. Walter was a little embarrassed. These slaves still obey me obediently. Li Fan, the children are asleep. Let's take them inside. Serafina and Margarita breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerve endings finally relaxing. Li Weiss and Li Tis were sleeping soundly. Li Fan kissed them on the cheek and said, go back to your room. I'll have someone bring the food over. Okay. Nina and the other 4 left together. Afterwards, Li Fan, Edward, Walter, and Karen started eating and drinking. Everyone complained about the hardships of the journey and expressed their worries about the future. Oak is far more prosperous than Fogridge, with clean and tidy roads and a large population of nearly 10,000. Karen came up with a crazy idea, why don't we stay here? Kingsland Castle might not be as good as here, and whether we can get there safely is also a problem. Edward shook his head, we have household registration in Kingsland, but not in Oaktown. What are we doing here? As slaves? We can pay. Karen pointed to the carriage not far away. We brought 3 cartloads of copper coins. Can't we buy ourselves a farm? At most, we'll be a farm owner in Kingsland Castle. Edward was cautious. Oaktown is not the place the Earl chose for us. Your staying here would go against the Earl's wishes, which is inappropriate. The town's gone, and I'm supposed to listen to her? Karen stood up abruptly. Anyone coming with me? Karen, sit down. Edward, do you still think you're a Viscount? Karen blurted out. Bang. Edward slammed his hand on the table. Say that again? Karen was starting to back down. If you won't go, I'll go myself. Walter hadn't gone far when he caught up with them. This is definitely a good option. If Lefan could buy a farm in Oaktown, he would be willing to stay here. But he won't be the first to lead the charge. Lefan, did you see that? These people are utterly ungrateful. I didn't mistreat them back in Fogridge Town. Your Excellency, please don't stoop to his level. They will definitely not succeed. Whether it was said in anger or not, Walter and Karen did not succeed the next day, just as Edward had guessed. Every town has its own mint, so it's never short of money and wouldn't change accounts plans. Humph. Edward sneered. How about that? If you had listened to me last night, you wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation. Walter and Karen were rebuffed and didn't dare say anything. However, their actions last night brought new trouble. A Viscount from Oaktown walked over, his eyes full of disdain as he looked at them. He stood in front of the procession, surrounded by only a few guards. But this was their town, so Edward had no choice but to step forward and smile obsequiously. Your Excellency Viscount, what is the meaning of this? I don't think your army needs so many slaves. Leave half of them for us. Edward was immediately displeased. These are slaves from our Fogridge Town. Mistridge Town? The Viscount smiled slightly. Didn't you already give up? Yesterday, Walter and Karen told me the purpose of your trip. Walter and Karen didn't dare to lift their heads when they heard this. The Viscount didn't mince words. Think about it, if these people knew you were fleeing, and not on a mission, would they follow you? Are you threatening me? That's right. Viscount Oaktown chuckled. If you Fogridge Town are incompetent, don't blame others. We'll give you half of the slaves. Lefan pulled Edward back from his anger. They had no choice. Let alone slaves, even the guards would probably turn against us immediately if they knew the purpose of this trip. The Viscount of Oaktown dared to openly demand slaves precisely because of this. Fine, I hope you don't end up in our situation. Edward said ruthlessly. Don't worry, our Earl isn't that incompetent. The Viscount of Oakwood went directly to select slaves. He also set his sights on Serafina, Margarita, and Nina. Is there anyone who wants to stay here? I can give you residency permits so you can continue living the carefree life you used to have. Get out. Margarita gave him a cold look. Nina couldn't choose either, since Serafina and the others were more reliable than strangers. Viscount Oaktown felt it was a pity but did not insist. He did not want to risk a bloody conflict with these people over a woman. Thank you all. He selected the strongest group of slaves. After this incident, Walter and Karen hid far away, and Edward wished he could kill them. Chapter 37 Murder, Seizure of Registration, Entry into the City. Even after the group left Oaktown, Edward was still indignant. He's too arrogant. I'm going to complain to the Earl. On the other hand, Karen had had enough of this jerk. Let's get rid of Edward and Lefan. This isn't a good idea. Haven't you realized yet? Edward is already fed up with the two of us, and he might make a move against us at any time. It's better to strike first. Okay, then we'll each have one of Serafina and Margarita. I've been eyeing these two sisters for a long time. They actually ended up with an Asian man. They're a disgrace to white people. When to make our move? The sooner the better. Lefan overheard all of this and found Edward. We're going to get rid of Walter and Karen, and we'll split their household registrations equally. Ha! Edward was bewildered. He was indeed angry, but not to the point of killing someone. Although those two were quite stupid and caused us to lose half of our slaves, we did work together after all, and we can look after each other after we go to Kingsland Castle. Them? Lefan shook his head. They've been plotting to get rid of us. If you don't kill them, they'll kill you. Edward was shocked. Are you kidding me? Do I look like I'm joking with you? This guy seems to have a special sense of danger. All right. Edward gritted his teeth and agreed, then let's get rid of them. Because everyone has their own guards, once a fight breaks out, it becomes a melee. Bullets don't have eyes, and no one can guarantee that they will be unharmed. Both groups coincidentally chose to make their move during lunchtime. As long as they eliminated the other side at close range, the guards would be no threat. At lunch, the four of them sat together to eat, with Walter and Karen both carrying guns on their waistbands. Perhaps harboring ill intentions, everyone could sense the murderous aura emanating from the other. Your Excellency, we apologize for our previous offense. Walter raised his glass. Edward gave a forced smile. It's all right, we're all just trying to survive. Drink this and we'll pretend nothing happened. The four people clinked glasses. At that very moment, Li Fan made his move. Others need a gun, but he doesn't. Li Fan crushed the wine glass in one swift motion, and with lightning speed, slashed Karen's neck with the shards of glass. Too fast. Like lightning. Puff. Blood gushed out immediately. Walter was startled, and it was this moment that slowed him down, allowing Edward to press a gun against his head. You. Knowing that all was lost, Walter threw away his gun and knelt on the ground. Lord Edward, it was all Karen's idea, please spare me. Edward hadn't expected these two guys to actually intend to kill him. They shot Walter dead. Bang. The gunshots made Serafina and Margarita's hands tremble as they gripped their guns, and neither dared to scream. They had known about the plan beforehand, and if Li Fan failed, they intended to take their children and follow him in death. Li Fan felt around on Walter and Karen's bodies, found the household registration records, and split them equally with Edward. Now we can finally relax. The battle ended in an instant. Everything was so swift and decisive. Edward was surprised by Li Fan's speed. He was no longer an ordinary person. Li Fan, we're not enemies, right? Of course, Viscount Edward, Li Fan grinned. We'll always be best friends. Your Excellency, what happened? The guards rushed over upon hearing the gunfire. By order of the Earl, Karen and Walter have been eliminated. This matter is none of your concern. Dismissed. Edward used his authority to cover it all up. 3 days later, Li Fan and Edward finally arrived at Kingsland Castle with their men. The holy light here is also dazzling, much like in Oaktown, but the population is larger, so it looks a bit crowded. After entering the city, the guards confiscated all the guns from the Legion. Only then did they realize they had been tricked. Viscount Edward, how could this be? Viscount Edward, we have always been loyal to you. Viscount Edward, my wife and children are still in Fogridge Town. Please let me go back. This can be considered an unspoken rule. The reason for accepting a titled person who has lost a town is precisely because they would bring a large number of slaves. Moreover, they were all in their prime, which was something no town could refuse. I'm sorry, I'm no longer a viscount. Edward laid his cards on the table. You can't go back. The other two viscounts won't let you into the city to bring the message back, so just stay here and live one day at a time. Then someone led Li Fan, Edward, and the others away. The slaves who came with them were fine, since they were slaves no matter where they were. However, some members of the guard were of high status, and they naturally resisted when they heard that they were to become slaves in this town. Bang bang bang. The ringleader was shot dead, and the rest of the people calmed down. Serafina and Margarita quickly covered the child's ears and hurried away. They didn't want their two children to see such a bloody scene. These people were then registered, most of them were sent to military camps, and a few were lucky enough to be selected as guards. 3 cartloads of copper coins were also taken away, but Edward quickly stopped them, saying, "Sir, these are our personal belongings." Private property? The baron who received them sneered, "A household is only allowed to keep 1,000 copper coins, the rest will be confiscated." You can't argue with me at all, Li Fan said, pulling Edward back. Forget it, it's always good to be alive. Damn it! Edward exclaimed angrily. I must complain to the Earl. But where is the Earl? I don't know either. Li Fan gritted his teeth. Do you think the Earl might be playing a trick on us? Edward shook his head. No, the Earl must have been delayed by something. Even worse things were yet to come. I thought I could get a farm, and even if I didn't ask for the wealth I had before, at least I could live a decent life. But the certificate only provides one house, which means they will become ordinary small-town residents and have to work to support their families. Fortunately, Li Fan and his group killed Walter and Karen, so each family got 2 houses. Man proposes, God disposes. I never imagined I, Edward, would fall to this state. Edward's family was so large that 10 households were not enough, so he had to spend extra copper coins to buy back his wives who had been enslaved. Most of the 10,000 copper coins he received were immediately spent. Li Fan was alright, he had 10 household registration slots and received 10,000 copper coins, but only 6 people were registered, so 2 houses were enough. He didn't go to Winnie right away, he wanted to find out more about her first. Nina, this house is yours. Serafina handed her a key. Nina almost burst into tears. Serafina, don't you want me anymore? How could that be? I want to be with you all, I don't want to be alone. What are you thinking about? Serafina quickly grabbed her hand. Neither house is very big, and the child will stay at your place tonight. We won't separate. Nina arrived in this unfamiliar place all alone, with no one to rely on. Having been a pampered young lady since childhood, she had no idea what to do. If I were to leave her alone, I'd rather kill her. Margarita teased her, we can't be separated. The child has to stay with you, otherwise my sister, Li Fan, and I won't have any private space. Loquacious. Serafina laughed, and everyone laughed too. Chapter 38 Work, supporting the family, beating up people. Li Fan went to inquire about Winnie's whereabouts. She is the Countess of Kingslandberg, proud and cold-blooded, and often does crazy things. But it has a good reputation. Winnie decreed that even slaves must have a potato with every meal, and that slaves must not be killed or beaten, at will those who disobeyed, even viscounts, would be severely punished. As a result, many people are willing to come here to be slaves. No wonder Kingsland has a population of 30,000, it's a bit overcrowded. Li Fan did not plan to go to Winnie immediately, he did not think that Celia's letter would be of much use. More importantly, he still wanted to save it for crucial moments. A few days later, Li Fan found his first job. Now that he had become an ordinary resident of the small town, he had to find a way to survive. For him, it was actually quite simple. It was a physically demanding job, like moving stones or sandbags, and the more he did, the more he earned. He was strong, physically fit, and worked quickly, which made him a favorite of the boss. Edward faced a difficult situation, having to support a large family, and his own health was not good, leaving him extremely busy. His eldest son, Berend, who was only 16 years old, also came here. The father and son earned less in a day than Li Fan alone, and Li Fan often took care of Edward, for which Edward was extremely grateful. Li Fan, I never thought I'd need your help one day. Your Excellency is too kind. I have been indebted to you in the past, and it is only natural that I must repay your kindness. What Viscount? Edward scoffed. I'm just an old man now. I wonder if I'll ever have another chance to rise again. When the Earl arrives, he will surely turn our lives around. Maybe. Perhaps Edward also hopes that day will come. Serafina and Nina also found work, mostly working for farmers or milking cows, which was more common for women. The 2 women naturally didn't dare go to the farmer's house. They had been farmers themselves and knew how dangerous it was for beautiful women to go inside. Milking cows is much better because it's all women, and they have to wear veils, so the risk factor is very low. This outfit is quite nice. You do not say. The 2 were wearing waist-cinching coats that reached mid-calf, along with linen aprons, which gave them a unique look. This work is also paid by the quantity, with payments settled per bucket. Nina has gradually adapted to her current life and doesn't want to be a burden anymore. She can earn 10 copper coins a day. Serafina is less, so you can only earn 7. In addition, Li Fan's daily 50 copper coins could cover the daily expenses of 6 people, with the bulk of the expenses being the food for Li Weixi and Li Tissi. Serafina and Margarita originally thought they should lower their standards, since life wasn't as good as it used to be. But Li Fan insisted that his children eat beef every day, even if it was just a small piece. Li Weiss and Li Tis were born healthy, and we absolutely cannot waste their excellent physical condition. Fortunately, Li Fan was strong and earned a lot of money. Let's make some beef soup today. Serafina was content, she was happy as long as everyone was together. Nina shook her head, let the children eat it. We can't have less either. Half for the kids, and half for us to make soup today. Good. Nina was also craving beef, she hadn't had it in a long time. Want some beef? Come with me. A sinister voice suddenly came from behind. When the 2 women turned around, they saw 7 or 8 strange men acting suspiciously late at night. Their first instinct was to run away. But no man is as fast as a person, and several men had already blocked their path. Don't run away. Stay with us. I'll buy you beef. These people have done a lot of bad things in Kingslandberg. They are all wicked people. They had their eyes on Serafina and Nina long ago. Serafina, in particular, with her large breasts, slim waist, and big buttocks, walks like a beautiful snake. Nina, on the other hand, is a cuter girl, but equally alluring. It was precisely because the two were new faces that they dared to act with confidence. A female milkmaid saw this and quickly ran to find Li Fan. Their workplaces are not far apart, which was intentional, just to guard against this. Li Fan, Serafina, and Nina have been targeted by villains. Damn it! Li Fan ran straight over. Barend, keep up. Edward immediately called to his son to follow, knowing that unity was essential for survival here. Hey, why are you running? We're not going to eat you. Play with us. When these people saw that Li Fan had also arrived, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they became even more hostile. A burly man stepped forward. You're her husband? From today onwards, this beautiful lady's husband is me. This is the first test in the post-apocalyptic town. The lower classes have to compete to see who is more ruthless and vicious. Without wasting words, Li Fan threw a punch, hitting the burly man squarely in the nose. With a snap, the burly man collapsed, clutching his nose. The others were stunned. They hadn't expected Li Fan to be so ruthless. Attacked together. These people all had wooden sticks in their hands and immediately surrounded them. Li Fan showed no fear. His fists moved like the wind, each move drawing blood, like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. The three men at the front of the charge instantly collapsed. The sticks fell on Li Fan as if nothing had happened. The remaining four people got scared and turned to run away. Li Fan wasn't about to let them go, so he chased after them and took down two of them. Barend also arrived and, wielding a wooden stick, helped Li Fan take down one of the men. Li Fan finished off the last person with another flying kick, then stood up and looked at Serafina and Nina. Are you all right? Serafina shook her head, her small hand gripping his arm. I'm fine, thanks to you. Nina was quite capable. She calmed down after taking a few deep breaths. You've gotten yourself into trouble, kid. The burly man who had fallen first grinned. Just you wait, we won't let you get away with this. I'll be waiting. Li Fan was not afraid at all. Li Fan, I've heard that these people belong to a powerful gang in Kingslandberg. Edward arrived at this moment. Be careful. Li Fan nodded. Since he dared to take action, he wasn't afraid. However, before these people had gone far, a silver-white steed came along. The person on horseback was a woman, wearing tight-fitting leather armor and a half-mask, so her face was not visible, but she was tall and had an indescribable heroic air. Snap! The whip lashed down, leaving a bloody welt on the burly man's face. The burly man looked at the woman, his expression one of horror. Viscount Astiga. How dare they provoke the Earl's distinguished guest? They're simply out of control. Throw them out of the city. I didn't know beforehand. No one listened to his explanation, and guards immediately came forward and took all of them away. Not bad skills. Viscount Astiga's voice was as clear and sharp as colliding ice crystals. The Earl is waiting for you. Come with me. Chapter 39. Healthy Men. The Earl wants to see me? Li Fan was a little surprised. Is it Earl Winnie? Celia said that Winnie was her good friend and would take care of her. The problem is that Li Fan hasn't even handed in the letter yet, and Countess Winnie has already come knocking on his door. Something doesn't seem right. Could there be other earls in Kingslandberg? Astiga is the youngest viscount, exuding an incomparably sharp and powerful aura. I'm sorry, I haven't been in Kingsland for long and I didn't know that. Li Fan knew he had no choice but to go through whatever danger he could find. Your Excellency, may I send my family home first? Astiga's riding boots lightly tapped the horse's belly, and the warhorse snorted. You made the Earl wait for you? Serafina grasped Li Fan's hand. I'm fine, you go. Edward, please take them back. Leave it to me. Edward glanced at the mysterious Viscount and couldn't help but think of his own glorious days. Indeed, life is unpredictable. Please. Let's go. Astiga's slender waist was tightly bound by a leather belt, and the silver badge on her chest shimmered faintly. A strand of silver hair slipped from the edge of the mask and fluttered in the wind. She led the way on horseback, with Li Fan following behind. Astiga clearly showed no respect whatsoever for the so-called distinguished guest. I heard you came from the south, she asked without turning her head. Li Fan replied, Yes, Your Excellency. Why come to Kingsland? Li Fan thought he heard her casual laughter. This is a question that the answer is obvious. Everyone knows why he and Edward came here. Fogridge Town is no longer suitable for living. Have you settled in? Or have you given up? This question cannot be answered. Astiga suddenly pulled on the reins, his voice rising sharply. You abandoned your town, abandoned your people, what face do you have to live here? Your Excellency is right. Li Fan lowered his head the moment she turned around, his voice remaining completely calm throughout. Astiga squinted, just like Celia. Judging from this statement, Astiga did not intend to make things difficult for Li Fan. She may have a grudge against Celia. Syria? Li Fan asked deliberately, do you know the Earl? That man doesn't even deserve to be called an Earl? The sound of teeth grinding came from beneath the metal mask. Astiga's voice was cold, she should have been hanged on the city wall 10 years ago. I am unaware of your grudge against Lord Celia. If this has caused you dissatisfaction, I apologize. Li Fan was now quite certain that Astiga and Celia had a deep-seated feud. Oof. She snorted coldly, don't lump me in with that kind of person. Yes. I heard Celia gave you a letter of recommendation? Why didn't you take it out after entering the city? I also despise Celia's character and do not wish to accept her favors. Is that really what you think? Astiga smirked. I hope you're not just saying it. Of course. Li Fan took out the letter, threw it on the ground, and then stomped on it twice. What are you doing? The half of Astiga's face that could be seen raised in fear. I failed to protect my town. I want to sever all ties with the past and start anew. Li Fan stomped twice more. Are you an idiot? Stop it. Astiga's voice immediately turned shrill. That was a letter for Countess Winnie. Who told you to step on it? Your Excellency, didn't you tell me not to just say things? When did I? Astiga was speechless, unsure how to describe Li Fan for a moment. What an idiot. Quickly pick up the letter on the ground. Yes. Li Fan felt much more at ease. In other words, Astiga doesn't like Celia, but Winnie doesn't, so it's not a dead end. Otherwise, this letter would be a death sentence. You think you can please me like this? Celia's lackeys will never change their groveling nature. Astiga was getting a little irritated. Sorry. You stepped on it yourself, it wasn't my intention. Fear on her face pulled her down from her pedestal, and she was no longer so aloof. If the Earl asks. Your Excellency, please rest assured, I simply dropped it on the ground by accident. I hope you'll remember what you said. Yes. Let's go. Astiga spurred his horse forward again, without mentioning Celia once more. Countess Winnie's castle is located in the very center of Kingsland Castle, like a nail firmly embedded in the city. Its outer walls are made of red rock. It shimmered with an eerie red color under the holy light. The gate was half open, and 2 guards in armor stood on either side, bowing immediately upon seeing Astiga. The Earl is already waiting in the hall. Please follow me. Astiga dismounted, her icy demeanor returning. Watch your words and actions. Understood. Li Fan followed behind her. Upon entering the castle, the surrounding scenery changes, exuding the luxurious atmosphere of the Earl's mansion. Along the way, servants and maids bowed repeatedly, but no one spoke. The silence was extraordinary. Finally, the two stopped in front of a huge oak door. Astiga knocked on the door. A cold female voice came from inside. Come in. My lord, the person has been brought here. Astiga pushed open the door and entered. Li Fan followed her inside. You're the Li Fan that Celia mentioned in her letter? Countess Winnie sat on a chair covered with a velvet rug, her pure white brocade robe perfectly accentuating her figure. Her long, golden hair was tied back, her features were delicate, and her temperament was aloof. Even from a distance, one could still feel the winter-like chill emanating from her. I am Li Fan, greetings to Countess Winnie. Li Fan knelt on one knee. Unlike the Viscount's rudeness, Countess Winnie's voice was much gentler. Get up. Yes. Where is the letter Celia gave you? Here it is. Li Fan pulled the already soiled letter from his pocket. I accidentally dropped it on the way here. It's Astiga, isn't it? No, even though Li Fan denied it. As soon as Winnie glanced at him, Astiga knelt down. Your subordinate has failed in his duty. If this happens again, get out of the city. Yes. Winnie glanced at Li Fan again. What did she say in the letter she gave you? Lady Celia said, the Count will take care of me. Do you know what's in the letter? Have no idea. Read. Yes. Li Fan opened the envelope. The contents were much shorter than he had imagined. To my dearest sister. He stopped reading the second line. Continue. You've always wanted to find a healthy man, right? I've brought him to you. He can definitely get you pregnant. Chapter 40. Life is getting better again. With just a few words, the atmosphere in the room became subtle. Li Fan could hear Astiga grinding his teeth next to him. Finished watching? Winnie asked. It's over. Li Fan said, head down. So you know what you're here for? Understood. Li Fan hadn't expected Celia to betray him. He had naively thought that Celia had helped him because the two of them had the same skin color. Looking back now, it was so naive. In the apocalypse, everything is about buying and selling. Winnie stared intently at him, her gaze intense. Come here. Li Fan stepped forward. Take off your shirt. To determine if someone is healthy, the first thing to do is check the strength of their heartbeat, and Winnie actually pressed her ear directly to it. The two were so close that Li Fan could even smell the faint floral scent on Winnie's body. Astiga seemed unable to bear the sight and turned away. Your chest is burning hot, your heart is beating strongly, that's good, raise your hands. Winnie reached out her hand, her cold fingers examining it inch by inch. Indeed, you are very healthy, just as Celia said. I have searched 10 towns and have not met a man as healthy as you. Hiss. When the vital parts were examined, the usually composed Countess lost her composure, her breathing became heavy, and Astiga's eyes almost spit fire. Very good, very good. Celia and you have both given me a great gift. Winnie lingered for a moment before withdrawing her hand, her voice tinged with excitement. Li Fan felt the icy touch disappear in an instant. I'm glad the Earl likes it. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you? Winnie suddenly laughed, gently lifting his chin with her finger. The two were very close. Li Fan clearly saw a captivating glint in her pupils, and even had the illusion that she would kiss him at any moment. I come from a humble background, and I am already extremely fortunate to have this honor. Winnie withdrew her hand, a laugh escaping her lips. That's right, I like men who know what's good for them. Lord Earl says favor. Go back. Astiga will arrange everything. From now on, come to me every 3 days. Winnie stopped looking at him and turned to Astiga. Take him away. Yes. Astiga and Li Fan left the room. After the door closed, she immediately looked at Li Fan with disgust, as if he were something filthy. Let me tell you, the Countess just wants to have a child, don't think she's interested in you. I see. Remember this, you can only lie down, you can't do it yourself. Astiga's eyes were red. It seemed that if Li Fan didn't agree, she was about to draw her sword. Li Fan hummed in agreement. He suddenly realized something, Astiga probably wouldn't like Winnie. This also explains her terrible attitude towards herself, because she knew from the beginning what she was there to do. Considering Astiga's apparent dislike of Celia, this implies that Celia and Winnie. A cold wind blew in from outside, and Li Fan wrapped his coat tighter around himself. Although Countess Winnie didn't reveal anything, he could feel the burning intensity in her gaze and her obsession with having children. After the disaster, it is indeed quite difficult to have a child. Finding a healthy man or woman is even more difficult. Tomorrow I will give you the status of a rancher, and your family will also benefit. If you successfully get the Count pregnant, you will be promoted to Baron. Astiga finished speaking, snorted coldly, and left. Li Fan let out a long breath. I survived another day. And it looks like he'll live a little longer. This time, the rating won't be low. When they got home, the children were already asleep with Nina. Serafina and Margarita had been waiting for him, and when Li Fan returned, they both breathed a sigh of relief almost simultaneously. Are you all right? Serafina asked. Don't worry. Li Fan took off his clothes and got into bed. That's good. The three of them quickly crawled into bed. This little house is drafty and very cold. Li Fan put his arms around his two wives and kissed their foreheads. Our lives will get better and better from now on. I've always believed in you. Serafina said, resting her head on his arm. I believe you too. Margarita nestled against the other side. Sleep soundly, tomorrow will be a fresh start. Li Fan hugged them tightly. I slept more soundly than usual this time. The next day, before dawn, Astiga came to the door. Without letting Li Fan speak, she took out a piece of parchment. This is your new identity. From now on, you are the largest farmer in the east of the city. Thank you. Li Fan took it and saw that it bore the seal of Earl Winnie. Astiga left as soon as he finished speaking, not wanting to stay for even a second longer. A farmer? Serafina and Margarita exchanged a surprised glance. Good days are coming. Li Fan handed them the parchment to look at. Why would the Earl suddenly give you a farm? The two asked in surprise. Li Fan only said that he had been chosen by the Earl and was given an important task, without mentioning the matter of having children. I knew it. Margarita choked up, wrapping her arms around Li Fan's neck. Thank you so much. Serafina, her eyes red with emotion, hugged him tightly. While eating breakfast, Li Fan placed the parchment on the table. The children all gathered around. Farmer? Li Weiss and Li Tis were somewhat incredulous. Li Fan kissed them. We have our own big house again. Cheers erupted in the room. Nina smiled too. The joyful mood was contagious. Li Fan also told Edward the good news, but Edward thought it was Celia who had come. As for me, did the Earl mention me? I'm sorry, Edward, it's not what you think. Li Fan sighed and told him what had happened. A good life has come, but it's been bought with my body. Edward was a little disappointed, but still sincerely wished him well. That's your skill too. Li Fan patted him on the shoulder. You'll be my housekeeper. You have 7 wives, right? Come work on my farm. I think it'll be much better than working outside. Li Fan. Edward knelt down immediately, understanding what this meant for his family. Get up, we're brothers. Li Fan helped him up. Li Fan was willing to help him because Edward had never targeted him. Thank you so much. Edward kept saying. The first thing is moving. Everything was done very quickly. There wasn't much furniture, and there wasn't much to tidy up. They moved into their new home in just one day. This farm is even bigger than Margarita's previous one. Fortunately, Edward had many wives and children, so he didn't need to hire anyone else. Everyone was highly enthusiastic and worked extremely hard. Countess Winnie also provided the finest food so that Li Fan could strengthen his kidneys and be in peak condition. Chapter 41. The Earl is very happy. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Besides exercising, Li Fan eats the best food every day. My family members ate there too, and it didn't cost any money. Astiga would come to supervise him every day, sometimes even watching him eat the kidney-strengthening foods. However, one thing he was unhappy about was Li Fan's exercise of his lower back. Why are you exercising your lower back? Have you forgotten what I told you? You just need to lie down. I'm just maintaining my best condition, Li Fan replied seriously. Astiga gave him a suspicious look, but ultimately didn't interfere. Li Fan was already muscular, and with 2 days of hard training and the aid of top-quality food, his physique became a perfect inverted triangle. Astiga had to admit that this guy was indeed qualified to get the Count pregnant. However, it's just a qualification. On the 3rd day, Li Fan's body was full of power. He was full of energy. The internal firepower is also exceptionally strong. Astiga came to Li Fan's place once again. Her expression was somewhat complicated. Even if you're unwilling, you can't disobey the Earl's wishes. Prepare yourself, the Earl wants to see you. The moment has finally arrived. Li Fan led Astiga to Winnie's Earl's mansion. This time, she led him directly into the bedroom. Upon entering, I saw Winnie lying on the bed. She wore a sheer dress and her hair was loose, making her appear less assertive and more gentle. The moment their eyes met, Li Fan tensed up immediately. Like a spring that has been accumulating for a long time, it is suddenly triggered. Astiga went out and gently closed the door. At this moment, only the two of them remained in the room. Winnie's eyes revealed an undisguised desire. Come on. Li Fan slowly walked to the bedside and looked at Winnie, whose eyes were filled with desire. He swallowed hard and climbed into bed. Winnie stretched out her hand, which was icy cold. Looks good. Yes, it's full of amazing power. Li Fan replied. How long did it take for Serafina and Margarita to conceive? More than a year. Li Fan didn't say she got pregnant on the first try. If Winnie doesn't succeed on her first try, her jealousy could cause problems. More than a year, that's a long time. Winnie seemed very confident in herself, reaching out to stroke Li Fan's chest. Come on, let me see your strength. She took the initiative to hug Li Fan tightly and offered her red lips. At this moment, the long-suppressed instincts erupted. How is the Earl? Astiga immediately stepped forward after Li Fan came out. Li Fan nodded. She's very happy. How could you say such a shameless thing? Astiga's eyes were practically murderous. Every wail she just heard felt like a knife to her heart. I'm asking you, Count, if he's pregnant? This isn't child's play. How could you know immediately? At least you should be able to feel it by now, right? Astiga emphasized. Oh. Li Fan recalled, her feelings were indeed very strong. So there's a high chance she's pregnant? Li Fan was certain this guy didn't understand what he was saying. It's hard to say, whether he can get pregnant depends on the Earl himself. What do you mean by looking at the Earl himself? Astiga's face darkened. The purpose of bringing you here is to get the Count pregnant. Whether it succeeds or not depends on you. Li Fan shrugged. Anyway, I've given her everything I could. What's the meaning? It was giving it my all, exceeding expectations. Li Fan's legs were still a little weak, and his head was buzzing. Winnie had just been like a relentless killing maniac. Astiga was still completely baffled. But from Li Fan's resolute expression, she could tell that he wasn't lying. After a long silence, he finally managed to say, "You'd better not be lazy. You should know that everything you have is given to you by the Earl. No, don't worry." He didn't slack off. Winnie was already dressed. Her expression was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. But the look in her eyes as she looked at Li Fan carried a hint of spring fever. Astiga immediately ran to her side. "Countess, how is it?" Winnie's voice became languid. "Very good, even better than I expected." Astiga asked in surprise, "Are you pregnant?" Winnie smiled. "He really is just a child." She held a wooden box in her hand, opened it to reveal a red fruit inside. "This is for you." "What's this?" "It's fish roe." "Fish roe? So big?" Li Fan was a little shocked. It was about the size of a fist. "These are the roe of a mutated deep-sea dragonfish. They're very precious and can increase the chances of getting pregnant. I spent a lot of money to buy them, and they're also very good for your health," Winnie explained. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Li Fan swallowed it in a few bites. "It's a little sweet, but I don't really taste anything, just like caviar." "Damn it." Astiga gritted his teeth, realizing he had been given such good food. Winnie looked at Li Fan and smiled. "The effects will be visible in 3 days. You'll be extraordinary then." "Really?" Winnie held her aching back. "Go back now, come back in 3 days. During this time, you are not allowed to share a bed with anyone. They all belong to me, understand?" "Understood." Li Fan nodded emphatically. "I'll take you." Astiga's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Once outside, she glared at Li Fan and said, "Starting today, the amount of kidney-strengthening and body-nourishing ingredients will triple, and then double again every 3 days, until the Earl becomes pregnant. I hope you can live up to the Earl's expectations of you. These ingredients are worth a fortune, some of them even transported directly from the Holy City." Astiga's heart bleeds at the thought of them being wasted on Li Fan. "I promise I'll do my best." Back at the farm, Li Fan continued his training. That very night, he sensed something was amiss. It seemed as if a dormant beast was awakening within him. Strength is constantly accumulating. Serafina and Margarita were both stunned, because the changes were so obvious. In his spare time, Li Fan would accompany his wife and daughters for walks on the farm, enjoying steak and red wine, experiencing unprecedented relaxation and happiness. Serafina and Margarita both had big smiles on their faces. Li Weiss and Li Tis resumed their daily bickering, constantly complaining to their parents. After all they had been through, the three of them were happy that the children could still grow up innocently. Time was peaceful and beautiful. Edward found Li Fan, and he even brought gifts, clearly indicating that he wanted something from him. He scratched his head. "Li Fan, my son Barend is going to join the Guard Legion. This is a good thing. Could you perhaps whisper a few words in the Earl's ear and get me a better seat?" "I will." But Li Fan had no intention of doing that. He was very clear about his own position. Making demands before things had even succeeded would affect Winnie's mood and be detrimental to him. 3 more days passed. Winnie was already waiting in the room. This time, she was clearly even more excited. Chapter 42. The time for choice has arrived. It was already late at night when Li Fan came out. Astiga waited outside all day. "Why did it take so long this time?" "She insists." Astiga was speechless. She glared at Li Fan and quickly went to knock on the door. "Your Excellency." "Enter." Pushing open the door, I saw Winnie lying on the bed. Her golden hair was spread on the pillow, her eyes were alluring, and her eyebrows were full of spring passion. Reward. What? Reward Li Fan with the title of Baron. Is the Earl pregnant? Astiga was overjoyed, which meant she wouldn't have to see Li Fan coming and going. Not so fast. Then why reward him? Astiga was both confused and annoyed. Winnie's lips curled up, because it'll be quick. Lord Earl Sierra. Looking at Li Fan's strong and healthy body, a blush rose on her cheeks, making her look the most charming young girl. This glance gave Li Fan a sense of conquering pleasure. Come back in 3 days, Winnie said. Li Fan nodded. This time, Winnie was clearly more satisfied when he left. But 3 days passed, then another 3 days, then yet another 3 days. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Winnie's belly still showed no signs of pregnancy. Her attitude also changed drastically, and she began to become impatient. She was even somewhat indifferent when Li Fan came. Your Excellency, is there still no movement? Astiga frowned. Winnie nodded, very disappointed. Could it be that the fish roe isn't effective enough? Should we buy some more? Astiga suggested. Winnie shook her head, looks like it has nothing to do with fish roe. During these 3 months of eating fish roe, Li Fan underwent a dramatic transformation. He became taller, with a broader chest, more defined muscles, radiant skin, and bright, piercing eyes. Is that Li Fan's problem? Astiga looked at Li Fan. Winnie also looked over. Li Fan had just finished getting dressed when he heard that there was a problem with him, and he was immediately overwhelmed. It's obvious that Winnie isn't up to the task. He's so incredibly strong. But he couldn't say it outright, so he could only smile and say, it's only been 3 months, there's no rush. Not in a hurry? Astiga angrily drew his sword. I think you're doing this on purpose, deliberately preventing the Count from getting pregnant so you can enjoy yourself. Ha! Li Fan and the young Viscount had no way to explain, so he could only say, whether it was intentional or not, Your Excellency knows. I gave it to her, and she saw it. Winnie stared at Li Fan, pondered for a moment, and then said, I have a way of knowing if you can do it. Li Fan sighed inwardly, wondering why she didn't think about herself. What method? Astiga asked, both surprised and delighted. If you sleep with Asti and she gets pregnant, it will prove you're okay. Count! Astiga exclaimed in surprise, Li Fan has 2 wives at home, both of whom have given birth to children. We'll know whether he is capable or not once we try. All right. No good. Li Fan quickly retorted, neither success nor failure was a good thing, my 2 wives are not as young as the Viscount, let us try the Viscount instead. Li Fan, stop making excuses. Your 2 wives are the healthiest women I've ever seen. Astiga wasn't stupid. If she were pregnant, wouldn't that prove she was better than Winnie? She quickly declined, saying, you want to have your way with me before you die? Don't even dream about it. Your Excellency. Your Excellency. Both of them had their own plans. Winnie waved her hand, you don't need to come for the next 3 months. If even your wife can't get pregnant, I think your head is not worth keeping. Yes. Li Fan could only nod. As Astiga emerged from Winnie's room, he sneered at Li Fan, if your wife isn't pregnant within 3 months, I'll personally take your head. Li Fan silently returned to the manor. Edward brought over several bottles of fine wine, his face beaming with joy. Your Excellency, Baron has been promoted to sergeant. Thank you for your guidance. In fact, Li Fan never told Winnie about this. It's good that I didn't say anything. Otherwise, if she's unhappy today, it might affect Baron as well. Baron's rapid rise was due not only to his own hard work, but also partly to Li Fan's efforts. It's no secret that Winnie might be pregnant with Li Fan's child. Baron naturally received some preferential treatment. What's wrong? Edward noticed that Li Fan's expression was off. Sit down and talk. The two shared a drink, and Li Fan told Edward about what had happened that day, adding just 2 words, difficult. Yes. Although Edward's health was failing, his mind was still sharp. He immediately understood what Edward meant. If Serafina and Margarita get pregnant, something might go wrong. If they don't get pregnant, you'll be the one who dies. Yes. Li Fan drank another cup. Even good wine couldn't ease his mood. He couldn't gamble that Winnie wouldn't get jealous. You have to think of a way. Edward said anxiously for him. If I had a way, I would have solved it long ago. Li Fan sighed, his head throbbing. The only solution is for me to die. we can always restart it. He wouldn't trade his life for the lives of Serafina and Margarita. Moreover, even if he lived a little longer, what difference would it make? Li Fan believed that such a life of mere survival wouldn't significantly improve his score. He didn't tell the two sisters about it, intending to spend the last 3 months with them. But just because Li Fan didn't say anything doesn't mean no one else did. Serafina and Margarita had seen the situation at home. The finest food was no longer being delivered, and there were even more people watching outside the manor. The situation has clearly changed. Astiga arrived a month later and exposed the matter. 2 more months. If you can't get your 2 wives pregnant, I'll make you pay for deceiving the Earl. I didn't deceive your excellency the Earl. Li Fan didn't back down anymore. That woman couldn't have children, so he was destined not to live long either. From the very beginning, you were the ones who pushed me up there. It wasn't my choice. Humph. Astiga snorted lightly. If you don't have the ability to impregnate the Count, then you are deceiving the Count. Li Fan really wanted to tell her that it was Winnie's problem, but he held back. He wasn't confident he could stop Astiga if she went berserk. She was a knight in shining armor. After Astiga left, Serafina and Margarita then realized what had happened. Don't worry. Li Fan reassured them, I have a way. I always manage to get out of trouble, don't I? But this time both sisters looked worried. It's all right. Li Fan smiled and hugged them. Night. After putting the child to sleep, Serafina and Margarita resolutely approached Li Fan. We have a plan. What method? My sister and I drew lots, and whoever drew the lot who got pregnant would get pregnant. Margarita took a deep breath. Even if I die because of this, it doesn't matter. There's still someone who can be with you and the child. Chapter 43. My sister draws a lottery. No way. Li Fan refused decisively. For him, the worst that could happen is that he would just have to restart. But for the two sisters, Li Fan had to be at home, otherwise, they would never have been able to survive the cruel apocalypse with their child. With Fogridge Town gone, they arrived at Kingsland Castle under Li Fan's guidance. But what if Kingsland is gone? How could they survive without Li Fan? Therefore, this consideration is both full of emotion and full of the helplessness of reality. Nothing is impossible. Serafina stepped forward and kissed Li Fan. We're willing, we just want you to be well, and for the baby to be well. Only with you can the children grow up healthily. My sister and I can't do that. Margarita snuggled up to her. Feeling the tenderness of his two wives and seeing their determined eyes, Li Fan felt a surge of pride. Let's do it. He originally wanted to sacrifice his own life to ensure the safety of his two sisters. But with both sisters already in this state, it wouldn't be manly to remain timid and hesitant. It's just pregnancy, isn't it? Before I die, I must prove that it was Winnie who was incompetent, not me. Let them go crazy if they want. Whether it's Serafina or Margarita, if Winnie dares to touch his woman, Li Fan is determined to fight to the death. Since death is inevitable anyway, risking one's life to protect one's wife might earn a higher score. The Earl may not necessarily be jealous. These are just our guesses. After kissing Li Fan, Margarita gently stroked his face. Let my sister and I do something for the family this time. We are also a member of the family, and we can't rely on you for everything. The two were even calmer than Li Fan. Okay. Li Fan nodded and put his hands together with the two sisters. Arrest them now. Serafina took 2 glass marbles. One is colorful, and the other is transparent. She handed it to Li Fan. You keep it in your hand. We'll choose the colored one for pregnancy. Margarita nodded in agreement. We belong to you in life and in death. Li Fan's hand was switched several times behind his back, and he himself didn't know which one was colored. The two sisters immediately chose the hand that was closest to them. Everything is in God's hands. In the end, Margarita had the colorful one. No. Let's start over. Serafina looked at her sister, tears welling in her eyes. I'm the older sister, it should be me. Sister. Margarita's eyes held both reluctance and determination. This is my fate. Sister. Serafina grabbed her hand and didn't let go. Li Fan couldn't help but hug the two of them tightly. Let the Earl see, it's not that you're not good enough, it's that she is not good enough. Margarita cupped Li Fan's face and kissed him. This display of ambition ignited Li Fan's fighting spirit, which became unstoppable, and he used all his strength. The three of them finally fell into a deep sleep in the early hours of the morning. The next day, After waking up, Margarita's face showed both happiness and worry. No matter what the outcome, you, your sister, and the children must live well. Don't worry. Li Fan gave her a kiss, looked at Serafina's tearful eyes, and at Margarita's determined gaze. He suddenly smiled. We will definitely be able to watch the child grow up. Perhaps not in this lifetime. Perhaps not in the next life. But there's always a next life. No matter how difficult the future may be, with you all and the children by my side, I will not be alone. Yes. The two sisters nodded at the same time, smiling as they wiped away each other's tears. After kissing the two sisters, Li Fan composed himself, knowing that what was coming would eventually have to be faced. Outside, Astiga was already waiting there. Baron. Edward greeted him. The Viscount has been here for a while. Li Fan didn't answer and walked straight past. The woman sat high on her horse, looking at Li Fan as if he were dead. Looks like you tried hard last night, but I wonder if it was any use. Seeing Astiga's smile, Li Fan smiled too. Your life is about to be lost, and you can still laugh? Astiga sat up slightly, the smile sending chills down her spine. He seems like a madman. Li Fan's gaze did not waver. Whether it works or not, go ask the Earl. Didn't she try it? What did you say? Astiga immediately drew her sword, the tip already pressed against Li Fan's neck. You dare to joke about the Earl? Don't you want to die? Edward and the others immediately tensed up. A sword is for killing, not for intimidating people. Li Fan stepped forward, his imposing aura stunning even the elite warrior Astiga. Snort! She sneered and sheathed her sword. I won't hold it against you, it's just the madness of a dying man. That's right, the madness of a dying man. Li Fan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He turned away from her and walked outside. Astiga's pupils contracted. Was this still the timid and submissive Li Fan? What are you going to do? Count gone. What? Astiga wondered if he had misheard. What nonsense are you talking about? That's exactly what you think. Stop right there. Astiga snapped, blocking her path on his horse. The Count wants you to stay home to prove you're healthy. The Earl's goal is to conceive a child. Li Fan's eyes were filled with coldness. Astiga was intimidated by his imposing presence and involuntarily reined in her horse, taking a step back. She had never felt such an aura from any opponent before. Li Fan didn't stop, but walked past her and continued walking out. Astiga was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized, you're asking for it. She raised her sword again, this time aiming it at Li Fan's back with murderous intent. She didn't believe he wouldn't dodge. Just as the sword was less than a foot away from Li Fan's body, he suddenly stopped. The man wielding the sword suddenly stopped. An aura surged from behind her, like an invisible mountain, pressing down on Astiga, causing her heart to pound wildly and her longsword to even bend slightly. Astiga's pretty face showed horror as she stared in disbelief at the figure in front of her. That was an unprecedented, domineering and unparalleled aura. You want to do me? The cold voice rang out, and Astiga's hand gripping the sword trembled. At this moment, she no longer seemed like the aloof warrior of the wasteland, but simply a trembling young girl. She saw those familiar eyes again, those unyielding and authoritative eyes. She hadn't seen those eyes in a long time. Ever since Winnie wanted a child, her eyes, which usually held a cold, ruthless, and aloof air, have lost much of their imposing presence. And today, everything has returned. Astiga recovered from the tremor she had just felt, replaced by a racing heart and a surge of excitement and anticipation. Her Count has returned. This man who dared to provoke the Earl will surely die a horrible death. Chapter 44. Winnie is very satisfied. Winnie's strength was something Li Fan hadn't expected. As expected, those with superpowers are strong individuals who can fight against alien species after the disaster. This same momentum ignited Li Fan's passion and filled him with fighting spirit. He stared directly at Winnie and declared, "That's right. I'll get you." In that instant, Astiga, Edward, and the others all held their breath. To dare speak to the Earl in such a manner is utterly insane. Winnie wasn't angry. Instead, a hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. You've got guts, but it would be a shame if you didn't have the ability. Your Excellency's attempt to prove my abilities by whether my wife can conceive is far too short-sighted. Oh? Your Excellency should know the current situation. Getting pregnant is extremely difficult, and even if I get my wife pregnant, it won't prove anything. What do you mean? Winnie's face instantly darkened. What I mean is, it doesn't prove that Your Excellency is infertile. The last two words made Winnie's face turn ugly, and she stared into Li Fan's eyes. The two looked at each other. Neither side was willing to back down. "You're asking for death." At this moment, Astiga was enraged and thrust out his sword. In an instant, the sword winds surged like waves, and a murderous aura swept over us. Li Fan's hair stood on end. He knew he couldn't dodge it, so he simply stayed still. Clang! A golden gong sounded. Astiga's hand trembled, and his grip on the sword faltered. It was Winnie who made her move. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Dare you say that again?" Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately lowered his tone. "Your Excellency, I did not mean to offend you, but I just wanted to say that no one can guarantee which time you will get pregnant, so it is best to consider both options at the same time." Simultaneous reference? Winnie was silent for a few seconds, the sharp glint in her eyes fading. "You mean both sides at once?" "Right. You have a point. It's done." Li Fan did this partly to provoke Astiga, who had been too arrogant these past few days. The other one was also aimed at Winnie. If she still can't conceive, while Margarita does, then the fact that she can't get pregnant will be irreversible. Astiga was shocked and furious to see that the Earl had actually granted Li Fan's request. He wanted to say something but dared not speak, so he could only angrily sheath his sword and watch the two walk towards the Earl's mansion. Li Fan also specifically emphasized, "It's best to synchronize the steps." "Step?" "Yes, my wife and I won't just lie there all the time." "All right." These words were deliberately said to Astiga, to let this woman know that I was about to take action. Astiga was stiff all over. The thought that Li Fan was no longer lying down made her feel incredibly jealous and resentful. As the two disappeared, she bit her teeth so hard they almost bled, gripping her longsword tightly. But in the end, it still drooped down. The next day, Li Fan finally emerged from the Earl's mansion. He didn't see Astiga this time, but he saw him again shortly after returning to the manor. Astiga appeared on her horse, but this time her expression was complex, and her eyes held something indescribable. "That arrogant self-confidence is gone." Li Fan smiled. Astiga brought the kidney-strengthening and body-boosting foods she had previously prepared. Her attitude was surprisingly gentle as she stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency, you've had a long journey." "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint the Earl." Li Fan smiled slightly, answering naturally. Astiga shuddered and turned her head away. "This is a gift from the Earl." Li Fan understood immediately. "It seems I've satisfied her this time." Astiga didn't reply, her expression suggesting she was suppressing something. She hadn't witnessed the details of the Earl and Li Fan's encounter firsthand, but she could guess some of it. "When I saw Winnie today, she was very different. Her usually aloof face was flushed, and there was satisfaction and joy in her eyes." Astiga had never seen such an expression before, so the Count was thrilled. Thinking of Li Fan's words, Astiga felt a strange tightness in her chest, which made her feel very uncomfortable. After a long pause, she looked at Li Fan and said, "These kidney-strengthening and body-nourishing foods will be delivered every day from now on, without fail." "Okay." Li Fan smiled slightly. "Tell me, even if I didn't get the Earl pregnant, is it possible for me to maintain my own honor through this method?" Anger welled up uncontrollably in Astiga's eyes. But the offense and defense have changed. The current Li Fan is no longer someone she can bully at will. Astiga took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and turned to leave. Li Fan had no intention of letting her off the hook. "Go back and thank the Earl for me. I'll visit her again tonight." Astiga's breath caught in her throat, and all she could say was, "I'll pass on the message." This proud woman has been utterly defeated. Li Fan was in high spirits, and his smile deepened. And then, day after day after day. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and the agreed 3-month deadline has arrived. The atmosphere became subtle again. Margaret felt nauseous, and then she became pregnant. When Li Fan heard the news, Astiga was standing not far away, staring intently at Margaret's stomach. Without even looking, Li Fan could tell from her expression, and he found it amusing. "Let's go." Astiga said coldly, "Let's go see the Countess. I think she'll be pleased to know you have the ability to impregnate others." Astiga is actually quite complicated. On the one hand, he was very happy that Margaret was pregnant. Now the whole town would know that the Earl was inferior to her, and her life would definitely not be easy. This would cause Li Fan a lot of trouble. On the other hand, Astiga found it hard to accept that the Count was inferior to an ordinary woman. "She's pregnant?" When Winnie heard the news, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes, mixed with a hint of complexity. This proves that Li Fan is indeed capable. It also proved itself. Seeing Winnie's pale face, Astiga felt sorry for her and quickly comforted her. Your Excellency, since Li Fan has this ability, Your Excellency will be able to have a child of your own sooner or later. A long silence fell over the room. Winnie's breathing rose and fell as she looked at Li Fan. You. Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over her, and the light returned to her eyes. Could it be? Is she pregnant? Even Li Fan was somewhat surprised. Go to church and ask the pastor. Winnie suddenly stood up. Soon. The pastor confirmed that she was indeed pregnant. Congratulations, Earl, on achieving your wish. Li Fan was the first to offer his congratulations. Seeing the joy and excitement in Winnie's eyes, he felt great too. God bless her. Astiga's face was ashen, his body trembled, and his fists were clenched tightly. But in the end, he still managed to smile. Congratulations, Earl. Winnie paid no attention to anyone else, only gently stroking her belly, overjoyed. Aren't you going to congratulate me? Li Fan chuckled. Baron, congratulations. Although Astiga's heart was breaking, he still offered his congratulations with a stiff expression. Li Fan immediately adopted a rude tone. Before you were pregnant, I didn't mind you calling me Baron, but now that you're pregnant, what should you call me? Your Excellency, congratulations. Good. Chapter 45 Purple-clad Vice Instructor. Good. Li Fan patted Astiga's head, and Winnie burst out laughing. Astiga's body was extremely stiff, and his face was pale. You did a great job. Winnie was very satisfied with Li Fan, her eyes radiating maternal tenderness. I won't forget this achievement. Li Fan humbly replied, Your Excellency is too kind, this is simply my duty. Syria deserves credit too. After all, without her, Winnie wouldn't have gotten happiness and a child from Li Fan. She then looked at Astiga. You've had a tough time too. My lord, this is my duty. It's getting late, I'll head back now. Li Fan said goodbye. There's still one at home. Winnie nodded. Go ahead, just tell Astiga if you need anything, she'll take care of it. Li Fan patted Astiga's head again, feeling extremely pleased. Then I'll have to trouble you. Astiga was almost suffocating. She lost, and lost completely. This man not only made her lose face, but also brought the Earl love and children. She got nothing in return. Watching Li Fan's departing figure, Winnie's eyes flashed with complex emotions. She knew their relationship was strained. When Astiga was in power, he often bullied Li Fan. Now it's the other way around. For Winnie, both men were useful, and she could only try to reconcile them. Until one side becomes completely useless. I saw him bullying you. Winnie stepped forward and hugged Astiga, patting her back gently. Don't worry about it, you're still my most trusted friend. Your Excellency. Astiga's heart ached, and she almost couldn't hold on. She thought she had been forgotten. She leaned on Winnie's shoulder, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. It took him a long time to calm down and wipe away his tears. My lord, I'm sorry, you must have found this amusing. The fact that you can let your guard down in front of me means that I am the person closest to you, doesn't it? Winnie smiled and offered her a few words of comfort. A warm feeling welled up in Astiga's heart. Winnie trusted him, and that was enough. As a result, her jealousy towards Li Fan was greatly reduced. My lord, there is one more thing I would like to ask. What? Will your child recognize Li Fan as his father after he is born? This was a question Astiga had wanted to ask for a long time. How could that be? Winnie's smile deepened as she patted Astiga's head. Who is he? Does he even deserve to be the father of my child? Astiga was instantly overjoyed, his depression vanished, and his eyes lit up. Count, let's get rid of him, lest he spread rumors outside. Li Fan is a smart man, he wouldn't do that. Winnie shook her head, signaling Astiga to calm down. Besides, we can't waste such a healthy person. The Earl's meaning is? I never said I'd have one. Winnie stroked her belly again, a beautiful smile curving her lips. Astiga was stunned for a moment, then broke into a big smile and nodded vigorously. I understand, he's just a seed that can be discarded at any time. Good that you understand. Winnie nodded. In the end, after being coaxed into a good mood, Astiga left in a much better mood, and the gloom in his eyes completely disappeared. The news of Winnie's pregnancy quickly spread throughout the town, causing a sensation. The atmosphere was festive. Li Fan's status in the town also rose accordingly, and everyone treated him with great respect. Astiga was completely relegated to a supporting role. She adjusted her mindset quickly in response. Ever since Winnie brainwashed her, she has become very humble towards Li Fan and no longer gives him the cold shoulder. But Li Fan was also well aware that beneath this compliance lay a sinister ruthlessness and jealousy. Seeing Asti's beaming smile, he didn't feel awkward. It's best that life is peaceful now. He accepted Winnie's gifts without hesitation, and became increasingly affectionate with her in both language and manner. He would visit Winnie from time to time, and they would share another sweet and affectionate meal. Me too. Serafina was a little jealous. Now that the danger has passed, she wants to get pregnant. No problem. Li Fan agreed and got to work. He has that confidence. Serafina was also quickly sent to the cloud. Not long after, she became pregnant as well. Several months later, Winnie's baby bump is already quite noticeable. The town was filled with joy. Asti got transformed into a nanny, meticulously caring for Winnie. Your Excellency, the Earl requests your presence at the church. That day, Winnie sent someone to invite Li Fan over. The church was quite full. Most of the people there had come to offer their congratulations after hearing the news. Winnie sat at the head of the table, her face rosy, her eyes brimming with maternal love. As soon as Li Fan entered, countless eyes turned to him. The emotions expressed ranged from joy and envy to jealousy. Winnie waved to him. Li Fan stepped forward and naturally took her hand, then touched her belly. I heard the little one has been acting up lately? Absolutely. Winnie smiled back at him, you've been kicking me a lot lately. Li Fan laughed, they're definitely boxing inside. Winnie's smile widened. Today, the purple-robed vice priest from the Holy City has arrived and can bless our children. Pope, Cardinal, Archbishop in purple, priest in white, father, monk nun. Li Fan nodded. The church was getting more and more crowded, with many people curious to see what the church's assistant priest looked like, whether he had 3 heads and 6 arms, and why he was able to walk on the wasteland. Even Winnie had never seen the purple-clad adjutant before. It was just a coincidence that he happened to be passing by. The person arrived quickly. A person in a purple robe. He was tall and slender, wearing a hood so his face was not fully visible, and he was holding a scripture in his hands. Greetings, Associate Instructor. Winnie quickly stood up. The others followed suit and bowed. Li Fan also lowered his head. His face was hidden under the hood, but his deep eyes were clearly visible. A single glance is enough to inspire awe. Get up! The assistant instructor spoke, his voice deep and gentle, giving people a sense of reassurance. His gaze swept over Winnie, then landed on Li Fan. Li Fan's heart skipped a beat. There's a feeling I can't quite put my finger on. Bless you, the assistant instructor murmured, slowly raising his right hand. A faint light emerged from his palm and slowly landed on Winnie's stomach, disappearing into it. A look of surprise flashed in Winnie's eyes. The blessing bestowed by the purple-robed vice president is not something everyone can receive. Li Fan was somewhat relieved that Li Weiss and Li Tis were not blessed at birth, as he could not determine whether this was a good thing or not based on what he had seen and heard. The little one seems even more lively after receiving the blessing, Winnie said with a beaming smile. Li Fan immediately flattered, with the vice-chancellor's blessing, the little guy will receive the best protection. Winnie was even happier. There is more than one healthy child here, the assistant coach suddenly said, his eyes immediately fixed on Serafina and Margarita. Chapter 46. 17 Years in a Hurry. Winnie immediately looked at Li Fan, unable to hide her joy. Yes, these two are also Li Fan's children. She shook Li Fan's hand. Li Fan nodded with a wry smile. Yes, they are all my children. The assistant coach shifted his gaze from Li Fan to Serafina and Margarita. Bless you. It was still just a soft recitation. The same ball of light emerged from their palms and disappeared into their lower abdomens. The two women also showed surprise. Thank you, Vice Instructor, the two bowed. The deputy instructor's gaze, hidden beneath his hood, fell upon Li Fan. With all 3 children healthy, you should be even more devout to the Lord. I will remember. Li Fan could only nod. The assistant instructor didn't linger, seemingly already preoccupied with other commitments, and left immediately. Winnie was still basking in the joy, savoring the feeling she had just experienced. The child is really more lively now. Li Fan forced a smile and agreed, definitely. Winnie was a little puzzled by his behavior. You seem unhappy? No. Li Fan immediately shook his head and stroked Winnie's belly. Of course I'm happy for the vice instructor's blessing, I just didn't react for a moment. Winnie felt relieved and stroked her belly again. After this one, I plan to have 2 more. Good. Li Fan echoed this. After returning home, he was still worried and went to ask Serafina and Margarita for advice. Feeling great, all the nausea from the day is gone. Me too. This made Li Fan even more uneasy. But there's no way to remedy the situation now. The only advantage is that he can learn about the nature of blessing in this lifetime. Then take preventative measures. Winnie and Margarita's bellies are getting bigger and bigger. The day of delivery finally arrived. Li Fan's original intention was to stay at home with her, but she was very sensible and insisted that Li Fan go to the Earl's delivery room to wait for him. I'm here for you, Serafina said as well. Li Fan knew this was for his own good, and finally kissed Margarita's forehead before leaving. He was always restless on his way to church. I hope everything goes well. This is a blessing for Winnie's unborn child, as well as for the unborn children of Serafina and Margarita. The church was packed with people. Winnie was giving birth, and since she was the Earl's first child, almost everyone of importance in town had come. Winnie's delivery went smoothly. She came out soon carrying the child. The room erupted in cheers instantly. Winnie was very weak, but her joy was evident. Li Fan also breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes fixed on the child. It was pink and tender, with eyebrows and eyes that resembled Winnie's. It was lying on Winnie's chest, sleeping peacefully with its eyes closed. Congratulations, Your Excellency, everyone exclaimed in unison. Winnie, her face glowing with maternal love, looked at Li Fan and said, "Come and hug her." Li Fan stepped forward and took the child, equally happy. Winnie looked at him and said, "Let's give her a name." Without thinking twice, Li Fan blurted out, "Li Siwen." The name is a combination of Li Fan and Winnie's names. Winnie nodded, readily agreeing. "Let us call him Li Siwen," she announced. The crowd offered their congratulations once again. Holding the child and looking at him, Li Fan felt much of his unease subside. Winnie went back to rest with the help of the nurse. Li Fan personally brought the child to her side and kissed her forehead. "Get some rest." Winnie nodded. Li Fan rushed home, and Margarita had already given birth. It went smoothly as well. She had a girl last time, and a boy this time. Li Fan held him in his arms. As healthy as Li Siwen. My previous worries seem to have been unnecessary. Margarita asked, "What name should we give it?" "Let us call him Li Guess." Li Fan decided. Margarita smiled and nodded. 2 months later, Serafina also gave birth to a girl, whom she named Lefeve. Everything seemed to be going in a positive direction. But gradually, Li Fan noticed something was wrong. All 3 children were very composed, a composure that didn't belong to their age group. The siblings, Li Weiss and Li Tis, still playfully tease each other to this day. But the siblings, Ligs and Liffys, were always quiet. Even though they can babble, they don't like to make a fuss and always keep their eyes focused on one spot. Li Fan's heart began to tremble again. The same goes for Li Siwen. But Winnie wasn't worried at all. Instead, she believed it was a result of her innate precocity and the blessing of the vice president. Even Serafina and Margarita thought so. The church held an unshakable sacred place in their hearts. Li Fan was still worried, but he knew there was no solution in this lifetime. 2 months later, Winnie wanted a child again. She has recovered well and is full of energy. Li Fan did not refuse and went to her room as usual. "Are you worried about the blessing?" Winnie asked him afterward, noticing his concern. "I wouldn't say I'm worried," Li Fan shook his head, gently stroking her belly. "It's just that I feel the 3 children are too precocious, it's a little scary." Winnie disagreed. "That's a good thing. They're different from ordinary people." Li Fan could only smile and say, "That's true." Over the next 3 years, Winnie gave birth to a boy and a girl, named Li Sino and Li Sidi. Unlike Li Siwen, they were not precocious. On the contrary, they were quite mischievous and often caused chaos at home. The townspeople all said this was the consequence of not having a blessing. Another significant change among the 5 children is that Li Siwen, Li Guess, and Li Feisi are in better physical condition than Li Sinuo and Li Sidi, and rarely get sick. Even if they get sick, they recover quickly. Li Sinuo and Li Sidi are clearly much worse. This further convinced the townspeople of the blessing. The 5th year. The 3 children were 5 years old when the vice preacher arrived and took Li Swin, Li Gaze, and Liffys away, saying he would take them to the holy city. Winnie respected the church's decision and considered it an incredibly honorable thing. Although Serafina and Margarita were reluctant to part ways, they, like Winnie, thought it was a good thing. Li Fan was powerless to do anything, and smiled as he saw the 3 children off. This incident is definitely related to ratings. He wants to avoid this situation in his next life. Li Siwen, Li Ges, and Li Fei's remained calm, showed no reluctance, and voluntarily left with them. The 17th year. Including this year, Li Fan has lived for 22 years in this lifetime. Edward is seriously ill. He is over 60 years old this year, which is considered a long life in this world. Most people don't live past 50. Li Fan, thank you for taking care of me. On the hospital bed, Edward held Li Fan's hand, his eyes cloudy. Li Fan nodded. He was still in good health, but his hair had turned white. Even someone with his constitution has developed gray hair. This shows how terrible the world has become after the disaster. In 22 years, Serafina and Margarita also began to show signs of aging. Nina passed away 3 years ago. The siblings, Li Weiss and Li Tis, have grown up. Winnie looked the same as always, her appearance unchanged, but it was clear that she was no longer as delicate as when they first met 17 years ago. Those with superpowers are indeed extraordinary. After seeing Edward off, Li Fan sat with Serafina and Margarita. Time flies. 22 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Serafina exclaimed. Li Weiss and Li Tis are both 22 years old now. Li Fan sighed with some emotion, but mostly laughed. Yes, we're all getting old. Margarita hugged his arm, her face filled with happiness and contentment. It's perfect. The holy light that enveloped Kingsland Castle also dimmed considerably. This place is likely to repeat the mistakes of Wuji Town. Chapter 47. Kingsland has reached its limit. The Earl's Mansion. Winnie summoned the Viscount, the Baron, and all her close associates. She sat in the first seat. Li Sinuo and Li Sidi sat on either side. The third daughter, Li Sidi, looks exactly like Winnie when she was young. Serafina and Margarita's sons, Li Weiss and Liddy's, are also there. They are now barons. But he is not close to his two younger siblings. Winnie's second son, Li Sino, doesn't even look at his older brother and sister properly, and he even calls Li Fan by his full name. The main reason is that he is a powerful extremist warrior, even stronger than Astiga. My younger sister, Li Sidi, is the same. This is all because their mother is a superhuman. Although they have not awakened superpowers, their physical abilities far exceed those of ordinary people, and they are born with the Force. This is why Li Sidi attributed his failure to awaken his superpowers to Li Fan. He believed that Li Fan's genes were flawed, which was why he lacked superpowers. I called everyone here today to say that Kingsland has reached its limit, Winnie said with a hint of melancholy. Everyone fell silent. They were well aware of what they would face next. Channel Town, Moonlit Town, Star Trail Town, choose one of the three. Li Fan remembered that when he first arrived here, Astiga hated those who abandoned the town. Now, her expression didn't change at all after hearing Winnie's words. May everyone be well. Winnie left after she finished speaking. Go back to your mother and pack your bags immediately. Li Fan said to Li Weiss and Li Tis. The two nodded. He himself chased after Winnie. Li Tis felt a pang of sympathy. It's all our fault for being incompetent. Father still has to work so hard for us. The two naturally assumed that Li Fan had gone to speak well of Winnie. Li Weiss remained silent. They are utterly powerless to cope with today's changing circumstances. Unlike their younger siblings who are extremists, they are just ordinary people, healthy in body but with limited strength. Li Fan catches up with Winnie. Astiga stopped him. Viscount, is there something you need? After giving birth to her third daughter, Li Sidi, Winnie wanted more children, but perhaps her body wouldn't allow it, and she didn't conceive. In the following years, she and Li Fan were inseparable, belonging to the type who wanted to be even more affectionate after giving birth. But it only lasted a few years. Anything can become tiresome if you eat it too much. Winnie was the same. She stopped eating, and their relationship cooled. She also forbade Li Fan from seeing Li Sinuo and Li Sidi. This also led to his two children becoming estranged from him. Li Sinuo completely ignored his father. Li Sidi nodded reluctantly. I need to speak with the Earl. Li Fan said. Li Fan, 3 paths have been chosen for you, just like when you chose to leave Fogridge Town. Astiga stared at him, her tone icy. The Earl has done all he could, don't push your luck. Li Fan shook his head. That's not what I'm after. No? Astiga squinted. Li Sinuo snorted, indicating his disbelief. What is it? Winnie asked, recalling the exciting days and nights she had spent together. As a person with superpowers, she hasn't changed at all. On the contrary, Li Fan had some gray hair at his temples, and the once handsome man was no longer handsome. Li Fan walked to Winnie's side, took her hand, and asked gently, "I want to know where you're going, and whether it's safe for you? Don't worry about me. I remember Lord Celia saying that as long as you manage a town and meet the required standards, you can go to the Holy City." "Will you go to the Holy City? I heard there's no pollution there." "What? You want your mother to take you to the Holy City?" Li Sinuo chuckled. "Li Fan, an ordinary person like you is not qualified." "No," Li Fan said tenderly, holding Winnie's hand tightly. "I only hope that your mother, my beloved, is safe. If she goes to the Holy City, please look after my other 3 children." Winnie was moved, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I can't go to the Holy City, I can't take care of the children for you." "Does that mean King Slandberg's grades aren't even passing?" Li Fan was trying to get some useful information out of him. He acted very emotionally. "Then what are you going to do? Go and choose another city like Celia? When will this cycle end?" Winnie sighed and stroked Li Fan's cheek. She had no better options and could only follow the church's arrangements. "I will succeed, and I will definitely go to the Holy City to see the children." "I believe you." Li Fan smiled. Winnie nodded. Li Fan kissed her and then left. "Li Fan," Winnie murmured. For a moment she wanted to take him with her, but reason made her give up. "He's old." "Pack your things, we're leaving too." Winnie sighed. Astiga's eyes were complicated. Ever since Winnie and Li Fan had less and less contact, she had given up the idea of killing Li Fan. "After all, I'm getting older and not so naive anymore. Li Fan is, after all, the father of Winnie's child. If the Earl sees the child and is reminded of his father, even a trace of longing could harm him." So Astiga stopped worrying about it. However, she harbored murderous intent towards Li Fan again today. It wasn't for any other reason than that she knew Li Fan wasn't a deeply affectionate person. So what exactly is Li Fan's purpose today? Once this thought arises, it's like a poisonous insect gnawing at your heart. Astiga always felt that Li Fan was not simple, but in reality, he already had gray hair and was destined not to make any waves. But she just couldn't rest easy. When faced with something that doesn't reassure her, the only option is to end it completely. Li Fan returned to the manor and began his escape once again. Baron and his family chose Moon West Town. He did not follow Li Fan, but instead followed another viscount. He married the viscount's daughter. Li Fan and some viscounts with whom he got along well chose Creekside Town. Serafina and Margarita are sentimental people who have a deep attachment to King Slandberg. "I've been on the run twice in my life," the older sister sighed softly. "I really don't know whether to call it fortunate or unfortunate." The younger sister held her older sister's hand and said, "Sister, there won't be a next time. Given their physical condition, they probably won't last another 17 years. 5 years might be their limit." Li Fan comforted them. The next morning, he met Winnie for the last time at the city gate. Astiga, mounted on his horse, kept his eyes fixed on Li Fan. Li Fan didn't notice that his physical weakness was also causing him to lose his usual focus. "Take care," he said to Winnie. Winnie paused, turned back with a smile, and whispered, "Take care." Then he left. Li Fan didn't look away until Winnie's figure disappeared. "Father, let us go too," Li Weiss urged. "Let's go." Li Fan nodded. "Leaving King Slandberg, I took the same path that Edward had taken to enter, but now I've left again." "My lord, I've left some things behind. You may go ahead," Astiga said to Winnie. Winnie nodded and rode away. When Li Fan saw Astiga appear in front of him, he realized something. This woman still hates herself? Chapter 48, The Fifth Life, The Force. "Viscount, the Earl asked me to deliver a message to you," Astiga said expressionlessly. Li Fan nodded, called his son Li Weiss to him, and whispered, "Don't wait for me. Take good care of your mother and aunt. Father, don't make a fuss. From now on, you are the pillar of this family." "Yes." Li Weiss turned and left with tears in his eyes. Watching the convoy depart, Li Fan smiled faintly. "You've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you?" "No." Astiga stared intently at Li Fan. "Tell me, what exactly are you planning?" "Plans? What are you talking about? Your purpose in seeking out the Earl is not simple, is it? Don't tell me you can't bear to part with the Earl." Li Fan's heart stirred. This woman was quite perceptive. "Of course I can't bear to part with the Earl, she's my woman. Li Fan, given your personality, even if the facts didn't exist, you would still go along with what I said. Now that you're denying it, it only confirms your statement. Astiga drew his sword and pointed it at Li Fan. What exactly are you planning to do with the Earl? Li Fan spread his hands. I have no ulterior motives, I'm just concerned about Winnie. Astiga didn't believe it. Astiga, I admit you're smart, but right now I'm just a cripple. What plans can I possibly have? The more you deny it, the more suspicious it is. Ridiculous, you just want an excuse to kill me. You'll die whether you talk or not. Astiga thrust out his long sword instantly, without any hesitation. Let alone Li Fan now, even 17 years ago he couldn't stop him. Put. It runs through the heart. He died. The faint light appeared for the fourth time. Chapter 1, Fogridge Town. You've been bought back to the farm by Serafina and Margarina. You're quite special, and a huge wave of climaxes is coming. This boosts your rating. You killed Felix and obtained the holy source. This action boosted your rating. You have become the Baron of Fogridge. This boosts your rating. You held a belated wedding ceremony, bringing a perfect end to the love story of the three of you. This action improved your score. You successfully escaped the impending destruction of Fogridge with your family. This action improved your rating. Over. Review: a life filled with non-stop high-energy moments. Chapter rating, 8.9. This chapter is complete. Rebirth points will be available in the next chapter. That's great. Li Fan was a little surprised, but also a little delighted. If he had continued to be reborn in Mistridge Town, with his physique constantly improving, he might have actually ended up like Serafina and Margarina, being bought by someone else. That's really terrible. The entire storyline needs to be replayed. Chapter 1, Mistridge Town, the end. Chapter 2, Kingsland Castle. You successfully escaped to Kingslandburg with your family. Winnie's favor allowed you to take a shortcut, ensuring your family's safety, but you failed to complete the final step. You helped Winnie fulfill her wish. This improved your rating. You watched your child grow up. This improved your score. Your efforts have been recognized by Serafina and Margarina. This improved your rating. Your efforts have been recognized by Lee Weiss and Lee Tis. This improved your score. Review: a slight pity. Chapter rating, 5.5. This book's rating, 3.2. This rating cannot be completed. Please rewrite it. Li Fan. Constitution, 22. Charm, 2. The continuous use of fish roe has enhanced 3 aspects of my physical condition. Li Fan was somewhat surprised that he inherited the physical attributes he had gained in this life when he started his 4th life. In this life, he must work even harder. Free points, 5. Chapter 1 completion points, 20. Bonus free points, 3. Please add some points. Aside from his physique and charm, Li Fan still puts all his effort into his physique. Physical fitness, 50. Your physique has undergone a qualitative leap, your appearance is more perfect and handsome, your explosive power and endurance have been significantly improved, your charm has increased by 5 points, and you have unlocked the force. Charm, 8. Force, 5. With the emergence of primal energy within you, you possess a rudimentary ability to resist pollution and slow down aging. Because of your force abilities, Levi and Liddy's were born different from ordinary people. When Li Fan opened his eyes again, he was back in front of Kingsland Castle, where the holy light that enveloped the town was dazzling. We've finally arrived. Edward was relieved, and they walked into the town. Many people cast their gazes at them along the way. This was the first time the town had taken in refugees. Li Fan did not make any special changes to the subsequent plot. He followed the same path as in his previous life. He wanted Riggs and Leifeis to be born early in order to avoid being blessed by the vice president. After becoming a resident of the town, Edward was furious. I must complain to the Earl. By the way, where is the Earl? Li Fan frowned. Do you think the Earl might be playing a trick on us? Sigh. Edward sighed, having no choice but to accept this arrangement. Then came work. Since gaining the power of the Force, Li Fan found work much easier and had inexhaustible energy every day. Serafina and Margarita were also amazed. It was simply incredible. Don't bother with contraception tonight. Li Fan stood there, casting an invincible shadow. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Serafina blushed. We're afraid our current income isn't enough to support 4 children. Margarita, on the other hand, was very happy. I want children. Actually, she wanted to have fun. Li Fan patted his chest. Don't worry, leave it to me. Margarita was incredibly excited. Then I won't hold back. Then came another sweet night. Li Fan believed that with his physique of 50, he could definitely get the two sisters pregnant tonight. Although Serafina and Margarita are just ordinary people who lack the ability to resist pollution or slow down aging, they are exceptionally fertile. In the early morning, the two of them fell asleep contentedly. Li Fan was still full of energy. His force was incredibly powerful. The changes are so great that they are unbelievable. Li Fan, someone is bullying Serafina and Nina. This day has come again. Li Fan dashed away in a flash, leaving only a blur. Some people even had their hats blown off. A farmer rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. Barend, keep up. Edward immediately called to Barend. However, by the time the two arrived, those people were already lifeless. Li Fan simply slapped them lightly, and their heads rotated 360 degrees. He killed someone. Has he gone mad? The people around him looked terrified. Just then, clatter, clatter, Astiga appeared on her white horse. She glanced at the corpse on the ground, flicked her whip, and said, "Throw it out of the city." Chapter 49 stunned Winnie. Attendants came forward and carried the body away. This is the Viscount. How did she end up here? Could it be because Li Fan killed someone? People whispered among themselves. As Edward looked at the young Viscount, he couldn't help but recall his own glorious days. Serafina was a little scared. She really thought she had alarmed the Viscount. This is not Woji town. Li Fan has no connections or background. Astiga rode up to Li Fan, looked down at him for a moment, and then announced in a high-profile manner, "Li Fan is the Earl's honored guest. Now, Li Fan, you will come with me to the Earl's mansion." Yes. Astiga rode in front as always, with Li Fan following behind. You possess the Force and are an extremist knight. Why did you conceal this? The voice remained cold and full of contempt. Li Fan said, I just want to live a low-key life. Living a low-key life? Astiga turned around, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Do you think I'm a fool? Knights of the Extremis are honored guests in any town. Are you trying to keep a low profile, or are you plotting something? Li Fan remained silent. Speak. The whip cracked in the air. What exactly did Celia send you here for? The plot is changed again, because after awakening the Force, Astiga now sees Li Fan as a spy. Li Fan had also thought of this. It is indeed suspicious that a warrior from the Outlands would enter the city without reporting his identity. However, he had his own explanation. Astiga's words caused an uproar among those who heard them, and they all stepped back. Lord Celia gave me a letter and told me to find the Earl, saying that he could guarantee me wealth and honor. He raised his head and looked directly at Astiga. This is also why I am here. Lady Celia has been kind to me. She asked me to come, so I had no choice but to come. Astiga reined in his horse, his gaze icy. You still haven't said why you're here. What are you doing? Li Fan took out the letter. I think it's here. Do you want to see it? Astiga, of course, dared not. After staring at Li Fan for a moment, he snorted and rode away. When I saw Winnie again, she was still as aloof as ever, sitting in a chair covered with a plush blanket. You're the Li Fan that Celia mentioned in her letter? I am Li Fan, greetings, Your Excellency the Earl. Li Fan knelt on one knee. At the same time as writing to Li Fan, Celia also sent a letter to Kingsland Castle, clearly stating that Li Fan was a healthy man. The letter arrived a little later than Li Fan's. It only came today. Upon hearing that it was a healthy man, Winnie immediately became restless. But she didn't expect that this person was also a Jedi Knight. Physical health has nothing to do with the Force or superpowers. Just like Serafina and Margarita, they are tall, strong, and incredibly healthy, but they are just ordinary people. However, if you're healthy and have the Force, that's a winning combination. Raise your head. Li Fan raised his head and looked at the ice beauty. Winnie's eyes were pale blue, revealing no emotion. A knight of the extremities? Why didn't you come to find me immediately? Li Fan gritted his teeth. It's because. Speak. Her voice was flat, yet it carried a murderous intent. My lord, I opened the letter and learned its contents. Li Fan opened the letter as soon as he entered the city. All for today. Opened the letter? Yes. So you know what you're here for? Yes. Li Fan explained, Please forgive me, Your Excellency, but I have to be careful in these times. I never expected the contents of the letter to be. Then why don't you come to see me? Winnie's lips curled up. Are you afraid I'm an old hag? No. Li Fan explained, I already have 2 wives and 2 children, and I simply cannot bear to betray them. Ha! Ha ha ha. Winnie got excited at this, and her smile was exceptionally beautiful, full of spring. What a responsible man you are. You are very honest, but the problem is that you are too healthy. Looking at Li Fan, her eyes gleamed with curiosity. So, what do you plan to do? Rebel? I wouldn't dare. I bet you wouldn't dare. Come here, let me check your health. Celia said she could get me pregnant. I want to see if she's lying. The Ice Queen was right there, without perfume, but with her own natural fragrance. But Li Fan's eyes remained completely unmoved. How can you prove it? Oh. Such innocent eyes. Am I not pretty? Winnie was surprised to see that there was no desire in Li Fan's eyes. Beautiful, but he already has a wife. Actually, I'm just tired of it. Winnie's smile widened as she reached out and lifted Li Fan's chin with her finger. I'd like to see how long you can keep up this act. Take off your clothes, I need to check. Without any hesitation, Li Fan unbuttoned his shirt. Winnie's fingertips brushed against Li Fan's chest like feathers, stirring a slight itch. What a healthy man. I'm glad the Earl is satisfied. Very satisfied. Winnie continued her examination, her voice tinged with a hint of spring. Before she too was stunned. Holy shit. Realizing she had lost her composure, she concealed her surprise and regained her composure, but a hint of spring had already appeared in her eyes. It's amazing, Celia really didn't lie to me. Li Fan remained expressionless. You have every right to be proud. You flatter me, Earl Xia. Astiga gritted his teeth, while the Earl had just swallowed hard. Hateful. This Li Fan actually seduced the Earl. Li Fan said in a deep voice, My lordship wishes to conceive, and I have some suggestions. Explain. The more ingredients that can help with pregnancy, the better. Only by getting me into the best condition can I complete the Earl's mission. Winnie's eyes lit up. Ingredients? Okay, I'll prepare them. As long as I'm pregnant, you'll enjoy endless wealth and luxury. I dare not hope for wealth and glory, I only wish to live a peaceful life with my family. Please grant my request, Earl. Li Fan's expression was sincere and touching. Winnie seemed lost in thought for a moment before giggling, a smile both alluring and icy. I never imagined a Knight of the Dead could possess such an honest quality. I'm just an ordinary person. Very good. From now on, you only have 2 tasks. First, get me pregnant. Second, satisfy me. Winnie said, placing her hand on Li Fan's cheek. I hope you won't disappoint me. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, I will do my utmost. Winnie smiled, tapped Li Fan's chest with one finger, and withdrew her hand. Astiga, take him away and grant him a baronship. Baron? Why are you here so early this time? It seems Winnie was really frightened. But this only made Astiga more and more dissatisfied. How dare a mere warrior seduce the Earl, and with that damned figure of his? That's absolutely foul. Yes. She turned around angrily. Come with me. Li Fan put on his clothes and followed Astiga. As he left, Winnie's gaze never left him. Her eyes remained full of springtime joy, and her smile was full of anticipation. This Li Fan scared her. Chapter 50 Dietary Supplements. Winnie couldn't help but laugh again, laughing at her own loss of composure and at Li Fan's amusement. Congratulations. Once outside, Astiga gave a forced smile. You're the first extremist knight to satisfy the Earl, not because of his fighting prowess, but because of his physique. Li Fan remained silent in the face of the veiled criticism. Astiga snorted, I hope you remember your place. Remember, you can only lie there. I think this should be decided by His Excellency the Earl. Even among warriors of the highest caliber, there is still a significant gap between Li Fan and Astiga. The white light emanating from the other party was as intense as flames. He himself was as faint as morning mist. Astiga's expression froze for a moment, then she sneered, the Earl just wants to get pregnant. You think you've climbed the social ladder? Don't be reckless. I want to live a peaceful life, but I will never be threatened by anyone. Li Fan responded with icy indifference. Even though he was still inferior to his opponent, Astiga didn't dare to make a move in the city in his previous life because of Winnie's feelings. The changes in this lifetime are even more improbable. Moreover, she wants to kill him and will never give up because of his weakness. The air suddenly condensed. Astiga squinted. For the sake of the Earl, I won't hold it against you, but I hope you won't become the first Knight of the Exile to die in Kingsland Castle. Having experienced his previous life, Li Fan knew that this woman was someone Winnie could easily manipulate, so he didn't take her seriously at all. Don't worry, absolutely not. Astiga gave a cold laugh and said no more. Li Fan followed her to a villa that wasn't very big. It's not large, but it has all kinds of facilities. Astiga left with the words, "For the next 3 days, you will receive daily rations, as well as food specially provided by the Earl." After saying that, he left. Li Fan walked home, reflecting on the day's events. As expected, everything was under her control, and Winnie was very satisfied with herself, even more so than she had anticipated. He was just a warrior from the dead, yet he stirred the heart of the Ice Queen. That's true. There are very few men in this world who can satisfy her, and Li Fan has the means to do so. He also knew Winnie's weakness as well, and in 3 days, he could definitely crush her with a single blow. At that time, Winnie would become a real softie. "Are you all right?" Serafina and Margarita rushed to him as soon as they saw him return. Li Fan smiled, "It's all right, everything went smoothly. From today onwards, I am a baron." "What? How so?" The two women were overjoyed, feeling both surprised and touched. Unlike last time, Li Fan did not choose to hide it from them at the beginning, because he was afraid they would worry and that something unexpected might happen. But things were different after the previous life, so this time he told them directly. "The Earl actually wants to use you to have a child." Margarita said, a little jealous. "That's practically stealing food from my mouth." Serafina was a little worried. "I heard that the Earl is a superhuman, and the more special a person's constitution is, the harder it is for them to get pregnant. Will it be difficult?" "Don't worry, leave it to me." Seeing Li Fan's confident demeanor, the two women finally felt relieved. In her previous life, Winnie became pregnant in her 6th month. Li Fan's physique has now improved from 19 points to 50 points, and he is confident that he can win Winnie over within a month. This would also prevent their eldest daughter, Li Zi1, from being blessed by the vice president. "Starting tomorrow, I won't be able to pamper you anymore," Li Fan said, embracing the two sisters. Serafina and Margarita naturally understood what it meant and offered their red lips. A night of passion. The next day. After Li Fan got up, he was met with a disdainful look from Astiga, who had already delivered the food. "It's really stupid for a warrior from the extremists not to practice the art of killing, but to spend all his time studying those things in bed." Li Fan smiled and said, "I know what I'm doing." Astiga scoffed, "I hope so." Immediately afterwards, the maid laid out food all over the table. Given Li Fan's current physique, dietary supplements were the best option. Winnie needs him to stay at his peak. Serafina, Margarita, and the others were stunned by the table full of food, all of which were top-quality ingredients, most of which were taken from mutants. Li Fan gestured to his family, "Sit down and eat with us." "Who dares?" Astiga said coldly, "This was prepared for you by the Earl, not for your family." "Then go and report it, and also tell the Earl that a bad mood can affect a person's state of mind." Li Fan didn't even look at her. "You?" Astiga gritted her teeth in hatred, but could not lash out. Margarita wasn't one to stand on ceremony. She sat down and started eating right away. Of course, she listened to Li Fan, not Astiga. Serafina then pulled the children to their seats. Nina hesitated. At Li Fan's insistence, she sat down. As they ate these delicacies, everyone clearly felt the changes in their bodies. However, as ordinary people, the three women ate very little. It doesn't even eat as much as 2 children. Even a warrior in dire straits like Li Fan felt completely refreshed and his internal energy expanded after consuming such a highly nourishing food. Astiga gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with a murderous intent as she looked at Li Fan, but she was also dutiful. "You seem to be in good condition. I will report the effects of the dietary supplements to the Earl." Li Fan nodded, "Tell the Earl that I will not leave any of the food that is sent." "That is for the best," Astiga had just said. Li Fan added, "I'll pay it all back to her then." "Repay? What will you use to repay?" She still didn't understand. "Do you know where these things came from?" "But the Earl sent out extremist warriors last night to hunt down the mutants, so how come you still have them?" "I'll repay it in my own way." Astiga understood now, and the fire of jealousy in his heart grew stronger. Finally, he sneered, "I hope you remember your promise." Li Fan waved for her to leave, focusing on his nourishing diet. Astiga went back. Winnie was even more satisfied after learning the situation. It was exactly as she had expected. She ordered the extremist warriors to leave the city again to hunt down the mutants. "I've heard that the antlers of a certain mutated deer are excellent tonics. Make sure to send them to Li Fan before tonight." "Yes." Astiga accepted the order and left. She found the Knights of the Dead in the city and relayed the Earl's orders. Everyone was very dissatisfied that a dignified warrior of the dead had been reduced to a hunter preparing supplements for a pretty boy. "Where can I go to reason with this?" Astiga coldly replied, "This is the Earl's order. If it is not carried out, no one will have a good time." She actually felt it was inappropriate too. But she will obey the Count's orders unconditionally. Having no other choice, the group had to leave the city again. Hunt, retrieve, return, and deliver to Li Fan. Winnie also ordered Astiga to personally supervise him and make sure he finished eating. This worried Serafina and Margarita, who thought the food was too nourishing. At the end of the day, Li Fan felt like he could breathe fire again, but thankfully his body could handle it. Chapter 51 Soulmates. Thanks for the gifts, here's an extra chapter. Astiga was also dumbfounded. This damned Li Fan not only didn't die from overeating, but instead was full of energy, with an abyss of inner strength, and his skin was translucent, with a faint red light flowing under his fascia. That's incredible. She left with a complicated expression. Winnie had been wanting to get pregnant for a long time, and she had previously consulted several men who seemed to be in good health. But none of them could survive a day of dietary supplementation. In Winnie's view, anyone who can't get past this hurdle doesn't even have the right to touch her. Astiga was naturally delighted. She doesn't think anyone can do that. But Li Fan did it. Could he be the person the Earl is waiting for? Continue the next day. The same thing happened on the third day. Winnie's mood improved, and a smile appeared on her lips. Her expectations for Li Fan had risen infinitely. Astiga grew increasingly annoyed the better Li Fan performed, the more frustrated she felt. The third night. When everything was ready, a sharp glint appeared in Li Fan's eyes. Set off. Winnie's bedroom. Astiga didn't announce it, because there was no need to. Winnie was already waiting in the bedroom. She was wearing red pajamas and had bright eyes. Without wasting any words, Li Fan took off his clothes, revealing his muscular physique. Incredibly healthy, almost perfect. Winnie's breathing quickened, her excitement reaching its peak. "You didn't disappoint me." Li Fan stepped forward. The two looked at each other, as if a volcano was erupting. Winnie's eyes were glazed over as she reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, offering her red lips. Everything officially begins. Astiga left the bedroom, extremely agitated. When everything returns to calm, Winnie's languid voice came through, "Astiga." Astiga took a deep breath and pushed open the door. What came into view was Winnie, her face flushed and exceptionally happy. Li Fan put on his clothes and returned to normal. As he said, no matter how luxurious the supplements Winnie provided, it was all returned at this moment. Winnie looked at Astiga, feeling more relaxed than ever before, and sincerely exclaimed, "He's so perfect, it's a pity you don't like men." Astiga lowered his head and said, "My lord, please give your orders." At this moment, the Earl was too lazy to even move, otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned her here. That means Li Fan is too strong. Winnie reached out and pulled Li Fan over to sit beside her, a satisfied smile on her lips. "Astiga, you also need to prepare some supplements for me, the more variety the better." "Yes." Astiga's expression was stiff. Winnie then instructed Li Fan, "For the next 3 days, we will provide you with the best supplements. Make sure you maintain your peak condition." Li Fan nodded, "I will certainly not disappoint the Earl's expectations." "Do you think it will be long before I get pregnant?" 1 month. I love confident men like you." Winnie kissed him, then closed her eyes contentedly to rest. Astiga left the bedroom, a fire burning within him, filled with resentment, but he had to maintain a calm facade. Li Fan also said goodbye to Winnie and left the room. Their eyes met. Astiga's eyes were as cold as knives, but Li Fan didn't care and smiled faintly. "Don't forget to continue preparing tonics." That statement definitely stirred up a hornet's nest. "What are you so smug about?" "I have won over the Earl." "Bullshit. The Earl was only after the child. You think you're worthy of conquering the Earl? You're jealous." Astiga's expression changed drastically. "You're asking for it." Li Fan laughed heartily and walked away. Astiga dug her nails into her palms, her gaze sweeping over his back like a knife, biting her lip hard. "I'd like to see how long you can last." This time, she was truly inspired to fight. She wanted to stuff Li Fan until he burst. She didn't believe that someone's constitution allowed them to take supplements without any restraint. Continue preparations. The food became more violent. Astiga leads the extremists deep into the wasteland to hunt down even more powerful mutants. They even spent 3 hours hunting down a nearly 10-meter-long mutated giant monster, and all its flesh and blood were transported back. Everyone else's heart raced as they looked at the delicacies, including Serafina and Margarita, knowing that things were getting increasingly dangerous. But Li Fan remained unfazed and accepted everything without question. Winnie was incredibly excited when she heard that an old tortoise had been brought back, and she came to supervise the process herself. Astiga was starting to regret it. Li Fan had actually eaten all the supplements, including the old tortoise. His condition became increasingly astonishing. He was radiant, his internal energy was abundant, his skin was more translucent, and his eyes and ears were clear. Winnie smiled and said, "Astiga, you did a great job." He spoke to Astiga, but his eyes were fixed on Li Fan. Astiga's lips twitched into a stiff smile. "I will dedicate myself to the Earl." Even a warrior in dire straits would find it difficult to digest this mutated giant tortoise. Li Fan ate them all, and not only did he feel no discomfort, but he also became stronger and stronger. His body seemed to be a bottomless pit, absorbing all the supplements and constantly improving his condition. Winnie was extremely satisfied and personally took his hand as they went back to their room. "Looks like we don't have to wait 3 days. I also want to thank Astiga." This sentence almost made Astiga vomit blood. Winnie's satisfaction with Li Fan was palpable. Her eyes seemed to overflow with affection as she looked at him. Astiga's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, almost black enough to drip ink. She gritted her teeth in hatred. After all that effort, Li Fan still managed to take advantage of her. "You really understand me." After that, Winnie became even more infatuated with Li Fan. She felt she had met her soulmate. Li Fan's attention to detail was just right, practically perfect. She felt that Li Fan understood her better than she understood herself. Little did anyone know that in his previous life, Li Fan had already figured out this person thoroughly and knew every single detail about Winnie. Winnie was in a great mood, touching Li Fan's cheek. "The gift Celia gave me is simply impeccable, I love it. Let's continue tomorrow," Li Fan said calmly. Winnie smiled immediately, her eyes full of love, and kissed him. "Looks like you're looking forward to it too." Astiga's heart was pounding. He was absolutely furious. She began to doubt whether Li Fan was even human. Winnie stood up and called Astiga over. "I'm satisfied with your work. Continue preparations tomorrow." Astiga bowed and accepted the order. She left the room, kicking the wall in anger to vent her frustration. Li Fan came out and looked at her. Astiga stared at him intently, almost ready to attack. Li Fan smiled. "Astiga, thank you." Astiga's chest heaved, like a volcano that might erupt at any moment. Li Fan waved his hand. "We'll continue tomorrow. I think the Earl enjoys taking tonics." The last 2 words sound more like a provocation. Astiga stared intently at his retreating figure, utterly humiliated, yet dared not retaliate. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and left. Chapter 52. She loved it so much. Day after day, half a month passed. Winnie was very satisfied and her spirits were lifted. She's been in this state for the past 2 weeks, getting happier and happier, more and more infatuated. That day, Astiga came to report some work matters to Winnie and saw Winnie touching her lower abdomen, her face glowing, looking incredibly beautiful. She was pleasantly surprised, thinking to herself, "Has the child that the Earl has been longing for finally arrived? Your Excellency, is there any good news?" Winnie was in a great mood. "Li Fan is really amazing, his incredible physique is just different. Congratulations, Your Excellency, on becoming a mother." "Mother? You mean this?" Winnie smiled gently. "Not yet, Astiga, there's still plenty of time." Astiga was taken aback. Wasn't she pregnant? Winnie looked fascinated. "It's truly captivating. Could it be?" "No, that's impossible. How could the once high and mighty Earl have become so addicted to such base pleasures?" Astiga couldn't believe it. Winnie's gaze softened. "By the way, what brings you here?" Astiga regained his composure, suppressed his shock, and began his report. Winnie listened attentively, seemingly savoring something, but soon grew annoyed and waved her hand, saying, "Astiga, I feel like I'm going a bit crazy right now." "You handle this little thing, I trust you." "Your Excellency." Astiga was a little scared. "Shouldn't we restrain ourselves? Kingsland can't do without you." Winnie stood up, stretched, her figure graceful and charming. "Don't worry, Astiga, although I'm infatuated with Li Fan, I'm not to the point of losing myself. I won't delay dealing with the matters that need to be dealt with." Astiga stopped talking. But in fact, The Earl hadn't handled anything for the past 2 weeks. She was the one who was busy. She didn't complain. She would give anything for Winnie, for that former Earl. But this can't go on forever. People lose themselves once they fall into a world of tenderness. Winnie began to grant Li Fan's every request. Astiga was horrified just looking at it. Is this really a good thing? Although Winnie's complexion was rosier and her eyes exuded a subtle allure, this was not her. She should be a dignified countess. She is a queen who roams the wasteland, not a little woman indulging in a life of pleasure. Astiga really wanted to persuade him. But they dared not. Because she could see that Winnie was more satisfied and happy than ever before. This was a state she had never seen before. She couldn't bear to disturb such a tender moment. Another half-month passed. Winnie was no longer trying to hide it. She looked like a young girl. Her eyes and brows were filled with love. It exudes an irresistible charm. Li Fan has completely melted the Earl's heart with his gentle charm. That day, Astiga came to report on his work again. Winnie didn't listen. Looking towards the bedroom, her eyes were filled with tenderness. You decide what to do. Astiga finally couldn't hold back any longer. Your Excellency, please restrain yourself. He's waiting for me. Winnie walked toward the bedroom. Astiga looked at her retreating figure, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. How so? Is Li Fan really that charismatic? Winnie went inside. Astiga stood outside the door, her gaze complex. Deep down, she couldn't help but feel envious. She longed for such a beautiful dream. No. Astiga, am definitely not that kind of person. Reason told her that she was the one who would help the Earl achieve great things. Winnie shouldn't get caught up in it. She has more important things to do. Astiga took a deep breath and knocked on the door. My lord, I have something to report. Winnie's reply came from inside. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Don't bother us now. Astiga clenched his fists and said urgently, it's very important. Winnie grew impatient. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Asti was practically bursting with anger, and knocked on the door again. This is really important. Why don't we let her give a report? Li Fan's voice rang out. After a long while, Winnie's response came from inside. Come in. Astiga never expected that Li Fan would help her at this moment, but she hated him even more. Push the door open and go inside. The two had already separated. Winnie's face was flushed, and she was straightening her clothes. Li Fan, shirtless and covered in scratches, smiled slightly when he saw her. Astiga, what's up? Astiga really wanted to rush up and chop him down with her sword, but she held back. My lord, it's about Oak Town. Oak Town. Li Fan remembered stopping here on his way here. It was a small town similar to Kingslandburg. However, the population here is not as large. However, the extent of the damage caused by the holy light was roughly the same. Winnie frowned slightly, but ultimately resisted the urge to continue their intimacy, and stood up, saying, let's talk outside. Li Fan wisely refrained from following them. It seems that 50 points in physique is still not enough to gain Winnie's trust. Important matters still need to be avoided. But it's okay. If 50 points isn't enough, try 100. If 100 points isn't enough, try 1,000. He doesn't believe he can't win over Winnie. We entered the living room. Winnie regained her composure, sitting gracefully and radiantly, yet without a trace of worldliness. This matter is very important. Astiga's eyes lit up. This was the Earl everyone knew. Winnie said calmly, go ahead and speak. Astiga quickly reported, Oaktown wants to join us in exploring District 57. District 57 was discovered jointly by our two towns, which makes perfect sense. My lord, what if they harbor ill intentions? Forming a team in the wasteland is a very dangerous thing. You can't completely trust the people in a small town, let alone people from other towns. Winnie smiled. Who's the fox is still up in the air. Astiga breathed a sigh of relief when he saw how confident Winnie was, and wanted to say something else. But Winnie turned her gaze outside, her expression softening again. Is there anything else important? I can handle the rest. Astiga clearly wanted to keep Winnie, but in the end, he tacitly approved of the Earl's actions. She loved it so much. A day later, when Li Fan returned to the manor, he discovered that Serafina and Margarita were pregnant. The two were truly model workers, consuming little food but making great contributions. However, Serafina was still a little scared. How is the Earl? Her concerns were not unfounded. Winnie and Li Fan have been inseparable for the past month. If she doesn't get pregnant, people will gossip about it. In the end, the two sisters may be implicated. Li Fan reassured him, "It's alright, I know what I'm doing." But it was more difficult than I imagined. Another month passed, and Winnie still showed no signs of pregnancy. Li Fan doesn't have much time left. If she doesn't get pregnant soon, she won't be able to give birth to Li Siwen before the assistant instructor arrives. Astiga seized the opportunity to press her advantage. "Your Excellency, I suspect that Li Fan is holding back. Otherwise, why are his two wives pregnant, while Your Excellency has yet to make a move?" Winnie's pretty face instantly turned frosty. "Are you saying I'm not healthy?" Chapter 53 Clear Goals. Astiga felt a chill run down his spine and quickly knelt down on one knee. "No, your body is the healthiest in the wasteland, I just felt that maybe. My affairs are none of your concern. Get out of here." Astiga bowed his head and retreated. Winnie looked at Li Fan, a hint of worry in her eyes. She longed to get pregnant as soon as possible. Li Fan comforted him, "No rush, take your time." Winnie nodded slightly, the coldness in her eyes completely dissipating. Although Winnie didn't get pregnant within a month as expected, things progressed smoothly enough. She conceived after 6 months in her previous life. Given his exceptionally strong physique in this life, he can definitely achieve this ahead of schedule. I just don't know how much earlier. Winnie is having a really hard time getting pregnant. If she can't get Li Siwen born before the vice teacher arrives, she'll have to try again in her next life. Fortunately, Winnie was captivated by his 50-point physique, which prevented her from feeling jealous. After working hard all morning, Li Fan began to think about the next thing. Jedi need to practice martial arts. His original plan was to have a happy month first, get Winnie pregnant, and then practice with the other Jedi. But the situation has changed, and we can't delay any longer. He can practice while trying to conceive. What are you thinking about? Winnie looked up and saw Li Fan lost in thought, and couldn't help but give a coquettish reproach. Li Fan smiled and said, "I'm thinking about how to get you pregnant." Winnie's pretty face instantly flushed red. "You're really dedicated." Li Fan hugged her and laughed, "Of course we must obey the Earl's orders. You actually know how to make me happy. Haven't you been happy for 2 months already? What's one more day?" Winnie laughed immediately. Yes, it's been 2 months, and she's spent every day in happiness, making it a truly unforgettable experience. Taking the opportunity, Li Fan said, "Winnie, I'd like to learn from the extremists in the city." Winnie's smile faded. "Why? Isn't it better to stay by my side? I'll stay physically fit so I can be there for you better, so you won't ever find me unbearable." Winnie smiled and said, "How could I possibly dislike you?" Li Fan lowered his head and kissed her lips. "It might help with having a baby." Winnie blinked, thought for a moment, and nodded, "Okay." For her, there was no reason to refuse such a small request. She should reward Li Fan for his excellent performance. After receiving permission, Li Fan stood up. Winnie gazed at the man's tall, straight back, her eyes as gentle as spring water. "With him by my side, the wasteland is like paradise." Winnie told Astiga, "Li Fan is going to practice martial arts with the Knights of the Extremists in the city. Go and arrange it." "Yes." Astiga respectfully withdrew. When Li Fan returned to the manor, Serafina and Margarita, who were 2 months pregnant, were swinging on the swings with nothing to do. Li Weiss and Li Tis were very curious about their mother's belly. "I want a little sister. I want a little brother." The two siblings were arguing and were about to come to blows. Because of Li Fan's constitution, they are healthier, more energetic, and very mischievous in this life. "You can't hit your sister." Serafina reprimanded Li Weiss. "It's her fault for wanting a sister." Li Weiss tilted his head back. "I want a brother to fight alongside me. I want a little sister." Liddy's pouted. Serafina asked her, "Why a sister?" "Let's beat up our brother together." "Ha ha ha." Li Fan couldn't help but laugh, and stepped forward to hug the two children. "Do you want a father?" "Want." "Of course." The two siblings wrapped their arms around his neck, one on each side, in a very affectionate manner. Li Fan's heart was filled with warmth. Bloodline inheritance is extremely difficult in the wasteland, and having these two children is the greatest happiness. The two sisters walked over, their smiles warmer than the spring sunshine. "Father, I want my sister." Li Weiss cried out in a clear voice. "Brother!" Liddy's retorted defiantly. Li Fan smiled and gently pinched their noses, his eyes full of affection. "You'll both have them, 2 bellies, one for a little sister, one for a little brother." "Good. The problem has been solved." Don't bother your father, look what I have here. Nina appeared, holding candy. Li Fan hasn't been back for a week, and she needs to create some private time for Serafina and Margarita. Candy. The brother and sister were immediately distracted and ran over happily. Candy is even rarer than food. Most people may never have eaten it in their lifetime, only heard of it or seen pictures of it. If it weren't for Winnie, even as a viscount, Li Fan would never have gotten her. Serafina and Margarita pulled Li Fan down to sit, each holding one of his arms and leaning against his broad chest. Li Fan stroked the bellies of the two women, and the three of them were filled with tenderness. "How is the Earl?" Serafina asked softly. Li Fan shook his head, still no movement. Snort! Margarita was incredibly proud. "They're not as useful as me. All those people ate so much and it was all wasted, but I got it right after just one bite." Li Fan patted her prominent breast. "Good job." Margarita gave a coquettish laugh and leaned against him. "You didn't even reward me for my service." "There will be a reward." Li Fan gave him a deep kiss. Serafina remained cautious. "Margarina, don't be disrespectful. That's the count. If she hears this, she'll be unhappy." Margarita stuck out her tongue. "Okay, I'll only say it in front of you." Li Fan stroked the two sisters' heads and told them that he was going to learn the fighting style of the extremist warriors. "Won't it be dangerous?" The two sisters immediately became nervous. Li Fan laughed. "No, Winnie has already agreed, and only when I become strong can I protect you." Both women were deeply moved. Li Fan's tireless efforts to help Winnie were also for their sake. After spending a cozy afternoon with the two sisters, Li Fan prepared to leave. "Be careful," Serafina reminded her. Li Fan kissed her forehead, then kissed Margarita. "I promise." "Li Weiss, Li Tis, Daddy's leaving. Come and say goodbye to him." The two siblings immediately ran over and each grabbed one of his thighs. Li Fan kissed their cheeks. "Daddy is going to practice martial arts with someone later, so you two stay with Mommy and wait for Daddy to come back." "Okay." The two siblings nodded sensibly. Li Weiss and Li Tis even pulled out candy. "Father, here you go." Li Fan was deeply moved. He pinched their cheeks, then turned and left home. "So sweet. The sweetness of the candy in my mouth warmed my heart." Li Fan never expected that he would like the feeling of home so much. At first, all he wanted was to survive. Now, a glimmer of hope has quietly emerged amidst happiness. This glimmer of hope ignited Li Fan's fighting spirit, giving him a clear goal: to build their own home in the wasteland. There's a book written by Xiaohao on the bookshelf. It's already finished. Chapter 54: Sunset Tavern. The extremists are a special operations squad of the Earl, a very small unit, with only 7 members in a small town like Kingslandberg. Astiga is the captain and the strongest. Li Fan had imagined that the gathering place of the extremist warriors would be a high-end office space with weapons hanging on the walls. A long table was set up with various tactical analysis briefings. Everyone was dressed in uniform, saluted each other, and gave concise reports. However, that is not the case. It's just a tavern, called Sunset Tavern. It was even dilapidated inside, completely empty, the kind of place anyone could come and go as they pleased. When Li Fan followed Astiga to the tavern, it was noisy and crowded with people, some smoking pipes and others chewing on jerky. Upon seeing Astiga enter, some people even whistled, showing absolutely no respect for this top warrior below the count. Astiga seemed not to notice, and led Li Fan to a table that had already developed a patina. "Since the Earl has allowed you to come and practice, we are now a team. Please have a seat." She sat down casually, her demeanor natural, and in that casual and unrestrained manner, a unique kind of majesty was revealed. Li Fan sat opposite Astiga. Astiga said to the tavern owner, "The usual, one more drink." The other party nodded and soon brought over 8 large glasses of black liquid. It smelled like cheap liquor, a bit pungent. Astiga didn't say anything, and took a big gulp of his drink. Li Fan picked it up. It was spicy at first taste, but the aftertaste was refreshing. Just then, a bearded man walked up to Astiga, plopped down next to him, and casually picked up his drink and started drinking. "Why does this new guy look so familiar?" "His name is Li Fan," Astiga said. "Damn, pretty boy." Several elite warriors had gone out many times to help Li Fan improve his health, so they naturally had a deep impression of him. "Too talkative." Astiga glared, and silence fell immediately. He, my name is Hadru." The bearded man introduced himself and patted Li Fan on the shoulder. "From now on, we're all family." Li Fan smiled slightly and gestured to the other party. The other extremists arrived slowly after hearing the order to gather, and after introducing themselves, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Everyone drank quickly, and the bottles were constantly being refilled. Astiga remained composed, his Adam's apple bobbing as he drank the beverage, revealing a unique air of nonchalance and boldness. It's as if he's become a completely different person after leaving Winnie. Love truly changes people beyond recognition. Now, including Li Fan, there are 6 people. There are still 2 people who haven't arrived yet. I heard there's a new person here. Just then, the tavern door was pushed open, and a slender, tall figure walked in. She had long, golden hair tied into 2 long ponytails, wore red tight-fitting leather armor, and had exquisite features with a touch of wildness. She is a young female warrior from the brink of death. Moreover, unlike the typical tall and muscular medieval women, her body proportions were somewhat like those of an Asian, a very well-proportioned and tall figure. His eyes were like stars, and his movements exuded a fiery and energetic aura. Monica! Astiga waved. The female extremist warrior walked over and gave Li Fan a bright smile. Hello, it's nice to meet you. She reached out her hand to Li Fan. Her fair hand was long and strong. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Li Fan extended his right hand and shook hers. It feels cool to the touch. The woman's eyes were very passionate, radiating a fiery intensity. After introducing herself, Monica sat down and chatted with everyone from time to time while drinking, making a lively joke. The last person arrived. His name was Cook. He was taciturn, muscular, and sat there like a wall. All right, everyone's here. Astiga put down his glass and looked at everyone. First, welcome to our new partner. Second, let me reiterate the rules. The atmosphere became solemn. The first principle of a warrior in dire straits is to obey orders. Second, as a squad, you must unite. Third, never betray. Anyone who violates these principles will be killed without mercy. As he spoke the last 4 words, Astiga's gaze swept over everyone, sharp as a knife. The rest of the people remained silent. Astiga then turned to Li Fan. You can ask me anything now. Li Fan shook his head. I have nothing to say. I know nothing about the extremist warriors. I just want to get familiar with them as soon as possible, improve my combat skills, and do my part for the Earl. Hadru chuckled. You've got a high level of awareness. In that case, let us go. Astiga stood up. Everyone immediately drank the wine in their glasses. Monica patted Li Fan on the shoulder. You have to drink it all. No problem. Li Fan raised his glass. I gulped it down. The liquor was fiery. Everyone burst into laughter, their eyes showing more approval. Astiga led the way out of the tavern, followed closely by the other extremists. Monica walked beside Li Fan. Welcome to the Extremist Knights. Good luck. She raised her fist. Li Fan also bumped fists with hers. I will. The 8 people arrived at a training ground, which was empty except for a few props. Astiga stood in the center. Our training methods are mainly divided into 3 categories: explosiveness, speed, and evasion. Today, let's start with explosiveness. Yes, the crowd responded. Astiga turned around, made a simple starting sprint, and his speed exploded instantly. His feet moved with the imposing force of a tiger, and when he threw a punch, the air even resonated with a dull thud. The most amazing thing is the body. The muscles tense up in an instant, like a fully drawn bow, with explosive power. Boom! He punched the alloy wooden stake. The wooden stake trembled. Astiga finished his move without batting an eye. His gaze swept over everyone. This is an explosion. Everyone looked serious. Apart from Li Fan, the others here, despite having practiced for a long time, were still affected by the experience. Astiga's power is awe-inspiring. She looked at Li Fan. Since this is your first time, let Monica help you, and the others will practice with me. Upon hearing about sparring, their faces turned green. Astiga didn't care at all. She fought 5 people one by one. Her punches were fierce and powerful, forcing her opponents to constantly change their moves, but she always had the upper hand. Li Fan asked with some doubt, aren't we going to use lightsabers? Yes, we use it, but those are only equipment used to deal with mutants. Our usual training focuses on a combination of burst damage, speed, and evasion to improve our ability to handle various combat situations, Monica explained. After observing Astiga's moves for a few more moments, Li Fan gestured to Monica. Okay, let's begin. Monica nodded. The two stood facing each other and warmed up. Come on. Li Fan's eyes shone with fighting spirit. Monica's eyes were bright as she took the initiative to attack. Her slender and tall body moved nimbly and had good explosive power. After exchanging a few blows, Li Fan realized his opponent's advantage. They are stronger and faster than me. Needless to say, Monika's skills were exceptional during their encounters. She was agile, versatile, and graceful. If it weren't for the intentional training of Li Fan, he would probably have been defeated in no time. Chapter 55. Winnie almost woke up. Observe my movements carefully and imitate them, Monika said to Li Fan. His body moved swiftly, his fists and feet connected, his movements varied. It's getting faster and smoother. Li Fan focused intently on imitating Monika, trying to keep his breathing in sync with hers, and gradually caught up with her rhythm. The more they fought, the more enjoyable it became. The fights around them also intensified. Astiga fought with increasing ferocity, forcing back 5 opponents in succession and overwhelming them. But her gaze remained fixed on Li Fan. Seeing that Li Fan was gradually catching up with Monika, he couldn't help but nod slightly. This kid is very quick to understand. After playing for a while, Monika stopped and stood still, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, slightly out of breath. I've improved a lot, let's take a break. Teaching skills is the most tiring job. You have to maintain consistency and be careful to control your strength. Li Fan also stopped, adjusted his breathing, and savored the feeling of the fight just now. You are more perceptive than I thought, Monika encouraged. 5 minutes later, the two resumed their fight. Time passed unnoticed, and the 5 people on Astiga's side were panting heavily, clearly having reached their limit. Monika stopped what she was doing, that's about it. Li Fan was drenched in sweat, his spirits were high, and his eyes shone with longing. He could feel that he had mastered the technique of explosive power. Although it's still quite raw, it's made great progress. What did you learn today? In the evening, Winnie, wearing a silk nightgown, leaned against Li Fan, tracing circles on his chest with her delicate hand. The love tonight is especially tender. Power application techniques, Li Fan answered truthfully. Winnie gently stroked his chest. No wonder you're different today, it seems you've learned very well. I didn't disappoint you, did I? Li Fan said with a smile. No. Winnie looked up at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Did Astiga teach you personally? No, it's a girl named Monika. Astiga didn't just give me a perfunctory answer. Winnie nodded. Why? Li Fan asked. Among these warriors in dire straits, Monika is number 1 in terms of power generation technique and explosiveness. Li Fan suddenly realized. Winnie smiled and said, Astiga has a bad temper and speaks harshly, but you can still tell how much he values you. Li Fan disagreed, she probably takes your orders more seriously. Winnie looked up and pecked him on the lips, then study hard and don't let me down. Li Fan nodded. The next day, he continued practicing his power generation techniques with Monika, and the more they fought, the smoother and more exhilarating the battle became. Monika's smile grew wider and wider. When they stopped to rest at noon, she was panting and patted Li Fan on the shoulder. You've improved very quickly. The expression of appreciation is obvious. Thank you very much, Li Fan said sincerely. Monika smiled and waved her hand. It's because you have high comprehension. After resting, they continued practicing until evening. Both of them were a little tired, and Monika called out to Li Fan, want to go for a drink? No, I have to stay with the Earl. Do you still have the energy? I may not have much else, but I have a lot of energy. Monika was taken aback, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. After her outburst, Winnie looked at Li Fan differently than yesterday. Your power generation technique is good. I need to learn your power generation technique. On the 3rd day, I learned about defense from Hadru. This fat man's defensive techniques were crude, lacking any delicate methods of exerting force, but his strength was fierce and unmatched. In combat, an opponent is often overwhelmed by his aura as soon as he gets close, making it impossible for him to get near him. This left Li Fan deeply shocked. Even among warriors from the same predicament, the difference is so vast. On the 4th day, I learned how to dodge from Cook. He was agile and moved erratically, like a slippery eel. I also learned the trick of dodging in enemy ranks. On the 5th day, he learned about eyesight, hearing, and the instinct for danger from the elderly Dorn. Dorn's eyes were cloudy, but he always managed to anticipate his opponent's movements. Li Fan also gained a great deal. Day after day, he made rapid progress. Training begins every morning and ends in the evening, followed by a romantic time spent with Winnie. Winnie was also the one who felt his changes the most deeply when she hugged him. Her eyes became increasingly infatuated. Finally, the 12th day. Monica assumed an attacking stance, and Li Fan was also ready to strike. Their eyes met, and a fighting spirit ignited between them. Monica let out a low shout and charged forward with lightning speed, unleashing several swift attacks in quick succession. Li Fan remained calm and composed, executing fluid and continuous moves to parry and counterattack. The more you play, the more enjoyable it becomes. His punches and kicks were lightning fast, getting faster and faster. Monica's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and her attacks became even more ferocious. When Li Fan executed a move with fluid transitions, unleashing twice his usual power, Monica stopped, clapped, and exclaimed, "You passed." This moment also proved that Li Fan had become a qualified warrior in dire straits. Li Fan also stopped, his whole body drenched in sweat, very tired, but a feeling of exhilarating pleasure flowed through his heart. "You've made great progress," Monica said sincerely. In the past few days, she has taught him wholeheartedly and witnessed Li Fan's transformation firsthand. She was growing to approve of this man with such vitality. Not everyone can make such progress in such a short period of time. "Thanks." Although the Jedi Knights, including Monica, occasionally complained about going out for food, they never treated him perfunctorily and taught him with genuine sincerity. That evening, Li Fan first returned to his manor to visit Serafina and Margarita. I brought some candy for the two kids and gave them a quick bath, feeling refreshed. When I arrived at Winnie's room, she had been waiting for a long time. Without a word, the two embraced, expressing their love freely. Everything is understood without words. But Winnie's reaction today was a bit off. Although she was as crazy as ever, her expression lacked its usual infatuation and was more serious. Oh no. Is he finally regaining his senses? Around the same time in her previous life, Winnie asked Li Fan to prove his abilities 3 months later. No proof is needed in this life, but an unhappy Winnie is not easy to deal with. "What's wrong?" Li Fan asked after it was all over. Winnie nestled in his arms, gazing at him intently. "I saw your two wives today, they looked so beautiful with their pregnant bellies." "We will have it too. What if I really can't do it?" Winnie's eyes didn't show any dejection, but rather boundless killing intent. "How could that be?" Li Fan quickly comforted her, holding her tightly. At this point, words are useless, only actions can prove everything. A frenzy ensued. Winnie's eyes, which had just regained their senses, sank back down again. "I don't blame you, I only blame myself. No need to rush, we have plenty of time." Li Fan also took the opportunity to state his request. "I want to go out and hunt down mutants with Astiga and the others. Now that I've practiced enough, it's time to try it out in real combat. But it's dangerous outside. My children will be happy when they know how hard their father worked. I want to be a role model for them." Chapter 56. You also want to have a child? Thanks to Toothpaste Girl for the 10 votes to urge me to update. I was busy yesterday and couldn't write it. Sorry. Winnie's eyes softened when the topic of children came up. Finally, he nodded. "Go. Then, turn over and lie on your back to receive the pain." Li Fan went through another round of trouble. When it was over, Winnie hugged him tightly, satisfied. "Be careful." The next morning, Li Fan arrived at the training ground early and trained alone. He worked harder than anyone else, and a sharp aura naturally emanated from him. Gradually, other people arrived as well. Astiga nodded approvingly. Even though she disliked Li Fan, she had to admit that this guy had a really good physique, but his force was insufficient, so he couldn't fully unleash the true strength of a warrior in dire straits. That's normal. Force is something you're born with, you can't make up for it with effort. Among the 7 warriors in dire straits, probably none of them are as healthy or physically fit as Li Fan. But everyone else has a stronger force than him. Even the weakest of them, Rox, probably has more than twice the force power of Li Fan. After training today, Astiga announced that they would be going out to hunt mutants to nourish Li Fan. "I heard that a snake-like mutant has appeared in District 53. We don't know exactly what it is, but it's our target this time." "A snake?" Cook, who rarely spoke, couldn't help but say this time, "It's not easy to deal with. If it's just for Li Fan's nourishment, I don't recommend going to District 53. Astiga glanced at him. "This is the Earl's order." "Snake gallbladders are a good thing." Monica nodded in agreement. Cook said no more. The bearded Hadru nudged Li Fan with his shoulder. "Are you going too?" "Go." Li Fan nodded. In general, there's no need to ask in this situation. If Astiga doesn't provide any additional details, then it means everyone is mobilized. But Li Fan is a bit special, he is the Earl's gigolo. Nobody knows whether or not to bring him to such a dangerous place. Cook frowned upon hearing this. Monica exclaimed excitedly, "It's so much fun outside." Li Fan is learning from us this time, but he lacks practical experience, so we are trying our best to protect him. Astiga spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Cook's brow furrowed even more. Clearly, this was another order from the Earl. In his view, the so-called protection of Li Fan was probably just a way for this pretty boy to get tired of his job and want to go out and have some fun, and they were just acting as bodyguards. There is no way to object. Even if they were dissatisfied, they nodded. Let's leave tonight. After Astiga finished speaking, everyone went to the tavern. On the way, Li Fan asked, puzzled, why are we setting off at night? Isn't it said that nighttime is dangerous? Hadru explained, mutants usually lie dormant during the day, so there are very few to be seen. It's only at night that you can find a target. Li Fan understood. I remembered that the 5 people in red in the cold moon that night in Fuxing Town did indeed appear at night. Upon arriving at the tavern, Astiga still ordered 8 very cheap drinks. I love this taste. Hadru laughed. Li Fan has gotten used to it these days and drinks it all in one gulp. A surge of heat rushed through his throat, and a burning sensation rose within him. Monica asked him, "Do you know why this place is called Sunset Tavern?" "Why?" "Because returning at sunset symbolizes a safe return," Monica said, downing another glass of cheap liquor, somewhat intoxicated. Astiga drank 3 large glasses and left first. "Remember to take your equipment, Monica. After you finish drinking, take Li Fan to Curry to get the equipment." "Yes." Finish drinking. Monica led Li Fan to a warehouse at the back, where she took out a set of black tight-fitting clothes and a pair of leather boots. "Try them on." "It fits perfectly." Monica praised, "Not bad." Li Fan tried out the activity and found it much more flexible, including the most basic lightsaber and lightsaber. Previously, you couldn't activate this type of weapon by holding it in your hand, but now it's different. With the Force, the lightsaber instantly shoots out a beam of light. This lightsaber is interesting. That's fine. The two walked back. Monica seemed a little drunk, her cheeks flushed, and she became more talkative. Everyone has someone they want to protect. The day I became a Jedi Knight, it was to protect the town and everyone. Li Fan nodded, agreeing with this point. That's right. Whom are you protecting? Home. It's about my wife and kids. Yes. Li Fan nodded. Monica laughed, a laugh that exuded charm. Don't all men like tall, busty women like Winnie and your wife? Li Fan suddenly sensed something different. Monica is indeed different from many white women. Although her figure is not as good as Winnie and Seraphina's, she still has a shapely figure. Especially now, her black, tight-fitting outfit accentuated her already sexy figure, making her incredibly alluring. Not going to speak? Monica leaned closer, her breath sweet as orchids. Li Fan, what are you trying to say? Seemingly getting tipsy, Monica pressed herself against him, her red lips slightly parted. They say that after giving birth, your figure will become more beautiful, and you can have big breasts and a big butt like them. What utter nonsense! I want to have a baby. You want to have children too? Yes. Li Fan was a little annoyed. You want to have a child with me? Yes. Monica was very direct. I've seen your 2 babies, and they're both healthy. I want a healthy baby. If I have an unhealthy one, it's better not to have one at all. Li Fan remained silent. Winnie isn't pregnant yet, but if Monica gets pregnant too, things could get complicated. I know what you're thinking. Monica shook her head, sobering up. I can wait. I can wait until the Count is pregnant before it's my turn. After saying that, she reverted to her previous sexy female warrior appearance. Li Fan knew he had a special physique, but he didn't expect it to be so popular. Having a knight in shining armor like Monica by your side doesn't seem like a bad thing. But would she be willing to leave Winnie and follow him? Tonight, let's kill some mutants. Monica smiled and strode away. Her silhouette appeared even more heroic. Li Fan took a deep breath. I'll observe this in this lifetime and see if I can influence them. If I can bring them to my side, that would be best, and I'll take them over directly. If Monica simply wants to have a healthy child with someone as healthy as herself and then continue following Winnie, then there's no need for this. Having so many children is not good for the rating. It's best to keep them by your side. Otherwise, if they die young or grow up to be a villain, they will definitely lose points. By evening, Astiga and the others were ready. Let us go, she gestured. The group of 8 left the town directly. Chapter 57 Mimicry Mechanical Distortion Annihilator Type 1. Thanks to the expert for the verification, an extra chapter will be added. The wasteland at night is completely different from that during the day. The endless darkness seems to devour everything. However, since becoming a warrior of the extreme realm, Li Fan discovered that he could see at night. Stay alert, Astiga warned. The group nodded and spread out into a triangular formation. Hadru whispered, "There's quite a presence." They also know that nighttime is the best time to hunt. Monica drew her lightsaber ahead of time. Everyone lit up their lightsabers and light shields and moved forward silently. After walking for about half an hour, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Astiga walked in the middle, holding an instrument that resembled a map. Li Fan observed that there were many small bright spots on the map. The mutants will exhibit life energy responses on these surfaces. These are specially designed detection instruments and maps, Monica explained. The 3 walked in the center of the group, while the rest were on the periphery. Are we heading to District 53? Yes. Monica nodded. She didn't seem awkward at all, as if telling Li Fan about having a child was just an ordinary little thing, nothing to be ashamed of. What is District 53? Li Fan asked. The wasteland is so vast that it has been designated as a zone for easy location. Monica continued, for example, our Kingsland Fortress and your former Fogridge town are both in District 49. So we're going to have to go through Districts 50, 51, and 52? No. Monica shook her head. If we take the shortcut, we only need to go through Districts 51 and 52. Astiga suddenly raised his hand. A mutant is approaching. Everyone immediately calmed down and looked ahead. They are 2 mutants. Astiga gestured. Li Fan, you're in charge. When Li Fan realized that the newcomers were just 2 canine mutants, he didn't hesitate and rushed out. Force surged, and the lightsaber instantly shot out a sword beam more than 2 meters long. 2 mutants howled and pounced. Li Fan dodged to the side and unleashed a sword strike. A mutant was cut in half. The other one opened its mouth and bit down. Li Fan's figure flashed, and with a swift thrust, he pierced through the opponent's head, then pulled back, and the large head rolled off. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Monica's eyes lit up. Hadru exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect it to be so fast. Astiga nodded in agreement. It seems your strength has improved again, and your control over the force is becoming more and more proficient. Li Fan really didn't feel any pressure dealing with such a weak mutant. Let's keep moving forward. In the past, when Li Fan went out on missions in Wuji Town, his team was not as simple as it is now, and he dared not travel in the dark. Of course, the forces composed of slaves and guard legions back then were incomparable to those of today. As you go deeper, the frequency of encountering mutants increases. A mutant rushed out. Li Fan took the initiative, leaping up and slashing down with his sword, cutting his opponent in 2. As it landed, another mutant rushed out, its gaping maw wide open. The lightsaber spun and swept across the battlefield. Another sword strike, and a head was severed. Li Fan became increasingly adept and skilled at taking on 2, 3, and 4 opponents at once. After killing nearly 20 mutants, Astiga suddenly stopped. There's a big one. Everyone stopped immediately. On the instrument, 4 dazzling points are approaching. Unlike the previous ones, these 4 mutants were very bright on the instrument. Astiga gestured, spread out. The crowd dispersed. The mutants quickly approached, their 4 pairs of red flashing spots particularly eerie. Monica was the first to meet one head-on, slashing out with her sword. When? The mutant actually withstood the attack, which shows it was quite powerful. Hadru and Cook met one. The others went to meet one. The last one was given to Li Fan and Astiga. The main reason was that Winnie had repeatedly told her before leaving that Li Fan must return safely. Be careful, Astiga warned, and charged forward with her lightsaber. When? Sparks flew. Astiga actually managed to overpower the mutant. As expected of the team leader. This is a mechanical variant. Li Fan recalled the Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1. For ordinary people, mechanical mutants were a disaster, since firearms could not penetrate mechanical bodies. This is the Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Annihilator Type 1. Its attack methods include beams, magnetic fields, firearms, and ultraviolet radiation. It's extremely troublesome. Astiga informed Astiga of his opponent's situation. After speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared on his lightsaber, and his attack intensified instantly, suppressing his opponent with a single strike. You give it a try. All right. Li Fan swung his lightsaber and slashed at the mechanical mutant. Laugh. Sparks flew everywhere. The Annihilator Type 1 mechanical arm blocked the lightsaber. So hard. Li Fan unleashed a full-force attack, but the mechanical mutant remained completely still. This is still Type 1. It is said that there are also Type 2 and Type 3. The stronger the mutant, the more difficult it is to deal with. Don't fight head-on, look for an opportunity. Astiga reminded him. Understood. Li Fan naturally understood. The mechanical mutant swung its arm, shooting out a beam of light. Watch out. Astiga warned. Whoosh. Li Fan dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, and the nearby rocks exploded and shattered. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword. Clang. The lightsaber slashed across the armor of the mechanical mutant, leaving a white mark. Astiga cautioned, cut off its connector, at the back of its neck. Li Fan then noticed that there were long, hair-like lines on the back of his neck, and upon closer inspection, he could see that they were pulsating with electrical signals. Whoosh! Another beam of light shot out. Li Fan dodged and unleashed another sword strike. But this guy's upper body can rotate, so he doesn't give the back of his neck any face to the enemy. Moreover, the Annihilator Type 1 suddenly protruded a launch tube from its chest, unleashing a jet of fire. Light shield. Astiga's voice came at the same time. Li Fan activated the ring on his hand, raising a light shield in time to block the flames. The other 3 Annihilator Type 1 have been dealt with. Monica took on one by herself, and the remaining 2 had their connectors severed by the others working together. Astiga then made his move, his lightsaber suddenly rippled, and he struck with a single blow. A snap. The connector broke. The mechanical mutant paused for a moment. Li Fan seized the opportunity and pierced the processor in his chest with a sword. Boom! The mechanical mutant collapsed with a crash. The bearded man patted Li Fan on the shoulder. Mechanical mutants are not simple. It's difficult to deal with them alone without strong strength. Indeed. Li Fan gasped for breath. Monica also said, the location of the connector is different for different models of mechanical mutants. You will understand when you encounter them in the future. Also, the connectors on the outside of the mutants are fake, so don't be careless. Li Fan nodded. The group inspected the spoils of war. This mechanical mutant has a lot of materials on it, making it a good source of components. Let us move on. Astiga unfolded the map again to determine the direction. This experience has made everyone more vigilant. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that they crossed District 51 and arrived at District 52. Astiga stopped. Let's take a break. The group found a relatively safe high ground to sit down. Continuous combat has taken a toll on everyone. Li Fan looked ahead and saw rolling barren mountains with the faint outline of a dilapidated city in the distance. District 52 used to have 11 small towns with a total population of about 130,000. Now it's full of mutants, Monica said, looking ahead. Li Fan looked at the pitch-black District 52, not a single town left? Chapter 58 District 52. It's gone. Monica shook her head inside. It said that the appearance of a mutant species destroyed this place. An alien species? Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes. Monica nodded. They were huge and terrifying, but they have been eliminated by the church. However, the pollution brought by the alien species will not easily disappear. District 52 is no longer suitable for the birth of holy sources and has become a nest for mutants. She added, however, we don't need to cross the core area. There aren't many mutants on the outskirts. As long as we're careful, we shouldn't have too much trouble. Can the holy light slowly recover after it disappears? Li Fan asked. He had questions after the theft of the holy source in Fuxing Town, because the town clearly showed signs of previous inhabitation, indicating that it was once enveloped in holy light, but that light had disappeared. That's right. Monica also gave an affirmative answer. The holy source is the only way to stop pollution. It is the existence of the holy source that has prevented the extinction of mankind. After each holy source slowly goes out, it needs several years or even more than 10 years to recover. Once it regains its activity, it will protect mankind again. That is precisely why the sacred source has become a sacred object coveted by all sides. Monica continued, 2 holy sources can be combined to form a larger holy source, which will provide protection for a longer period of time. Nobody wants to keep moving around, right? They stole the holy source, but it will reappear in that place soon, said the bearded Hadru. It will reappear? Li Fan was a little surprised. Yes. Hadru continued, anyway, the fixed points always refresh the holy source at random times. If you don't take it, it will slowly grow bigger and then go out. If you take it, it will come back after a while. Monica added, there are also holy sources appearing in new locations, but there's still no concrete explanation as to how they appear, why they appear, or the patterns of their appearance. Li Fan seemed to be deep in thought. It seems that the holy source isn't so mysterious after all. There are clues to follow. The 8 people rested for a while, ate some food, and replenished their energy. Almost there, let's go. Astiga checked the equipment and signaled to continue. After crossing the last stretch of barren mountains, we entered District 52. Everywhere there were collapsed buildings, a desolate scene. Along the way, they encountered many mutants. There are mechanical mutants, genetic mutants, and non-biological mutants, and their combat power is not weak. This made everyone even more cautious. An hour later, they had penetrated several kilometers into District 52. After passing through a dilapidated group of buildings, the terrain suddenly opened up ahead. What comes into view is a vast expanse of ruins. As if it had survived a catastrophe, the town was left with nothing but ruins and charred remains. The group arrived at a high slope and looked out into the distance, where they could see the entire 52 districts. The central area. Astiga squinted. Centered on the central area, the entire District 52 is teeming with mutants, and their numbers are dense. Some run on the ground, some fly in the sky. It's terrifying. So many. Li Fan exclaimed in surprise. The contamination left behind by the dead mutants is the best food for the mutants. Astiga said, taking out a locator and confirming the location of Sector 53. Li Fan also looked around. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. There's a bloody smell. The group shuddered. The others sniffed, they could all smell it, and looked ahead. A body lay not far away. The 8 men approached cautiously, judging from their attire. They were monks from the church. If it's not a laceration, then it's probably caused by a mechanical mutant. Bearded Hadru examined the wound. The cut was very clean. If it were an animal-type mutant, it would be a laceration. Li Fan said, it could also be man-made. Yes. Astiga nodded. The group looked around, remaining vigilant. This is going to be difficult. Bearded Hadru shook his head. If a member of the church dies, the incident must be thoroughly investigated and the injured treated. If they turn a blind eye, once discovered, they will basically face certain death. Of course, for some people, they are loyal to the church and will not back down when faced with problems. The group advanced in a fan shape. The further they went, the more bodies were discovered. Almost all of them are mutants. Occasionally, the bodies are found to be church members. Clearly, a major battle has taken place here. They traveled a further distance. Over there. Monica pointed to a spot. When the group went over, they discovered the bodies of 5 church monks and 1 white-robed priest. Who are you? A godfather appeared. He held a lightsaber with a cross in his hand, which looked strangely sacred. Astiga quickly replied, we are the team from Kingslandberg, District 49. Kingslandberg. The godfather visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Asti stepped forward, Godfather, what exactly happened here? Anger flashed across the godfather's face, it's the Vatican. They've shown up. The expressions of the group changed. Holy See? Li Fan had never heard of it. But it seems they are on the opposite side of the church. The godfather, filled with hatred, declared, the Vatican has reappeared. They've come here and stolen the holy source. Astiga frowned, a holy source? A holy source has been born in District 52? This place has been contaminated by alien species, and the holy source hasn't appeared here for a long time. The godfather nodded, yes. A holy source appeared in District 52, and they stole it. Cough, cough. He coughed up blood. Only then did everyone realize that the godfather was seriously injured and was at his last gasp. Godfather. Don't worry about me. The priest pointed in a direction. There's still a white-robed priest in the Vatican who went after her. Help her. He died shortly after he finished speaking. Cook hadn't spoken the whole way, but now he said, going deep into Sector 52 to rescue people could mean being surrounded by mutants. Astiga glanced at the Godfather, then looked into the depths of District 52. We've already gone 2/5 of the way in. The crisis is multifaceted. The other three looked at their captain, waiting for her decision. Astiga looked around. The Godfather's orders cannot be disobeyed. Everyone nodded. If we don't go, no one can predict what the consequences will be. Let's go, to rescue them. The 8 people began to venture deeper. The terrain became increasingly open, and the number of mutants increased, while their combat power grew stronger. On several occasions, they were ambushed and killed. The battle was extremely fierce. Fortunately, there were many people, they cooperated well, and they responded with composure, managing to fight their way out with great difficulty. After advancing a while, they finally saw people from the church and the papacy. Chapter 59: Mutants Among Humans. Good news, the two have finished their fight, so Li Fan and his team don't need to risk their lives anymore. The bad news is, we can't tell who's who. Both were women, both dressed in white church robes, and there was no discernible difference between them. The only difference might be that one person is more alluring, while the other is as cold as an iceberg. The alluring woman was the first to shout, "Kill her quickly. This is someone from the Vatican. Look at the cross sword in her hand." Li Fan looked over and saw that the sword was emitting a black light. Nonsense. The Ice Queen squinted. I defeated this woman by stealing her holy sword. Did Father Andrew show you the way? A priest did give us directions. Monica stared at the two of them. But he is dead, and he didn't have time to tell us his name. God, please show Father Andrew the way to heaven. The two women said those words at the same time. The icy woman fiercely rebuked, "You people from the Vatican are truly shameless. The believers of the church would never sing the Vatican's rhetoric. Damn it, how long are you going to keep up this act, you woman?" The seductive woman pointed at her. "The holy source is in this woman's hands, kill her and take it back." "It's with me, but it's not called the holy source." A square box appeared in the Ice Queen's hand, and the holy source inside was emitting a very strong black light, the kind of light that only warriors in the ultimate realm could see. She explained, District 52 was contaminated by a foreign species, which is why the dark source appeared. That's exactly what the Vatican wants. Don't you have any items that can prove your identities? Monica asked. Both of them shook their heads. The alluring woman said, "Why don't we tie us all up? Once the church members show up, they'll be able to tell the truth from the falsehood." "That's not right," the Ice Queen immediately retorted. "The Holy See also has reinforcements. We must leave immediately." She glanced at the dark source and tossed it directly to Astiga. "Since we can't tell the difference between the real and the fake, the best option is for them all to die. The vice priest will come in 10 months. You can hand the dark source over to him." Li Fan immediately understood that this person was genuine. Since the deputy church appeared in District 49 and disappeared after giving the blessing, it seems that his destination was likely this place. "We must kill this scum of the Holy See." After saying this, the Ice Queen committed suicide with her lightsaber. Li Fan did not stop him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain how he knew about the vice church's arrival. That despicable woman, the alluring woman, gritted her teeth. She knew she couldn't escape, so she came up with a way to kill both sides. The group looked at the source of darkness, then at the corpse. "I still can't tell who's real and who's fake. But now we have to leave." Astiga pocketed the dark source, her eyes turning icy. "She's right. Since we can't tell the difference, let's kill them all." "You're insane." The alluring woman's eyes widened. "Do you even know what crime it is to kill a white-robed priest from the church?" "We have no choice, the Pope will forgive us," Astiga said firmly, raising her hand directly. The lightsaber pierced the alluring woman. The alluring woman reacted quickly, using her lightsaber to parry. Ping! Sparks flew everywhere. The two figures immediately engaged in combat. Others also stepped in to help Astiga. Li Fan didn't move. The alluring woman was clearly outmatched under the combined attack of several men, and with her injuries already in place, she was quickly suppressed. She retreated to a wall, leaning against it, and continued to argue, "Can't you really tell the difference at all? I'm the person Father Andrew was talking about." "Sorry," Astiga replied coldly. The alluring woman was about to say something more. Astiga swung his lightsaber first, piercing her throat directly. Crimson blood spurted out, and the woman collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open. "Let's go!" Astiga sheathed his sword, and the 8 of them quickly retreated. Before leaving, Monica reached out and put the holy sword and the black sword into her pocket. "What are you going to do with this?" Hadru said with some apprehension. "It might even lead to us being labeled as accomplices." Monica shook her head. "Only these 2 lightsabers can prove we were here." "What is the papacy?" Li Fan asked after leaving the area. "The church, we also call it the Dark Church," Hadru said. "These people are immune to corruption, and few mutants will attack them when they walk on the wasteland." "Why?" "Because they are also contaminated mutants." Monica explained. "Metals, animals, and plants are all contaminated, and humans are naturally also contaminated, but the probability is relatively low. About 3 out of 10,000 people are contaminated, according to data provided by the church." "If they can walk in the dark without being attacked, wouldn't they be fearless?" "In a way, that is true," Cook said. "Dealing with them is tricky because they are no different from humans. They have the Force and superpowers, and the only thing that can't get them close is the holy light." "So they won't enter the city, they can only approach us in the wasteland?" "Not necessarily," Monica said. "Powerful members of the church can resist the holy light on their own and live in the city for a short time, but there is no need to worry too much. Such powerful people are rare and they won't attack our small city." Li Fan nodded and asked, "What is their goal? To eradicate the church?" "The church and the Vatican have been at odds for generations, fighting each other," Astiga said. "The Vatican's goal is to corrupt everyone." Just then, a howling sound came from ahead, and several mutants appeared. "It's time for battle." Everyone quickly adjusted their mindset. These mutants are stronger and more agile than those encountered in District 52, and their combat power is extremely ferocious. Astiga once again demonstrated her exceptional combat prowess, her laser sword tearing through flesh and blood as it swiftly dispatched the mutants. At this moment, the 8 people had arrived in District 53. The pollution here is worse than in District 52, the night is darker, the roads are full of potholes, there are mummies everywhere, and even the light from the lightsabers is somewhat suppressed. Many strange dark substances appeared, and from time to time, pairs of eyes could be seen in the darkness. The 8 people walked cautiously. Monica and Hadru were responsible for guarding the sides. Astiga also told Li Fan to stay by his side. "Let's delve deeper." "According to intelligence, the giant snake is about 3 kilometers ahead," Hadru said. "We passed through a mass grave." The road suddenly became wider and the light became a little brighter. Asti, holding the equipment in his hand, exclaimed, "We've arrived." "We're here?" Monica looked around. "There aren't any lakes here." "Aren't they saying the giant snakes lurk in the water?" Li Fan pointed to the open space in front of them. "Doesn't that patch of light look like a lake?" It was a reflection of silvery white metal, and upon closer inspection, the ground seemed to be surging, as if something was burrowing in and out of the soil. "Hey everyone, please throw some free gifts on the ground. This humble author will personally pick them up. Just one for each of you, thank you so much." Chapter 60 Hybrid Mutants. Thanks for the little gifts, brothers, more chapters to come. According to intelligence, a snake-shaped mutant has appeared in District 53. What exactly it is remains unknown. But what is certain is that it is in District 53. This area is more desolate than the previous 2 districts, with almost no signs of towns, not even abandoned ones. "This is it!" Monica exclaimed excitedly. Li Fan was puzzled. "It's hidden underground?" "The mutants cannot be judged by common sense," Monica said. Astiga's expression was grave. She told the others to step back and then slowly approached. The ground churned more and more violently, and the roars of the giant snake could be heard from time to time. Just as they were approaching 100 meters, whoosh! A massive, silvery white serpent burst forth from the ground. Its body, which is over 50 meters long, is made of steel, and when it opens its mouth, you can see a mouthful of alloy fangs. In the darkness, an infrared beam emanated from the center of the snake's head, scanning 8 people. Astiga retreated rapidly. The giant snake missed its target and crashed directly onto the ground beside it. Boom! The earth cracked open. Li Fan and the others could see it clearly from a distance. The snake's appearance was indeed very similar to a python, but it was a mechanical mutant. Its entire body was covered in metal, and its tail could fire lasers that swept across the battlefield. If Astiga hadn't been fast enough, it might have separated from its brethren. A mechanical mutant, the bearded Harrod exclaimed in surprise. Mechanical mutants are generally humanoid in form, rarely animaloid. Even Astiga was seeing one for the first time. But Monica quickly realized something was wrong. It's not a mechanical mutant, it's a hybrid mutant. That's right. A hybrid mutant. Astiga said, using his lightsaber to parry the giant snake's attack. It has both mechanical and animal characteristics. Li Fan understood. In extremely rare circumstances, the two mutations can fuse. It's possible that during the cataclysm, this snake happened to be in a pile of scrap metal, and then, due to the contamination, it formed a very special hybrid mutant. Astiga and the giant serpent are locked in a fierce battle. The others did not step forward, but instead stood by and watched. Lasers flashed all around, and with Astiga's skillful maneuvering, the giant serpent, despite its fierce attacks, was still suppressed. Li Fan stared intently at the scene. Astiga's strength is indeed remarkable. Of course, the main reason is that she has much more force than others. Watch out! Monica suddenly warned. Astiga then retreated. The giant snake's head seemed to be charging up, condensing a laser beam at its very center, which shot directly at Astiga. Astiga moved with lightning speed, narrowly avoiding the attack. The laser beam penetrates the ground. Boom! It not only blasted open a deep crater, but also generated a heat wave. If you were hit by this attack, you would probably be seriously injured even if you didn't die. Astiga leaped up and unleashed a flurry of lightsaber strikes, destroying the weapon atop the giant snake's head. Big Beard Hardru, Monica, and others also stepped forward to help. You stay where you are, Monica said to Li Fan. Li Fan nodded. He would only be a burden if he went forward. The seven of them joined forces and quickly gained the upper hand. The giant snake tried to escape several times, but Astiga and Monica managed to subdue it each time. Hadru seized the opportunity and thrust his sword into the snake's head, hitting the processor squarely. The giant snake's body stiffened, and the next second it collapsed with a thud. Monica stepped forward and chopped off the snake's head with her sword to prevent any accidents. Looking at the enormous corpse, everyone sighed with emotion. Cook walked over and used his lightsaber to poke at the giant snake's scales, making a clanging sound. It's actually gold titanium alloy, no wonder it's so tough. Luckily, the scales didn't bite down on the body, otherwise it would have been difficult to destroy the processor. Hadru sighed, still shaken. Take it back and study it. Astiga said, this is the most unique mutant to date. After the giant snake was cut into pieces, the parts were stuffed into specially made containers. Monica pulled out what they had come here for, a snake gallbladder. It even had a metal frame on the outside, and what was flowing out wasn't blood, but a blue substance. Astiga said it was the energy source for the mechanical life form. Harrod's expression was a little strange. Is this thing really edible? Let the Earl decide. Astiga studied it for a while, and after confirming that there were no problems, he put it away. After tidying up, 8 people retreated. Back to District 52, then through District 51, and finally back to Kingslandberg. Nothing unexpected happened along the way. When they returned, it was almost dawn. Most of the mutants had gone to sleep, and the few that wandered around didn't pose a threat. The first thing the 8 of them did upon entering the city was naturally to go to the Sunset Tavern for a drink. Since it was the early hours of the morning, Astiga did not choose to immediately go to Winnie to report the results. After all, disturbing the Earl's sweet dreams was not a good thing. The tavern was quite deserted because it was still early. Several bartenders were listlessly sweeping the floor. Upon seeing the 8 people enter, he immediately perked up. They quickly greeted him. Li Fan also relaxed his tense nerves. The usual. Astiga sat back in his usual spot and asked the bartender to bring the drinks. Monica sat down next to Li Fan. You did a good job today, you didn't cause us any trouble. Harrod laughed heartily. Half of the credit for such a great harvest goes to Li Fan. If we don't give you nourishment, we won't be able to obtain the black source. Cook was an extremely loyal church believer. In his eyes, obtaining the black source was a major event, and it could be considered as acknowledging Li Fan. The others nodded in agreement. The dark beer was served quickly. Li Fan raised his glass and clinked it with theirs, grinning. I've learned a lot too. They all laughed. The atmosphere was very harmonious. After a few drinks, everyone started talking about what had happened that day. Everyone who talks about that giant snake still feels lingering fear. Li Fan finally understood why these people liked to drink this kind of cheap beer. After going through a life or death battle, the strong stimulation of the taste buds was indeed very refreshing. After a few drinks, the group started talking more casually. They chatted about everything under the sun. Unbeknownst to them, the holy light gradually brightened. The tavern gradually became lively. At this point, Astiga got up to report to Lady Winnie. However, Li Fan and the others were not allowed to follow, as they were told to wait for the Earl's notification. No one was surprised. After all, the issue of the source of the black market is quite significant and requires separate reporting. Hadru, Cook, and the others had a few more drinks before settling the bill and leaving. Monica had drunk quite a bit, her face flushed as if she were drunk. She hooked her arm around Li Fan's shoulder and said, "Let's go." "What?" "Go back to me," Monica said matter-of-factly, then breathed softly. "Didn't I tell you I wanted to have children?" "You're drunk." "I'm not drunk." Monica leaned closer, whispering in Li Fan's ear, "Stay with me." Her voice was soft and sweet. It makes people feel soft-hearted. And those words did indeed make Li Fan a little itchy. Chapter 61 Pregnancy and Childbirth. You encountered people from the church? Winnie was somewhat resentful when she didn't see Li Fan at first, but she was surprised when she heard what had happened. "Okay." Astiga nodded and handed over the black source. That was the box containing the holy source. When it was opened, no holy light flowed out, but black light could be seen swirling inside. Winnie's expression was complicated. This was something that was dragging a city into darkness. The Vatican uses the black source to corrupt normal humans, and this is the first time she's seen this thing. You did the right thing. We can't leave any survivors when things are unclear. Yes. Is that a snake gall? Winnie's gaze swept over another box. Yes. Astiga handed the snake gall to Winnie. Your Excellency, this snake is a hybrid mutant. She will explain. Winnie spaced out for a moment. Can this thing be eaten? Astiga didn't know either. Why don't we try asking someone else? No need for all that trouble. Winnie took a knife, cut off a small piece, and swallowed it herself. Your Excellency. Astiga exclaimed in surprise, why are you personally tasting the food? Winnie smacked her lips for a moment, then said, it tastes alright, quite sweet. Sudden. Her face flushed, and her body began to heat up, the effects of this medicine. Count. Astiga's expression changed drastically. He was truly afraid something had happened to her. Winnie's body was tense, and it took half a minute for her to calm down, but the blush on her face did not fade. It was just a small piece, and she almost couldn't hold on. Where is Li Fan? With others at Sunset Bar. Call him over here. Winnie said through gritted teeth, then cut off another large piece and swallowed it whole. Astiga quickly went to find Li Fan. Just then, they saw Monica hooking her arm around Li Fan's, as if afraid he would run away. Li Fan looked up and saw Astiga. Astiga snorted and glanced at the two of them. Monica walked away a little awkwardly, knowing it wouldn't work out today. She muttered to herself, does the Earl get up so early? Was he thinking of stealing something before she got up? Li Fan smiled wryly. What does she want from you? Astiga asked. Li Fan nodded, yes. Shameless. Astiga gave Li Fan a disdainful look. Li Fan explained very seriously, she wanted a child, so I gave her a child. What's shameless about that? I didn't take any money. Astiga didn't bother arguing with him. Come with me, the Count wants to see you. The two went to Winnie's room. She sat in front of the chair, her face still pale, her chest heaving violently. Upon seeing Li Fan enter, his gaze immediately locked onto him. Under such a gaze, Li Fan felt a chill run down his spine. You ate so much. The snake gall was as big as a watermelon, and now a third of it is gone. Has this woman gone mad? Delicious. Winnie's eyes gleamed with excitement as she pushed the snake gall bladder towards her. Help me. Astiga left the room and closed the door. Li Fan picked up the snake gall and hesitated for a moment. This thing didn't look appetizing at all, but he still took a bite. It has a sweet taste upon entry, and your stomach immediately feels warm, with energy rapidly spreading throughout your body. Comfortable. His eyes lit up. This stuff is incredibly nutritious. Eating the whole thing would make me feel like my constitution is improving a lot. How is it? Winnie asked. Great effect. Li Fan felt the changes in his body, they were extraordinary. Winnie's smile deepened. Its properties combined the heat-clearing and detoxifying properties of snake gall with the indestructible properties of alloy. It's simply a marvel. Li Fan agreed, and soon he ate all the remaining snake gallbladders. At this moment, he could clearly feel the improvement in all his bodily functions. He now possessed an unyielding will and invincible strength. A single, casual strike can be devastating, causing the ocean to surge and collapse. Winnie also benefited greatly, and after only 20 days, she started to show symptoms and was finally confirmed to be pregnant. The whole town rejoiced because the Earl was pregnant. They even held a celebration immediately. Winnie's face was rosy and she was in a great mood. At noon, a banquet was held at the manor. All the prominent figures in the town came to celebrate the long-awaited good news. As a meritorious contributor, Li Fan naturally received attention and was seated at the first table. Serafina and Margarita, despite being heavily pregnant, also participated. Everyone raised their glasses to congratulate Li Fan and envied his good health, as he was able to get 3 women pregnant after giving birth to 2 healthy babies, Li Weici and Li Tissi. He's a true role model for men. Monica was also very happy. She felt it was her turn. She looked at Li Fan with longing and affection. That look in his eyes seemed to say, "My turn." But things did not go as she wished. As Li Fan was about to leave, Winnie stopped him. "You're leaving just because the mission is complete? Otherwise what? Not accepting new missions?" Feeling Winnie's breath, Li Fan did not go out. "I knew you liked challenging yourself with more difficult tasks." "No, I like to crit on missions that unlocks more rewards." Women's desire for offspring is stronger than imagined. Winnie was even worse. Afterwards, she lay lazily on the bed, her fingers leaving marks on Li Fan's chest, a smile always on her lips. "The medicinal effects of that snake gall are truly amazing," Winnie said with delight. Li Fan asked, "Isn't it me who's amazing?" "You're amazing." Winnie kissed him on the lips. "Monica has been waiting for a long time, hasn't she?" She saw through Monica's thoughts. More than 6 months later, Serafina and Margarita gave birth one after another, and just like in their previous life, the children were named Liffys and Ligays. 3 months later, Winnie gave birth to Li Swin. All 3 children were exceptionally healthy, and Li Swin even possessed the Force, being born an Extremis Knight with a Force index far exceeding that of Astiga. Margarita pouted, "Why isn't our Riggs a Knight of the Extremis? It's all my fault for being so incompetent." As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. "If I were in better health, our Ligays wouldn't be an ordinary person either." Li Fan comforted her, "It's okay, one day we'll have an extraordinary child." Serafina, however, was reassured, "I think as long as we're healthy, that's all that matters. With Li Fan by our side, we're the happiest people." Margarita's mood improved. While breastfeeding the baby, she asked, "By the way, how's Monica? Is she pregnant?" In the past few months, because all 3 women were pregnant, Li Fan spent more time with Monica, and they did so quite often. But Monica didn't make a sound. She looked at Li Fan with resentment all day long. Li Fan is now in his 50s and has even managed to win over Winnie, but after 10 months he still hasn't managed to win over Monica. Then I can only try again in the next life after adding more points. Chapter 62 Monica and Nina. Unlike the other white women, Monica was petite and much younger than the 3 women, making her look more like a young girl. Her slender legs were even more striking, appearing delicate and boneless. It's hard to imagine how powerful those legs are, enough to kick a mutant's body to pieces. Sometimes when she moves, she even makes sounds similar to a young girl's soft moans. "When will it be my turn to have a child?" Monica looked at Li Fan with anticipation. She has done her best these past few months. He would run errands during the day and then pester Li Fan at night. But there was still no sign of pregnancy. Li Fan didn't know what to say to her, so he could only comfort her, "It won't be long, don't worry." Monica pouted, her eyes filled with resentment. If it's true that the more unique a woman's constitution, the harder it is for her to conceive, then Lady Winnie is the most unique case. She is a powerful superhuman, yet she still conceived after only 3 months. She's been pregnant for 10 months, and aside from feeling refreshed, there's no other sign of pregnancy. Is it really true that I can't get pregnant? It is true that some women are unable to conceive after natural disasters. Am I that kind of person? Monica's eyes gradually reddened, her nose turned bright red, and she looked extremely aggrieved. Li Fan hugged her, "Everything will be fine, trust me. If it doesn't work in this life, try the next. As your physique points increase, you will eventually succeed." Monica is much more important to Li Fan than Winnie. After all, she is a powerful warrior from the extremis, and it would be best if she could follow him. As for how to get her to give up Winnie, that requires careful consideration. Because she hasn't gotten pregnant yet, Monica has been frequently visiting Li Fan's estate lately, and she's become quite fond of Li Feisi and Li Guess. The little guy is so cute. Monica hugged Li Jess for a while, then hugged Li Fei's for a while, her face full of affection. Normally very assertive, she was like a little girl at this moment, her face full of gentleness and joy. She pinched the two little ones' noses, making them giggle. Li Fan sat beside her, watching her overflowing maternal love. Compared to Winnie, Monica is definitely the better choice to stay by your side. Monica, learn from the Earl and give Li Fan more tonics, Margarita said with a smile. Monica blushed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. This made her sore after taking supplements. How could she not be on top of the world? She whispered, I will try my best. It will all come. Li Fan hugged her and kissed her forehead. Monica looked at him with watery eyes, her expectation evident. She was especially envious when she saw Liffy's, Ligay's, Margarita, and Serafina being so affectionate with each other. Sister, aren't the Jedi Knights amazing? Sometimes, Li Weiss and Li Tiz would pester Monica. She got along very well with the two children, and when they asked her that question, she immediately got excited and patted her chest, saying, Of course I'm amazing. I'm the most amazing warrior in the world. As he spoke, he pretended to clench his fist, making his knuckles crack. Li Weiss and Li Tiston looked at her with immediate admiration. Monica raised her chin, a smug look in her eyes. And what about Father? He's even more amazing than my sister. Wow, Father is even more amazing than my sister. Monica's smile grew even brighter. The little ones are so much fun. Holding the two little ones in my arms, watching them eat and bicker, it's just so blissful. Monica looked up, her gaze towards Li Fan filled with tenderness and affection. Dinner's ready. Nina came over. The food on the table was plentiful, and everyone sat together. Li Weici and Li Tissi were originally fed by servants, but Li Fan disliked doing so and, since they were already 6 years old, let them eat by themselves. The little guy has just learned to eat, and his face is covered in rice grains, which is quite amusing. Monica couldn't help but reach out and wipe it off for them. Nina would also occasionally serve food to the two of them. Is this your third wife? Monica asked. No. Nina's face turned bright red. She had a very good relationship with Serafina and Margarita, and they could dine at the same table, which naturally gave Monica the wrong impression. Monica stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything. She piled lots of delicious food onto Li Weici and Li Tissi's plates, but rarely touched her own chopsticks. She watched the two little ones eat the whole time, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with joy. Occasionally, she would also serve food to Li Fan. The meal was a joyful occasion. That night, after Li Feisi and Li Jessi finished their milk, they fell fast asleep. Li Weici and Li Tissi also went to bed. Monica had nothing to play with, and Li Fan didn't belong to her today, so she could only leave reluctantly. Nina watched her retreating figure and sighed. What are you sighing about? Serafina's sudden appearance startled her. Nina blushed, and nothing. Nina, you're acting strange today. You've been staring at Monica the whole time. Is there something on her face? Monica, are you going to have Li Fan's child? Nina asked, blushing. Yes. Have the two known each other for a long time? Not long after, Monica said she wanted to have a baby, and Li Fan agreed. The capable should do more, right? Serafina held Nina's hand. Why do you ask that? Nina bit her lower lip, unable to speak. Is there anything we can't say to each other? It's nothing, just... I'm envious. Serafina suddenly realized something. You also want to have Li Fan's child? No wonder Nina rejected so many promising young men she introduced to her. It turns out she had her eye on her own husband. Serafina, are you angry? Nina blushed to the roots of her neck, lowered her head, and dared not look Serafina in the eye. Of course I'm angry. Why didn't you say you had this idea sooner? You even lied to me and said you didn't want to get married. Serafina, without you, I might be dead in Mistridge Town by now. Since becoming dependent on others, Nina has felt extremely inferior. I'm afraid you'll kick me out if I tell anyone. Today I saw that Monica, whom I've only known for a few days, was able to have a child with Li Fan, and I want to try it too. Silly girl, what are you saying? Serafina squeezed Nina's little hand. This is absolutely wonderful news. Once you give birth to Li Fan's child, we'll be a real family. Nina's eyes suddenly lit up, and she hugged Serafina tightly. Thank you. Silly girl, we're best friends, there's no need to thank me. Serafina stroked her hair. I'll support you. Nina hummed in agreement, her cheeks flushed, and a glimmer of hope filled her heart. Even though Serafina treated her like a younger sister for over a year, she still couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. But things are different now. She also wants to get pregnant and become a member of the family. I'll arrange it for you tonight. Serafina whispered in her ear. Nina's face turned as red as if it were bleeding. Chapter 63, Taking Down Nina. Thank you for the extra update. Thank you for the inspiration capsule. Thank you everyone. Serafina saw all of this. After taking a shower, she went back to the bedroom, put her arms around Li Fan's neck, and told him about her and Nina's plans. Great. Li Fan smiled broadly and agreed immediately. Aren't you going to even consider it? Serafina was a little jealous. What's there to think about? I'd love to have more kids. Li Fan kissed her on the cheek. How annoying. Serafina blushed. Li Fan held her soft body in his arms, inhaling the fresh scent of her after her bath, feeling very content. The two exchanged sweet nothings for a while, and Serafina whispered, Nina, it's my first time, be gentle. Our strength doesn't allow it. Li Fan's physique is now at 50 points, which is no longer ordinary. Nina didn't show it in her previous life, so she missed the opportunity. Unexpectedly, Monica's appearance spurred her on and gave her enough courage, but whether she could get pregnant really depended on her physical condition. Nina was not as large as Margarita or Serafina, she was shorter and more voluptuous. It belongs to the type where small branches produce large fruits. You'd better take it easy. Serafina scolded playfully. Li Fan kissed her on the cheek, don't worry. Nina is in another bedroom. She put on a very sexy nightgown, looked at herself in the mirror, her face burning, her breathing rapid, and her heart pounding. Her mind was filled with the words Serafina had spoken to her. After a long while, she took a deep breath, turned off the light, and lay down in the quilt. After waiting for a long time, footsteps were heard. The door was pushed open, bringing a gust of hot air, and a tall figure entered. Nina became even more nervous. Li Fan lifted the blanket, saw Nina looking like a flower, smiled, and leaned over. Nina closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around his neck. A night of wind and rain. When Nina opened her eyes the next morning and saw his broad chest, she felt at peace and happy. Looking down, she saw that her arms were wrapped around Li Fan's waist, and her face turned even redder. They dared not move an inch. Until Li Fan woke up. She immediately closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. A moment later, she heard the door close and opened her eyes, blushing as red as an apple. Serafina came in and, seeing Nina's appearance, couldn't help but laugh. How are you feeling? Nina was too shy to speak. No wonder the two sisters are so happy every day, they eat so well after all. Fortunately, I had one myself later. Serafina noticed that Nina had changed, she was now full of confidence and happiness. You've gone mad, haven't you? Serafina pinched Nina's cheek. No way. Get up and eat. Yes. Nina nodded. After washing up and getting dressed, I naturally felt closer to this family. While eating breakfast, Nina kept stealing glances at Li Fan, and by the end of the meal, her ears were completely red. Nothing much has been happening lately. After breakfast, Li Fan took Li Weiqi and Li Tixi out to play. Nina followed closely behind, her eyes filled with affection, shy and hesitant. Li Fan smiled knowingly. In the courtyard, everyone watched the children play. Monica soon ran over happily and hugged Liffy's and Ligay's. She hugs me tightly every time we meet, she's practically my stepmother. Just then, someone arrived from outside. It was Winnie who had sent her. Your Excellency, a purple-robed vice priest has arrived in our city. The Earl requests that you bring Liffy's and Ligay's over. Okay. Li Fan nodded. I'm about to run into that purple-robed vice teacher again. He gave birth at the exact time, so there won't be any blessings coming his way. Winnie has just given birth to Li Siwan and is not yet pregnant with Li Sinual, so everything is just right. The rating will definitely improve. Monica laughed and said, the Earl seems to want the vice priest to baptize the two children. Haven't they already been baptized? Margarita asked. Her and her sister's child was baptized in a church right after birth. The baptismal practices vary slightly from place to place. In Fogridge, when Lee Weiss and Lee Tiss were born, a professional dipped his finger in holy water inflicted onto the bodies of the two children. In Kingslandberg, when Levi and Liddies were born, their navels were submerged in holy water, and then water was splashed onto their chests. Regardless of the reason, it carries a beautiful meaning. The Countess is a devout Christian. If the Pope were here, she could have the child baptized again. Monica joked. She doesn't believe in this. Every child in the town is baptized at birth, but their health is always determined at birth. Even without baptism, Lee Fan's children are incomparable to other children. However, Winnie's ability to recall Lee Feisty and Lee Guest shows her appreciation for Lee Fan's efforts, or even her fascination with such efforts. Lee Weiss and Lee Tiss were handed over to Nina, while Serafina and Margarita, along with the two newborn babies, left with Lee Fan and Monica. Nina watched Lee Fan's departing figure, her heart pounding with happiness. Lee Fan arrived at the church, where Astiga and other important figures were also present. Winnie held the baby, while Lee Siwen was already asleep, wrapped up tightly. Lee Fan walked over with a smile. Serafina, Margarita, and Monica each stood in their designated spots, with even Astiga not having the right to stand at the very front. Winnie exclaimed with delight, "Look at our baby!" She handed the child to her. Lee Fan took it and examined it carefully. The little one is sleeping soundly, his skin is pink and tender, like a little apple. Healthy and beautiful. Winnie's smile grew even brighter. Joy was on everyone's face, and Astiga was happy because of Winnie's happiness. When the assistant instructor arrives, have him baptize the three children. Good. Lee Fan didn't believe it either, but he had no choice but to agree. During the exchange of pleasantries, the assistant coach, Gerard, came over. He wore a brand new purple vice presidential robe, exuding an ethereal and sacred aura. He was still wearing a hood, so his face was not visible. He clasped his hands together and said, "Your Excellency." Vice Priestess. Winnie bowed. Everyone bowed in the same manner. Gerard was instantly drawn to Lee Siwen. He lowered his hands, took 2 steps closer, and looked at the sleeping baby. From under his hood, he exclaimed, "What a healthy baby girl!" Even he was somewhat surprised, clearly having not encountered a healthy baby in a long time. Winnie was even happier, looking at Lee Fan with her eyes crinkling. "Thank you for the compliment, Vice Instructor. This is my child with Lee Fan." She handed Lee Siwen over herself. Gerard took it, looked at the little guy up close, and murmured a prayer that was hard to hear. Lee Fan tensed up. Here we go again? Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Gerard handed the child back. The child's good health means that the flame of the doctrine has been passed on. Congratulations, Your Excellency. It's a pity that we couldn't come earlier, otherwise the child could have received God's blessing. Thank you very much, Vice Instructor. I am already very satisfied and feel very lucky. Winnie said. Chapter 64 being watched. Gerard looked at Lee Fan again, his expression obscured by his hood. Congratulations. Thank you, Vice Instructor. Lee Fan bowed. Vice Instructor. Winnie waved her hand, and Astiga brought up the dark source. She briefly recounted what had happened in District 52 to Gerard. After listening, Gerard remained calm. This is no small matter. I will report to the Pope and hope to receive instructions. Winnie nodded and then stated her request. Could you please have the assistant priest baptize the child? Wasn't she baptized at birth? Yes, I do, I just hope. No need. To everyone's surprise, Gerard refused Nina's request and gave a very reasonable answer. Once you have been baptized by a church clergyman, there is no need to repeat it. Yes. Winnie couldn't say anything more. Gerard nodded. He had originally intended to take his leave, but when he turned around, he saw Levi's and Liddy's in the arms of Serafina and Margarita. He was somewhat shocked to see 2 more perfectly healthy children. Is there anything special about this town? How can there be 3 such healthy babies? Lee Siwen's physique was superior to that of Lee Weiss and Lee Tiss, which is why he attracted Gerard's attention from the very beginning. When he saw the other 2 children, his gaze was fixed on them. Winnie was somewhat surprised. Vice Instructor? Gerard looked away and took a deep breath. May I see the 2 children? Serafina and Margarita naturally agreed. Gerard took them one by one, examining them carefully, his breathing becoming somewhat heavy. Both Lee Weiss and Lee Tiss are healthy and have no problems. Incredible, he exclaimed, his voice deep and resonant. I've seen many children, but I've never seen one so healthy. Serafina and Margarita bowed their heads and said, Vice Priest, they are all Li Fan's children. Li Fan again? Gerard put the child down and took off his hood. A face with distinct features was revealed, with a hooked nose, thin lips, and a solemn expression. He looked at Li Fan, his gaze seemingly able to see through everything. Li Fan bowed his head, Vice Instructor. Gerard stared at them for a few seconds, his expression shifting, before finally smiling, Praise God, these 3 lives are full of holiness and light. Li Fan expressed his gratitude again, Thank you, Associate Instructor. Gillard nodded slowly, Your fortune is on your side, and your efforts will surely be rewarded. If you are fortunate enough, I will guide you to the holy city. After saying that, he put his hood back on. Thank you so much, Vice Instructor. Winnie was the most excited. If Li Fan went to the holy city, she could take her child with her. It doesn't matter whether I go or not, the best thing is that my child can live in the holy city. Serafina and Margarina were also incredibly excited. They shared an unparalleled longing for the holy city. Even Astiga was somewhat moved. Traveling to the holy city is incredibly difficult, yet this guy got the chance because he could give birth to healthy children? Monica's eyes also sparkled with wonder. Marvelous. In other words, choosing Li Fan was the right decision, so she had to put in 100 trillion% effort to get pregnant before Li Fan went to the holy city. Although she didn't have the same reverence for the church as Winnie, who wouldn't want to go to the unpolluted holy city? It would be best if a mother could gain status through her son. Only Li Fan felt a strong alarm bell ringing in his mind. Once he goes to the holy city, he may not be able to control his own destiny. This place is still too mysterious for him. If even death becomes a luxury, then it will be impossible to start over. Gerard nodded to Li Fan, Winnie, and the others one last time, then clasped his hands together and said, May your family be safe and happy. Winnie personally saw him off. The atmosphere inside the church remained tense. Monica, Margarita, and Serafina surrounded him, their eyes filled with adoration, their very breath brimming with joy. Li Fan smiled wryly and said, The vice instructor was just joking, he might not actually be able to go. We're definitely going, we all believe it. Winnie returned after seeing Gerard off, her smile even brighter and her eyes sparkling. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Congratulations, Lord Li Fan. A group of people offered their congratulations. Even Astiga offered his congratulations, which shows how sacred and distant the holy city is in the eyes of these people. What could Li Fan say but nod? Thank you. Winnie returned to his side, nestled close, her joy evident in her eyes. Thank you for creating this miracle for us. Li Fan smiled and said, The child's good health is also thanks to you. Winnie was completely charmed. From now on, you belong to me. Li Fan is about to head to the holy city, so what else is there to say? Live without stopping, the more the better. I'll do as you say. Li Fan agreed. Winnie's happiness was overflowing. At this moment, Li Siwen woke up, his big, dark eyes looking around, and his childish voice making sounds. Winnie quickly picked him up. Look, our little baby is awake. Everyone immediately gathered around, and the child, with so many eyes on him, looked on curiously. They look incredibly cute. Li Fan couldn't help but reach out and touch the little face, and the little guy reached out and grabbed his fingers. Winnie was overjoyed. However, 2 people were unhappy, Monica and Nina. Damn it, 3 days. Do you know how I spent those 3 days? Monica muttered resentfully. It's fine if I haven't enjoyed it before. I'm really at my wit's end right now. Nina dared not gossip about the Earl behind his back, and could only clench her fists silently. Fortunately, there are still the 2 little guys, Liffys and Legays, otherwise Monica would really go crazy. Margarita also complained that Earl is truly despicable. He's pregnant with 1 child and still wants to get pregnant again. He's insatiable. I've never been this greedy. Margarina. Serafina stared at her. It was fine before because no outsiders were talking about it, but now Monica is still around, and after all, she's the Earl's subordinate. I won't tell anyone. Monica said frankly. I also hate her greed. Inside the castle. Winnie held Li Siwen in her arms, feeling the baby's body temperature and weight, her joy almost indescribable. When do you think we can have a second child? Based on his experience from his previous life, Li Fan said, perhaps I'll be able to conceive in 6 months. Winnie's eyes practically lit up. Great. There's one more thing I need to take care of within 6 months. Once that's done, I can focus on my pregnancy. What is it? Anything that could warrant the attention of a city lord was no small matter, so Li Fan immediately stepped forward. Do you need my help? Winnie shook her head, her smile fading slightly. You're someone Vice Chancellor Gerard has his eye on now, I can't let you take any risks. You don't believe me? Li Fan pulled her into a hug. Don't forget, I personally retrieved the snake gall. Without me, the dark source might not have fallen into our hands. I'm no ordinary person. Of course you're extraordinary. Winnie was basking in happiness, and after a few seconds she said, however, this matter is indeed very tricky, as it involves District 57. Li Fan perked up. Tell me about it. Chapter 66, District 57. Winnie smoothed her hair and said seriously, we recently discovered a new territory, which we found together with Oaktown. It's called District 57. Li Fan frowned. Found it? Didn't this location exist before? Winnie nodded. Not all places are suitable for human habitation. As far as our current location is concerned, 56 sites have been discovered, and the 57th site was discovered a year ago. You mean, we're constantly exploring outwards? Yes, we are surrounded by pollution. Winnie's expression was somewhat grave. Currently, we still have 49 locations under our control. 7 areas, including zones 3, 13, and 15, are heavily polluted again and can no longer be entered. We also call these recycling zones. Li Fan's heart skipped a beat. Which district is the Holy City in? The Holy City is not here. Winnie explained, the Holy City is an independent entity, and our 57 districts are also independent entities, separated by heavily polluted areas. That assistant instructor from not long ago. Only senior clergy members of the church can travel through heavily polluted areas and communicate with other places no one else can. Senior staff must be at least at the level of an associate professor in purple robes. Winnie added, or you could take the Holy Source, but that's riskier. The Holy Source will release holy light more rapidly in heavily polluted areas, and if you can't get out during that time, you'll die. It's easy to get lost inside, she added, clearly indicating that even those with supernatural abilities dreaded the heavily polluted area. Li Fan then gained a basic understanding of the wasteland outside. What's in District 57? Nobody knows. Winnie shook her head, but there must be something good in it. Why? Whenever the pollution in a location begins to decrease, we can always find good things in it. We once found a candy store during our exploration of District 39. What? A candy store? Li Fan would rather have discovered some strange mutant, or even something absurd, than a flying sword. But the candy store, such an ordinary existence, actually reveals something strange. Winnie nodded. It was a candy shop, and everything inside was intact and uncontaminated. The candy we're eating now is from that time. Li Fan was a little surprised. Only a candy store? That's right. There's only one reward for the candy store, or rather, there's only one reward for each new district. Once the first person gets it, the second person's trip is wasted. What do the other districts have? There are fruits, vegetables, and even herds of cattle and sheep that haven't been contaminated. Li Fan was taken aback. Not contaminated? Yes, it's hard to explain. Therefore, the emergence of candy stores must not be accidental. In other words, it's rewarding the person who finds it. I really want to see what that candy store looks like. Perhaps we can find some clues. It's no use. Winnie told him. After the pollution recedes, all the buildings that were once there will be quickly corroded and won't leave any trace. What a pity. If you're really interested, District 57 is right there. Winnie gave him a deep look and hugged him tightly. I want to go too, you can come with me. You're going too? Winnie nodded. This time we're exploring with the people of Oaktown. If a conflict breaks out, it'll be safer for everyone with me here. This was a golden opportunity, and Li Fan put his arm around her, saying, okay, I'll go with you. Winnie gave him a light kiss on the cheek. Shouldn't you thank me? Thank you so much. At that moment, Winnie seemed to see her second child beckoning to her. The scene was absolutely beautiful. The exploration of District 57 will take place in 3 days, and it is of great importance. Monica had just finished when she heard Li Fan bring it up. She lay lazily on the bed, draped her long legs over Li Fan, and hummed with lingering satisfaction, I deserve the most credit for this. Back then, there was a mission in Oakshire that was very difficult to complete, so the Knights of the Exile from Oakshire came to our Kingsland fortress for support. I went with them, and it was because of that mission that we discovered District 57. Monica gave him a satisfied kiss on the lips. Without me, none of us could have intervened reasonably. Don't you think I deserve a lot of credit? You've done a great job. Li Fan rewarded her. Monica became even more smug, so you have to reward me more, otherwise I won't be happy. This young woman initially only wanted a child, but now she has completely forgotten her original intention. Li Fan smiled and got up. Okay, you're the best. Monica was overjoyed. He truly is my man. Of course, behind every successful woman is an outstanding man. A successful woman needs a child. Monica snuggled into his arms like a little woman. If you work this hard, within 6 months. Li Fan whispered in her ear, making her blush. Margarina said you were like a cow, and it seems she really is. Why don't you feel tired? This is naturally thanks to the system's added features. Li Fan smiled slightly. This ordeal lasted for most of the night before it finally ended. In her drowsy state, Monica started talking in her sleep again. This wasn't the first time Li Fan had discovered it. This girl can't hide anything from others. She'll tell them everything she can't say in front of strangers, even when she's asleep. Don't take it, it's all mine. Winnie, you bastard, you ate it all. I'll fight anyone who tries to take it from me. Wah, I love Li Fan, that big jerk, so much. I want to go to heaven, to heaven, to heaven. Day 3. It's time to set off again. This time, we are heading to District 57. Not everyone went. Only Astiga, Li Fan, Monica, Hadru, and Cook were among the Jedi Knights. The others remained in Kingslandberg. Although Winnie was leading the team, she did not set off with Li Fan and the other 4. So Astiga will still lead the team. Say goodbye to father. Serafina and Margarita waved the chubby little hands of Liffys and Riggs. Although the 2 children couldn't speak, they were very clever and knew that they were about to be separated. She kept waving at Li Fan, making little noises. Nina also brought Li Weiss and Li Tiz, who were going to school. Goodbye, father. The 2 were reluctant to part, and there were even tears in their eyes. Don't worry, we'll be back. Li Fan kissed them both. Monica added, it's all right, with me here, he won't lose a piece of his flesh. Chapter 66 Meeting Point. Thanks to Shior, Inspiration Capsule, and everyone else. Stepmother, take good care of yourself too. Liddy's instructed. Must. The word stepmother completely captivated Monica, who hugged Liddy's and gave him a big kiss, and Aunt Astiga, Uncle Cook, and Uncle Hadru are all very powerful warriors. Liddy's nodded, and then he was less worried. Wait for us to come back. Li Fan waved to his family, then turned and strode away. Monica followed by him. Upon arriving at the city gate, Astiga rode at the front, leading them slowly out of Kingsland Castle and towards District 57. Everyone was extremely nervous. The unknown means danger, but it can also bring surprises. District 57 is right next to District 29. The distance is not too far, but it is not close either. Therefore, riding a horse is necessary. Fortunately, the 5 set off during the day, and the mutants they occasionally encountered were extremely weak, so their journey was smooth. As night approached, they had reached the edge of District 57. Looking at the polluted land in front of him, Astiga raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Monica, Hadru, and the others dismounted with solemn expressions. The same goes for Li Fan. Although the pollution in District 57 has subsided, that applies to the Jedi, since the Force can resist pollution. For ordinary people, this place is still deadly. By this time, it was much darker than when we set off. District 57 was even darker and more desolate. The deeper you go, the darker and more desolate it becomes. It seemed to stretch endlessly, with no end in sight. What do we do now? Cook asked. Astiga took out a box containing 5 pills, took one for himself, and gave away the other 4. Take it, she said. None of the 4 hesitated before taking the pills. It tasted bitter, but soon a warm current flowed through my body, and my force became active. This pill is quite remarkable, Li Fan said. What is it? Astiga didn't respond to him, but looked down at the instrument in her hand. We have a meeting point with the people of Oaktown. This was given to me by the church. Monica winked at Li Fan. The convergence point? Inside? The bearded Hadru didn't understand. Why not on the outside? Astiga offered no explanation, continuing to stare at the instrument in his hand. According to my estimate, we need to walk straight for 500 steps, then turn left for 17 steps, then turn right for 300 steps, and then turn left for 100 steps to get there. Estimate? What do you mean? Monica was just smiling at Li Fan, but now she was a little confused. The others also realized that something was wrong. Astiga said, "Do you think this instrument is omnipotent? It was issued by the church and is only effective in areas that have already been developed. It's useless in new areas." Huh? What does that mean? Anyway, once District 57 is truly accessible, new equipment will be sent over, and then District 57 will be usable. Astiga didn't understand the underlying principles either. Basically, the instrument is not currently compatible with Zone 57. Follow me, and be careful. Astiga took a deep breath and stepped into District 57 first. Li Fan walked at the back, carefully looking around. After landing, the world around me suddenly turned pitch black, and even the light was faint. The air had a very unpleasant smell. The ground beneath our feet was no longer as firm as it was near Kingslandberg. It felt soft, like walking on cotton. I felt inexplicably depressed. However, the force quickly dispelled this oppressive feeling. Further in, all you can see is darkness, and looking back, it's all darkness too. Your vision can't even get past District 57. Occasionally, a few mutants would appear, but they would linger at a distance without approaching. Li Fan and his group of 5 maintained a tight formation as they advanced deeper into the territory. It took about 10 minutes to walk. I could vaguely see firelight in the distance. 499, 500. Astiga counted his steps. As they continued onward, the firelight became clearer and clearer. Turn left. She turned left immediately. Although everyone in the team saw the fire, none of them felt curious. Li Fan stared at it for a while. Is it just us and people from Oaktown, and no one else? Stay close, don't fall behind. Monica reminded her. Being distracted at this time can be very serious. After walking 17 more steps, Astiga said, "Turn right." When they reached the 137th step, mutants appeared on both sides. This time, they didn't just stare blankly. Instead, they were filled with hostility. Li Fan, 137 steps, remember that. After saying that, Astiga and the other 3 rushed out with their lightsabers in hand. They planned to strike first. It would be terrible if the mutants scattered their positions. The fight was very fast. Although there were 5 mutants, Astiga, Hadru, Cook, and Monica all demonstrated great strength and quickly ended the battle. Astiga returned to lead the way, becoming increasingly cautious. They marched for more than 30 minutes. Finally, I saw a shadow. A tall building stands in front of us. This is it, Astiga said. Everyone perked up and sped up. As we got closer, we could see that it was a 2-story building. The front door was rotten. Pushing it open revealed a small living room. There were 5 people standing inside, all holding lightsabers and on guard. The leader was a middle-aged man, tall and strong, with tan skin and a thick beard. Although his facial features were not clearly visible, his eyes were exceptionally bright. Astiga. You finally arrived, the man said. Claude. Astiga replied, you guys are here early. Li Fan and the other 3 followed him inside, looking around the small building. The living room wasn't big, but it was very tidy. There was a mutated corpse on the ground, which looked like it had just been dealt with. The other side also had 5 people. Cloud's force intensity appears to be similar to Astiga's, giving off a sense of composure. After the introductions, both sides smiled, but their expressions still betrayed their wariness and caution. Li Fan, in particular, was an unfamiliar face, and he was clearly scrutinized several times. However, Claude didn't ask any further questions. Our 2 teams have merged, so we need to hurry, Astiga said. Tonight, let's try to get deep into District 57. All right. Claude didn't waste any time. But we'll set off in an hour. It's almost midnight, and the pollution outside is at its peak. Missing this time is the safest option. No one objected, and they all sat down. The boredom of waiting made the atmosphere somewhat dull. Neither side spoke, each remaining wary of the other. Li Fan looked around listlessly. The ground was spotless, and a teapot was steaming on the stove, as if someone had lived here just a minute ago. As Winnie said, when an area emerges, most of it remains unchanged from the day it was engulfed by pollution. It was as if time had been paused at that moment. Chapter 67 2-Story Cottage. With Li Fan's senses, he could feel a sense of peace emanating from this small building. In contrast to the darkness, coldness, and oppression outside, the small building felt warm and cozy. It seems that some force is protecting these things from the past. This also explains why candy stores and herds of cattle and sheep can exist normally. Li Fan subconsciously focused his mind and sensed that a strange power was indeed covering the small building. This piqued his curiosity. As time went by, Claude's men relaxed considerably. The group started chatting casually. In this environment, a sense of shared hatred and indignation naturally developed. Li Fan stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. In the dim light, one could see the endless darkness outside, and also a few scattered mutants wandering nearby. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but those mutants have become much more docile. There are even scenes of different mutant races living together in harmony. It seems they fear the power here, Li Fan thought to himself. He saw a beam of red light shoot from the single eye of a mechanical mutant. Although faint, it was still clearly visible at such a close distance. It is scanning the two-story building. Come over and have some tea. Claude called to the others. Li Fan snapped out of his daze, this stuff is drinkable? However, he quickly realized that, just like candy, it always remained fresh and new. Of course. Claude personally poured tea for the group. Upon tasting, it has a subtle sweet aroma that is refreshing and delightful. It tastes good, Li Fan said. The others nodded in agreement. After drinking the tea, even the oppressive atmosphere eased considerably. Claude laughed, this thing is not only safe, but it also allows for unlimited refills. That's amazing. Only Li Fan was surprised to learn this. For the first time the others seemed to know as well, and their expressions did not show any surprise. Looks like this is your first time in a place like this, brother. Claude and the others sized up Li Fan. I'm very curious why someone of this force level was sent here. They know about the other extremists in Kingsland, so why didn't they come? Dead? Or is there something else going on with the handsome man in front of you? An incredibly absurd idea began to race through their minds. I saw a mechanical mutant outside that seemed quite interested in this place. This place will soon lose its protection, allowing the mutants to evolve. Type 1 to Type 2? Right. How does it evolve? Li Fan asked. Can we destroy it? Claude shook his head clearly, he didn't know either. At this moment, Hadru spoke up, Claude, why are you out so early? Did you make any preparations beforehand? What preparations could we possibly make? This is the first time for everyone here. Claude was a burly man with a hearty laugh. We were lucky we came straight here. He looked at Astiga as he spoke, speaking of which, you're a little earlier than the scheduled time, aren't you? It seems like you're ahead of schedule. Yes. Astiga said, I don't like making people wait. But you're still not as early as us. I'm not late. That's true. Claude smiled and said nothing more. The atmosphere became somber again. Li Fan began to observe the mutant on the ground. It was the most common type of mimicry mechanical aberration destroyer eye, with nothing special about it, and its entire skeleton was metallic. However, he is rather thin and tall, quite different from normal mutants. Is it another hybrid mutant? He crouched down and reached out to touch it. Don't touch it, one of the red-haired women warned. The situation with the mutants in District 57 is unclear, it's best to be cautious. Li Fan withdrew his hand. How did this mutant appear in the house? It looks like a hybrid mutant. This is someone we captured. My name is Carter, the woman introduced herself. Carter had some of the characteristics of a Western European woman. She wore black leather armor, had a perfect figure, fair skin, and gray eyes. Her appearance wasn't stunning, but she naturally exuded a heroic spirit. Li Fan nodded. My name is Li Fan. Carter smiled, revealing his white teeth, and reached out to shake hands. The palms were slightly cool, yet very strong. She was suddenly startled. Li Fan? You're Winnie's boyfriend? After Li Fan finished his introduction, Carter and his 5 men immediately began scanning him up and down. They had heard that Winnie had raised a strong, healthy man, and they thought it was amazing that she herself had given birth to an incredibly healthy baby girl. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed handsome and strong. She's younger than they expected. Did Lady Winnie send you? Claude asked. Li Fan nodded. Claude and the other 4 looked somewhat surprised. No wonder someone with such a weak force could come here. So it turns out they got in through connections. A crucial exploration has been disrupted by someone with very poor force abilities. It seems Winnie is quite infatuated with Li Fan. I just don't know what special skills they have that would enable them to do this. Mr. Li Fan is very perceptive to be able to spot the unusual nature of the mutants at a glance, Carter praised. Li Fan smiled, and the topic returned. You brought the mutant here, is there something different about it? This time it was Claude's turn to answer. Nothing's different. We just wanted to see what would happen after the mutant entered the house, but we didn't expect the processor to crash as soon as it came in. Carter added, it seems that only when the protection here disappears can those mutants come in and complete the transformation. Can you be converted as soon as you come in? Li Fan asked. Yes. Carty nodded, this place is like a conversion point. Type 1 comes in and Type 2 comes out. Moreover, the mutants are very respectful of this place. They even line up, even if they are different races. No wonder the mutants outside are so quiet. At this moment, Astiga spoke up, it's about time, let's go. Claude also stood up and greeted everyone. The two teams gathered at the entrance, ready to depart. Be careful. Astiga warned. Yes. Li Fan and the others nodded. Claude and the others also became serious, and without saying a word, they each gripped their lightsabers. Li Fan, carrying his sword, followed them out. As soon as I stepped out of the small building, I felt as if the air outside had gotten a few degrees colder. As the doors close, that warm and reassuring force diminishes. Looking up, the mutants became more active and began to approach. I don't know if they came for the house or for them. Claude took the lead. He walked with a steady and powerful gait, and his force was very solid. Although he wasn't much stronger than Asti, he gave people a very reliable feeling. Everyone followed closely behind. They were all well trained and had clear roles. Monica was next to Li Fan. She walked with steady breathing and a crisp, clean posture. One hand rests on the hilt of the sword, ready to draw it at any moment, showing complete concentration. Chapter 68 Separated. Li Fan lagged half a step behind, following the group forward. Maintain a suitable pace, neither stealing the limelight nor holding others back. The journey was quiet. But soon the 10 of them ran into the army of mutants. Li Fan, stay close, Monica reminded him. Okay, Li Fan replied. Carter said, they're probably heading for the two-story house. We'd better cut in between them. Will it work? Li Fan asked. The number of mutants in front of us is increasing, and they come in all sorts of shapes and forms. If they try to cut in, the formation will inevitably break up. If it becomes a battle, it will likely cause even greater chaos and be difficult to resolve. Claude and Astiga exchanged a glance and unanimously decided to remain unchanged in the face of any eventuality. Try to pass through. Understood. Everyone nodded. The 10 people started walking forward. Claude is in the front left, Astiga in the front right, and Monica and Carter are in the center. Li Fan was behind Monica. They formed a 4-4-2 formation and advanced rapidly. More and more mutants are approaching. A canine mutant, its skin rotting and revealing bright red flesh beneath, looking like it was on the verge of going out of control, licked Li Fan's foot. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it kept growling. Don't move! With Astiga's command, everyone stopped. Monica was on high alert. If the mutated dog showed even the slightest sign of aggression, she would act immediately. Claude and the others gripped their weapons tightly and held their breath. The mutated dog glanced at Li Fan, sniffed him, and didn't attack again. It growled and left, continuing towards the two-story building. It seems that going through was the right thing to do. The two-story hut is more attractive to mutants. After waiting a few more seconds and confirming that there was no further news, the group continued forward. Everything turned out all right, though it was a close call. The 10 people maintained their formation and slowly passed through more than half of the mutated group. In the chaotic and perilous environment, everyone held their breath. Just then, Claude paused. Everyone else stopped too. Li Fan looked over and saw a mutant appear in front of him. It is the aberrant berserker Fallen Type 1. This is one of the most troublesome mechanical mutants. It is about 2.5 meters tall and its entire body seems to be made of rusty metal. The rotation of its joints produces a piercing friction sound. Its design gives people a strong sense of oppression. They had originally planned to get away with it by remaining still, but then sounds started coming from the head of the mutated berserker. Beep. 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 It's a warning before an attack. Leave it to me. Claude mouthed, signaling the others to go first. Astiga nodded. The rest of the group maintained their formation and continued advancing. After everyone had moved some distance away, Claude finally made his move. The frequency of the sounds emitted by the mutated berserkers is getting faster and faster. We can't wait any longer. Claude made a tentative move first. The aberrant berserker has extremely strong individual combat capabilities, making it very difficult to confront head-on. Sure enough, as soon as they clashed, a giant cleaver shot out from its arm, exuding a fierce and savage aura. As it was waved, the air emitted a sharp whistling sound. Claude neither dodged nor yielded, blocking the attack head-on. Sparks flew as metal collided with a lightsaber. Claude unleashed his force, desperately resisting the attack. The two sides were deadlocked for a time. Taking this opportunity, everyone continued walking. It'll be over soon. Just then, something unexpected happened. Perhaps the battle attracted the attention of other mechanical entities, or perhaps information was being transmitted within them. In short, countless mechanical variants appeared. Damn it! Claude cursed, using his left-hand shield to block the mutated berserker's attack and using the force to propel himself far away. Scatter! Scatter! He roared. At this point, they could only flee for their lives, otherwise the concentrated firepower of the mechanical mutants would overwhelm them instantly. Claude and Astiga each led their own side and launched separate attacks. Follow me. Monica was quick, leading Li Fan around to the side. Carter reacted quickly and stayed close to Monica. All three of them ran as fast as they could. Mechanical mutants have already swarmed in. They are faster than humans and catch up almost instantly. Battle begins. Light danced in the air. The air was filled with the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing with lightsabers. Monica and Carter each attacked from one side, their moves swift, decisive, and efficient. One is strong, the other is fast. The two men, one sweeping to the left and the other slashing to the right, actually managed to create an opening. Go! Monica whispered. Li Fan followed up, wielding his sword and taking down several mutants in succession. The three men broke through the encirclement while regrouping. Carter was particularly attentive to the protection behind him. Although the mechanical mutants were numerous, they were not a problem and quickly passed through the section. However, they had already separated from the others. Looking back from their positions, the entire mutant group was not greatly affected. Most of them went to the second floor hut and stood there, waiting for the protective force to disappear. The chaos caused by 10 people is only a minor ripple in this huge group. Jeffrey. Carter's voice suddenly trembled in one direction. Li Fan followed her gaze and saw a figure being entangled, struggling to resist the onslaught. With more and more mutants gathering around him, he was clearly beyond saving. On the other side, Claude and Astiga are also in a bad situation. The two captains drew most of the firepower. They were besieged the most. They could be eliminated at any time. Damn it! Monica's face contorted with rage as she gripped her sword, preparing to turn back. But at that moment, taking advantage of a gap in the berserker's attack, Claude leaped out of the encirclement. Astiga also tried his best to escape in another direction. The two directions are completely different from the three people. Walk! Seeing that more mechanical mutants were heading this way, Carter gave a warning. At this point, they could only look after themselves, and the three of them fled as quickly as possible. Whether the others escaped or not is unknown. What is certain now is that Jeffrey is dead. Just after they had completely shaken off the threat, an explosion suddenly came from behind. This was a suicidal tactic. Someone used a lightsaber to destroy the energy source of the mechanical mutant. The three of them felt a chill in their hearts. What do we do now? Carter asked. The problem now is that none of the three of them know where they are. The unfamiliar environment makes them feel disoriented. Li Fan was very clear-headed. Now we either head towards the heavily polluted areas to see what's there, or head towards the lightly polluted areas. We'll find our way out. Monica didn't say anything. She was never one to make decisions. She used to do whatever Astiga told her to do, but now that Astiga is gone, she feels a little uneasy. Carter's eyes suddenly froze. Look over there. Chapter 69 Re-encounter with members of the Vatican. Following the direction Carter pointed, something seemed to be moving vaguely in the darkness ahead. It is a living creature. The three people who had just run out were still a little nervous. What could it be? Monica gripped her lightsaber tightly. Carter said, "Could it be one of our teammates?" "What if it's not?" Monica asked. The three were simply too exhausted to fight any longer. At this moment, Li Fan said, "No matter what, we have to go and take a look. Even if it's a mutant, there's only one. The three of us can handle it." Monica and Katie nodded. If you miss out on an injured teammate, there's no way to make up for it. The three approached quietly. As you get closer, you can see that it's a human-shaped outline. Without further hesitation, they quickened their pace. A head of silver hair stood out conspicuously in the darkness. It's Astiga. She is still alive. The three were delighted and sped up their pace. Upon closer inspection, they found that she was severely injured, leaning against a stone pillar with several wounds on her body. She was too weak to move and was only able to stay awake by sheer willpower. Astiga. Monica stepped forward to help her up. In her eyes, the captain was invincible and had never been so disheveled. Upon seeing the three of them, Astiga's tense expression relaxed. It's good that you're not dead. She forced herself to say, Monica, let's go to a higher place and see if there are any safe houses nearby. We need to rest. Monica nodded and climbed up the stone pillar. Carter helped Astiga up. Astiga didn't say anything, leaned against her, closed his eyes slightly, and looked exhausted. She and Claude had just endured too much of an attack. Even one of the lightsabers broke. Monica quickly jumped down. There's a house not far ahead, it's empty, and there are no mutants around. Let's go. The two men supported Astiga and moved him carefully. It was just a very small wooden cabin with a bed, a table, and a sofa. Let's do a quick check inside. No abnormalities were found. Along the way, they also encountered Hadru, who had a big beard. Once inside, I closed the door, turned on the light, and the light dispelled the darkness. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Astiga was finally able to relax. Her face was very pale, and her lips were white due to excessive blood loss. Let's bandage her up first. Li Fan took out gauze and some holy water. Carter reached out and touched her forehead. Thankfully, she didn't have a fever. Astiga drank some holy water, rested for a while, and felt much better. Where are the others? Astiga asked. Monica and Carter remained silent. Astiga guessed the result and didn't ask any more questions. He straightened up and quickly regained his usual determination. Let's rest for a while, recover our strength, and then continue the search. I believe everyone is still alive. Carter's eyes lit up. Yes, we still have hope. They might still be alive. Just then, Harrod saw people dressed in church attire through the window and exclaimed with delight, they're from the church. The church? The group of people perked up and turned their gazes over. Sure enough, a few church members appeared outside and headed this way. Monica wanted to open the window and wave. But Astiga stopped her. No, the matter of exploring District 57 has already been reported to the church. If the church sends someone, they should notify us. Maybe it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea of theirs? Carter said. Astiga recounted what had happened in District 52, which caused Astiga's expression to change. You mean these people might be from the Vatican? The Vatican is very active now. If they know about the situation in District 57, they will definitely show up. Astiga observed the people outside. In dim light, it's hard to see clearly. You can only roughly judge the clothing. They do look like church members, and the lightsabers they're holding are white. Everyone else fell silent for a moment. Astiga, what do we do now? Monica asked. Astiga thought for a moment. Whether they are real or not, we must pretend they are to lower their guard. The four understood what she meant. Monica opened the window. We're here. The people outside paused noticeably upon hearing the noise, clearly not expecting anyone to be inside. Seeing this, Astiga became even more certain of his thoughts. Go out and greet them. They opened the door and stood in a row. The people outside were also cautious as they approached the house. Judging from their attire, it appears to be a priest leading a group of monks and nuns. Astiga and the others immediately bowed to the priest, saying, Greetings, Father. The priest had an ordinary appearance, but a dignified expression. His sharp gaze swept over the group before he nodded slightly. Which town are you from? Kingsland Castle. Astiga originally wanted to say Fogridge, but fearing that the other party would know about the destruction of Fogridge, he simply told the truth. The priest introduced himself. My name is Clay. Are you hurt? What happened? He asked. Astiga said, we sent 25 extremist warriors from 4 towns to explore District 57, but because we didn't evacuate a safe house in time, we were surrounded by mutants and scattered. Everyone looked grief-stricken. Father Clay nodded slightly. District 57 is a restricted area. It's a miracle you survived. Father. Monica pleaded immediately. Astiga is injured, please heal her. Astiga scolded, shut up. The priest must have come here on something extremely important. Why would he waste medicine and force on me? But the church members are all people who would sacrifice their lives for righteousness. How could they stand by and watch believers die? Monica insisted, Father, you must save Astiga. Clay said, she's right. You are all believers in God, and we can't just stand by and watch you die. Everyone went inside. Astiga thanked him gratefully, and Carter helped her to sit on the sofa. Clay sat down opposite Astiga and reached out to grasp her wrist. The force penetrates to heal the injuries. Astiga began by asking, Father Clay, are you also here to explore District 57? Exactly, Clay replied. Asti feigned surprise and worry. District 57 is teeming with mutants now, it's very dangerous. Clay said calmly, with us here, there's no need to worry. Astiga asked no more questions and showed a relieved expression. Her injuries were quickly brought under control, and her complexion improved rapidly. Force healing is an extremely strenuous process, but Clay showed no signs of it and remained in good spirits. You're recovering quickly. You can continue your journey after a little more rest. Astiga thanked him again, looking apologetic. I've caused you to expend a lot of your force. Clay waved his hand, it's nothing. Your character is admirable. Clay simply nodded, his face expressionless. Chapter 70 Monica's Whimsical Ideas. At this moment, two nuns wearing headscarves spoke up, Father, please allow me to go out and investigate. They were wearing long robes that covered their entire bodies. After a moment's thought, Clay nodded, each of you will explore 300 meters in either the north or south direction and then return. Yes. The two nodded. Krillo looked at Li Fan and Harold, you two accompany them, and return immediately if any danger is encountered. I'll go with Li Fan. Monica volunteered. We're lovers, we're never apart. Li Fan's strength is too low. She couldn't let Li Fan go out alone. She had also promised the children that she would bring Li Fan back safely. Clay nodded slightly, all right. Astiga also said, I can help too. Clay shook his head, your injuries haven't healed yet, so stay here. And so, the two nuns, Li Fan, Monica, and Harold left the house. Inside the house remained Astiga, Carter, Father Clay, and a monk. The group was completely separated. Sister Rosa, you and this extremist knight head south. Sister Irene commanded. She stayed behind and walked north with Li Fan and Monica. You can call me Sister Irene, she introduced herself. Li Fan squinted. This woman intends to fight 2 against 1. Monica took Li Fan's arm and said, my name is Monica, and his name is Li Fan. Sister Irene paid no attention to their actions and continued walking forward. I walked about 50 meters. The occasional mutated creatures that Sister Irene encountered were easily dealt with by her lightsaber. Monica was quite lively and talked the whole way. You're amazing. You're even better than me and Li Fan. She spoke with an adoring tone, while simultaneously gripping Li Fan's hand tightly. Eileen's strength is almost at Astiga's level. This is absolutely terrifying. Keep in mind that Astiga is one of the strongest extremists in all 56 districts. The nun in front of them looked even younger. I really don't know where the Vatican gets so many powerful people. The thought of having a godfather made Monica worry. It's unclear whether Astiga and Carter can handle it. Sister Irene smiled, her expression neither arrogant nor humble. Compared to the church, an individual's power is insignificant. Monica nodded, that's true. I walked about 100 meters. Eileen suddenly stopped. Monica immediately stopped talking and quietly tightened her grip on the short sword in her hand. The surroundings quieted down, with only slight noises audible. Swish, swish, swish. A mutant over a meter long appeared in front of us. It is the most terrifying mutant we have encountered so far. Rough skin, large bones, and dark color. The most terrifying thing was the 2 eyes. Blood red. Without any rationality, it was purely driven by a bloodlust. It roared and charged straight at Eileen. The lightsaber gleamed, and with a swift, deft slash, it cut through the enemy. The mutant's head and body were separated. Clean and efficient. But this is just the beginning. More and more mutants are appearing. They are found in all directions. They were all different, and much better than anything I'd encountered before. Eileen remained calm and composed throughout. Occasionally, she would use her eyes to signal Li Fan and Monica to help. The two of them also slashed out with their lightsabers from time to time. This small battlefield was quickly cleared up. Let's keep going. Eileen smiled slightly. Li Fan and Monica felt a chill in their hearts. Eileen's strength far exceeds imagination. Even if Astiga came in person, he probably wouldn't have an easier time than her. With such strength, the chances of them winning a head-on fight are extremely slim. We need to come up with some ideas. Monica blinked, but Li Fan didn't understand. But I think I've come up with a solution. I just don't know what method can be used to deal with such a powerful enemy. Regardless, we just need to cooperate. We walked some more distance. Sister Irene suddenly stopped. More firelight, she murmured. A few meters ahead, a firelight flickered in the darkness, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. We've encountered that before, Monica said. There were flashes of light on the way to the meeting point, but none of the 5 people went to check them out at the time. Let's go take a look. Sister Irene gestured for the 2 to follow. Monica and Li Fan exchanged a glance and tacitly fell 2 steps behind. The other party seemed completely unconcerned. Neither of them found an opportunity to make a move. Approached the firelight quickly. It was just an ordinary campfire, supported by 3 sticks. But all 3 knew very well that a bonfire that could burn brightly in District 57 was definitely not simple. Hold your breath and approach carefully. There was no one in sight near the fire. There are no variants either. The flickering firelight illuminated the surroundings. Moreover, once you enter the area of the fire, the unease caused by severe pollution immediately disappears, just like the feeling of staying in a house. In other words, firelight also has a protective function. It seems to be an item that has the same function as the holy source, Sister Irene concluded. The holy source radiates holy light, protecting a town. The torches cast a glow, protecting an area of about 3 meters. So, you can walk around in heavily polluted areas just by carrying a torch? Li Fan asked. Yes. Sister Eileen smiled slightly. It seems this is the reward for District 57. I just wonder how many torches there are. Theoretically speaking, torches are more convenient than holy light. Besides being convenient, the holy light would continuously consume its essence, but the 3 of them observed the torch for a while and saw no sign of it being consumed. Sister Irene, do you know anything about Apostolic Gerard? Monica asked at this moment. Li Fan sensed that she might be about to make a move, but he didn't know what her connection was with Gerard. Sister Eileen chuckled. Of course I know, Vice Director Gerard is one of the top elites. As a member of the Vatican, knowing both yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. Therefore, I am aware of this matter. She had been eagerly anticipating Li Fan and Monica's move. Eileen is very proud. She was going to watch the 2 of them struggle step by step until they were in despair. Her tone now carried a hint of mockery. You've met Auxiliary Gerard? It's practically an open secret now. He came to our city. Monica smiled brightly and patted Li Fan on the shoulder. The vice president really likes Li Fan and wants to take him to the holy city? This surprised Eileen. In her eyes, Li Fan's strength was the lowest among them, and she couldn't see any special talents in him. You must have some special talent that caught the vice teacher's eye, right? She asked. Monica nodded. Yes, he's good at having children. Having a baby? Sister Irene's eyes flickered, somewhat puzzled. Is he a woman? No, Sister Irene, you misunderstand. I meant he's good at making women give birth. As soon as Monica finished speaking, Li Fan knew what she was up to. Even Winnie was stunned for a second. That 1 second was Monica's chance to make her move. She patted Li Fan on the shoulder. Show Sister Irene. Chapter 71. I think I'm a little dead. Thanks to Shior, character summoning, and inspiration capsule. Thank you everyone. Survival is more important than anything else. Li Fan felt a little helpless. But cooperation is necessary. If they don't cooperate now, the 2 of them will have no chance. He simply took off his pants. Sister Irene froze for a moment. FCK. Monica had been waiting for this moment, and her lightsaber slashed directly at Eileen's neck. The movements were swift and decisive, without any hesitation. Sister Eileen was startled to find her body moving sideways with incredible agility. At the same time, he swept his lightsaber across, slicing open Monica's stomach. Li Fan, I succeeded. Monica's attack on Sister Irene did not miss. Her neck had been slit. Fresh blood splattered. Sister Irene collapsed to the ground, severely injured, her fighting strength plummeted, and she lost all her previous composure. She clutched her neck with one hand, her face contorted with pain and anger. Monica! Li Fan immediately helped Monica up. What's wrong? She belatedly looked down at it. The blood had already stained her belly red. If Sister Irene had moved even an inch further, the sword would have cut her in half at the waist. I'll stop the bleeding. Li Fan took out a bandage and tried his best to bandage her up. But such injuries are impossible to heal unless there is a superhuman with healing abilities. Monica clutched her stomach, her face pale. Li Fan, I think I'm dying. Don't talk nonsense. Li Fan continued to bandage the wound, but the effect was minimal. Sister Eileen clutched her neck, still struggling. Damn it, I actually got hit by people like you. But none of you are getting away, Clay won't let any of you go. Her life force was rapidly fading away, yet she managed to struggle to stand up little by little. Even if severely injured, it is still extremely dangerous. He raised his lightsaber once more. But this time, Li Fan struck first. This opportunity was earned by Monica risking her life. He stepped forward, drew his sword, and thrust it straight in. Sister Eileen's neck was already bleeding profusely, so she had no way to dodge. The lightsaber pierced her heart, killing her instantly. There was no more struggle. They're completely dead. In this battle, Li Fan and Monica defeated the stronger opponent. Don't bother. Monica leaned weakly against Li Fan's chest. Li Fan comforted her, you'll be all right. But he himself didn't believe that. Monica shook her head, hold me, it's a little cold. I'm holding you. Li Fan said, holding her as they sat down by the fire. The firelight illuminated their faces. Monica smiled brightly, I'm already so happy to have come this far with you. Me too. Li Fan hugged her tightly, watching the blood flow out continuously. In the next life, I will protect you and give you another child. I want 10. Monica gave a weak smile, then looked towards the house. I'm a little worried about Astiga. I'll go help her. Fool, you're no match for Clay. As they were talking. Splash. The sound of breaking glass came from the other side of the house. Astiga escaped, saw Li Fan, and ran straight towards him. She froze for a moment when she saw Monica covered in blood. Let's go. She grabbed Li Fan and tried to leave. He has clearly abandoned Monica. What should we do about Monica? She's beyond saving. Astiga glanced at Monica, then said to Li Fan, it's about time. Let's go back to Kingsland Castle now. I promised the Earl I'd take you back. What time is it around? Li Fan thought of Winnie. By the way, why hasn't the Earl shown up yet? She went to Oaktown. Oaktown? Li Fan was taken aback. What's she going there for? Cough cough. Monica coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Astiga, what exactly happened? Astiga gritted his teeth, perhaps not wanting Monica to die without knowing why, and still spoke up, our holy source in Kingsland Castle has weakened considerably and we need a new one. The Earl intends to take advantage of the emptiness in Oaktown to seize their holy source. So coming to District 57 was all a trap? Li Fan exclaimed in surprise, we were the bait? I never expected Winnie to pull this stunt. Astiga nodded. How could this happen? Monica was heartbroken. What will happen to the people of Oaktown? We can only look out for ourselves. No. Monica felt the belief she had always held on to crumble. She thought becoming a powerful extremist knight would save everyone, but in the end, it was still a matter of people eating each other. Li Fan. Li Fan. Her voice trembled with panic. I'm here. Li Fan squeezed her hand. I'm so sad. No, you still have me. Yes, and you too, so my life isn't entirely meaningless. Monica tried her best to force a smile. But it ultimately failed. His eyes slowly closed, leaving behind his last words, I can't live to leave District 57 with you. Li Fan held her tightly. The two had many sweet memories, and Monica had always protected him, but they never expected it to end like this. The contamination seeped into Monica and Eileen's wounds, and their bodies quickly turned brown, like dried soil. Her death was not without value, Astiga said. She saved King Slandberg. You must be out of your mind. Li Fan was too lazy to argue. The soil here is soft enough that he could easily dig a hole and bury Monica. Kneeling by the pit, Li Fan covered her cheek with the last handful of soil. I will do what I promised you in the next life. By this time, many mutants were already heading this way, and even if Clay wanted to kill the two, he couldn't, nor did he dare to cause any disturbance. Snort! Clay watched from afar and sneered, consider yourselves lucky. He kicked Carter's body next to the canine mutants, who immediately began to tear it apart. In just a moment, only the skeleton remained. Astiga and Li Fan both remained expressionless. "Where did you leave Carter all alone?" Li Fan asked. Astiga retorted, "Otherwise what? Wouldn't you run away? That clay is stronger than me, and I'm injured. How am I supposed to fight him?" Li Fan nodded. "What about Herod?" Astiga said, "He's dead. He was no match for that nun. I'm surprised you were able to kill her. It's all thanks to Monica. She is a qualified soldier." Astiga's gaze returned to the fire, somewhat surprised. "I didn't expect this fire to have the same ability as the holy source." She picked up the 3 torches from the ground and handed one to Li Fan. "Let's go, there's no need to stay here any longer." The 2 quickly disappeared into the night. There are torches. The mutants dared not approach. Even though you have no sense of direction, you can't go wrong as long as you head in the direction with less pollution. Soon, Astiga and Li Fan walked out of District 57. Looking back, the endless blackness still felt terrifying and oppressive. Chapter 72 returned to Kingslandberg. Li Fan asked, "Aren't we going to explore the central area anymore? The sacred source in Oaktown is extremely powerful. Whatever is in the central area will not be more valuable than the sacred source." Astiga said, "Let's go back. There were 5 people when they came, but now only 2 remain. Are you so confident that Lady Winnie will succeed?" "Right. Have you thought about what will happen to the people of Oaktown in the future?" Li Fan asked deliberately, wanting to see if Astiga's opinion of Winnie would change as a result. Astiga turned her head and stared at him coldly. "The Earl cannot be wrong." "I hope so." Li Fan said no more, and the 2 continued on their way in silence. Kingsland is getting closer. With torches, the 2 were perfectly safe on their journey. Upon reaching the city gate, the guards immediately recognized Astiga and Li Fan. "Miss Astiga, Mr. Li Fan, congratulations on your safe return." Astiga nodded. "Has the Earl returned?" The guard bowed and replied, "We're back. His Excellency the Earl has ordered that if Astiga returns with his team, they should proceed directly to the Earl's mansion." Astiga's expression visibly relaxed. "Let's go." The 2 headed straight for the Earl's mansion. Winnie stood with her hands behind her back on the veranda, her skirt fluttering slightly in the night breeze. She wore a silver-white dress, exuding elegance, and wore a smile as always. Astiga and Li Fan stopped in their tracks. Winnie glanced at the 2 of them. "It's good that you're back safe and sound." Li Fan noticed the holy source she was holding, its dazzling light shining brightly. "The team did not return as a whole. Please punish us, Your Excellency." Astiga knelt down. Li Fan also knelt down behind him. "It's okay, everyone has their own destiny, there's no need to be too sad." Winnie stepped forward and helped her up, examining her closely. "Are you injured?" Astiga nodded, his gaze falling on Saint Source. "Congratulations, sir." Winnie's smile widened. "We successfully obtained the sacred source of Oaktown, so losing a few people is nothing. It's good that you 2 are back." One of them was her capable assistant. The other one is even more remarkable. He was her capable assistant. "It's all thanks to the Earl's strategic planning," Astiga said, unable to hide his excitement. "The Earl is worried about himself. My efforts were not wrong." Winnie smiled slightly. "Now that you're all back, come with me to the church to merge with the holy source." The 3 went to the church. On the way, Astiga told Winnie about the journey, including Monica's death. Winnie remained expressionless and said nothing, only remarking, "They died a worthy death." Li Fan followed behind. He remembered that on the day of the evacuation from Kingsland Castle in his previous life, Winnie's only exile warrior was Astiga. So, are Monica and the others dead? Or did they simply refuse to follow Winnie? Jedi Knights do not need a household registration to enter any town, and they are welcomed wherever they go. Even if you don't go with Winnie, you can go to other towns. Li Fan was lost in thought. In his next life, he must protect Monica and then leave with her. As for how to do it, I still don't have any ideas. We arrived at the church. The place remains brightly lit even in the darkness of night. The immense holy light seemed to transform this place into the abode of God. Only Father Matthew was inside the chapel. He saw the holy source in Winnie's hand and smiled calmly. As expected of Lady Winnie, this holy source is enough to extend Kingsland Castle's lifespan by more than 10 years. Winnie's smile remained elegant. Once this sacred source is fully integrated with the sacred source of the church, it will be even better than before. That's for sure. Godfather Matthew led the three to the central room. But he himself did not go in. The sacred source, once placed on a stone platform, appears as if it were being offered as a sacrifice, with utmost piety and solemnity. Winnie held the holy source in her hands and stood in front of the stone platform. Astija and Li Fan stood behind her. Witness this here. Winnie smiled and placed the sacred source she had plundered from Oaktown on it. The light from the two sacred sources reflected and merged. The entire church seemed to be filled with the sound of hymns. Winnie was bathed in the light. She closed her eyes slightly, her expression relaxed in content. Astija watched quietly, her face beaming with genuine joy. Only Li Fan was somewhat curious, and when he saw Matthew, he realized something. Does the church in Oakwood have no priest? Why did we just stand by and watch Saint Source be taken away? He couldn't help but ask, isn't there a priest at the church in Oaktown? A slightly annoyed woman named Astija replied, yes, I know what you're going to ask. In short, the church is not involved in the town's management and is responsible for whatever happens on its own. Where did the Earl of Oaktown go? Did he also watch the sacred source be stolen? In District 57, Lady Winnie and he arranged to meet at a certain place. So he was scammed. Right. Li Fan understood their bait was meant to give the Count the illusion that Winnie would also be there. He then asked, what will happen to the Earl of Oaktown if the holy source is lost? Nothing will happen. Astija frowned. Why do you ask so many questions? Such a big mistake and you get away with it? Li Fan was astonished. Do you think becoming a count is easy? Astija glanced at him. What are the conditions? First, you have to be a superhuman, and second, you have to pass the church's test. Once you pass, you basically have a get-out-of-jail-free card. Astija explained, once you get to that position, it's hard to get down. I see. Li Fan nodded. About 20 minutes later. The room was exceptionally bright, as dazzling as the summer sun. It's a success. Astija was overjoyed, her excitement overflowing. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Li Fan didn't understand either, and asked her, is there such a thing as failure in fusion? Shut up. Astija rolled her eyes at him. I understand. There is no such thing as failure. Astija is indeed a good sycophant who can provide emotional value. Winnie opened her eyes, her smile radiant. It worked. Astija immediately stepped forward. It's all thanks to the Earl's wisdom and might. Winnie raised her hand, gesturing for the two to follow her. Upon exiting the church, Father Matthew was already waiting. He smiled kindly. Congratulations, Lady Winnie. This sacred source will surpass all that has ever been, and Kingsland's glory will continue for a much longer time. Winnie was also delighted. It's all thanks to the Godfather's help. But the priest clearly did nothing. This is my duty. Godfather Matthew also looked at Astija and Li Fan. You've worked hard. The two immediately bowed. Get some rest. The whole city will celebrate for 3 days starting tomorrow, and everyone can receive a pound of potatoes each day, Winnie said to the two. Astija bowed and accepted the order. Yes. Li Fan nodded in agreement. Leave the church. Li Fan glanced at the holy light enveloping his head and felt that it was brighter and clearer than before. Go back. Winnie didn't linger any longer and turned to leave. Astija invited Li Fan, come on, let's go to the tavern for a drink. Don't forget the customs of us extremist knights. They would get very drunk every time they returned safely. Chapter 73, Venting Monica's Anger. But today is clearly not the right time. Li Fan shook his head. I'm not in the mood. Are you grieving over Monica's death? Astija asked intently. Li Fan nodded. The deceased is gone, but I will remember her and avenge her. Monica would be so glad to know all this. Astija patted him on the shoulder, not insisting that he go to the tavern with her. The two separated. Astija arrived at the Sunset Tavern, which was as quiet as ever, as if it were always morning when he returned. Boss, the usual. She sat down. It wasn't until the owner brought out 8 glasses of black, special beer that Astija suddenly felt a pang of heartache. From now on, there will be no more 8 people. She shook her head, picked up one of the glasses, and drank it all in one gulp. The icy liquor slid down my throat and into my stomach. Today, the liquor didn't taste like it usually did. Was it because my companions were gone? She put down her glass, watching the remaining bubbles slowly disappear, lost in thought. Li Fan returned to his manor. Because it was the early morning, everyone in the family was still fast asleep. Nina lives in a room by herself. Liffy's, Riggs, and their nanny lived in one room. Lee Weiss and Lee Tiss lived in the same room. Serafina and Margarita shared a room. Without a second thought, Li Fan entered the two sisters' room. Margarita's sleeping posture was very ungraceful, with one of her fair thighs straddling the blanket. Serafina, on the other hand, was more demure, turning to the side with her hair spread out on the pillow, like a quiet rose. The warm and cozy environment soothed much of the turmoil in Li Fan's heart. He sat on the edge of the bed and gently tucked a stray strand of Serafina's hair behind her ear. Serafina's eyelashes trembled slightly. She opened her eyes, saw Li Fan, rubbed her eyes, and suddenly woke up after realizing it wasn't a hallucination. "You're back." Her voice was languid, soft, and sweet, as if she had just woken up. Li Fan kissed her forehead. "Yes, I'm back." Serafina reached out and hugged him, asking softly, "Are you all right?" "It's all right." Li Fan turned around and hugged her, feeling a little down when he thought of Monica. Serafina immediately noticed, "What's wrong?" "Monica died protecting me." Serafina was taken aback, then hugged him tightly. "I'm sorry." Li Fan gently kissed her forehead. "I'm fine, just a little sad." "She will rest in peace." Serafina knew what to do at that moment, so she immediately tied her hair up, using her actions to let Li Fan feel her tenderness. The next day. Father. Lee Weiss and Lee Tiss, the siblings, were the first to wake up. Upon seeing her father, she immediately rushed towards him. Li Fan picked them up, one in each arm. "Father! Father!" The two children hugged his neck on either side, overjoyed. Nina was equally delighted when she woke up and kissed Li Fan. Breakfast was plentiful. The children chattered happily. Li Fan also shook off his gloomy mood and smiled broadly. The family sat together, and Li Tiss looked at Li Fan with her bright eyes. "Where's stepmother? Why didn't she come for breakfast today?" "She is away for a while," Serafina said. "Oh." Liddy's was still a little disappointed, but his attention was immediately drawn to the breakfast in front of him. "That's how kids are." Li Fan hadn't slept all night, and with the fighting in District 57, he was quite tired. "After having breakfast, I went to rest." But Margarita suddenly pushed the door open and walked in, wearing a beautiful dress with a large expanse of her chest exposed. "Does it look good?" "I just bought it, but I haven't worn it yet. I was waiting for you to come back so I could wear it and show it to you." She twirled around, her skirt billowing in the air. Li Fan smiled and praised her, which made her very happy. "Not enough, you need more praise." Margarita swayed her hips as she approached him. "More beautiful than an angel." Li Fan took her hand and kissed it. Margarita immediately cheered up. She snuggled up to Li Fan and asked in a sweet voice, "Are you still sad for Monica?" "A little." Upon hearing this, Margarita immediately tied her hair up. "It seems that my sister's treatment yesterday wasn't effective enough, so I'll have to do it myself." Li Fan smiled helplessly. "I knew you weren't up to any good." "Who told me to be your good wife?" Margarita licked her lips seductively, and before Li Fan could react, she pounced on him with her claws outstretched. Afternoon. Li Fan got up, looking refreshed. Serafina immediately handed over a warm towel, and then brought over a steaming hot lunch. After lunch, the family was all in the yard. Nina played with the two children. Li Fan strolled to the door, looked at the sky, and remained calm. Serafina and Margaret stood beside him and naturally took his hand. "I will avenge her," Li Fan said softly. The two sisters nodded and held his hands tightly. After a while, Li Fan asked, "Do you have a whip at home?" "What whip?" "A whip used for striking people." "No," Serafina said, "but we have a whip for driving horses at home." "Good." A flash of malice crossed Li Fan's eyes. "Have the workers install barbs on it?" Although Serafina didn't understand, she did as instructed immediately. After obtaining it, Li Fan walked to a large tree, flicked his arm, and lashed down with the whip, which whistled through the air. The bark cracked. "That's the one." For the next 3 days, the whole town was filled with joy, with various celebrations taking place. Everyone relaxed and treated themselves. Li Fan, however, remained in the manor, refusing to leave. On the morning of the 4th day, Winnie finally remembered her capable assistant. Astiga arrived on her white horse. "Li Fan, the Earl is calling for you." "Good." Li Fan also mounted a horse, his whip adorned with barbs. Astiga exclaimed in surprise, that whip is way too violent. What horse could withstand that? Li Fan said calmly, one of my horses died because of another disobedient horse. Do you think it should be punished? Of course they must be punished. Astiga nodded. We can't be lenient with beasts. Li Fan nodded in agreement, that's what I think too. He soon arrived at the Earl's mansion. Today, Winnie was wearing an even more alluring dress, more charming than ever before. She said directly, today I'm giving you the freedom to do whatever you want. I have something special. What is that? Lord Earl Bow is satisfied. Let us go. Winnie said excitedly. Li Fan chuckled. He could both help Monica vent her anger and satisfy Winnie. He was truly a genius. Chapter 74, Successfully Educating Children. Thanks to the confetti and inspiration capsules, thank you everyone. Before Astiga had gone far, a wail came from inside the house. This. She was startled and curious, and paced back and forth. What happened? Wasn't Li Fan going to teach Ma a lesson? Is Lady Winnie a horse? Why are humans depicted as horses? She was completely baffled. The door opened, and Li Fan came out. His clothes were neat, and even his hair was in perfect shape. He looked incredibly happy. Astiga was already itching with curiosity, and when she saw him come out, she immediately went up to him. What happened? Li Fan sneered, it's just punishing a disobedient horse. Where is the horse? You'd better get away from here now. Why? Li Fan had already mounted his horse, and with a flick of the reins, the steed accelerated. Astiga peered curiously into the room, but saw nothing. She became a little worried. But you can sense a very strong murderous aura. That was the Earl's wrath. She didn't dare go in, and spurred her horse to catch up with Li Fan. Hey, where's the Earl? Why hasn't he come out? What happened inside? There's nothing to say. Li Fan said without turning his head. Winnie was quite satisfied. I just don't know why Li Fan seems to be venting his anger. Could it be because of Monica? She could naturally think of that. But it's not certain. Maybe Li Fan is a pervert, who knows? Oh well, as long as he's happy, I'm happy. After savoring the moment, Winnie ordered someone to come in and clean up, then tidied herself up and changed her clothes. For the next 3 days, Li Fan did whatever he pleased, doing whatever made him comfortable. He felt immense satisfaction after taking revenge, and his mind and body were filled with joy. Days passed by. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Winnie gave birth to 2 more children, Liesnau and Liestai. With these 2 babies, she temporarily focused her attention on the children. Because of Li Fan's extraordinary performance in this life, he was not required to stay away from the children, but instead spent a perfect childhood with them. Li Siwen often pestered him, asking Li Fan to tell her stories. She was captivated by all sorts of interesting stories. Li Tis and Li Weiss were also very affectionate towards Li Fan, and his broad and warm embrace was their favorite place. Li Fan also took the 2 siblings with him and personally taught them. Li Siwen also has a very good relationship with her older brother Li Weici and older sister Li Tissy. They always play and study together. Such a life is peaceful and serene. Nina also became pregnant that year. Unlike Margarita and Serafina, she did not conceive on her first try, but took 3 years. She gave up on herself at times, but fortunately Li Fan was there for her, and there was no obstacle he couldn't overcome. Li Fan stayed by her side after she became pregnant. Nina's biggest wish was to give Li Fan a son. Now he has 3 sons and 4 daughters, making a perfect family. And so, amidst everyone's anticipation, this life was born. It's just a daughter. Although Nina was somewhat disappointed, her eyes were filled with deep maternal love. What should we call her? Linny's. It sounds great. The family has gained another source of love. Li Fan is very content with this kind of life. The men in the town were incredibly envious of him. Li Fan already had 8 children, all of them perfectly healthy. He had a son and 2 daughters with Winnie. He had a son and a daughter with Margarita and Serafina respectively. He had a daughter with Nina. Occasionally, the family gathers together for a meal and raises a glass together. They all have 2, and I want to have another one. One night, Nina lay in Li Fan's arms, gently biting her red lips. I want to give you another son. Li Fan cupped her face and kissed her. Once you feel better, I'll let you have 3. Nina nestled happily in his arms. It's so good to have you. It's that time of year again. Edward's son Baron got married. Because of Li Fan, Baron was promoted to sergeant after joining the army and gained the appreciation of a viscount, eventually marrying the viscount's daughter. The wedding was a grand affair, with Winnie and Li Fan attending as guests of honor. Berend came over specifically to offer a toast. Looking at this outstanding young man, Li Fan raised his glass, wishing you happiness. Berend exclaimed emotionally, "It's all thanks to your guidance. Without you, I wouldn't even have had the chance to get married." Li Fan laughed and said, "It's all thanks to your own efforts. I just happened to give you an opportunity at the right time." Berend said earnestly, "It's a small favor for you, but it's a life-changing opportunity for me." Li Fan raised his glass, "Cheers." "Cheers." Berend downed his drink in one gulp. After the wedding banquet, Edward came to see Li Fan for a drink, and he said with great emotion, "I didn't expect Baron to be settled down and start a family so quickly." Li Fan smiled and said, "Congratulations." The two clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Edward kept bringing up Celia. "Where did you say the Earl went? We haven't heard a word about him." He is a nostalgic person. 2 years ago, he hoped that Celia could help him regain his glory, but after seeing more of her, he realized that he was dispensable. But he still mentions Celia from time to time. After all, the best times were spent in the abandoned Fogridge town. Li Fan followed his words. "They probably found a good place, and everything is going smoothly." "I hope so." Edward took another sip. "This world is still too cruel. Remember Oakwood, which we passed through before? It's said to have been abandoned, and it's only been a few years." Li Fan knew the reason for the abandonment, but he didn't say it. "All I could do was nod in agreement and comfort this old friend. The pollution will eventually disappear, and the world will embrace the light again." Edward then went on and on about many past events, and Li Fan listened attentively, a truly loyal listener. Until Edward got very drunk. Baron took his father away, and Li Fan instructed him, "Take good care of him." "Yes." After seeing them off, Serafina and Margarita came to pick up Li Fan. "Are you drunk?" The two people helped him up. "I'm not drunk. Let's play games tonight." Margarita chuckled. Serafina was speechless. "All you do is play, you're like a little kid. Go home and play games." The two sisters each took one arm around him, the night breeze caressing their faces, making them feel very comfortable. Days passed by, and Li Fan spent time with his family. Another year has passed. Gerard returned to Kingslandberg. He immediately noticed the difference in the holy light. "Your Excellency truly lives up to your reputation as the most outstanding believer in this area. The brightness of the holy light has increased several times over. It's clear that you've been working diligently to manage this place." Winnie bowed. "Just as you said, I am trying to make the town a better place." Gerard nodded. "You've been on the right track all along." After exchanging pleasantries, he said directly, "I've come here to take Li Fan away. His body is the best gift God has ever given me." Chapter 75 Re-encounter with Gerard. Winnie wasn't surprised, since the assistant coach, Gerard, had previously said he wanted to take Li Fan away. However, after spending so many years together, she developed feelings for Li Fan. Without this capable assistant, you might find it very difficult to adapt. "Could you stay a little longer? My children are still young, and I want him to spend more time with them." Gerard hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, but at most 3 months." Winnie smiled and said, "Thank you. This is what you deserve." Gerard stayed in Kingslandberg. It seems that nothing major has happened to him lately. Li Fan naturally wanted to thank Gerard. "Thank you for your kindness." Gerard smiled slightly. "You deserve it." When I saw Gerard again, he had a scar on his head, and his handsome face had a more steely look because of the scar. Li Fan stood still. "You seem to have something on your mind," Gerard asked. Li Fan readily admitted, "I can't bear to part with my children and wives. God has given you a healthy body, so you should naturally do your best for him." Gillard reassured him, "The holy city needs people like you. It can better help you there and make your faith purer." "I understand, but I still have some questions that I need the vice president to answer." Gerard smiled. "I'll speak my mind. Several years ago, we went to explore District 57 and encountered people from the Vatican, during which I lost one of my dearest loved ones." Li Fan paused at this point. He mentioned District 57 because he realized that Gerard's head injury might have been caused by the Vatican, and he needed more information about the Vatican. Gerard nodded, signaling him to continue. Li Fan said with a sorrowful expression, "She died to save me. Why hasn't such an evil entity as the church been destroyed? Why don't they care about the future of humanity? Why don't they join the church and find a way to save humanity together? Gerard patted Li Fan on the shoulder, satisfied with his request and pleased that he hated the Vatican and was loyal to the church. Apart from God and the Pope, everyone else has selfish motives. I can feel your pain, just like when we encountered members of the Vatican in District 57 not long ago. The church has also lost many people. The wound on my head is from that time. Your Excellency, it is truly remarkable that you can hide your grief and focus on your faith. The faith in one's heart will support all believers to move forward. Li Fan looked on with admiration. Your spirit moves me, but I never imagined the Holy See was so powerful that even the Vice-Pharaoh could be injured. Gerard maintained his smile. We will fight evil to the end, but no one is invincible except God. Vice-Papal, could you tell me more about the Vatican? Li Fan pleaded. I want to help the church and also avenge my lover. Gerard gave him an approving look, appreciating his initiative. Are they hiding in District 57, eyeing us with predatory intent? Li Fan slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, District 57 was discovered by us in Oaktown, precisely to provide humans with more habitats. I never expected that the Vatican would take advantage of the situation. Gerard shook his head. They have been completely driven out by us and are no longer in District 57. Really? Your Excellency, you are amazing. Gerard smiled proudly. No matter how evil Satan is, God can punish him. District 57 now belongs to us? That's right, we have completed our exploration. There are 37 cities in the 57th district, which means that 37 sacred sources will be born and 37 earls will emerge. The competition will be fierce, won't it? Li Fan asked. Compete? Gerard paused for a moment, then chuckled and said, You mean the church's assessment? With 37 more cities added all at once, the competition will certainly be fierce. What if there aren't enough superhumans? No, with the emergence of towns, a group of superhumans will also emerge in this area. This is a blessing from God. Li Fan's expression showed even more admiration. Believers will remember everything God has done for us forever. Gerard's expression grew even more amiable as he patted Li Fan on the shoulder. Spend quality time with the children. Come back to the Holy City with me in 3 months. Yes. Li Fan stood up and bowed. He expressed his gratitude once again. Gerard thought Li Fan was really good, and felt much better after teaching him a lesson. After leaving the church, Li Fan gained a new understanding of his current goals. He wants to take over one of the 37 cities in the 57th district. To become an earl. Using one city as a base, they plotted to conquer the world. If you can't eliminate the Pope and the Emperor, then a three-way power struggle will ensue. As for the matter of superpowers, we can only leave that to the system. For the next 3 months, Li Fan spent his days playing with the children and his nights playing with his wives. No one was treated unfairly. Time passed quickly. Gerard and Li Fan are leaving. The wives were all very reluctant to part with them. The children's eyes were red from crying. Li Fan hugged them and kissed each of the children, promising, I will come back to see you. You are my family forever. Margarita took out a prepared package and handed it to Li Fan. Take this with you. It contains some food and water for the journey. Li Fan took it and kissed her forehead. Wait for me to come back. Margarita's eyes reddened, and she nodded emphatically. She didn't say anything more, afraid that she would lose control of her emotions. Li Fan hugged them for a while before leaving with Gerard. They traveled in silence, with only the echoing sound of horses' hooves. It wasn't until they were quite far from Kingsland Castle that Gerard broke the silence. Your wife and children like you very much. Li Fan replied, they like you too. You are a great vice president. Gerard smiled. Their destination was District 29, from which they would enter through the border, traverse the darkness, and then reach the Holy City. Because the 29th district is right next to the 57th district. When they arrived, Li Fan found that the pollution in District 57 had returned to normal levels. The 37 cities were evenly distributed within District 57, like jewels adorning the dark earth. Seeing that Li Fan seemed a little dazed, Gerard asked, Did you think of your beloved? Yes. Li Fan nodded. But even if he were to go and pay his respects now, he wouldn't be able to find Monica's burial place. All traces have disappeared. Li Fan withdrew his gaze and continued forward with Gerard. They crossed District 29 and soon arrived at its border. It looks like a city wall made of black mist, towering into the clouds. So this is what severe pollution looks like. Since the torch was found in District 57, the holy source is no longer needed. Each of them had one, and Gerard reminded them, stay close, make sure our lights meet, otherwise we'll definitely get lost. Chapter 76 The Road to the Holy City. Lost? Li Fan asked in return, could the vice instructor enlighten me? Gerard nodded, severe pollution can distort people's perception. Only when our firelight merges can we ensure that our thoughts are synchronized. Otherwise, we may appear to be 1 meter apart, but in reality, we could be thousands or even tens of thousands of meters apart. That's amazing. Certainly. Li Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Both of them held torches, and the flames mingled together. Gerard took the lead and walked forward. Li Fan followed closely behind. As soon as you step into the darkness, your vision is immediately obstructed, and you can only see the distance within the firelight. The two walked forward together, paying close attention to the firelight on each other, keeping a portion of their firelight intertwined. Keep moving forward. Li Fan felt a deathly silence all around him. This silence is more terrifying than stillness, constantly oppressing one's mind. Fortunately, he was holding a torch, which kept him awake. I don't know how long I walked. Time seems to have lost its meaning. There was nothing but darkness. While torches don't consume energy like holy light, they continuously reduce the range of their light. When they first entered the darkness, the range of the firelight was 2 meters, but now it has been compressed to less than 1 meter, proving that they are moving through areas with more severe pollution. Li Fan wondered, if the compression was less than half a meter, would the two of them still have to walk close together? Fortunately, this situation quickly disappeared, and the range returned to 2 meters, which appears to be the lowest level of severe pollution. Back in District 57, the flames were still over 3 meters high. Therefore, it can be basically determined that pollution within 3 meters is not permissible for human survival. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that stronger humans may be able to resist such pollution. Keep going. Maintaining the interplay of firelight, the two managed to pass through the dark area without serious injury. Suddenly, Gerard stopped. Li Fan also stopped. Are you hungry? He asked. Li Fan nodded, a little. Even without a time indicator, the soreness in his legs and the hunger in his stomach reminded him that he had been walking for a long time. Then let's rest. Li Fan thought he was sitting on the ground, but Gerard led him to a small house, which turned out to be a small restaurant. Once inside, Gerard stuck the torch in the wall, and Li Fan did the same. It's safe here, he said. Like the small houses in District 57? Mutants can't get in? Yes. Gerard nodded. When the pollution here decreases one day, this house will become an evolution point for mutants. The small restaurant remains as it was before it was polluted and eroded, with some tables still having half-eaten food. Gerard took a beer from a barrel. He was clearly familiar with the place, having been there before. You should try it, he said. It's very good. Li Fan took it and took a small sip, rich and smooth. Gerard also showed him bread and roast meat, which were delicious. Li Fan opened the package Margarina had prepared. Inside was dried meat, which reminded him of the first time he went out of Fogridge Town, when he also received dried meat. Unfortunately, this time it's destined that we can never go back. Vice President, what can I do in the Holy City? He asked. Have a baby. Gillard was very direct. There are many extraordinary women in the Holy City who suffer from their physical problems and find it difficult to meet a healthy man like you. So if you can get them pregnant, you will be rewarded. Li Fan smiled wryly. He knew it would be like this. I will try my best. Gillard was satisfied. Once you reach the Holy City, it will depend on your own abilities. If you are fast enough, you can return to Kingsland Castle sooner after completing the mission. Li Fan nodded. However, there is one person who is more difficult to defeat. Gerard seemed to have thought of a terrifying person, and his face trembled. Who? First Cardinal Fanny. Li Fan also became curious. Fanny? How difficult is it? She is the most powerful person after the Pope, God's favorite, the maintainer of order, the judge of light, and the terminator of darkness. She possesses 3 powerful superpowers and can walk in the most polluted places without relying on any external objects. In short, she is terrifying. Li Fan smirked. You certainly have a lot of titles. Gerard continued, however, to get close to this purest archbishop, one must pass her test, which no one has been able to complete so far. In recent years, Fanny has been considering lowering the difficulty of the test, since, given her qualifications, she must leave behind offspring. Li Fan silently wrote it down. After the two had eaten and drunk their fill, they resumed their journey. They remained cautious at every step, facing constant danger. During our journey, we encountered several small houses where we could eat, drink, and rest without any problems. En route, the two also encountered a different species. This was the first time Li Fan had encountered a different species. He couldn't see its appearance, but he could hear its roars and screams. It was only this terrifying sound that could suppress the range of the fire. Upon hearing the sound, Gerard froze on the spot until it disappeared, then he breathed a sigh of relief. I never expected to encounter an alien species. That was too close. Even the firelight can't protect us? Don't be silly, this alien species is probably over 100 miles away from us, otherwise the howl just now would have wiped us out. That's amazing. Aren't people with superpowers supposed to be able to fight against alien species? The vice president isn't a superpowered person. I am indeed a superhuman, but I can't handle that powerful alien species. I'm afraid only someone as strong as Fanny could fight against it. Gerard's eyes were filled with adoration. I once witnessed Fanny behead a 300-meter-tall alien, and I still can't forget that scene. I really don't know what kind of person will be able to kiss her in the future. Perhaps realizing his lapse in composure, Gerard quickly stopped himself, getting back to the point. What kind of superpower counters what kind of alien species? Aliens are terrifying, but there's no danger if you don't come into contact with them. Li Fan nodded. Keep going. Finally, after walking for an unknown amount of time, they saw lights in the distance. That was a holy city. Pure white and dazzling. All that could be seen were huge white buildings, rising and falling, solemn and majestic. Like a bright pearl hanging in the sky, it guides the way home. Li Fan was shocked. The powerful pollution obscured all vision, yet the holy city could be seen through the pollution and reflected into people's eyes. It's conceivable. How magnificent and awe-inspiring it is. Gerard got excited too. We're finally here, let's go. He strode over there, and even the torch in his hand burned brighter. The closer you get to the holy city, the weaker the pollution becomes. Li Fan understood that it was time to end this life's journey. The dangers of entering the holy city are completely uncontrollable. Who knows how abnormal those restorative abilities are? He probably won't be able to stop for a moment. Therefore, it's best not to enter the holy city unless you are absolutely certain of your safety. Chapter 77 Battle Against Alien Species. Li Fan stopped in his tracks. Gerard seemed to sense something and turned around sharply. Li Fan, be careful. The sparks between the two had dwindled to almost nothing. Whoosh! Two beams of light shot out from Gerard's body, heading straight for Li Fan and trying to pull him over. In Gerard's view, it seemed that he was too excited and went too fast, and his opponent couldn't keep up. But immediately, he noticed that Li Fan had taken a step back, which directly caused the flames between the two to no longer intertwine. As Gerard said, there are unimaginable rules in heavily polluted areas. The light could have traveled hundreds of meters, but it just couldn't reach Li Fan. Li Fan! Gerard's voice turned serious. What are you doing? He realized that Li Fan had moved on his own. It wasn't my fault. I'm sorry, Vice Instructor. Li Fan bowed slightly. I cannot continue with you. Gerard's face darkened, and he slowly withdrew the two beams of light. He asked in a deep voice, You've changed your mind? Yes. Li Fan readily admitted, without any intention of hiding anything, I think now is not the right time. Gerard's chest heaved, his fists clenched. You think you can walk back? You'll die here without me. Fearless. Why are you doing this? Gerard asked, puzzled. I'm not afraid of death. Are you afraid of having children for other people? He continued to persuade her, Your body is the best gift God has given you. You should be grateful. Thank you for your care along the way, Vice Instructor. Li Fan bowed again, giving a deep bow, and said, I'll take my leave now. Gerard raised an eyebrow, perhaps sensing that he could no longer persuade the other party. He stared at Li Fan for a moment, then slowly nodded, somewhat disappointed. In that case, take care. Take care. Li Fan said goodbye in return. Gerard turned around and disappeared in a flash. Li Fan thought this guy would come and grab him. He must be scared. He turned and walked towards the direction of the strange voice he had just heard. It would be good to catch a glimpse of what the strange creature looked like before he died. As they ventured deeper into heavily polluted areas, the flames had been compressed to a range of less than half a meter. It's so quiet here. There was almost no sign of life, not even in the small houses. They walked for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, the hairs on my body stood on end. Li Fan immediately stopped in his tracks. I have a feeling. A strong feeling. Something was watching him from a distance. He held his breath. In the darkness, Li Fan was certain that a pair of cold eyes were fixed on him. It's right in front of me. No, to be precise, it's already right next to me. Because the firelight could not advance an inch. Li Fan dared not move, silently facing off. I wanted to see what the alien species looked like, but the firelight couldn't penetrate it at all. Sudden. A blindingly bright light swept over him, and Li Fan finally saw the enormous head before him, its fangs menacing and terrifying. It is hundreds of times larger than expected. But where did the light come from? He turned around and saw the sun rising on the horizon. No. To be precise, she was an extremely beautiful woman. It was a woman in white. Her golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She stood barefoot in the sky. Her skin was like fine jade and her eyes were like the sun. It's Fanny. Li Fan was certain that this was the archbishop who possessed 3 supernatural abilities. As soon as she appeared, the pollution in this space was dispelled, and there was not a trace of darkness between heaven and earth. Very healthy indeed. Although it hasn't met my requirements yet, it can be nurtured. Fanny's voice was cool and clear. Gerard went to find her and swore on his life that he had met a healthy man. And so she appeared here. Nicholas, I'm not here to fight you. I'm taking the man in front of you away. Those enormous eyes did not move, remaining fixed on Li Fan, like a thorn in his back. What if we don't allow it? A huge voice roared, filled with intense hostility. Fanny strode in, unhurried and deliberate, each step seemingly traversing space. Then let's fight. Just 3 words. Yet it exudes boundless domineering aura. One person and one different species confronted each other directly. Light and darkness spread wildly around them, suppressing and dissolving each other. This moment. Li Fan finally understood why Gerard admired Fanny so much. That's incredibly powerful. His gaze lingered on Fanny for only a moment before he dared not look directly at her. That kind of sacred beauty is beyond human capabilities. The two, one human and one of different species, stood facing each other. It seems that a crucial moment is still needed before an earth-shattering battle can take place. Li Fan quickly realized that neither of them dared to make the first move. This is a good opportunity. Maybe we can boost the rating. He immediately shouted, "For God! For the Pope!" Fanny's eyes flickered slightly, as if she were somewhat surprised. Li Fan rushed forward with a torch and struck Nicholas's face twice, but it seemed to have no effect. Humph! Nicholas scoffed. It doesn't care at all. He was completely focused on guarding against Fanny. But after 50 or 60 strokes, Nicholas started to feel a bit uncomfortable. Li Fan was also tired of fighting, so he circled around Nicholas, trying to find a weakness. As it turned out, he actually saw it. When Li Fan went around to the back, he saw Nicholas's egg and immediately picked up a torch to roast it. Now even Ultraman will have to turn red. Nicholas finally lost his temper and exploded in rage. "You little brat, you're trying to play dirty tricks on me." The enormous claw slammed down on Li Fan. Now, Fanny has 2 choices. First, save Li Fan. Second, take action against Nicholas. This was an incredibly rare opportunity, and Fanny chose the second option without any hesitation. Call out. A long sword appeared in her hand, its blade enveloped in white light. Raise it high above your head and slash it down. A simple, decisive strike. But in an instant, it traversed space. The light was dazzling at that moment. The darkness was torn apart, revealing a colossal body. Ferocious, terrifying, and invincible. Li Fan naturally couldn't survive. Before he died, he saw that the alien was injured, and a drop of blood larger than himself fell. He died. The faint light appeared for the 5th time. Chapter 1, Fogridge Town completed. Chapter 2, Kingsland Castle. You successfully escaped to Kingslandburg with your family. Because Winnie appreciated you, you took a shortcut and became her right-hand woman. This improved your rating. You have become an excellent extremist knight. This improved your rating. You gave the children a perfect childhood. This improved the rating. You showed unwavering courage even when facing powerful alien species. This improved your score. You helped Fanny injure Nicholas. This action greatly increases your score. Rating, average. Chapter rating, 7.5. This book's rating, 3.8. This rating cannot be completed. Please rewrite it. Chapter 78 The Sixth Lifetime, Extremely High Rewards, Dual Superpowers. Li Fan. Physical Fitness, 60. Charm, 8. Force, 5. Free points, 5. Bonus free points, 70. Courage to move forward without hesitation, plus 5. Help Fanny successfully injure Nicholas, plus 60. Other 5. Please add some points. Add it all to the force. You need to have a constitution level of over 100 to add points to force. I see, then add 40 points to constitution. Constitution, 100 points. Your physique has undergone an extraordinary change. Charisma increased by 20, force increased by 12. Unlock physical related superpowers. Inheritance category, a mother's status rises through her son level 1. Upgrading this ability level requires 50 points. A mother's status rises with her sons. Your physical constitution will not only make your offspring strong, but will also, to some extent, nourish the mother's body in return. This is good. What Li Fan has been unable to resolve is the health issues of Serafina and Margarita. The two of them are healthy, but they lack fighting power. Now it's good, as long as they keep getting stronger, the whole family will get stronger too. Hint, reaching a charm level of 30 will unlock a special ability. Oh. Li Fan was a little surprised, then add 2 points to charm. Charm, 30. Unlock charm-related superpowers. Emotional category, Golden Lotus planted in the Sea of Love level 1. Upgrading this ability level requires 50 points. Planting a golden lotus in the Sea of Love, in each lifetime, you can choose a woman and plant a golden lotus in her Sea of Love, increasing her feelings of attraction and affection for you. Furthermore, when the golden lotus blooms, it will grant her complete obedience to your commands once. The golden lotus will not disappear when it reopens. If your strength is too great, you may detect something amiss. Please use with caution. Li Fan was so happy he was almost dizzy. Having 2 superpowers at once is just too invincible. We have to thank Gerard for this. Without him, there would be no extra 65 points. It would probably take another lifetime to reach this level. Add the rest to the force. Force, 50. Because the host is a dual power user, Li Weiss and Liddy's possessed the force from birth. Li Weiss, force, 15. Lightus, force, 15. Serafina's health improved after giving birth to Levi. Margaret's health improved after giving birth to Lightus. Li Fan opened his eyes and found himself back in front of the gates of Kingsland Castle. We've finally arrived. Edward breathed a sigh of relief. This lifetime. Li Fan has no intention of following the same path for the rest of his life. He already possesses the power to change everything. Li Fan, this way. Edward pointed to the path on the left, which was where they registered their household registration. But Li Fan walked straight towards the main road, saying, I have some things to take care of, you guys go ahead. What happened? Edward wondered if Celia had given Li Fan some special treatment, since he had been called over separately in Fogridge Town. I'll go with you. Edward quickly caught up. Now it's just the two of us brothers relying on each other. You can't abandon me. Won't. Li Fan smiled and continued walking. Upon arriving at the Earl's mansion, Edward became even more convinced that Li Fan was receiving some special treatment. Is Lord Celia here? No. Li Fan dismounted. Lord Celia gave me a letter to deliver to the Count here. A letter? Edward was even more curious. Upon hearing that there was a letter from the Earl, the guards immediately led the 2 men inside. Just then, Astiga walked out and spotted the 2 of them. He stopped them and asked, Who goes there? Lord Astiga, they have the Earl's letter. A letter from the Earl? Astiga glanced at the 2 of them. His astonishingly healthy physique surprised her and made her more wary of Li Fan. Li Fan said, We come from Fogridge Town. Lord Celia sent me with a letter. The second letter had not yet arrived, and neither did Astiga or Winnie. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited a few days to come and find Li Fan in the previous 2 lifetimes. Celia? Upon hearing the name Celia, Astiga became even more jealous. Why did this woman bring a man over? Where is the letter? You all go outside and wait, I will deliver it to the Earl myself. Li Fan remained unmoved. Lord Celia instructed that the letter must be delivered to the Earl in person. You deserters from Fogridge Town, how dare you talk to me like that? Astiga's face darkened when he saw that Li Fan dared to refuse him. Lord Celia's order. Edward, sweating profusely, fearing Astiga's anger, quickly stepped forward and whispered a reminder, just give her the letter. Things are different now. Li Fan shook his head, I can only give the letter to the Earl. Edward was extremely anxious. How come I never noticed how stubborn Li Fan was before? Astiga was already in a bad mood today, and being rejected to her face by a man sent by a rival only fueled her anger. Even though she discovered that Li Fan's force was similar to her own, she immediately raised her hand and drew her sword. This is Kingslandburg. It's not Fogridge Town. Here, she is the authority. Seeing Astiga's hand on the hilt of her sword, Li Fan suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her hand before she could. How dare you? Astiga roared, unleashing his force to try and push Li Fan away. But he failed. Instead, Li Fan's primal force surged, easily suppressing Astiga. He reached out and grabbed her wrist, squeezing it so hard it caused her a sharp pain. Edward was stunned, muttering, when did Li Fan become so strong? He had never seen Li Fan make a move since being named a baron. Li Fan had been enjoying himself. The guards were even more horrified. Astiga was the Count's top fighter, yet he was subdued so easily? Let go. Astiga gritted her teeth and stared at Li Fan. I can't give you the letter. Take me to see the Earl. Li Fan said calmly, then withdrew his force and took a step back. You really think you're so great? Astiga angrily swung his lightsaber. Astiga. Winnie came out after hearing the noise and was immediately drawn to the aura emanating from Li Fan. Healthy. So healthy. His eyes were pure and untainted, and his body was strong and powerful, like a lurking dragon. The two were only 5 meters apart, yet their healthy auras were so strong. If they were to actually fight, wouldn't it be utterly devastating? Stop. Winnie snapped, stopping Astiga, and looked at Li Fan seriously. Who are you? Li Fan, from Fogridge Town. Lord Celius sent me to deliver a letter to the Earl. Li Fan respectfully handed over the letter. Astiga's face flushed red and then turned pale. He angrily sheathed his sword and stood aside. Winnie became more and more satisfied. Li Fan's force was extremely strong, even slightly surpassing Astiga's. She couldn't even bear to look away. Do you know why Celius sent you here? Winnie was overjoyed after opening the letter. I don't know. Come in. Winnie glanced at Edward. You also have Celia's letter? No. Edward saw that Winnie's smile was happy and immediately bowed. Li Fan and I are brothers, I came with him. Go down, and grant him the position of Baron. Thank you, Your Excellency. Chapter 79 Third Battle with Winnie. This surprise came so suddenly. Edward bowed and left. Inside the room, Winnie sat in the chair with a smile, her tone even becoming charming. Do you know why Celia sent you here? I don't know. She made you have my baby. Okay. Li Fan's reaction was very calm. Astiga gritted her teeth in anger. This Celia was definitely up to no good. You don't seem surprised at all? Winnie laughed again. Lord Celia sent me here for 2 reasons. First, I am strong, but since the Earl has managed Kingsland Castle so well, he naturally doesn't need me in that regard. Second, he's in good health. Although I haven't read the letter, I can roughly guess that. Li Fan remained calm. Winnie felt very comfortable with the flattery. Celia's judgment is indeed sharp. I'm very satisfied with you. Li Fan bowed slightly. I am honored that Your Excellency does not find it offensive. Winnie got up and walked around Li Fan a few times, becoming more and more satisfied. She slowly moved closer to Li Fan, her body curves pressed against his. Do you have any children? Li Fan, sensing the intimate atmosphere so close to him, nodded. There are 2, and they're both healthy. Winnie tilted her head back, her eyes captivating. Good, very good. Astiga was furious and quickly suggested, Your Excellency, should we have him checked? Can't you feel the vitality emanating from you? Do you really need to check? Winnie smiled even more charmingly, reaching out to gently place her hand on Li Fan's shoulder. I could clearly feel the elasticity of Li Fan's muscles. She tiptoed slightly and whispered, If you can get me pregnant, you'll be a Viscount. It would be my great honor. Winnie giggled, quite satisfied, and suddenly leaned in to kiss Li Fan. Astiga was practically going crazy. But there was nothing that could be done. Winnie took the initiative to hook her arms around Li Fan's neck and gave him a passionate, deep kiss. After a short while, they parted, her breathing slightly rapid, making her even more alluring. Go back and nourish yourself. Come see me in 3 days. Astiga will arrange everything. My lord, I don't think that's necessary. Li Fan said. I have confidence in my abilities. That's the rule. Astiga squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. Winnie had never kissed anyone before, but she made an exception today. It was all because Li Fan was such a standout. Li Fan said firmly, please believe me, Your Excellency. That's definitely the rule. Winnie was satisfied, but the more satisfied she was, the more she wanted to nurture him properly and not be careless. Astiga gestured for them to go. Let's go. Li Fan was unwilling to waste time, so he immediately used his supernatural ability to plant a golden lotus in Winnie's sea of love. He had wanted to do that all along. Winnie is a bit crazy, nobody knows what she's capable of. Getting her to listen to him even once would greatly improve Li Fan's situation. After using her superpower, a golden light appeared on Winnie's lower abdomen. Then, she waited for the golden lotus to bloom. Etc. Jinlian amplified Winnie's emotions, and she was starting to lose control. Astiga, step back. Your Excellency. Step back. Astiga gritted his teeth and stormed out in anger. Encouraged by Winnie's enthusiasm, Li Fan quickly picked her up. Everything fell into place naturally. When it ends. Winnie nestled contentedly in Li Fan's arms, affectionately wrapping her arms around his neck. How long did it take your wife to get pregnant? 1 day. What? Winnie exclaimed in surprise. What about me? I'm not someone you can mess with. 1 day. Li Fan replied in the same way. Yes, you have the ability. Winnie nodded, bowing her head. Inside the Sunset Tavern. Astiga looked very unhappy and downed a large glass of wine in one gulp. Herod and the others didn't dare to speak. At this time, Astiga was absolutely terrifying, and no one dared to provoke him. Boss, 10 more drinks. Astiga slammed his fist on the table, and the entire tavern fell silent. Harold gestured to Monica with her eyes since they were both women, only she could offer some advice in this situation. Monica rarely saw Astiga so angry. What's wrong? Did the Count upset you again? Not, Your Excellency. Astiga downed another glass of wine. Monica came to her side and massaged her shoulders. Who was that? How dare they make Astiga feel bad? Astiga gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Li Fan. Monica had heard of this person. He had stayed at the Earl's mansion for 7 consecutive days, which was incredibly impressive. It's not worth it for a man. Monica could only change the subject. She couldn't help being jealous. Astiga said coldly, he even attacked me. What? The other warriors in dire straits immediately stood up. Who is Astiga? The captain of the Jedi Knights. Attacking her is just a way of slapping these people in the face. I'll go teach him a lesson. Herod said immediately. I'm going too. I'm going too. Astiga waved his hand to stop them. Forget it, you can't beat him, he's very strong. After saying that, she downed another glass. Yes. How could it not be strong? It's 7 days. Harold and the others were just saying it on a whim. Who would bother Winnie, that pretty boy, for no reason? That would be pointless, wouldn't it? But Monica disagreed. Astiga was her idol. If Astiga is angry because Winnie slept with Li Fan, then so be it. But now this man dares to attack Astiga, which is absolutely unforgivable. We'll ambush him tonight. Monica made up her mind. Night. She sneaked into Li Fan's manor. The night was dark and the wind was high. Monica, dressed in tight leather armor, approached like a ghost in the darkness. The manor was quiet, with flickering lights. Very good. She quietly went up to the 2nd floor. The door was ajar, and 3 figures could be vaguely seen inside. Monica sneered, fine, 3 people, just as I thought, a gigolo. As she spoke, she was about to rush inside. Suddenly, he felt a gaze directed at him. Monica was immediately startled. We've been discovered? She planned to escape through the nearest window, only to find that the people in front of her were an incredibly cute pair of little dolls. It was Li Weiss and Li Tis. Li Fan had already sensed Monica's arrival. His strength was now vastly different from what it used to be. However, just as he was about to play a trick on Monica, he discovered that his children had woken up. So he pretended to be asleep. Mother, I want to sleep with you. The 2 little ones came looking for their mother in a daze, mistaking her for Monica, and hugged her legs on either side. Oh my God. Monica was completely smitten, her heart softened terribly, and she completely forgot her purpose for tonight. Shoo, don't disturb father's sleep. She crouched down gently and hugged the two little babies to her chest. Mommy's here, mommy's giving you a hug. Lee Weiss and Lee Tis were very well behaved, breathing evenly in my arms. Moo-ah. Monica hugged them and couldn't help but kiss them twice, even more reluctant to put them down. These are the children born from that pretty boy? Chapter 80, Monica's transformation. Monica liked it more and more the more she looked at it. She looked up at the room again, bit her lip, and an extremely absurd idea popped into her mind. She actually wants to have a lovely baby with Li Fan. No. Monica quickly dismissed this absurd idea. She must stand firmly behind Astiga. That's her captain. Monica carried Life and Liddy's back to bed, watched the two little ones fall asleep, kissed their cheeks, and then climbed out the window and left. On the bed, Li Fan opened his eyes and smiled. Monica has this kind of personality, it's really quite interesting. The next 2 days. Astiga gradually calmed down, but then something else infuriated her. This day. Winnie summoned her. Your Excellency. Astiga bowed. Winnie was leaning lazily against Li Fan's chest, enjoying herself. When she saw her, she chuckled softly. From today onwards, you and Li Fan will lead the desperate squad together. You'll split into 2 teams. Astiga, you'll be the captain of Team 1, and Li Fan, the captain of Team 2. You can assign the personnel yourselves. In fact, Li Fan's request was to become the captain of the desperate squad. However, Winnie did not agree. Even if Li Fan turned her into a soft girl, it didn't work. Winnie may be crazy and playful, but she's still quite shrewd when it matters. The golden lotus hasn't bloomed yet. But even if he opened it, Li Fan didn't intend to use it for such a trivial matter. My lord. Astiga was naturally unwilling. The desperate squad is the strongest team in town and has an irreplaceable position. How can we hand it over to a pretty boy? If word gets out, people will laugh at us. Winnie ignored her. It's settled then. Yes. Astiga lowered his head unwillingly. Winnie waved her hand, stepped back. Astiga turned and walked out. Once outside, she waited until it got dark and Li Fan came out. She immediately went up to him and said, no matter what you're up to, I'll be keeping an eye on you. Li Fan smiled and said, then please take good care of me, Captain Astiga, from now on. Humph. Astiga sneered. The two left together. Sunset Tavern. Monica noticed Astiga's pale face and asked, what happened? Astiga gulped down a beer. The Earl has ordered that Li Fan and I will jointly command the desperate squad, which will be divided into 2 squads. Really? Monica exclaimed in surprise. This pretty boy is climbing the social ladder way too fast. Really? Astiga said dejectedly. Others also felt indignant. Astiga has been very dedicated and has made great contributions to the town. How could the Earl be so foolish as to entrust the desperate squad to a pretty boy? Has she lost her mind? Monica gritted her teeth in anger. That damn pretty boy, he's making the captain suffer again. I'll teach him a lesson sooner or later. Being healthy and possessing strong force abilities, he'd probably be popular wherever he goes. Astiga said somewhat dejectedly. But we must also acknowledge these facts. Monica's chest heaved, and she snorted, Captain, don't worry. As long as we work together, he won't have a place in the desperate squad. Yes, the others echoed. Astiga nodded. That evening, Monica used the same trick again, sneaking into Li Fan's manor once more. She vowed to teach Li Fan a lesson. But as soon as I got closer to the 2nd floor, my eyes involuntarily drifted toward the child's room. 2 adorable little babies lay on the bed, their tiny mouths emitting sweet snores. Monica was completely captivated and had no desire to lift a finger. She sneaked in again like a thief and took the 2 little ones into her arms. Oh, so cute. How could anyone give birth to such an adorable little one? Monica kept kissing the child, and this time she even fell asleep while holding him. Fortunately, the sound of the servants getting up in the early morning woke her up, and she hurriedly jumped out of the window and escaped. After spending the night together, Monica's love for the 2 little ones deepened. She made up her mind to have a child like that. During afternoon training, Li Fan officially joined the desperate squad. Astiga's face was frosty as he coldly announced, from today onwards, Li Fan will be carrying out missions with us, and he will be the captain of the 2nd team. Yes, the desperate squad responded in unison. Li Fan smiled and nodded. Astiga glanced at him indifferently. Since the Earl has personally given the order, you may choose your team members first. Thank you. Li Fan glanced at her and walked straight to Monica. I only need one person, her. Astiga's eyelashes drooped, and her face grew even colder. The other team members smiled knowingly. Li Fan's choice of Monica was a mistake. Her idol is Astiga, who is wild and difficult to control. Really? Monica immediately retorted, becoming my captain is impossible in this lifetime. Although Li Weiss and Li Tis are cute. But Astiga was her partner in life and death. Astiga, contrary to his usual behavior, said, Monica, you're going to the second team. If others were to join Team 2, they might gradually accept Li Fan. But given Monica's personality, she definitely wouldn't. Captain. Monica protested. Astiga stopped her with a look. Monica could only shut up and glare at Li Fan. And so, the second team of the Desperate Squad was formed. There were only two people. Team leader Li Fan, team member Monica. Although Monica would occasionally cause trouble and bicker, Li Fan tolerated her and even invited her to his home. A month later, Winnie and Nina both became pregnant. This was a huge shock to Monica. She thought the two adorable babies were an accident, since Serafina and Margarita were also healthy, and it wasn't necessarily all thanks to Li Fan. But now that's enough to prove one thing. There is no obstacle that Li Fan cannot overcome. Even the Earl has successfully become pregnant, so who can stop Li Fan's attack? Monica's desire for a child reached its peak at this moment. But because of her preconceived notions, she still restrained herself. More than a month later, Winnie ordered 8 people to go to District 52 to hunt down snake-like mutants. On the wasteland, Li Fan displayed extraordinary combat prowess. Furthermore, because he advocated for an early departure, he saved church members and annihilated the papacy members in one fell swoop. The first thing I did upon returning to the city was naturally to go to the Sunset Tavern for a drink. Li Fan didn't go instead, he walked home. Monica blurted out, Li Fan, aren't you going for a drink? No, I don't want you to feel awkward. After saying that, he left. That silhouette filled Monica with guilt. Li Fan seems to have always been accommodating to himself and others, and doesn't seem as bad as Astiga described. As long as you don't provoke him, he might even consider your feelings. You're tempted? Bearded Hadru patted Monica on the shoulder. You've been acting strange lately. Not only have you stopped arguing with her, but you've also invited her for drinks. During the 2 months they spent together, he was the first to accept Li Fan. Monica was straightforward. I found him to be a very good person, very good to his family and friends. Monica. Astiga's voice was low. Have you forgotten what you said? You said we would work together. Let's work together to make Kingsland Castle a better place. Monica's eyes were firm. Li Fan is not a harmful person to Kingsland Castle. I think, Captain, you should put aside your prejudices and accept him. Chapter 81. Be bold. Astiga remained silent. If Li Fan were an ordinary person, she would have a reason to be unhappy. After all, ordinary people are not worthy of Lady Winnie. Even if Winnie favors him, he's still just a gigolo. But the reality is that Li Fan is a powerful warrior. In a desperate situation he is too dazzling. Li Fan played a crucial role, especially in the battle between District 52 and the members of the Vatican. Several times they escaped danger unscathed. This is a capability that even Astiga couldn't achieve. She couldn't let her emotions push such a person away from Winnie. After thinking for a moment, Astiga finally nodded, okay, I will try to get along with Li Fan. Monica cheered, Captain, you'll definitely fall for him. I want tea like him. Astiga immediately corrected her attitude. Monica smiled and said, why not give it a try? The Earl is pregnant with Li Fan's child, so you can have one too. Then you and the Earl will be even closer. Astiga's face turned completely dark. The atmosphere at Sunset Tavern is great today. A scene filled with laughter and joy. The main thing is that Astiga stopped bringing her emotions into the situation, which made everyone feel much more relaxed. I'm leaving now. Monica finished the wine in her glass and stood up to leave. Astiga frowned. What are you going to do? I have something very important to do. She had drunk a lot, and her cheeks were flushed and she looked extremely beautiful. He watched Monica leave the tavern. Astiga suddenly had a bad feeling. This guy probably wants to have kids too. Is it really that fun? Astiga didn't understand, and couldn't figure it out, so he could only drink. Before she knew it, she had drunk quite a lot, her cheeks flushed, making her even more beautiful under the lights. Monica then went to Li Fan's manor. They went straight to Li Weiss and Li Tis, the two little guys had just woken up. The moment she opened her eyes and saw Monica, she giggled and asked for a hug in her sweet, childish voice. Monica's heart melted, and she hugged and kissed the two little ones non-stop. Serafina walked over and saw her playing with the child, and couldn't help but ask, "Huh? How did you get in? Climb out the window." Monica forgot that she no longer needed to sneak around. She blushed and explained, "I miss the children." Serafina smiled and said, "I'll have one myself." Monica blushed even more. "Where is Li Fan?" she asked. "He's in the room." Serafina kindly picked up the two children and said, "He's waiting for you." "Wait for me? Can't you see it?" Serafina said, "Li Fan invited you to his home for dinner and let you spend time with the children. Isn't that because he considers you family?" Monica seemed to be on fire. Her heart was pounding, and she could no longer hide her longing. "Be bold, go for it." Serafina patted her on the shoulder. Monica took a deep breath and went upstairs. Gently pushed the door open. The bedroom was dimly lit, and Li Fan sat at the table. He looked up, his face full of gentle smiles. "You've arrived? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Monica gazed at him, her large eyes becoming watery and full of affection. Unable to resist that gentle advance, she threw herself into Li Fan's arms. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before." "You've come to apologize?" Li Fan hugged her and kissed her red lips. "Of course not, I want to have your child." "Several? How many?" Monica was a little taken aback by the question. She hadn't even considered it yet. Li Fan chuckled, "How about 10? Ugh, I'm not a pig." Monica's mind was in turmoil. In no time, all the clothes were gone. Then came the happy melody. The two of them enjoyed the most beautiful bloom of life together. The next morning, Monica woke up lazily and saw the man sleeping soundly beside her. She couldn't help but rest her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat and feeling the overwhelming happiness. No wonder even Lady Winnie fell for it. It's truly hard to resist. It's practically poison. Li Fan opened his eyes and pulled her into his arms. "Do you like it?" Monica nodded vigorously. After a while of lingering affection, Monica got up, washed up, put on her clothes, and went downstairs. Breakfast was ready, and Serafina greeted Monica with a bright smile as she saw her come downstairs. "How are you feeling?" "Very good." "Then come more often, that's the only way to have children," Serafina teased her. Monica blushed and said, Nina, stroking her belly, said, "You'd better catch up on your progress." Her belly is now noticeably protruding. When Monica touched her pregnant belly for the first time, she instinctively exclaimed, "I want one too." "Then hurry up and work hard." Li Fan stepped down. Monica nodded proudly, "I will." At that moment, she was radiant and incredibly beautiful. Li Weiss and Li Tis were overjoyed. "We're going to have a younger brother or sister again." "I want a younger brother." "I want a little sister." The two almost got into a fight. Monica hugged them and said, "Can I have my own little brother and sister?" Li Weiss and Li Tis cheered, "Great." Happiness is so simple, the whole house is filled with laughter. Monica hadn't been this happy in a long time. Even while eating, she couldn't help but glance at Li Fan from time to time. His eyes were full of tender affection and love. Soon after, she became pregnant. "You are truly invincible." Monica looked at Li Fan with admiration. As she prepares to become a mother, she is taking great care of her health, even skipping training and paying attention to her diet. Soon, her belly swelled up. Monica is becoming happier and happier, and her joy is increasing every day. After that, Winnie gave birth to her daughter, Li Swin. Serafina gave birth to her daughter, Leffys. Margarita gave birth to a son named Riggs. Nina gave birth to her daughter, Linnies. Their physical health was also improved. "I want a little brother. I want a little brother." Li Weiss was unhappy. "There are too many girls." Monica stroked his head. "Your stepmother will give you a little brother." "Really?" She gave birth to a boy and asked Li Fan, "What should we name him?" "Li Cass." "Li Cass." Monica gently held the child, looking at Li Fan with tender eyes. "Thank you for giving me happiness." "Of course." Li Fan hugged her and kissed her forehead. I have a little brother. I have a little brother. Lee Weiss was overjoyed. Time quickly came for Gerard to appear. Winnie said to Li Fan with great joy, I want to introduce you to the Vice High Priest. You are so powerful. All your children have the Force, and our daughter even has superpowers. Li Fan, you are amazing. Astiga, who was standing nearby, also changed her opinion of Li Fan. She had never seen a child who was not an ordinary person. Unbelievable, incomprehensible. She was unconvinced before, but now she is completely convinced. Li Fan absolutely did not want Gerard to take him away again, and coincidentally, the golden lotus planted in Winnie's love sea also bloomed. So, start it up. Chapter 82 Revisiting District 57. A glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Jean Lian immediately activated. Oh my god. Winnie's heart pounded. My breathing became disordered. In that instant, she felt as if her soul had been elevated. I love you. Winnie exclaimed, overcome with emotion, and hugged Li Fan. Her eyes were filled with infatuation as she gazed at him intently. Astiga was completely stunned. What happened? Why is Lady Winnie suddenly so aroused? Astiga even wondered if he was dreaming. But she quickly realized what was happening, suppressed her racing heart, and hurried away. Love really is a poison. Even Lady Winnie can lose her composure regardless of the situation. After a long while, their lips parted. Winnie's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were watery, filled with deep affection. I love you to death. Me too. Li Fan picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. Another love triangle. Afterwards, Li Fan said, I think it's better if I don't see Gerard, and we shouldn't see our children either. Why? Winnie slumped against Li Fan. I have a feeling that something bad will happen if we meet, believe me. Winnie nodded. At this moment, she listened to everything Li Fan said. In the afternoon, Gerard appeared. This time, neither the child nor Li Fan appeared. Everything had changed. Dark Source was also taken away by the nun who had been rescued. Gerard was just passing through, took a quick look at Kingslandberg, and then left. This also means that Li Fan will not be taken away in a few years. Some time passed, and it was time to explore District 57. Winnie, Li Fan, and Astiga held a meeting. Li Fan did not participate in the previous life. He's different this time. Winnie stated her plan directly, exploring District 57 with Oaktown this time is not my real purpose. I have my sights set on their holy source. The sacred source of Oaktown? Astiga was a little surprised. My lord, isn't our sacred source perfectly fine? This was also Li Fan's idea. Because the holy light enveloping Kingsland Castle was so bright and dazzling, it didn't seem like it was about to collapse. Winnie shook her head, it's because I knew the vice principal was coming that I overdrawn the holy source, otherwise, it wouldn't be so bright. Overdraft. This was the first time Li Fan had ever heard of such a thing. Winnie nodded, overdrafting is a method. The brighter the holy light, the stronger the resistance to pollution, and the healthier the town's residents will be. The price is that it will greatly shorten the usage time of the holy source. Astiga was deeply moved. The Earl has truly gone to great lengths for Kingsland Castle. Li Fan, on the other hand, thought Winnie was a bit too ambitious. Winnie looked at Li Fan, so this time my target is the holy source in Oaktown, while you guys are to keep them as bait. What about the Earl of Oaktown? Li Fan asked. Winnie smiled, news has arrived from the holy city that the Vatican will also be involved this time. I have already discussed it with Charles and we will intercept the Vatican's superhumans outside. Charles is the Earl of Oaktown. So, Your Excellency is planning to stand up Charles? Astiga asked. Winnie nodded. Li Fan was a little shocked. It turned out that Winnie and Astiga already knew that the Vatican people would be going. Do you think it's feasible? Winnie asked. Astiga was surprised that the Count had actually asked for Li Fan's opinion. She looked over too. Li Fan asked, what about the people of Oaktown? Sorry, I can't think about that much. Li Fan nodded, I'll listen to you. He had no intention of saving Oaktown. First, Winnie might not take his advice. Secondly, Li Fan had no other information about sacred sources, and saving Oaktown would mean that Kingsland Castle would lose its protection. No matter what you choose, it doesn't seem right. It's better not to participate. Just ask a simple question. Okay, then it's settled, Winnie said. Not long after. The 5 of them went to District 57 again, saying goodbye to family. Leave the town. Before arriving at District 57, the prevalence of black and gray creates a somber atmosphere that weighs heavily on the mind. At first glance, it was desolate and deserted. In her previous life, Monica said to Li Fan, "Stay close to me." This time, it was Li Fan who said, "I will protect you. I believe you." Monica looked at him with complete trust. Then, they officially entered District 57. Just like last time, they followed Astiga's steps precisely. When the firelight was encountered again, "Stop!" Li Fan called out, halting the team. "What's wrong?" Astiga asked. She wasn't angry, because based on her past combat experience, Li Fan must have discovered something to stop the team. "That light isn't right." "What did you discover?" "Look, there are no signs of any mutant activity near the fire. Is it possible that it possesses the same abilities as the holy light?" "It's hard to say." Astiga shook his head. "We'd better get to the rendezvous point as soon as possible. I don't recommend exploring. Give me 3 minutes." Li Fan said, "You all know that there will be unexpected rewards when the new server opens, and missing out will result in a huge loss." "What if there's danger?" Monica asked, a little worried. "Don't worry, it won't happen." Li Fan gave her a deep look. "All right, I'll give you 3 minutes." Astiga nodded. "If anything goes wrong, come back immediately." Li Fan turned and left. Walk toward the firelight. Monica watched his retreating figure nervously, her palms sweating as she gripped the lightsaber. Since having her child, Li Fan has become an indispensable part of her life. As they got closer, Monica felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Li Fan stopped in his tracks. "Pretend to sense it. Then raise your hand to indicate it's safe before walking over." At that moment, a mutant rushed out. It is enormous, ferocious and menacing. Monica was about to rush out immediately, but Astiga held her back. "He's no match for Li Fan." "Really?" Li Fan cleaved the mutant in two with a single sword strike. Monica breathed a sigh of relief. Astiga looked at her intently and said, "Monica, you've become weaker." Monica lowered her head. This kind of irrationality had never appeared in her before. As the saying goes, having attachments makes one weak. But she doesn't regret it. "I suddenly realized that there was nothing to feel guilty about." "Astiga, you're right. I've become weaker, but I've also become braver." Astiga couldn't say anything. She saw an unprecedented courage in Monica's eyes. This has never happened before. The little girl who idolized herself has grown up. Yes. She's already a mother. She has a lovely son. She also gained several sisters because of the same man. Monica. It's changed, it's become better. Astiga was happy for the little girl who always followed behind him. Chapter 83, The Meeting Point approaches again. Thanks to Inspiration Capsule and Update Urging Charm, Li Fan quickly retrieved the torch. There was only one, which he stuck into the ground. As expected, it possesses the same power as the holy light. Everyone sensed it immediately and noticed that the decay caused by the pollution had been dispelled and the air had become fresh. "You are right." Astiga felt a little guilty. "We almost lost it because of my caution." Li Fan smiled and said, "It's all thanks to all of us that we were able to obtain it. A single torch is enough to shelter 5 people." They moved on again. With the firelight providing illumination, there's no longer any need to guard against mutants. Have a safe journey. We arrived at the meeting point quickly. It was still a 2-story building, with a dilapidated front door. Pushing open the door, Claude and his 4 companions stood guard, lightsabers in hand. "Astiga. You finally arrived." They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the people who came were from Kingslandberg. Astiga replied with a laugh, "We encountered something good along the way, so we were a few minutes late." "Oh? What good stuff?" Claude had barely finished speaking when he noticed the torch in Li Fan's hand. "Is it this?" Ordinary torches cannot be lit in District 57. The 5 people were immediately drawn in. Astiga nodded. "You found this in District 57? Carter, the red-haired Ned Carter, walked over excitedly, his eyes shining. She reached out and touched the torch. They immediately sensed the purifying aura. It has the same effect as the holy source. With it, it will be much easier for us to penetrate into District 57. We were really lucky. Claude and the others were also very excited. Astiga said, "We need to get more torches. One torch can hardly shelter 10 people." Good. Claude and the others had no objections. The presence of the torch greatly boosted the morale of the 10 men. Suddenly, Claude noticed Li Fan and asked in surprise, "Who is this?" His attention was just focused on the torch road, but now he sees that Li Fan's strength is no less than Astiga's. When did King Slandberg acquire such a powerful figure? Carter and others also noticed him. Astiga introduced him to them. His name is Li Fan. Because Li Fan's reputation didn't spread that far this time, he wasn't discovered by the assistant coach, Gerard. It only has a small reputation. Let's all get to know each other. Carter murmured, "You're the man who got Lady Winnie pregnant?" Yes. Such powerful vitality, no wonder. Carter knew this because strong women all have a desire to have offspring. Naturally, I pay attention to news in this area. When she heard that Winnie had not only given birth to a daughter, but that her daughter was also a superhuman, she became curious about the man who had made Winnie have a child. I just hadn't had the chance to see it before. I was secretly surprised to see them now. What a healthy man. All right. Time is of the essence. Astiga interrupted their conversation. "Claude, when do we set off?" Claude said, "Even with torches, it's still better to avoid the time when the pollution is at its worst. It's almost midnight, which is when the pollution is at its worst. It would be better to leave in an hour. For the unknown District 57, safety is the top priority." Astiga glanced outside and nodded, "That's true." Everyone sat down to rest. Claude invited everyone to have tea. Li Fan looked outside and knew what was going to happen next. Those mutants seemed to be gathering. Because they need this house to complete their evolution. Carter explained. Evolution? Li Fan asked deliberately. Once this house loses its protective barrier, it will become an evolutionary point for mutants. As for why, even the church cannot give a precise answer. Li Fan nodded, seemingly lost in thought. What if they keep gathering in large numbers? Will we get trapped here? The others didn't think that much about it. Although there are many mutants outside, they are still within a controllable range. They had no idea that this place would be completely surrounded an hour later. It's all right. Claude said confidently. We've encountered situations where we were surrounded during previous explorations, but these mutants' target is the house. As long as we don't provoke them, we'll be fine. Li Fan looked at Astiga. She didn't think anything would happen. Both men were seasoned veterans and captains, so they naturally had enough persuasive power, and Li Fan didn't press the matter. He was unwilling to change the plot unless his own life was at stake. Besides, he also wants to make use of it. Monica gestured for Li Fan to sit down next to her and have some tea. Try it, it's delicious. Seeing the two's intimate behavior, Carter was somewhat surprised. You too. I am his fourth wife. Monica stated bluntly, and we have a healthy baby. According to her calculations, she ranked herself after Serafina, Margarita, and Nina, but Winnie was not included. Fourth madam. These words left Claude and the other four speechless with astonishment. And a baby? Carter stared at Li Fan in disbelief. You're really amazing. Not only did you get Lady Winnie pregnant, but you even got Monica, a warrior of the extremes, pregnant. Everyone present knew what this meant. Not only that. Monica thought it was something to brag about. That is indeed the case. Being able to impregnate a strong woman is definitely a fighter jet in the eyes of both men and women. Li Fan now has 7 children, 6 of whom possess the Force, and Lady Winnie's daughter even has superpowers. Monica continued to boast. What? This made even Claude restless. Having 7 children, and all of them being so strong, is simply a legendary achievement. In an instant, they looked at Li Fan with new respect. Carter stared intently, even swallowing hard. Li Fan chuckled, with great power comes great responsibility. Afterwards, everyone drank tea and chatted, and time passed quickly. The number of mutants outside increased during this period, and they began to become restless, roaring around the small building. When Claude and the others took out their lightsabers and looked at them, they instantly regretted not listening to Li Fan's advice. Astiga's expression turned grave, more than we anticipated. She even felt a sense of frustration. I have made the wrong decision time and time again. We can only pray that they're not targeting us. Li Fan held the torch in his hand. Claude and the others nodded. 10 people set off together. The torch was in Li Fan's hand, covering a range of 3 meters. However, it is unstable. Sometimes it's more than 3 meters away, and sometimes a gust of wind blows the pollution over and suppresses it to a distance of exactly 3 meters. 10 people would be a bit crowded in this situation. Captains Cloud and Astiga did not enter the firelight's range. Big Beard Hardru also went out. His belly was so big that it took up the space of 5 people. It's not actually that dangerous, Carter said. Just like in the previous life, these mutants did not initially attack humans. Their target was always the houses. Just as everyone was letting their guard down, the aberrant Berserker Type 1 appeared. It has set its sights on Claude again. Beep. 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 The red indicator light emitted a dangerous glow. Claude immediately gestured, "You guys go first." Chapter 84 in depth. At this time, the torches could only illuminate a range of 3 meters, barely enough to squeeze 8 people in. Claude and Astiga naturally wouldn't fight over a spot. Take the men and leave. Li Fan handed the torch to Monica, choosing to stay and help Claude. What are you going to do? Monica asked anxiously. Hurry up, then come pick us up. Li Fan gave Monica a push. Astiga hadn't expected Li Fan to be so righteous, and he also chose to stay. She accepted Li Fan. We must not fall behind him. Let's go. Monica led the others through the army of mutants. Li Fan's purpose in doing this was very simple. It was all for Monica. This girl really hates Winnie's approach. It goes against her long-held ideal of perfection. Once Monica knows that Li Fan knew beforehand, she might not say anything and would understand that Li Fan couldn't change Winnie's actions. But if we can avoid leaving this thorn, we should. What Li Fan needs to do is to portray his role well. Despite knowing that he couldn't change Winnie's actions, he did his best to help Claude and the others. Firstly, it would be good for his relationship with Monica. Secondly, it left a positive image in the minds of Claude and others. If Oaktown becomes unsustainable and its inhabitants disband, those who come to him because they like him will be extremely lucky. After all, Li Fan needs manpower to govern a town. What are you doing? Claude already regretted his misjudgment and wanted to take responsibility for the consequences alone. Therefore, I was very moved to see the two of them stay together. Li Fan had already faced the mutated berserker fallen to earth, gripping his lightsaber and ready for battle. Claude no longer refused, and together with Astiga, they formed a pincer movement, one on the left and one on the right. Beep. 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 As the alarm sounded, the mutated berserkers and fallen warriors pounced. The three wielded lightsabers. The fierce battle begins. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Monica led the group out of the mutant encirclement and to a high point. You wait here. She didn't even have time to catch her breath before she grabbed the torch and rushed back. Clang. Li Fan directly confronted the abnormal berserker. Sparks flew as the lightsaber and the robotic arm collided. In terms of strength, the opponent has a slight advantage. He truly deserves the title of king of individual soldiers. Base. Suddenly, a large cleaver shot out from the arm of the mutated berserker, but fortunately Li Fan was prepared and dodged to the side. Claude and Astiga approached from the side, their aim being to sever the connecting line around its neck. If this part is destroyed, the aberrant berserker will lose its ability to move. But it won't be easy. The mutated berserkers sprayed flames at the two men, repelling them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Fan thrust his lightsaber toward the opponent's side. This attack, delivered at a tricky angle, actually managed to graze the outer shell of the fallen one. Inadvertently, the nozzle's connecting pipe was destroyed, and flames suddenly burst out from inside. Chance! Claude and Astiga's eyes lit up, and they simultaneously slashed at the neck joint of the mutated berserker. Base. Both lightsabers hit their targets simultaneously. Click. The robotic arm abruptly stopped attacking, sparks flew from the severed neck, and the internal mechanisms were exposed. It was a success. All three of them smiled. Beep. 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 Unexpectedly, at that moment, the mutated berserker activated its self-destruct program, and an explosion occurred the next second. Fortunately, the three reacted quickly, crouching down to activate their light shields. Even so, he was still blasted away. Are you all right? Monica rushed back, panting. It's nothing. Li Fan waved his hand and looked at the pile of scrap metal. It's finally resolved. Astiga was somewhat excited, so there's a jet engine connection tube under the abdomen. Destroying this place will effectively curb the aberration berserkers. She gave Li Fan a lone look. Thank you so much, Claude said sincerely. He would definitely have been injured if the two of them hadn't stayed behind to help. Leave first. When the aberrant berserker Fallen Type 1 was destroyed, it sent out an electronic signal, and at that moment, countless mechanical mutants turned around and surrounded it. Fortunately, Monica arrived, and the firelight could cover the four of them. Looking at the mechanical mutants that were surrounding them, Li Fan asked curiously, they don't dare to get close, so why don't they attack from a distance? This is an easy task for mechanical mutants. Astiga said, perhaps their instructions don't allow that. Li Fan nodded. Everyone quickly evacuated. This time, there were no further dangers, and they successfully returned to the high point to rejoin the others. Monica anxiously checked Li Fan's body. Are you injured? No. Li Fan reassured her. Monica was relieved. The people looked at Li Fan with increasing respect. Besides his advanced predictions, not everyone can stand up for what is in danger. Even Astiga showed admiration. Without Li Fan, even if they could repel the mutated berserkers, casualties would be unavoidable. After a short rest, we set off again. This time, it's much safer. And I saw many of these small houses along the way. Astiga's expression was grave. This is not good. When we explored new areas before, we didn't have so many evolution points. It's clear that the mutants we'll have to deal with in the future will be much stronger. Claude nodded. The pollution is getting worse and worse. It's said that District 48 and District 17 have reached the critical threshold and may gradually become uninhabitable. It's that serious. Monica gripped Li Fan's hand tightly. Li Fan asked, will the Holy Source lose its effect? The Holy Source still has protective power, but when the outside world is no longer suitable for exploration, then we can only wait for death. Carter replied. Will District 57 eventually become uninhabitable? It's hard to say. Astiga said. At least in recent years, the newly added areas that can be explored are far less than the areas that have been lost. This made the atmosphere heavy. Everyone fell silent. As they went deeper, the pollution became increasingly severe, and the torches could only maintain a range of 3 meters. Once outside the range of the firelight, even Li Fan would feel severe discomfort. They searched for new torches, but found nothing. There's not just one torch, is there? Carter asked. Li Fan shook his head, probably not, we just haven't encountered them yet. In his previous life, he and Monica encountered 3 torches together, but obviously they couldn't go there now. Let's not even talk about how to explain it. Even if Li Fan were to search for it, he would definitely lose his way. Although the entire District 57 did not obstruct the view as much as when Gerard and I entered the heavily polluted area in the previous life, it was still a gray haze as far as the eye could see, making it impossible to discern directions. Fortunately, Monica soon spotted another flame, this time just one. This way, it can completely cover 10 people. Further investigation is needed. Wait a minute. Astiga suddenly stopped. Monica asked, what's wrong? No answer was needed. The ground began to shake, and the crowd immediately formed 2 circles, back to back, centered on the torch. Chapter 85 Mimicry Lava Distortion Obsidian Type 1. At this point, there was no need for further communication, everyone was on edge. The ground vibrations became increasingly noticeable. Finally, in the gray and black mist, larger figures were slowly approaching. What the hell is this? Carter's pupils contracted. With his sword in hand, Li Fan felt a chill in his heart. Judging from its appearance, it is several times taller than the mimic aberration berserker Fallen 1. Hide in the firelight, Claude shouted. At this point, the only thing that could protect them was the torches in their hands. But the unease that comes with security doesn't lessen, instead, it intensifies. As the fog dissipated, the mutant's figure became increasingly clear. The 10 people were dumbfounded. It turned out to be a rock-type mutant. They are made of huge stones, their bodies are engraved with glowing patterns, and a luminous crystal rotates on their chests. It should drive the core. What the hell is this? Carter's voice was hoarse. She had seen all kinds of mutants, but this was the first time she had ever seen a rock-type mutant, which was completely beyond her imagination. Astiga has a vague sense of familiarity. Mimicry lava distortion obsidian type 1, she remembered. What? Claude had obviously never heard of it. They are not hostile to anyone or anything. Astiga continued, I also heard about this from Lady Winnie. There are two types of rock-type mutants. The obsidian type 1 in front of us is not aggressive. There are also those with offensive capabilities? Yes, if we encounter boundary-breaking or shattering types, we need to destroy their core, which is the rotating crystal in their chest. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Really? The obsidian type 1 mutants didn't even glance at them, simply walking past them. Li Fan noticed that each rock mutant was carrying a huge rock on its body. What are they going to do? I don't know. Astiga was also seeing it for the first time. She asked Li Fan and Claude, are you coming or not? Follow. Li Fan and Claude nodded immediately. Now that we have torches, there's nothing to worry about, and figuring out the mysteries of the wasteland is important for everyone. The group immediately followed the rock mutants. Soon they encountered a second group of rock-type mutants. Keep following along. Until they saw them stop in the distance and begin to pile up the stones they had carried. What are they doing? Carter asked. I don't know. Astiga frowned. Everyone was very curious. The pile of rocks grew higher and higher, and after reaching a certain height, as the core of the obsidian type 1 mutant rotated, a beam of blue light shone into the pile of rocks. Instantly, the pile of stones began to melt, producing a blinding light. This is Li Fan's pupils contracted. Astiga frowned, it's a city wall. Indeed, as the light faded, the piled-up stones formed the most common type of city wall outside the town. Li Fan remembered that Gerard said that District 57 comprised 37 cities. But he never considered how the town came to be. It now appears that these rock mutants were actually piled up. Monica was startled, that's how our town came to be? Carter was also in shock. It seems so. Claude took a deep breath, somewhat incredulous. People live in towns, but they never think about how the towns on the wasteland came to be. Even if you just want to. It is also believed to be a product of the period before the catastrophe. In retrospect, it was actually these rock-like mutants that made up of it. It is a product of the aftermath of a catastrophe. Next, Obsidian Type 1 continued to move the stones without stopping. They need to complete this project before humans can move into District 57. Let's go in and take a look. Li Fan glanced at the group. Everyone nodded and walked over. Having finally arrived here, it would be unreasonable to leave without conducting a thorough investigation. The town gates in front of them hadn't been installed yet, and the 10 people easily entered. It was completely empty inside. You can also see a smaller version of the Mimic Lava Distortion Obsidian Type 1 working in the city, with even smaller crystals inside its body. These smaller mutants also ignored Li Fan and the others, focusing instead on building the house. However, this is just a framework, the rest will probably have to be completed by the humans who come in. How amazing! Carter exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. Look! Monica pointed to one of the large houses, the Earl's mansion. That's right. Others could also tell that this was where the Earl stayed. Compared to those smaller buildings, this place is naturally larger and more luxurious. The doors and windows were already installed, and you could see a smaller version of the Mimic Lava Distortion Obsidian Type 1 moving beds and transplanting trees inside. Let's go in and take a look. Li Fan suggested. Without hesitation, everyone went inside. It's not much different from the current Earl's mansion in their town, the only difference is that the Earl renovated it himself after moving in. Good heavens, the bearded Hadru chuckled. These little guys know to be diligent in the Earl's mansion, which shows they understand that someone of high status lives here. This plant can actually survive under such severe pollution. Li Fan noticed another point. The transplanted plants were completely unaffected. Others came over to take a look and experience it. There was nothing special about it, just ordinary plants. It seems there was a force protecting it until it was enveloped in holy light, Astiga guessed. Who exactly is ordering these rock-type mutants to build towns? Li Fan looked around and asked the question that everyone wanted to ask but dared not think about deeply. They not only build houses, but they also know so much about the population structure of our town. Stop talking. Monica felt powerless for the first time. Even when facing hordes of mutants, they wouldn't act like that. A sense of powerlessness rose in everyone's hearts. Their so-called survival seemed to others to be nothing more than a game or a joke. Will Lady Winnie know? Carter asked. Lady Winnie knows about these mutants and that they are not aggressive. Could she know more than we do? Everyone looked at Astiga. Astiga shook his head. The Earl did not reveal anything to me. Li Fan said, but I'm more inclined to believe that Lady Winnie doesn't know either, and has only seen it like us. Besides, there's no need to spread such a shocking story. I think so too. Astiga nodded. Ding ding ding. Just as the group was talking, the sound of metal being struck came from outside. It's important to know that rock mutants don't use iron tools, they build houses and walls entirely by emitting energy from the crystals within their bodies. So, what could it be? Chapter 86 Alfie. Li Fan and his companions exchanged glances and immediately headed outside. The clanging and jingling sounds came from the direction of the churches in each town. That is, the central location of the town. Everyone followed the sound. A magnificent cathedral has risen from the ground and is undergoing final refinement by those mimicking lava distortion obsidian type 1. A halo of light enveloped the entire church from the four towering spires, like sacred lamplight. It's the holy source. Astiga exclaimed in shock. But something seems off. The range is too small, and the brightness and intensity of the holy light are insufficient, Li Fan said. Upon close observation, it is indeed the case. The holy light emanating from the church before them was more like that of an infant, far inferior to the holy light of their town. After entering the church, the group was once again astonished. The ground is clean, flat, and as smooth as a mirror. Ordinary benches were arranged on both sides of the altar, with a huge pulpit in the middle. The murals hanging on the walls are exactly the same as those in their church. When the last obsidian type 1 was completed, they stopped working and withdrew en masse. Look! Monica pointed towards the altar. There was a different kind of rock aberration there, smaller than the smaller mimic lava aberration obsidian type 1, only half a person's height. But its more human-like appearance makes it stand out from the crowd. Even more peculiar is that molten lava constantly flows along the path on the body of this rock aberration. Just like blood vessels. Is this also obsidian type 1, a mimicry lava distortion? Carter asked. No one could answer her. Li Fan shook his head. It shouldn't be. It looks like a more advanced being. What is it doing? Ding ding ding. Under the watchful eyes of 10 people, this unusual rock aberration is hammering a box with a hammer that also flows with molten lava. It's the box containing the holy source. Monica exclaimed. As soon as she said that, everyone realized what she meant. Yes. It was just building a square box. Everyone was very familiar with this box. They had all obtained the holy source to varying degrees and had naturally seen it with their own eyes. As the different rock aberrations were struck, the light on the box gradually intensified. At last. Put the hammer down. The holy source box slowly floated up and landed steadily on the platform in the center of the altar. Instantly, it burst into light, illuminating the entire town. Li Fan and the others felt a surge of heat as they sensed an even purer form of holy light. This may be what the holy source originally looked like. Praise God. Astiga was mesmerized and knelt down on one knee. Everyone else knelt down as well. According to the church's propaganda, this is a gift from God to mankind. But that's clearly not the case now. It was created from this thing in front of you. Ah. The guy actually stretched out his arms and said, there are still 2 years until the construction deadline, and 19 cities remain. It can actually speak human language. Carter was terrified. After the initial shock, everyone's eyes were fixed on the rock aberration. You may call me Alfie. It turned to the 10 people, its voice surprisingly indistinguishable from a human's. Alfie? I'm warning you, don't you dare have any ulterior motives towards the holy source in the new city. Why? Why? Alfie chuckled. Every new district is accompanied by 20 or 30 small cities, and a corresponding number of holy sources will appear. If this thing were so easy to obtain, would it be your turn? That makes sense. Li Fan asked, may I ask who you are? In your words, a hybrid mutant, I was born in a volcano, and I am made up of lava and rock. Alfie said. Were all these cities built under your leadership by the mimic lava distortion obsidian type 1? Didn't you see it? Alfie said arrogantly, maybe the houses you're living in now were built by me. You'd be better off kneeling to me than to God. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. If anyone else dared to say that, they would fight for their beliefs even if they were outmatched. but when I actually saw all of this, my faith crumbled a little. Lord Alfie, may I address you as such? Li Fan asked. Call me whatever you like, Alfie said, unconcerned. You are so great. I wonder what your relationship is with humans, and why you are willing to help them build cities. Li Fan wanted to get some useful information out of them. Don't try to play tricks on me. Alfie saw through him immediately, but still said, I have no interest in helping you humans, I'm only interested in gold coins. Gold? Li Fan caught this crucial information. You mean someone paid you to build this city? Yes. Alfie added, it's not your human gold coins, but a rare mineral. Who commissioned you to build cities for humanity? Someone as insignificant as you has no right to know. Alfie gave him a provocative look. Li Fan wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Lord Alfie couldn't possibly not know either, could he? How so? Alfie countered. You're just working for someone else, Lord Alfie. I think you probably don't even know who's paying you, right? Ha, you're an interesting kid. Alfie laughed instead of getting angry. I really don't know, but that's irrelevant. I'm only responsible for the construction. So, as long as we can afford it, you'll build it for us? Li Fan caught another crucial piece of information. Of course, everyone is a potential customer of mine, even if you are as weak as an ant. Alfie chuckled maliciously, that's why you were able to get in. You didn't really think the mimic lava aberration obsidian type 1 wouldn't attack, did you? No sooner had he finished speaking than the construction noise outside stopped. Clearly, with just a word from Alfie, those obsidian type 1 lava aberrations would attack the 10 people. We mean no harm. Astiga quickly said. Li Fan remained calm, we are customers. Lord Alfie is a businessman, he won't make a move on potential customers. I like smart people. Alfie laughed heartily. Perhaps you'll become one of my clients. Then please tell me, Lord Alfie, what your job entails, so I can have a comprehensive understanding. Build cities, renovate cities. Transformation? I can tell you very clearly that all cities started out the same way, right where you are standing right now. Alfie smiled wickedly. He was implying something. Astiga's heart sank. The holy city? Let alone the holy city, even the holy court expanded step by step from small towns. The Holy See, naturally, is the holy site of the papacy. Although Li Fan had never met him. But having seen the holy city, he found it hard to imagine that it had been built up from a small town. You built the holy city? Monica asked incredulously. There seems to be something wrong with your brain. It's renovation, not construction. Alfie emphasized, of course, I can't renovate a town of that size right now, but you can come to me for the expansion of your small town. Chapter 87, Rematch with Clay's 5. So, you mean anything you can do? Li Fan asked. You could say that. Alfie nodded readily. Just then, the bearded Hadru noticed someone walking this way. Look, it's people from the church. The newcomers were none other than Clay and his 4 companions. Li Fan repeated Astiga's words from his previous life. No, the matter of exploring District 57 has already been reported to the church. If the church sends someone, they should notify us. What do you mean? Hadru asked. Li Fan replied, they might be from the Vatican. Astiga was even more surprised that Li Fan shared the same viewpoint as her. You mean it might be someone from the Vatican? Monica asked. Li Fan nodded. The Vatican? They've reappeared? Claude and his group of 5 were unaware of the situation in District 52. No time to explain. Li Fan immediately said, see that priest? Astiga, Claude, you two hold him off. Be careful. Leave the rest to us, and then we'll deal with this fake priest together. Okay. Everyone nodded. They had unknowingly followed Li Fan's arrangements. Although we haven't known each other for very long. But this guy is brave, decisive, and trustworthy. Clay and his 5 companions also discovered Li Fan and his group of 10. Unlike in their previous lives, they were no longer calm. On the contrary, they were much more wary. In the previous life, there was only one expert, Astiga, who was also injured. And now, the 3 are all top-tier fighters, and they're still at their peak. Clay seemed to have a compelling reason to come, and he forced himself to come forward. Could it be related to Alfie? Li Fan thought to himself. Godfather. Claude immediately bowed. Has the church also sent people to explore District 57? Exactly. Clay could only answer, forcing himself to speak. At the same time, he kept a wary eye on the person in front of him. Has the Godfather made any discoveries? No. Clay asked, what about you? No. What are those torches you're holding? I found it. Claude replied. Li Fan saw Sister Irene. She is arguably the strongest member of the papacy besides Clay. Revenge. And at that very moment. But Li Fan needed to know the purpose of these people's visit. After exchanging greetings, Clay went straight to Alfie. Did you find the gold coins? Alfie asked. The two did indeed know each other. Yes, Lord Alfie. Clay poured 10 gold coins out of his bag. It is the size of a palm, as thick as a thumb, and shines with a golden light. Great. Alfie's eyes lit up when he saw the gold coins, and he immediately accepted them. Clay asked, when will Lord Alfie come to help us renovate the city? 10 months. Alfie said. Clay was taken aback, didn't you say 3 months? I have limited manpower. Alfie waved his hand, alright, you can go back now. It's called Grey City, right? I won't break my promise. Clay was furious at its shamelessness and also became wary. Grey City is the name of a town under the papacy. I wonder if these 10 people from the church have ever heard of it. He was just about to continue pretending. Alfie laughed, I can't stop you members of the Vatican and the church from fighting, but don't fight in my newly built city, it has a bad connotation. Are you people from the Vatican? Clay tried to turn the tables and confuse the issue. Clay, aren't you from the Vatican? Alfie grinned widely. If you die here today, our deal is off. It clearly wanted to use Li Fan and his group to break the contract. Alfie, you Clay didn't expect Alfie to change her attitude so quickly. What? You're not convinced? Alfie smiled contemptuously, clenching his fist, from which molten lava spewed out. Clay finally realized the situation. Eileen said, Clay, we'll hold them off for you, you go first. Good. Clay said, I will spread your spirit of bravery and fearlessness. He turned around and tried to run away. However, he was closely watched by Astiga and Claude, as were the others. In the end, the 5 had no choice but to gather together and leave the city, otherwise they would be defeated one by one. Li Fan's group followed. None of you are leaving today. They had already surrounded the 5 people. Don't listen to Alfie's nonsense, he's just trying to renege on his debt. Clay tried to argue, do you believe a mutant or your own kind? Li Fan didn't waste any words with him and thrust his lightsaber toward Eileen's neck. Meanwhile, Astiga, Claude, and others also launched an attack. The 5 members of the Clay group reacted in unison. Almost simultaneously, the lightsabers clashed. You really dare to make a move? Clay asked in a cold voice. Li Fan acted decisively, separating Eileen from the team and continuing the attack. Astiga and Cloud cut Clay out of the team. The formation of the 5 members of the papacy was immediately thrown into disarray. Clang! 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 Eileen was horrified. This power is astonishing. Sparks flew. The force of the impact caused her to stumble back 3 steps, nearly falling over. Damn it! Clay roared, trying to come to the rescue, but Astiga and Claude held him back tightly. The situation is completely one-sided. Eileen retreated repeatedly, feeling suffocated by the terrifying power emanating from the sword. Li Fan seized the opportunity. The lightsaber slashed down from above, aiming straight for her head. Bang! The immense force forced Eileen back again. Li Fan pressed forward relentlessly, slashing down with his lightsaber once more. Eileen continued to block. The onslaught was so fierce that she couldn't withstand it at all. There was no way to retaliate. Li Fan unleashed another powerful and heavy slash. Simple and straightforward. This is a crushing defeat in terms of strength. Clang! Eileen's feet sank, and she couldn't help but kneel down on one knee. Li Fan kicked her in the chest. Eileen flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a broken wall and creating cracks. Li Fan gave her no chance to catch her breath, leaping up and thrusting his lightsaber straight at her neck. Puff! Fresh blood gushed out. Eileen clutched her neck and collapsed to the ground in despair. Monica, you clean up the mess. Li Fan said. By this time, Monica and Carter had already killed Sister Rosa. Although she didn't understand why Li Fan asked her to deal with Eileen, she did as he asked, piercing her heart with a sword. Even a god couldn't save her. Damn it! Clay's eyes widened in fury as he launched a relentless attack. However, Astiga and Claude worked together flawlessly, and he simply couldn't break through their defenses. Li Fan joined the battle. 3 against 1. Clay's pressure increased sharply. He didn't last 10 moves before Li Fan's lightsaber slashed his left arm. Fresh blood gushed out. Clay cried out in pain. Retreat quickly. But there's nowhere to escape. Astiga's sword then struck him in the back. Clay was completely flustered at this point. Claude seized the opportunity and pierced his throat with his sword. The situation has been stabilized. It took less than a minute from start to finish. The battle is over. Chapter 88 The Bet. Clay's eyes widened, a resentful groan escaped his throat, and he finally breathed his last. Eileen's face was also full of resentment, probably unable to accept her own death. The battle ended in a complete victory for Li Fan and his team. We've eliminated the villains of the Vatican, Carter said, somewhat excitedly. The Earl will surely remember our merits. Monica was also very happy. Alfie suddenly appeared, clicking his tongue in admiration. What a perfect battle! You are the most powerful humans I have ever seen. Li Fan ignored it. He didn't think the guy would come out and thank the people who helped him renege on the project. So, Alfie came here for gold coins. Clay's package. It lay quietly at Li Fan's feet, which is why Alfie walked this way. Lord Alfie. Li Fan stomped on the package. Clay is dead, so your agreement with him is null and void? Certainly. Alfie laughed and replied, I'll do anything for whoever gives me gold coins, but unfortunately, Clay was killed by you, so my agreement with him is null and void. Aren't you afraid the Vatican will cause you trouble? What a joke. Alfie sneered. You killed Clay, the Vatican should be coming after you. Ha! Monica hadn't expected Alfie to be so cunning. Carter was also surprised. Fortunately, they were already locked in a life or death struggle with the papacy. Snort! Li Fan laughed. In that case, these gold coins are our spoils of war? He exerted force with the soles of his feet, and the package came into his hand. It was heavy, and he could even feel a trace of pollution. Alfie's eyes sharpened. Young man, aren't you being a bit too greedy? You're the greedy one. Alfie and Li Fan locked eyes, their gazes flashing coldly. Tensions were high between the two sides. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? If you can attack people at will, would you still ask us to deal with Clay? Li Fan retorted. He took 3 gold coins out of the package. Where did you get these? Alfie's expression changed. Finally suppressing his murderous intent, he fixed his gaze on the gold coins. Give me the gold coins, and I'll tell you. Li Fan shook his head. Alfie, you have to believe me, I will definitely become your biggest customer. Extorting customers like this is not a good practice. You? Alfie looked somewhat surprised and suspicious. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. A strange glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes. What kind of bet? How many times has your customer made a purchase with you at most? 3 times. Alfie replied. Li Fan smiled. You didn't sell them all, did you? I don't have that ability. Alfie said, somewhat displeased. Do you think it's easy to make a round trip into a heavily polluted area? Where do the gold coins come from those heavily polluted areas? Right. A strange smile appeared in Alfie's eyes, and it simply answered the previous question. It's an underground ruin called the Death Corridor, and that's where Clay found the gold coins. The Death Corridor? It's a dangerous ruin for humans, but I can explore it, Alfie said. You have a torch and aren't afraid of pollution. Give me a gold coin, and I can take you there. Are gold coins your common currency? It is now clear that, in addition to humans, there is a group of intelligent mutants. Li Fan had to figure out what was going on. Yes. Deal. Li Fan agreed without hesitation. Alfie smiled and extended his hand. It's a pleasure to do business with you. I didn't say I'd go now. Li Fan had no intention of handing over the gold coins. Let's talk about the bet now. What bet? If I complete 4 transactions with you, you will return all my previous gold coins. Bullshit. Alfie sneered. What good does this bet do me? Li Fan shrugged. I can offer double the price for the first 3 transactions. Alfie's eyes flickered. Reason told it that it couldn't agree, but it didn't believe that a Knight of the Dead could enter and exit the Death Corridor 4 times. After pondering for a few seconds, it grinned and said, deal. The two shook hands. An agreement was reached. Li Fan asked, "How will I find you?" Alfie handed him a horn, "Sound it, and I will appear." Astiga cautioned, "Li Fan, what if it changes its mind?" "Don't worry," Alfie said, "as long as the agreement is reached, we will be bound by it and won't go back on our word." "But you promised Clay 3 months to help him renovate Grey City, yet you said 10 months. Monica expressed doubt about the agreement. Alfie laughed, "Because that guy didn't write the time in the contract he signed with me. Do I look like the kind of person who would keep a verbal promise?" Li Fan had already found the contract in Clay's package. It contained corrupting power, which he assumed was a constraint. That's why he made the bet. "I think I'll complete 4 transactions with you. I'm really looking forward to it." Seeing that he couldn't obtain the gold coins, Alfie left. "You're really brave." Carter looked at Alfie's back with a bit of fear, took a few deep breaths, and even his large breasts trembled. Monica added, "That kind of guy is too cunning." Li Fan replied, "We need it. It seems there is nothing left to explore." Claude then asked Li Fan and Astiga, "What do you think? Shall we leave now?" Astiga looked at Li Fan and asked, "What do you think?" "She's made a mistake more than once, and now she doesn't even trust her own feelings anymore." "Leave," Li Fan said, "We can't be sure if there are any others after Clay. If they are people we can't handle, we might suffer a loss." "Yes." Everyone nodded. Carter looked at Li Fan with a radiant smile, "Thanks to you, we've managed to escape danger so many times. Come visit Oaktown sometime, I'll treat you to dinner." Monica suddenly felt that this big, naive woman had ulterior motives. "I don't know if she wants to eat or eat people." Thinking of this, she quickly made up her mind that she would definitely have a big meal when she got back. If there are more sisters in the future, there might not be enough to go around. Just as the group was about to leave, suddenly, flames and sounds of fighting appeared on the horizon. Claude and his 4 companions from Oakwood immediately recognized him as their Earl. "Seal, it's Lord Seal." "Charles?" Monica couldn't make out the face at all. Earl Charles's special ability is the manipulation of fire element. It's one of the 5 elements abilities, Carter quickly explained. "We've seen Lord Charles in action, it's definitely him." "Who is Charles fighting?" Monica asked. Nobody knew, except for Li Fan and Astiga. Winnie had said that the Vatican might have sent a superhuman, and she had originally planned to intercept this superhuman with Charles. But she stood up the Shire and stole the sacred source from Oaktown. Claude then asked, "By the way, where is Lady Winnie?" Chapter 89 Astiga's Self-Doubt. Thanks to the 2 experts from 5th Xian for their verification. Thanks to the 2 experts from 5th Xian for their verification. Thanks to the 2 experts from 5th Xian for their verification. "I love you to death, boss." Astiga's heart tightened, fearing he would be exposed, and he quickly said, "Lady Winnie may have gone somewhere else first." The battle in the sky was now imminent. They saw it more clearly now. It was indeed Shire from Oakwood Town, and his opponent was also a man. He had an ordinary appearance and a dark reddish complexion. The 2 sides traded blows, creating a formidable spectacle. The Vatican personnel possessed a peculiar ability, emanating a chilling, blood-red aura. The fire element of the Shire is as scorching as the sun, with red and crimson light clashing against each other. This is not something Li Fan and his group can get involved in. The 2 men's battle gradually faded away. "I hope Lady Winnie can arrive in time," Monica prayed. Claude noticed something was off about Astiga. This woman was always incredibly arrogant, especially when Winnie was mentioned. But today is a bit unusual. "Astiga, what happened?" he asked. Astiga frowned. "What do you mean, what happened?" "I'm just a little confused about Lady Winnie's whereabouts. Lord Seal said when he left that he was going to find Lady Winnie." "Claude, what do you mean?" Astiga's bluster only made Claude feel more uneasy. However, he wasn't sure, so he looked at Li Fan and asked, "Li Fan, Lady Winnie will come to help Lord Charles, right?" "Sorry." Li Fan simply replied, "I can only do what is my duty." "What do you mean by duty?" Claude was becoming increasingly suspicious. "No comment," Li Fan replied. Everyone realized something was wrong, and the atmosphere froze. They were once inseparable comrades, but now they suddenly seemed like strangers. Claude suppressed his unease and did not ask any further questions. "We are not enemies." Carter quickly stepped forward to ease the tension. Monica added, "That's right, we're comrades. Claude, don't be so suspicious." "I hope so." Claude wasn't one to nitpick, so he put aside his doubts. Astiga looked at Li Fan, Monica, and the others. Let's go. That's all. The 10 people separated. The battle in the sky intensified and seemed unlikely to end anytime soon, so Claude led his men away. Monica didn't seem to realize anything was wrong, and even skipped around after leaving. The exploration of District 57 has finally come to an end. She couldn't wait to get home. Li Fan is in a terrible state in her mind right now. After leaving District 57, the bearded Hadru couldn't help but ask, has Lady Winnie really come? Where could Lady Winnie go if she doesn't come? Monica always believed in Winnie. But when she saw that Astiga and Li Fan didn't look too good, she realized something was wrong. Astiga said, let's go back and talk. She didn't come. Li Fan said directly. Li Fan. I cannot deceive my comrades. Li Fan declared righteously. What exactly happened? Monica also stopped and looked nervously at Li Fan. Astiga simply closed his eyes. Li Fan sighed, actually, Lady Winnie went to Oaktown. What are we going to Oaktown for? Lady Winnie wants to seize the sacred source of Oaktown. Li Fan shook his head after saying this, we've let Claude and the others down. What? Hadru and Monica couldn't believe what they were hearing. They finally understood why Astiga and Li Fan had been acting strangely all along. Monica's face turned pale instantly, and she looked at Astiga with trembling eyes. Astiga, is it really true? Lord Charles is here dealing with the people of the Holy See, but Lady Winnie is going to steal the holy source of Oaktown? Astiga opened her eyes. We had no choice. But what about Claude and the others? What about Lord Seal? I told you, we had no choice. Astiga resumed her icy demeanor. Now, all of you come back with me. Astiga. You have no right to tell Lady Winnie what to do. Astiga roared. Don't forget, we are all beneficiaries. These words pierced everyone's hearts. Because it is the truth. The journey back was extremely quiet, no one spoke. Li Fan grasped Monica's hand. This isn't your fault. Monica couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. How are we going to face these teammates who fought alongside us? You were unaware, Li Fan comforted him. If anyone is at fault, it's my fault for not pointing it out immediately. You did nothing wrong. You couldn't go against Lady Winnie's wishes. Monica comforted Li Fan, cupping his face in her hands. You did everything you could. You protected us all. Thank you. Astiga isn't stupid. She knew it was wrong to do that. He himself had once questioned Li Fan and disliked him. And now it seems that he did an impeccable job. On the contrary, it was myself. I don't know when I became the person I used to hate the most. Li Fan sensed the guilt in Astiga's eyes. Wow. There were also unexpected gains. He immediately understood what was going on. Originally intending to remove the thorn in Monica's heart, he unexpectedly stabbed Astiga in the heart instead. If it weren't for his noble character, Astiga wouldn't have realized he was wrong. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Monica and the others lacked strength, so their words carried little weight. Even if one does not support such a move, the powerful Astiga will consider it a sign of incompetence. But Li Fan is different. He is stronger. More just. Having a point of reference made Astiga deeply doubt whether she had made a mistake. Before she knew it, this proud woman had been defeated. Seeing this, Li Fan had a very bad idea. He patted Astiga on the shoulder and said, don't think like that. I know you're not that kind of person. Back to Kingslandberg. The guard immediately stepped forward. Greetings, Lord Astiga, Lord Li Fan. The Earl requests that you come over immediately upon your return. Good. The two nodded. Hadru and the others went straight to the Sunset Tavern. Monica waved her hand and said, I'll be waiting for you at the tavern. Okay. Li Fan nodded. Astiga paused for a moment. Back then, everyone was indignant and wanted to ostracize Li Fan. It feels like I'm being ostracized now. Let's go. Li Fan called to her. Good. The two arrived at the Earl's mansion. Winnie was still dressed in a silver-white gown, making her grand appearance for the upcoming Holy Source fusion. Astiga stared blankly at the Holy Source in her hand. Winnie succeeded. This also means that Oaktown has lost its sacred source. You're back. Winnie's voice woke her up. Yes. Astiga lowered her head. Everything went smoothly. Okay. Winnie nodded in satisfaction. Astiga continued, we encountered members of the church, and together with Claude and others from Oaktown, we killed them. We also witnessed Lord Seal's battle with a superhuman, but we don't know how the battle ended. Winnie was so focused on the Holy Source that she didn't notice Astiga's unusual behavior. Come with me to fuse with the Holy Source. Chapter 90 Astiga's drunkenness. Yes. Li Fan and Astiga spoke in unison. The three walked out of the church. Astiga suppressed his unease and guilt. Li Fan smiled silently. Next came the fusion with the Holy Source, which was no different from the previous life. The brilliance of the holy light shone on Winnie, making her sacred and inviolable. Winnie was enveloped in holy light, making her appear even more beautiful. Meanwhile, Astiga was left without any praise, staring blankly at everything. This time, Li Fan spoke on her behalf. Congratulations, Earl. We did it. Winnie's excited voice echoed in the church. Li Fan continued, it's all thanks to the Earl's wisdom and martial prowess. Another flattery has been delivered. Winnie's smile widened as she turned to Astiga. Astiga? That's when she realized something was wrong. That proud woman who always stood tall and straight now looked as dejected as if she had lost a battle. Astiga looked up, her eyes flickering. Winnie immediately understood, you think you did something wrong? Astiga recalled Li Fan's words, I know you're not that kind of person. Right. Her goal from the very beginning was to assist Winnie in becoming the greatest Earl in the wasteland. She wanted to correct Winnie's mistake. Yes. Astiga bit her red lips and knelt before Winnie. Lady Winnie, Lord Charles is fighting the remnants of the Holy See in District 57, and we. Shut up. When Winnie raised her hand, the temperature in the entire room dropped. Li Fan clearly saw a chill rising up Astiga's knee. This is Winnie using her superpowers. Are you questioning me? She flew into a rage. I always thought you would be my most loyal follower, but now it seems you're a fool too. Li Fan promptly advised, Lady Winnie, Astiga is the one who obeys your orders the most. She was just temporarily blinded by guilt. Please forgive her. Lady Winnie, we. Shut up. Yes. Astiga bowed even lower. Useless. Winnie rebuked mercilessly, you ruined my good mood all day. After saying that, she left. Astiga was still kneeling on the ground. Li Fan's grin widened even further. The woman fell for it. Of course. There's another crucial point in getting Asti into a trap. Otherwise, it would be impossible on a normal day. She's not stupid. And this key point is the crisis. A serious crisis. Someone has emerged who can absolutely replace her, become Lady Winnie's confidant, and lead the extremist squad. This person is highly regarded by both superiors and subordinates. Astiga was scared. She just won't admit it. She was marginalized. Her teammates didn't approve of her. Winnie even gave birth to Li Fan's child. Astiga had long known that he was no longer the person second only to the emperor. But she was too proud. From birth to following Winnie, Astiga had a smooth and successful life. She was as proud as a lioness. Never lower your noble head. But her loss of power clashed violently with her pride. And today, a perfectly reasonable reason could release Astiga's inner conflict. That is, she was a discarded pawn. She must be a discarded pawn. Only in this way will her failure not be her own fault. Only then can this proud heart find solace. Therefore, Astiga had already implicitly acknowledged that Winnie was wrong. With Li Fan's guidance, she became even clearer about it. Astiga knew, of course, that Winnie would be angry. But in the face of punishment and ultimate justice, she chose justice. This also marks the end of his downfall. Now, let's deliver the final blow. Let it fall. Astiga. Li Fan looked at the stunning woman kneeling on the ground, her hips reaching past her shoulders, and patted her on the shoulder. We'll be waiting for you at Sunset Tavern. Don't forget the team rules, Captain. Astiga shuddered. She didn't move. Li Fan left. Astiga became even more convinced of his idea. She raised her head. The holy light before her was so dazzling, yet it could no longer soothe her heart. If one deprives others of their right to live simply to survive, then what difference is there between them and the people of the Vatican? It also contradicts the doctrines of the Church. Astiga had never thought about these things before. He simply followed Winnie willingly and was happy for Winnie's success. But now, she's starting to doubt whether the people she's following are the right ones. Or rather, she would rather admit that the people she followed were wrong than admit that she had lost power. After all, Astiga is proud. The atmosphere inside the Sunset Tavern was somewhat oppressive. Clearly, Li Fan had already revealed what happened in the church. When Astiga came in, Monica was the first to greet him. "You don't need to blame yourself, and we don't blame you either." Hadru and Cook nodded in agreement. Astiga took a deep breath and forced a smile. "I'm sorry, I've never been a successful captain." "It's nothing," Li Fan said, holding a glass of wine. "We have to follow orders, don't we?" "Thank you." Astiga walked over and downed the glass of wine on her table in one gulp. The gloom dissipated, and everyone started laughing again. Monica raised her glass. "To all of us, no matter what happens in the future, we will always be the most trustworthy partners." Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses. Damn. Astiga was finally able to catch his breath. This is a command that must be executed. It wasn't her fault. Her loss of power. It's related to Winnie's wrong decision. So heavy, so incredibly heavy. Monica and Li Fan helped Astiga back to her manor. "I'm not drunk." Astiga raised her pretty face, her eyes glazed over. "Not drunk yet?" Monica said, "If I hadn't stopped you, you would have been doing a striptease." Astiga's estate was quiet and deserted, with almost no servants, except for a few people who did the necessary laundry and cooking. This should be the original layout, without any alterations or decorations. The captain has always been a very strict person with himself, Monica said with some admiration. Only Li Fan knew the truth. She's just maintaining her proud persona. Over time. Even she herself believed it. Astiga lay drunk on the bed, her face flushed, kicking her legs repeatedly to stop Monica from changing her clothes. There were several stains on the breastplate. It must have been from vomiting just now. Monica glanced at Li Fan and said, "Aren't you going out?" Cough. Li Fan quickly went out and closed the door behind him. A dozen minutes later, Monica came out of the room, carrying dirty clothes. "This is the first time I've ever seen Astiga drunk. It might be a little hard to accept." Yes. Monica felt a pang of sympathy. She's the captain, she has to accept all the consequences of this order. Li Fan ruffled Monica's hair. "Maybe you changed her." Monica's eyes sparkled. "She was always right, whether she was right or wrong, when you weren't around. But your sense of justice changed her." "You're amazing." Chapter 91 Astiga's Plan. Li Fan smiled and said, "I don't want you to praise me for being good at this." "What did you say?" "You'll soon see how powerful I am." Li Fan picked Monica up and carried her on his back. Pa! Monica's face turned as red as an apple. Astiga slowly woke up in the room. Hearing the passionate sounds outside, she was taken aback. The smell of alcohol on his face immediately dissipated considerably. Monica changed her into a loose bathrobe. The buttons weren't fastened properly, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Astiga understood what was happening outside. She covered her ears. But the sound could still penetrate her ears. Finally, Astiga couldn't resist tiptoeing to the door. She peeked out, and the holy light shone in, falling directly on the two busy people. Monica's body was so slender, yet she unleashed astonishing fighting power. Li Fan also roared incessantly. Astiga's cheeks were burning. Of course, she wasn't that bored. She suddenly realized something. Something that would be very beneficial to her. Li Fan is destined to replace Astiga. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Even without today's offense. But Astiga suddenly realized there was something else she could do. For example, have a child with Li Fan. Even Winnie has given birth. She is not a self-destructive person in life. Most importantly, their status was no lower than it is now. Winnie could no longer handle Astiga's proud and aloof emotions. She wants to find someone else. Li Fan was naturally the best candidate. But now Astiga faces a very serious problem. How can I get close to Li Fan and have a child with him? Astiga wouldn't do something like Monica throwing herself at him directly, and it would likely make others think she made that choice out of desperation due to her loss of power. That's no different from killing her. So Astiga needs to think this over carefully. It would be so much better if Li Fan could come to her and they could have a child together. She can also make others think that she stepped back from the spotlight for love. On the one hand, she lost power because of justice. On the other hand, her status rose because of love. That's the best of both worlds. After a long while, everything was quiet. Monica fell asleep on Li Fan's chest. The next day, Astiga got up early and dressed up specially, wearing white trousers and a black tight vest, showing off her perfect waist and hip curves. Monica was still getting used to it. Because in my memory, Astiga always wore that set of neat silver breastplate. But Astiga looks absolutely gorgeous today. Gone is her previous icy demeanor, her smile now radiates sunshine. Even Monica, that woman, was tempted. If only Li Fan could win her over, because if Li Fan is happy, she'll be happy. I'm sorry, I embarrassed myself yesterday. Astiga apologized. A good drink can wash away all sorrows. Monica laughed. She's now thinking about how to bring the two of them together. Little did they know that they had the same idea as Astiga. Did you sleep well last night? Monica asked with concern. Astiga rubbed her forehead. My head still hurts a little. I'll make you a glass of juice. Monica immediately went to do it. She wanted to make her feel the warmth of home. Thank you. Astiga's smile grew even sweeter. By the way, why didn't you leave yesterday? Monica blushed. Of course, it's so I can stay and take care of you. It was Li Fan's suggestion. Thank you for your hard work, Astiga said. She drank her juice, then her beautiful eyes lit up. You haven't gone home yet, have you? I'd like to go see your child with you. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him yet, is that all right? Of course. Monica exclaimed with delight. I told you that one day you would like children. Astiga naturally took Monica's arm. The three of them set off. They chatted and laughed all the way. Astiga interacts with Monica from time to time. Back at the manor. Father, stepmother. Upon seeing Li Fan and Monica, Li Weiss and Li Tiz rushed over. Li Fan hugged each of them. Monica introduced the two little ones. This is the great Astiga, the Jedi Knight. Didn't you say you wanted to see our captain? Your stepmother has brought him to you. Li Weiss and Li Tiz seemed a little reserved upon hearing this. Because they had heard that Astiga was a very cold woman. Astiga crouched down, revealing a charming smile. Hello, my name is Astiga, it's nice to meet you. The two children gradually calmed down. Afterwards, Astiga showed great affability and quickly became friends with the children. They even started playing games. You guys are so cute. Li Weiss's little mouth was greasy. Astiga didn't mind and gently wiped it with a handkerchief. Monica was stunned by what she saw. Margarita and Nina pulled Li Fan into the room. Margarita pouted. Didn't you go explore District 57? How come you brought someone back with you? I was so worried about you, you have to make it up to me. It's a good thing to have a large family. Nina said with a smile. Li Fan, who had no idea what he wanted to do with Margarita, said, You always have so many excuses. Serafina was delighted that there was another capable person in the family. She said affectionately, You're really good at dealing with kids. Monica was even more delighted. Captain, look, they all like you. Astiga nodded in agreement. It seems I should get involved in more things. I didn't think I would like children, but they are so adorable. Monica asked directly, How about having another one with Li Fan? That's exactly what Astiga wanted to hear. But she couldn't throw herself at him, she had to remain reserved. What nonsense are you talking about? I have something to do, I'm leaving now. After saying that, he ran away. She wanted Li Fan to come find her. Monica blinked. Are you shy? Maybe. Serafina smiled helplessly. The two later told Li Fan about it, and Monica believed that taking the initiative at this time would definitely lead to success. Li Fan was puzzled as to why Astiga seemed like a completely different person today. After all that, it turns out that he had schemed against her, and she had schemed against him in return. Li Fan wasn't going to fall for it, so he picked up Serafina and said, I don't have time. He then went into the room. Serafina originally wanted to persuade her, but when the good thing came her way, could she really pass it on? That's just human nature. Good things are coming, it's only real when you actually eat them. Chapter 92 Astiga gets roasted. Astiga waited all night. To seduce Li Fan, she wore a black tight-fitting tank top this morning, the kind of clothing that best accentuates her figure. After getting home, I took a shower and sprayed on perfume. She had never done anything like this before. She's going all out. But after waiting all night, Li Fan did not come to find her. It would be a lie to say I wasn't disappointed. Monica can. Winnie is okay. Why can't it be her turn? Does Li Fan dislike tall and strong people like himself? That's not right. Celefina and Margarita are even more voluptuous than her. He was tall and strong. These two sisters are unmatched. Astiga has a figure somewhere between Monica and the two sisters, and her curves are also excellent. Because of her years of fighting mutants, her waist, abdomen, and legs are exceptionally strong. To describe it in one phrase, her waist is like a wasp's waist. The leg is a broiler chicken leg. Astiga's walk is incredibly alluring. But Li Fan just didn't take a liking to her. People are afraid of comparison. The more she compared, the more aggrieved she felt, which only strengthened her resolve. Women are sometimes like that. What you can't have is always the best. Astiga thought. It seems that Li Fan's women all take the initiative, whether it's Winnie or Monica. I was probably too reserved and didn't give clear enough hints. Then let's take the initiative. Astiga woke up early, dressed, and looked taller and sexier than ever. Monica's eyes lit up when she saw it. Captain, what are you doing? Astiga laughed. Of course I play with lives and liddies. I'm finding myself liking kids more and more. Monica understood immediately. How about we play with the children's father too? What are you saying? Astiga's cheeks flushed slightly, but her eyes were incredibly firm. Monica jogged away. I'll go get the child's father. She quickly called Li Fan out. Astiga crouched down and played with the children. When Li Fan passed by, she immediately turned her back to him and stood up, sticking her butt out, and ran her hands over her buttocks to make the contours of her buttocks more prominent. This behavior is already a very strong suggestion. If it were an ordinary man, he would have pounced on her long ago. But Li Fan seemed not to see it at all and walked past on the other side. Astiga was somewhat discouraged. But I didn't give up. After playing for a while, she suddenly stood up, gracefully twisted her neck, and her gaze naturally met Li Fan's. This time, she didn't dodge. Instead, they boldly puffed out their chests. Monica was laughing beside her. Others were also watching the show. Li Fan raised his eyelids. His gaze lingered on Astiga for 2 seconds. Astiga's heart pounded, thinking there was hope. But Li Fan looked away again. It's almost time. I need to go find Winnie. I still have some work to take care of. Astiga, want to come along? No, I prefer playing with children. Okay. Li Fan left just like that. Astiga was utterly devastated and felt like he was about to collapse. Monica quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Captain, it's all right. Look, Li Fan only stared at you for 2 seconds. Maybe the timing wasn't right yet. Astiga took a deep breath and rallied his spirits. Okay, I'll wait a bit longer. It seems a stronger offensive is needed. The child also likes himself. No problem. At this point, Margarita shook her head. I don't think you have a chance. Impossible. Astiga gritted her teeth. You don't even have the courage to give me a hug. Margarita's eyes were filled with disdain. Ask any woman in this room who didn't take the initiative like you. Who made Li Fan make the first move? Margarina. Serafina glared at her. Astiga is even stronger than Monica. She believes Li Fan will definitely take her in, so they'll be sisters sooner or later. It wouldn't be good if they fell out. She smiled slightly at Astiga. Don't rush, take your time. Li Fan doesn't like taking things slowly. Margarita said. All right, you think you know everything. I'm helping her. Margarita snorted. She still has that arrogance about her, and she thinks she can conquer men like that? She's too confident. Monica seemed to have an epiphany as well. It seems that's true. I've already come this far, what's there to be proud of? Astiga felt that she had already given up all her pride, so why was she being told she was proud? It's hard to say, but you look really awkward right now. Margarita gave an example. It's like when you're going out to kill mutants. Would you send someone who is acting a bit strange, or someone who is stable? Of course, let someone stable go. Therefore, family is like a battlefield. Margarita's eyes blazed. You look so awkward, like a ticking time bomb. Who would like that? If the home isn't stable, how can Li Fan feel at ease away from home? Serafina was stunned. Is this my own sister? Who taught you that? Those who are willing don't need to learn, and those who are not willing can't be taught. Margarita said, then added, in any case, figure it out yourself. Monica listened intently. Captain, I think Margarita is right. You are indeed very charming, and I'm even a little tempted, but it seems like something's really off. Astiga frowned. She understood. I've fallen into a misconception. He has already gone to shameless lengths to please Li Fan. If he continues like this, it will only backfire. She took a deep breath. Thank you. Astiga returned home and put her silver breastplate back on. Sure enough, it looks much better this way, and my overall demeanor has changed instantly. Very decisive and robust. He exudes a commanding presence. Monica followed her home and smiled with satisfaction when she saw Astiga back to his original appearance. Captain, you look better the way you are. Astiga's eyes regained their usual determination. Yes. She went to the kitchen, poured herself a glass of red wine, and slowly sipped it, lost in thought. Tell me, am I most charismatic when I'm practicing martial arts? Yes. Monica's eyes lit up. I'm always fascinated when I see you practicing martial arts. Then I'll go practice martial arts. Astiga downed the drink in his glass, feeling his blood boiling. This time, I'll definitely take down Li Fan. Monica immediately said, I'll go and find Li Fan. On the other side. Nina looked at Margarina with newfound respect. Margarina, you're amazing today, you saw so clearly. Of course. Margarita proudly raised her head. Li Fan taught you, didn't he? Serafina saw through everything. My own sister isn't like that. If you get her to think about things in bed, she'll absolutely amaze everyone. She's incredibly intelligent. Sometimes Li Fan was stunned by strange ideas. It's fair to say that all the skill points were allocated to gameplay. I knew I couldn't hide it from my sister. Ha? Nina didn't understand. Why did Li Fan do this? I don't know. Margarina didn't even ask why. She just did whatever Li Fan told her to do. Obedience is the most important criterion. Chapter 93 completely shatters Astiga's pride. It was already dark when Li Fan left the Earl's mansion. No way. She insisted. Monica waited for him outside. Li Fan immediately realized Asti had fallen into a trap, and deliberately asked, What's wrong? Astiga wants to spar with you at the practice range. This was a plan that Monica and Astiga had discussed. Monica desperately wanted Li Fan to win over Astiga. It would be a shame not to give such a beauty to her husband. With her large breasts, big buttocks, and a hint of arrogance, she desperately wanted to see Li Fan conquer Astiga. Just thinking about it is exciting. Li Fan pinched her cheek. Waited all day? Shall we go? Monica's eyes were full of anticipation. Li Fan patted her head. Okay. Monica was immediately excited, grabbed his arm tightly, and pulled him toward the practice field. From afar, you could see Astiga already standing there, lightsaber in hand, his silver hair flying, exuding heroic spirit. She exudes a captivating beauty. Monica stared, completely mesmerized. Tonight. Astiga deliberately displayed her cool and confident demeanor in front of Li Fan, her eyes resolute, and directly extended an invitation. Want to spar? Good. Li Fan smiled, took off his coat, tossed it to Monica, and drew his lightsaber. Come. Astiga's eyes shone brighter, her body tense. She didn't attack rashly, but instead probed with 3 sword strikes first. Li Fan responded calmly. After the 3 sword strikes, Astiga unleashed his full power and began a fierce offensive. They brought out their usual level of performance during practice. And the more they fought, the stronger their momentum became. Monica was mesmerized, thinking only that the captain was too beautiful, and every move she made was as beautiful as a dance. Li Fan's gaze also became focused. Astiga is indeed very strong and has excellent skills. However, I am stronger. As the two practiced for a while, Astiga's forehead began to bead with sweat. Silver hair stuck to his face. It adds to the aesthetic appeal. Just then, Li Fan's body flashed, like a rock spreading its wings, instantly changing his position and attack method. The movement was incredibly fast. Before Astiga could even react in shock, the lightsaber was already at her neck. It's over. Astiga was breathing rapidly, her eyes glazed over. She looked down at the lightsaber held to her neck and suddenly smiled slightly. When she raised her head again, her eyes were bright and captivating. I lost. Her voice was filled with undisguised excitement and joy. She said, "It's been a long time since I've had this much fun playing." "Me too. Want to go for drinks?" "Okay." Li Fan nodded. The plan has taken another step forward. But instead of going to Sunset Tavern, they went to Astiga's house. "Not going to the tavern?" "Yes. I've prepared the drinks." Astiga, no longer hesitant, became much bolder. "What? Are you afraid I'll drug the drinks?" "What am I, a grown man, afraid of?" Li Fan grinned. Monica watched excitedly from the side. "There's definitely potential. I'm going back. Likas hasn't fed the baby yet." She disappeared in a flash. "Let's go then." Li Fan walked towards Astiga's manor. Astiga breathed a sigh of relief. She took a shower as soon as she got home. She changed into a form-fitting, light gauze nightgown. The fabric is transparent, and all the outlines inside are clearly visible. Anyone who sees this will be thrilled. Especially after drinking some alcohol, coupled with a touch of shyness, her face flushed slightly, giving her a captivating beauty. "Let's dance." At this point, Astiga was no longer in a hurry. She wants to slowly conquer Li Fan. She stood up, swaying her waist, and began a graceful dance. Her movements were gentle, perfectly showcasing her figure. Even Li Fan was stunned for a moment. She truly is a stunning beauty. Astiga danced with great passion, showing Li Fan her best self. At the height of the atmosphere, Astiga suddenly stopped, hugged Li Fan tightly, and her softness and elasticity were instantly conveyed. Her eyes were earnest. "Li Fan, I want you to possess me today." She was no longer shy and hesitant. Instead, it's a straightforward expression. "Are you willing?" Astiga stared into Li Fan's eyes, and without waiting for her answer, kissed her. There was no turning back. The kiss was long and passionate. "We got it." She felt incredibly proud. I was also very excited. But just as Asti was thinking she could take it a step further, Li Fan pushed her away. "That's enough." "Is it okay?" Astiga was stunned, incredulous. "Why?" She was stunned. Li Fan smirked and grabbed her chin. "Astiga, do you think I'll sleep with you just because you use a few tricks?" The voice seemed to grip Astiga's heart like a demon's grip. A thin layer of sweat suddenly appeared on her back. Li Fan saw through everything about him. She suddenly felt that she was nothing in his eyes. Pride instantly enraged Astiga. "You dare to play me? Get out of my house," she said, and tried to kick him out. But Li Fan picked her up and threw her onto the sofa, then leaned over her. Astiga tried to resist, but his hands were bound. "I can't muster any strength in my body. Resistance is utterly futile." "You knew what I was going to do from the beginning, didn't you?" Astiga roared. "Certainly." Li Fan smiled. "Now, I'll give you two choices. First, beg me to stay. Second, if you say I don't want to, I'll leave immediately." "I don't." "Think it through before you speak." Li Fan held Astiga's hands in one hand and gently stroked her face with the other. "You only have this one chance to let me favor you." "Li Fan, I, Astiga, am a powerful warrior of the extreme realm." "Where are you going?" "Yeah?" Li Fan laughed. "Do you think Winnie will let you leave? Or do you think there will be a second, more powerful version of me waiting for you?" Astiga remained silent. That's right. Li Fan was the strongest and healthiest man she had ever met. It's very rare to encounter one. "Prove to me your strength." Bang. Li Fan used his force to shatter his own clothes. "Actually, I don't need to prove anything to you. My child is the best proof, but I don't mind intimidating you once." "Oh my god." Astiga's pupils dilated completely. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "That's amazing. Those abs, those lines, they're just bursting with explosive power." Finally, she slowly closed her eyes, no longer resisting or struggling, and simply whispered, "You can't humiliate me in front of others. I have my own pride." Her voice was shy, yet it also carried a hint of resignation. Li Fan's smile deepened, and he kissed her lips directly. "Of course, during the day you're still the proud Astiga. But at night, you are mine." Astiga was breathing rapidly. Her pride was shattered at that moment. They also completely succumbed to depravity. They couldn't help but hug each other tightly. Chapter 94. Beg me. The next day, Astiga suddenly woke up. This is a habit. A conditioned reflex under a major crisis. A soldier's instinct. Yesterday, when Li Fan completely shattered Astiga's pride, she panicked. He opened his eyes shortly after falling asleep. Holy light has already shone in. Li Fan actually shattered his pride last night. Hateful. Fortunately, it got light. Proud Astiga is back. This was an agreement between the two of them. She got up as usual, only to find an arm around her waist. The arm was heavy and warm. It belongs to Li Fan. All the memories of last night flashed back instantly. Astiga blushed. Looking at Li Fan's profile. Long eyelashes are even more beautiful than a woman's. He hugged me with his arms around me, and his aura was reassuring. Astiga couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke it. Feel that sense of fulfillment. Suddenly, they noticed that Li Fan had opened his eyes. Their eyes met. Astiga shoved his hand away abruptly. I hope you remember our agreement from yesterday. Of course, Lord Astiga. That's good. Astiga tried to get up, but Li Fan pressed her back down. What are you doing? She was both ashamed and angry. Li Fan pressed himself directly onto her. Keep going, he said, kissing Astiga again. Astiga struggled and resisted. But as time went on, accepted. It was another refreshing morning. By the time it was over, Astiga didn't even have the strength to get up. She glared at Li Fan. His eyes held both shame and anger, as well as an indescribable satisfaction. You scoundrel! How are you being a scoundrel? You promised me you'd allow me to be proud during the day. I gave my permission, but I didn't say I couldn't play with your pride. You. Ha ha ha. Li Fan laughed heartily. Ding ding ding. Just then, Monica came and knocked on the door. Astiga panicked. Li Fan patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll still make you proud in front of others. He then calmly got dressed and opened the door. You two are up? Monica grinned mischievously. I brought you breakfast. You must be hungry after a busy night. Astiga didn't come down from the second floor. She was afraid that Li Fan would treat her badly. However, seeing the reassured look in Li Fan's eyes, she once again became that proud and powerful warrior of the extreme realm. During breakfast, Monica's gaze flickered between the two of them, her expression meaningful. Stop looking. Astiga said, we've done what we were supposed to do. That's good. Monica grinned mischievously. From now on, we're sisters, and we should exchange experiences from time to time. Astiga was quite composed. Li Fan handed her a steak and poured her a glass of milk himself. What a show-off! Astiga. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Yesterday's brutality left a deep impression on her. They were completely obedient. He rolled his eyes. Enjoy your breakfast. Monica then asked, how does it feel? Great. I need details. Astiga glanced at Li Fan, her red lips parted slightly, impeccable. She was telling the truth. It was also meant for Li Fan to hear. After all, face is mutual. That's good. Monica smiled even more broadly. She really wanted to see how Li Fan would conquer Astiga. After breakfast, Astiga left the estate. She still had things to take care of. The two didn't say much. A gentle kiss goodbye. As soon as Astiga left, Monica excitedly rushed up to him. Tell me, how did it feel? Was it the pinnacle of your life? Li Fan laughed and pinched her chin. What, you want to try it too? Monica blushed and pouted. You should have rewarded me anyway, I put in a lot of effort. Is it more effective than me? Did she submit? I'm impressed. I don't believe it. Monica snorted, and actually began to imitate Margarina's tactics. Use the moves you used against her, I want to see for myself. But it's very fierce. I'm fierce too. You little glutton. The two went upstairs intimately. 2 years later, Winnie gave birth to Li Sinuo and Li Sidi. However, neither of them were superhumans like Li Siwen, yet they were both powerful warriors of the extremis. That day, Winnie brought in Li Fan and Astiga. The church has won the battle in District 57. Ever since Earl Charles of Oaktown and the papacy's gifted individuals fought to a draw, the church and the papacy have been constantly battling in this region. It's all for the sake of the Holy Source. The Vatican wants to destroy the Holy Source, and the church wants to protect it. According to church regulations, the sacred resources of newly emerging areas must not be stolen by any town during their first use. After all, superpowers will collectively erupt during this period. Whoever acquires supernatural abilities during this period will become the count of these towns. Are we about to have a superhuman? Astiga asked excitedly. People with superpowers are divided into those who are born with them and those who acquire them later in life. Lee Siwon is a born superhuman, inheriting his mother Winnie's cold superpower. It can release cold air and freeze everything. Winnie is currently at level 3, coldness. The day after tomorrow. It refers to the sudden awakening of superpowers after the emergence of a new area. As for who will be so lucky, that remains to be seen. However, most of them will fall on the warriors of the dead. Yes, so you guys observe and see who has awakened their superpowers. Winnie said. Li Fan and Astiga nodded. Just then, Monica burst in. Li Fan, Li Weiss, and Li To seem a bit off. Li Weiss was Seraphina's first child. Liddy's was Margarita's first child. That is, Li Fan's eldest son and second daughter. What's wrong? Li Fan and Astiga both became nervous. Although the two speculated that it might be related to supernatural abilities. Li Weiss has been shaking, and Li Tis seems a bit uneasy too, Monica said. They were just playing a moment ago, and suddenly something was wrong. Let's go take a look. When they arrived at the manor, Margarita and Seraphina were terrified, and Li Fan comforted them. After careful observation, Astiga exclaimed excitedly, it's superpowers. Li Weiss and Li Tis have awakened superpowers later in life. Li Weiss's superpower is fire, while Li Tis's is water. All of these are awakenings that come later in life. This excited everyone. Only Winnie was unhappy. It seemed that Li Fan was about to get out of control. If his children inherited the town, he would definitely leave her. Fortunately, Li Fan made her happy again. Night. Astiga lay in bed for 2 years, unable to conceive. It's all Li Fan's fault. He wants to ensure that everyone receives equal treatment. Since I came later, I had less time to spend with her. I want to have a child. Can you stay with me a little longer? Astiga nestled in Li Fan's arms, her breath sweet as orchids. Beg me. Li Fan pinched her chin. The pain made Astiga bite his hand. I'll try my best myself. It's nighttime now, not a time for you to be arrogant. So what if I'm proud? Go ahead and hit me. Li Fan was taken aback. Isn't this Margarita's trick? So you guys were really communicating in private? Tomorrow I'll reach 200,000 words. Let's all give it our all and push this word out. Rush. 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 Chapter 95 Superpowers and Containers. When Astiga woke up the next day, he felt like he was floating. It also filled her with confidence for the future. She works hard every day. A month later, she finally became pregnant. All the hard work over the past few days has been worthwhile. The news brought cheers from everyone at the manor, and Lives and Liddy's were also thrilled. Another younger brother or sister is coming. They circled around Astiga. You should thank us. Margarita said happily, we've been going easy on you all this time. Yes, thank you to all my sisters. Astiga readily admitted. It's good that she's pregnant. It means all our efforts haven't been in vain. Seraphina said with a relieved expression. Li Fan was also happy. Although Astiga remains as proud as ever, she softens herself and begs for forgiveness every night. Enjoying such beauty and a sense of accomplishment, he felt elated. Monica was even happier. The thought of her once admired captain suddenly getting pregnant always gave her an unusual thrill. There's also an indescribable sense of wickedness. The more proud a woman is, the happier she will be the moment she becomes a wife. She herself wondered if she was a bit of a pervert. But no matter what, it's a good thing that the family is becoming powerful. Monica thought she should pay more attention to this proud and powerful woman in the future. Li Fan was happy. I was happy too. Congratulations, Captain. Monica said, linking arms with her. Astiga had no idea what she was thinking and was incredibly grateful. Thank you too, Monica. A woman really does change once she has a child. Even a woman as proud as Astiga became much gentler after becoming pregnant. It also exudes a maternal glow. I couldn't understand some of Winnie's things before, but now I'm gradually starting to understand them. Pregnancy is an exceptionally happy time. Astiga was extremely happy, spending every day with Li Fan and receiving comfort and companionship from her sisters. every afternoon. Li Weiss and Li Tis then began their training in superpowers, and Li Fan would bring them to find Winnie. Winnie is definitely the best teacher. Brother, hug me. Sister, hug me. Li Siwen's big eyes were so cute she loved to stick close to her older brother and sister. They both doted on her the most. They took turns holding her and making her laugh. After studying with Li Weiss, Li Tis, and Winnie, Li Siwen nestled in Li Fan's arms, feeling the strong sense of security that comes with being in her father's embrace. Li Siwen's superpower is cold air. She was still young and couldn't control herself, but fortunately, Li Fan's physique was strong enough to withstand it. So cute. Astiga appeared out of nowhere and looked at Li Siwen with maternal love. She projected her past affection for Winnie onto Li Siwen. And I'm going to be a mother myself. This kind of happiness is beyond words. Can I have a hug from my stepmother? Li Fan gently patted Li Siwen's back. Stepmother. Li Siwen obediently opened her arms. Astiga immediately hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. On the training field, Winnie instructs Levi and Liddies, the superpowers within us are a gift from God. We must always remember this and not abuse them. Yes. Li Weiss and Li Tis replied. Keep practicing. Winnie nodded in satisfaction. Occasionally, he would look up at Li Fan, Astiga, and Li Siwen over there. Once you possess superpowers, using them is very simple, you only need a thought. Li Weiss's fire ability instantly transformed into a fireball that struck the wooden stake in front of him, causing it to explode with a bang. Liddies' water ability also involves condensing water spheres to shatter wooden stakes. What the two of them need to do now is figure out how to keep things under control and prevent them from getting out of control. And to avoid exhausting oneself. Know your own limits. The use of superpowers is not unlimited. Those with superpowers can sense the amount of superpowers stored within their bodies. The church is called a container. Just like having a mana bar, once it runs out, you can only wait for it to regenerate. Therefore, how to control the situation during combat is very important. The goal is to defeat the opponent before the superpower runs out. Otherwise, they will be at the mercy of others. Therefore, the size of the container for storing supernatural abilities is crucial. But this is very difficult to change, it's almost entirely innate. Some people are born with the ability to fight for 2 hours straight, and they have large containers. Some people's superpowers are exhausted after fighting for half an hour. Their energy containers are frighteningly small, and they can only wait to recover. Therefore, there are only two factors that determine whether a person with superpowers is powerful or not. Firstly, when different levels of superpowers exist, higher level abilities overwhelmingly defeat lower level ones. Secondly, when superpower levels are the same, whoever fights for longer has the advantage. However, there is a premise to the above. That is, having a special ability. Anyone who possesses 2 or even 3 superpowers is an extremely powerful individual. It is impossible to awaken multiple superpowers without a sufficiently large internal container. In other words, if those multi-powered individuals had a mana bar, it might be right in your face before they even arrive. Winnie approached Li Fan and Astiga. Congratulations, Astiga. Since Astiga became pregnant, the relationship between the two has become somewhat delicate. Winnie felt a pang of jealousy. Astiga didn't dare look at her, and lowered his head to coax Li Siwen, saying, "Thank you." "What are you doing? We're all sisters now." Li Fan lifted Astiga's head, making her look at Winnie. Training together sometime is the best way to break down the barriers. When Astiga sees Winnie fail, that sacred and inviolable aspect of him crumbles. Winnie was a little annoyed. Who is she? She is the Earl of Kingslandberg. How can she show her vulnerable side to others? But in front of Li Fan, her pride had long since vanished. Astiga knew this was a rare opportunity, and Winnie would only restrain her superior attitude in front of Li Fan. If she missed this chance, she might really miss it. Together, she tentatively asked, "What did you say?" Winnie narrowed her eyes, and Astiga immediately became obedient. However, she did not use her cold energy ability. Essentially, it changed their attitude towards Astiga. "It's all right." Li Fan reassured Astiga, "I'll make her agree." Winnie rolled her eyes at Li Fan, then said about Li Weiss and Li Tis, "They are both great, and the containers in their bodies that store their superpowers are much larger than those of ordinary superpowered individuals." "That's good." Li Fan asked, "Is the Earl examination for the towns in District 57 conducted by the church?" "Yes." Winnie nodded, the church will send people to gather in a town to test the ability users who have emerged this time. Those who succeed will be able to inherit a town in District 57. What is the content? Proficiency in superpowers, the vessel, and most importantly, the competition. Do you think they can succeed? Li Fan asked. Winnie turned her head and glanced at them. The two little ones are too young, but we can apply for them to team up and take the assessment together. Chapter 96 Return to Oaktown. Team up? Li Fan asked. Winnie explained, they are still young, so they can form teams. If they pass the test, they will be supervised by their parents until they reach adulthood, at which point the responsibility of managing the town will be handed over to the gifted individuals. Ruling from behind the curtain? Li Fan asked, is there any precedent for this? Have. What was the result? Not very good. Winnie shook her head. Astiga frowned, what do you mean? If a superhuman is too young, they won't be able to intimidate anyone. Instead, they'll be targeted by other earls, making it difficult to break through. Winnie looked at Li Fan. Actually, I didn't recommend that Li Weiss and Li Tis participate in the assessment. Wouldn't it be better if we were all together as a family? I'm going to bet big. What's big? Winnie frowned. If Li Weiss and Li Tis succeed, we'll have 2 cities in our hands, 1 tiwi? Li Fan's eyes burned with determination. I want to lay a solid foundation for the children. All right. Winnie sighed. What else could she say? A month later, news came that the town to be assessed was Oaktown. This was completely unexpected by everyone. After all, Kingslandburg was the most powerful town in the vicinity. Winnie was a little worried after hearing the news, wondering if she had gone too far before. This displeased the church members. It's no wonder she overthinks things. Choosing Oaktown, where the holy light is almost at its limit, is truly incomprehensible. Others also found it unbelievable. Oaktown. Monica thought of what had happened in District 57. Will they let us into town? That's really bad. Margarita had also heard about it. She didn't care about the past grievances between Kingslandburg and Oaktown, but it concerned her children. Serafina said, no, Lord Charles would not use his position to settle personal scores during the church's examination, nor would he dare to. That brat is a handful. Nina said. Astiga clenched his fist, I'll go with them. Let them come at me if they have any problems. You're heavily pregnant now, you can't do anything reckless. Monica said, pulling Astiga along. Li Fan reassured everyone, don't overthink it. Serafina is right. No one dares to mess around with church matters. Besides, I've done some good deeds for some people in Oaktown. Everything will go smoothly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Will Lady Winnie be going? Monica asked. Li Fan shook his head. Since Winnie pulled that stunt, the earls of each town are now wary of each other, and no one leaves their town unless it's absolutely necessary. Finally, Li Fan, Monica, and Astiga led Li Weiss and Li Tis to Oaktown. Serafina and Margarita were very reluctant to part. Assessments also carry risks. At that moment, they hated themselves for not being extremists, otherwise they could have left the city together. As ordinary people, they faced too many restrictions. He also didn't want to cause trouble for Li Fan. I promise I will bring everyone back safely. After giving Serafina and Margarita a deep farewell kiss, Li Fan and his group set off for Oaktown. Even before we reached the outskirts of the city, we could feel the tension in the atmosphere. Oakwood is under martial law. Of course, this wasn't directed at Li Fan and his group. The battle in District 57 had just ended, and the Vatican and the Church were still on the verge of conflict. No one could guarantee that Vatican members wouldn't infiltrate. Therefore, the checks at the gate are very strict. Unless accompanied by a well-known figure, all unfamiliar faces are prohibited from entering. Having a registered residence is not enough. There's still a heated argument about this in front of the door. Because Astiga is famous enough. Li Fan and his group of 5 entered successfully. My vision suddenly opened up. What comes into view is a stretch of compacted yellow earth, with a main road leading straight to the center of the town. Shops lined both sides of the road, and pedestrians thronged the area. Everything was no different from that of an ordinary town. It has even become a little more prosperous. If it weren't for a few people with serious expressions and wary eyes maintaining order. It's impossible to tell that this is a town about to undergo a test for people with superpowers. The only slight drawback was that the holy light shrouding Oaktown was severely dim. When Winnie stole the holy light, she left behind a nearly depleted portion of the holy source. That would only last for a month or two. Fortunately, Oaktown was strong enough and found a revitalized holy source in the wasteland, which allowed them to survive. However, it is still quite inferior to the previous saint source. The arrival of Li Fan and his group naturally attracted attention. Although Winnie's theft of the holy source was not unprecedented, it still drew severe criticism. People from other towns naturally distanced themselves from the five. Some people even glared angrily at Li Fan and his group. No one received Li Fan and his group of five. Fortunately, they spotted a familiar face, Carter, a red-haired man. "Hi." She ran over and then noticed Astiga's belly. "You're pregnant? How can your belly be big if you're not pregnant?" Monica replied with a smile. Carter covered his mouth. "Congratulations, how long has it been?" Astiga touched her lower abdomen with both hands. "About 2 months." "Whose?" "Li Fan." "What?" Carter suddenly shouted, attracting the attention of many people. "He?" Carter pointed at Li Fan. His eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. She knew that Winnie had given birth to Li Fan's child. Now Astiga has also given birth to Li Fan's child. Those two wouldn't be. Oh my god. Carter's gaze towards Li Fan changed instantly. "It's his." Astiga nodded happily. "Wow, amazing." Seeing her expression, Monica laughed and said, "Are you thinking of having one too?" Carter blushed. "Go away, I don't want to." Then she smiled and took Astiga's hand. "Come on, I'll take you to find a place to rest. By the way, who's taking the assessment?" "These two little guys," Astiga said. Carter paused. "Them?" Astiga nodded. Carter's expression became complicated. Those who can awaken their powers later in life are most likely to become extremists. These two little ones are clearly brothers and sisters. Who is so powerful as to give birth to a pair of extremists? But she quickly looked at Li Fan. "It's not your child, is it?" "Yes." Li Fan smiled and said, "Greetings, Aunt Carter." "Hello, Aunt Carter." Li Weiss and Li Tis greeted her politely. Carter was stunned. Before we could recover from the previous shock, another wave of shocks has hit us. She looked at Li Fan, then at Li Weiss and Li Tis, and suddenly began to question the meaning of life. "Winnie S? No, the timing is wrong." Carter muttered to himself. Li Fan smiled and said, "It's not my child with Winnie, it's my child with my first wife and second wife." "I remember now." Monica said, "You have 7 children, 6 of whom have the Force and 1 has superpowers." Carter's eyes widened again as he looked at Astiga's belly. "So this is the 8th one?" "No, the 10th one." Monica said, "Lady Winnie later gave birth to the 8th and 9th children, and Astiga is carrying the 10th. The two sisters make 4, Nina makes 1, Monica makes 1, and Winnie makes 3. Chapter 97 Conflict 10. Carter was completely stunned. She used to think Li Fan was very impressive, but now she finds it unbelievable. This is beyond awesome. Others may have 1 or 2 children in their lifetime, and many others may not be able to have any at all. Li Fan is doing well. She had 10 children. This completely shattered Carter's understanding. Is he really that healthy? The pollution had no effect on him? Or do you have some special skills? Carter swallowed hard, staring enviously at Astiga's belly for a long time before he came to his senses. Monica stared at Carter. She shook her head. Carter is the kind of woman who's all looks and no brains. She's dull and acts like a fool. She wasn't the arrogant woman she wanted. There's no sense of accomplishment in winning over a woman like that. Monica still wants to find someone like Astiga for Li Fan. Arrogant and unruly. Then, make her completely devoted to Li Fan and willing to have his children. That's what makes it interesting. Certainly. Carter is not bad either. He's good for relieving boredom when you're free. This is incredible, Carter exclaimed repeatedly before pulling Astiga away. But they haven't gone far yet. The desperate warriors of Oakwood have appeared. A man and a woman, named Rana and Tanis. Li Fan did not know these two people and had not participated in the exploration of District 57. However, Astiga knew him. But before she could speak, Tanis questioned, "What are you doing here? You're not welcome here." If it were the old Astiga, he would have taken action immediately. Neither of them combined could match her. But since becoming pregnant, she has become much more reserved, answering simply, "I'm here to take the assessment." Thieves like you have no right to speak. Rana made no attempt to hide her hostility. Astiga frowned, about to speak. Lona, Tanis, step back. Carter called out. This is a church ceremony. Are they crazy to dare to obstruct us in the street? Carter, why are you siding with them? Have you forgotten that it was the people of Kingsland who stole our sacred source? Rana clearly harbored deep resentment towards Li Fan and his group, and completely ignored Carter's words. Carter's face darkened. The church's assessment is not for you to settle personal scores. Besides, it was Lady Winnie's doing, and has nothing to do with Li Fan and the others. How can it be irrelevant? Aren't they from Kingslandburg? Rana's attitude was firm. Since seeing the truth deep within District 57, Carter has lost his blind loyalty to the church. Stop being unreasonable and get out of the way. She also criticized Winnie's actions. But when he thought about how everyone was just a puppet under the Earl's command, he wasn't so angry anymore. They are even dissatisfied with the current operating model of the town. Because if something goes wrong, and the Earl and the Knight of the Despair leave, whether the remaining people survive depends on their own abilities. So, they were no different from Winnie. Or rather, the people living in the wasteland are all not in control of their own lives, and everyone is a mix of right and wrong. Carter saw through it all. So I stopped caring. No, they must pay the price today. Rana and the other woman remained stubborn. Carter's expression turned cold, and he said no more. Rana and Tanis exchanged a glance, then suddenly launched an attack, each throwing a punch. One man stopped Carter, while the other attacked Astiga. Carter didn't expect the two to actually dare to fight. Astiga, however, remained indifferent and was about to retaliate. Li Fan was one step ahead, grabbing the wrists of the two men and gently pulling and pushing them several meters away, causing them to stagger and fall to the ground. The gap in strength is too large. Langna and the other woman got up, ready to fight again, but Li Fan's eyes turned cold. I don't want to kill anyone here, get out of the way. The overwhelming sense of oppression caused the two to stop abruptly, no longer daring to make a move. At this moment, the crowd surged. 4 or 5 people walked slowly over. The leader was an elderly man, not tall, but with sharp eyes and an imposing presence. Lord Charles. Tanis and Rana immediately bowed. Astiga also recognized the old man. Charles. The Earl of Oaktown. He is also the oldest superhuman in this area. Astiga had seen it 5 years ago. The Earl of Oaktown looked much older now, and his eyes were even somewhat cloudy. I don't know if it's because my lifespan is nearing its end. He exhausted his life force fighting against the papacy's superhumans in District 57. Li Fan led the children forward and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Lord Charles." Charles's gaze lingered on the 5 people for a moment, first showing some surprise at Astiga's pregnancy. After all, this woman's force is incredibly powerful. It will reject other life forms. What kind of powerful person would it take to get a woman like that pregnant? Charles didn't pay much attention to Li Fan. In his eyes, he was just a knight of the desperate states who was slightly better than Astiga. Finally, his gaze fell on Li Weiss and Li Tiz, superpowered individuals? Li Fan answered on behalf of the 2 children, yes. You are truly lucky people, Charles said with a smile. Welcome, and I hope you will pass the test. Li Fan bowed again, thank you, sir. Charles agreed, and naturally, Rana and Tanis dared not say anything. After the group left, Rana and Tanis asked, Lord Charles, why did you let them go? You brainless idiot. Charles didn't even bother to lecture him. On the other side, Carter led Li Fan and the other 4 to a manor. Monica exclaimed, Oakwood Town is so wealthy. They've even prepared a manor for us to stay in. This is my home. Carter smiled and said, I'm afraid they'll cause you more trouble. It's safer for you to stay here with me. That would be too much trouble, Li Fan said, thanking him. After settling in, Li Fan approached Carter again. Carter, have the church people arrived? You're here, so what? I need to arrange team formation for my 2 children, they're too young. Yes, that is exactly what we should do. Carter said. I'll take you there. In the end, Monica stayed with Astiga. Carter left with Li Fan and the 2 children. There are already 3 priests and more than a dozen monks and nuns in the church. Carter went directly to one of the nuns. Upon seeing Carter, the other person immediately greeted him with a smile, Carter. Sister Wanda. Carter bowed. Upon closer inspection, Li Fan noticed that the nun and Carter both had red hair and similar features, suggesting they were related by blood. It's 200,000 words. He. Big Head has been updating for 33 consecutive days. I've been writing books for so long and I've never received a gift from the King of Gifts. Is there any super rich person who could give one to me? Other brothers can just contribute with their love and enthusiasm. Let's not follow the example of the super big shots. It's getting cold, so take good care of yourself. Chapter 98. Sister Wanda. Really? They are related by blood. Carter introduced, this is Sister Wanda, my cousin, who just turned 18 today. She then briefly explained her purpose. Sister Wanda's gaze immediately fell on Lee Weiss and Lee Tiss, somewhat surprised. Brother and sister? Yes. Li Fan nodded. Are you their father? Sister Wanda looked Li Fan up and down, her healthy aura making her take a second look. However, she was raised by nuns since childhood and never had the idea of trying it. After all, nuns dedicate their lives to the church and must maintain holiness. I am. Li Fan readily admitted. Okay. Wanda turned to the two little ones. What are your special abilities? Water. Fire. The two answered. At the same time, water vapor and flames appeared on both palms respectively. Sister Wanda smiled, because she had dedicated her life to the church and loved children dearly. That's amazing. She bent down, revealing her curves, and then pinched their cheeks. It's so wonderful to have two such adorable babies, Wanda said. Carter's eyes were full of envy, you bet. Wanda took out a form and began registering the two of them. The process was not complicated, it only involved asking for information such as name, age, and special abilities. Li Fan, as the father, also needs to sign. Finally, Sister Wanda stamped the seal. Handing it back to Li Fan, that's fine. During this time, many nuns came over and pinched and hugged the two little ones. They are so adorable. She later awakened her superpowers, which made her even more lovable. Thank you, sister. Li Fan thanked her again. Sister Wanda waved her hand. No need to be so polite, it's our duty. Then we won't bother you any longer. Li Fan said goodbye. The four people left. On the road, Carter asked Li Fan, aren't you worried? What are you worried about? Li Fan asked in return. Carter said, it's an assessment. Although the two children are superhumans, they are still young and easily injured. I believe in my child. Even if he fails, it's still a good thing. Li Fan smiled. What good news? Failure is the mother of success. Carter nodded, seemingly understanding. Lee Weiss and Lee Tiss nodded emphatically. We will not let father down. Good boy. Li Fan patted Lee Weiss's head. Liddy's immediately placed Li Fan's other hand on his head. Father, you should rub my head too, that's fair. Great. Li Fan laughed heartily. Carter was amused and even more envious. When the group returned to the manor, Astigat and Monica greeted them and smiled when they learned that everything was settled. Now we're just waiting to see how the two little ones perform. Under the tutelage of Winnie, a powerful superhuman, there shouldn't be any problems. Time quickly passed to the third day. Today. That is the day of the assessment. Early in the morning, Lee Weiss and Lee Tiss were full of fighting spirit. Father, let's go. Li Fan nodded, let's go. Led by Carter, the five then arrived at a square in Oak Town. Hundreds of people have already gathered here. Most of them were nobles who came to watch the spectacle, and Charles was also present. Upon seeing Li Fan and the others arrive, he immediately stepped forward and asked, have you been settling in well these past few days? It's a habit. Li Fan replied. That's good. Charles smiled. Don't worry, I won't implicate you because Winnie stole the sacred source of Oak Town. What happened 3 days ago will not happen again. Thank you. Li Fan nodded. Charles patted the two children on the shoulder again. Ready? Ready. Lee Weiss and Lee Tiss said in unison. His actions earned him a wave of goodwill. But Li Fan and others. Someone who can recite Sun Tzu's Art of War fluently can immediately tell that this guy belongs to the Smiling Tiger Gang. If it weren't for the presence of church members, he probably would have acted quite differently. Sister Wanda stood in a corner of the square, waving to Lee Weiss and Lee Tiss. The two of them immediately ran over. Sister Wanda checked on the two of them and then began to explain the precautions for the assessment. Li Fan and the others followed. Monica was stunned when she saw Wanda. Pure. So innocent. Both innocent and alluring. Perhaps because the nun's robe fit her too well, her voluptuous curves were faintly visible. Wanda's eyes were as pure as the finest jade. Clean and spotless. It makes people feel good at first sight. Monica had met nuns before, but none had made her feel as cleansed as Sister Wanda. It seems that faith has become deeply ingrained in Wanda's bones. I wonder what she will think when she discovers that the church is not as wonderful as she imagined. Monica was overjoyed. The image of Li Fan comforting Wanda, whose faith had crumbled, immediately flashed through his mind. Pain and joy coexisted. The scene was almost unimaginable. Monica! Astiga shook off her hand. For some reason, this guy suddenly pinched himself so hard it hurt. The force he used was terrifying. Sorry. Monica suddenly forgot herself. This way. Wanda explained in great detail, and soon both Lee Weiss and Lee Tis fully understood the content of the assessment. Don't be nervous. She could tell the two little ones were a bit tense. We're not nervous. The two clenched their fists and raised their heads. Great, you can begin now. Wanda stepped aside. Lee Weiss and Lee Tis took a deep breath and then stepped forward. Ahead is a field. The first test is to demonstrate ability to hit the bullseye. It's very simple. Many people have already begun to demonstrate their abilities, most of which involve the 5 elements. There are also a small number of supernatural abilities that are outside the 5 elements. However, as long as the levels are the same, there is actually not much difference. Of course, except for extremely special cases. For example, holy light. It shares the same origin as Shang Yuan, and because it can suppress pollution, it is naturally superior. Just like that Archbishop Fanny. Although Li Fan didn't know what her special ability was, one of them should be holy light. Now, most of the attention in the square was focused on the 2 children. They are so small. They were also the only 2 children among the superpowered individuals who participated in the assessment. Monica and Astiga both became nervous. Carter held his breath. At this moment, blue vapor and red flames appeared in the palms of Lee Weiss and Lee Tis, respectively. Then, push forward simultaneously, striking the bullseye. Thud. Thud. 2 explosions rang out. Hit. Absolutely perfect. There was a moment of silence. This was followed by enthusiastic applause. The previous superhumans didn't have this accuracy. Many even missed the target. Sister Wanda also smiled. The 2 little ones weren't nervous at all and were in good spirits. This is also thanks to you Winnie's hard work and training. For Lee Weiss and Lee Tis, this assessment was incredibly simple. After easily achieving a perfect score, they moved on to the next item. To continuously hit a target. This refers to the upper limit of the container used to test the supernatural abilities within the body. Chapter 99 Siblings join forces. This time the target is bigger. The distance is also closer. There's no such thing as a hit, it's just testing the container's upper limit. Since the 2 are in a team, they can take turns playing, and then the time is added together. That's not fair, someone questioned. But no one gave him an answer. 60 attacks is considered passing, 80 is excellent, and 100 is perfect. Lee Weiss goes first. Flames gathered in his hands, and he bombarded the target again and again. The roaring sound continued. Many people were silently counting in their hearts. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13, 21, 22, 23. Many people want to see where these 2 little guys' potential lies. The same goes for Charles. Carter too. Wanda too. Monica and Astiga are another story altogether. Li Fan, however, remained calm. But I'm still a little nervous. After the final blow landed. 83 attacks. Excellent. The entire room fell silent. A thunderous applause followed. Completely outclasses everyone before it. Only 2 of those people achieved excellent results, but they only managed a mere 80 attacks. After the test, I collapsed completely. Lee Weiss recovered after only catching his breath a few times. Both the upper limit of the container and the speed of recovery far exceed those of ordinary superhumans. That's great. Monica patted her proud chest. Those 2 little ones are really awesome. Astiga was also very excited. When it was Liddy's turn to enter the arena, the blue water sphere solidified. Bang bang bang. She launched 84 attacks. The two of them combined scored over 100 times, a perfect score. Brother, did you see that? I got one more hit than you. Liddy's proudly raised her little head. That's not fair. Lee Weiss's face turned red with anger. I can attack 90 times. I can attack 100 times. I can attack 10,000 times. I can attack 100,000 times. I can attack many, many times more than you. The two actually started arguing. Unable to determine a winner, he ran to Li Fan's side. Father, I attacked once more than my brother, so I'm stronger than him. Father, I can attack again. Their actions drew laughter from the audience. Sister Wanda smiled gently, her eyes filled with even more affection. Next is the third item. And the most important one is the competition. Li Fan put their hands together and said, "Promise me, Father, that we must work together to defeat our opponent and not argue." Go for it. Monica and Astiga cheered for the two. Lee Weiss and Litis nodded emphatically. The two took a deep breath and stood back in the center of the field. Their opponent has been identified. It was a woman who had previously performed exceptionally well, achieving 80 attacks. Its special ability is a rare lightning-based one. For a time, most people were focused on this battle. I want to see how the two children behave. Impressive performance in the first two areas does not guarantee impressive performance in actual combat. After all, the timing, frequency, and mindset of an attack are all decisive factors. Lee Weiss and Litis exchanged a glance, their expressions incredibly resolute. The woman was also prepared. The match begins. Moment. The two attacked simultaneously. Two beams of light, one red and one blue, shot towards the woman. The woman reacted very quickly, throwing a ball of lightning directly at the two men's attacks. Thud. Thud. The three collided. The loud crash echoed throughout the stadium. Water, fire, and thunder intertwined in mid-air. The two sides are evenly matched. The three players' offense and defense were almost synchronized. Collision, intertwining, vying for supremacy. The situation is changing very rapidly. Several times the two little guys were almost hit. Being young ultimately led to some disadvantages. Monica and Astiga were on tenterhooks, watching the battle intently. Li Fan was also concentrating intently. Litis made another mistake and was nearly hit. Fortunately, Lee Weiss stepped in at the crucial moment, conjuring an even larger fireball to block the incoming lightning ball. It's being used up too quickly, Lee Weiss said. Liddy's immediately understood what her brother meant. Winnie had specifically instructed her to do so. In the final exam, if you cannot defeat your opponent quickly, you must use delaying tactics. Winnie also accompanied the two of them on many practice sessions. Therefore, Lee Weiss and Litis quickly made changes. They took turns making moves. The strategy is primarily defensive, with occasional counterattacks. This does indeed reduce consumption significantly. The woman with the lightning element was starting to struggle. The situation is slowly tilting in this direction. Wow, amazing. Sister Wanda was surprised that the two little ones knew tactics. Monica and Astiga clenched their fists in surprise. Li Fan nodded, "We should give Winnie a good reward when we get back." That's right. Astiga nodded. During this time, in order to train the two little ones, the Earl has been unable to sleep and has been eating less. He has lost a lot of weight. Monica was quite touched by this. I never imagined that Winnie, who was capable of stealing the holy source, would pay such a high price for it. On the field. The outcome is already clear. Lee Weiss and Litis gradually eroded the woman's strength. Finally. At the last moment, Lee Weiss and Litis stopped alternating. Instead, they acted simultaneously. Blue water spheres and red fireballs were launched simultaneously. Bang! The woman finally succumbed and was utterly defeated. The outcome is decided. Cheers and applause almost reverberated throughout the entire square. Lee Weiss and Litis also happily high-fived each other. Brother, we won. Little sister, isn't your brother amazing? I'm amazing too. You won together. Li Fan walked over, picked them up, and gave each of them a kiss. Congratulations. Sister Wanda walked over with a smile, giving the two a thumbs up. You two are fantastic. Lee Weiss and Lee Tis were overjoyed. They love being praised by adults the most. Especially since she's a beautiful older sister. Wanda also said to Li Fan, "Congratulations, your child is outstanding." "Thank you." Li Fan replied with a smile. The outcome is obvious without even asking. Full marks. He was undisputed as the top performer in this assessment. Next, you need to select a town. The church even drew up a map of the 57 districts, which comprise 37 cities. Generally speaking, the best place is naturally the central area, which is also convenient for traveling to other cities. Alternatively, border towns near other safe zones would also be good. The worst scenario would be to be near heavily polluted border towns that humans cannot yet set foot in. Because nobody knows what might rush out from inside. There are precedents for this. The area to the north of District 52 is a heavily polluted region. If an alien species were to emerge, the towns near the northern border would naturally be the first to be affected. There wasn't even time to react. Here it is, Rose Creek Town. Li Fan chose a town near District 29, which was the same town they had entered District 57 through. Good. Wanda produced an official document, which was the church's appointment of the Earl of Rose Creek, and it bore the church's seal. Lee Weiss and Lee Tis signed. He has officially taken office. The two little ones jumped up with joy. They are about to become the lords of the city. The appointment cannot be given to you, it must be kept in Father's hands. Wanda encouraged them, saying, "Eat well and grow up quickly so you can become a count." Yes. Lee Weiss and Lee Tis nodded emphatically. Chapter 100, The 3-Month Assessment. Thank you. Li Fan put away the letter of appointment and thanked Sister Wanda again. Wanda nodded and smiled. Congratulations. There are still some things you need to know. What? The church will conduct a 3-month assessment of the 37 towns in District 57. Assessment? Li Fan, Astiga, and Monica were all somewhat surprised. Winnie did not mention this. That's right. Wanda said, "This is a new initiative, a bottom-ranking elimination system." Last place elimination? Li Fan suddenly gave a bitter smile. It's so damn familiar. Wanda continued, "The entire 57th district is filled with food, weapons, and various materials. You will need to explore and collect them on your own. The church will conduct an evaluation in 3 months, and the bottom 5 will be eliminated and their earl appointments will be revoked." Understood. Li Fan nodded. Sister Wanda smiled and said, "I wish you all the best." Thank you. Li Fan led everyone away. As Astiga said as he walked, "I didn't expect the church to have this trick up its sleeve." 3 months isn't a long time. Monica nodded, "We need to prepare well." Li Fan said, "Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Our strength is not weak." Everyone agreed. At this moment, the lightning-type superpowered woman who had been competing with Lee Weiss and Lee Tis walked over, accompanied by several extremist warriors. "Hello, my name is Renee," the woman introduced herself, then said, "I think you're aware of the 3-month assessment. How about we form an alliance?" What Renee valued most was the strength of this large family. There's no need to elaborate on the differences between Lee Weiss and Lee Tis. Li Fan and his 2 companions were all powerful warriors in dire straits. They were far stronger than the extremists around Renee herself, so she naturally wanted to form an alliance with them. Li Fan asked, "Which town are you from?" Rennie said, "Nightingale Town in the south." "We've each chosen Rose Creek Town, but it's south not close enough to form an alliance, so there is not much point in doing so," Li Fan declined. "Rose Creek is located in the north, near District 29. Nightingale Town is located in the south, near District 39. All right." Renee didn't press the matter and bowed to take his leave. Back at Carter's estate. She had just returned from a short absence, and after congratulating the 2 little ones, she asked with great reluctance, "Are you leaving already?" "Yes." Li Fan then extended an invitation, "We are in Rose Creek Town. If Oaktown can't hold on any longer, you can choose us." "Sure." Carter answered without hesitation. Li Fan laughed heartily, "I look forward to Ms. Carter's arrival. It would be even better if you could bring a few extremists." "No problem." Carter said, "I'll work on Claude and the others." She squatted down as she spoke, "I wonder if the 2 young counts will give this pretty lady a reward." Muah Liddies cleverly kissed Carter. Carter was overjoyed and brought his other cheek close to Lewis's mouth. "And you?" Muah Lee Weiss also gave him a kiss. Don't worry, young Earl, I will definitely bring plenty of people with me. Besides this, Li Fan will reward you with a child. Monica patted her shoulder. Carter's face immediately turned bright red. How come I never realized you were so wicked before? Everyone burst into laughter. I'm going back to Kingslandberg tomorrow. Pack your bags. Lee Weiss and Lee Tiss were so excited they couldn't sleep. They're about to become little earls. Astiga patted their backs gently and hummed a lullaby to lull them to sleep. Where is father? Liddy's asked. Playing games with Monica's stepmother. Astiga said. She is pregnant now. The heavy responsibility naturally fell on Monica's shoulders. After all, making Li Fan happy is the sister's top priority. Lee Weiss grumbled, why does father always play games with stepmother and never play with us? I'll talk to your father when I have time. Astiga gently kissed the two little ones on the forehead. They then fell asleep. The next day. Kingsland Fort. Serafina, Margarita, and Nina waited at the door, unaware that their son and daughter had won. I didn't know Li Fan and the others would be back today. They come every day and stay here. Winnie also came, but she had a lot of things to take care of and left after a while. Sister, why haven't we heard anything yet? Could something have happened? Margarita's heart was pounding with anxiety. Serafina comforted her, don't worry, they'll be back. She trusted her husband. Amidst endless anticipation, the city gates finally opened, and 5 figures appeared in the distance. I'm back. Even someone as composed as Serafina couldn't help but cheer. She rushed over, taking 3 steps at a time. Margarita and Nina happily followed. The carriage stopped in front of the door. Lee Weiss and Lee Tiss jumped out first and rushed into their mother's arms. It's good that you're back. Serafina and Margarita stroked their children's hair, tears streaming down their faces. Your child is a little count now. Monica's words startled the two of them, then they kissed the 2 children with delight. You guys are amazing. At this moment, all the anxiety and worry turned into smiles. That's great. Serafina, Margarita, and Nina all rushed into Li Fan's arms. They finally have a home of their own in a real sense. Li Fan kissed each of them and said softly, I promise to give you a home. I want one too. I want one too. Monica and Astiga came over to hug and kiss her. It took a while for everyone to calm down. After the tender moment, Li Fan went to see Winnie again. This woman deserves the most credit and we must thank her to the fullest extent. Winnie received the news the moment Li Fan entered the city, and she changed into an extremely sexy light gauze dress and waited in bed. Looking at the man approaching, she smiled bitterly, should I congratulate you? It was a success. It also means we have to part ways. Winnie would never give up her title as Earl of Kingsland. Even though Li Fan gave her many indelible memories. Of course you should congratulate me. Li Fan reached out and pulled her into his arms, saying affectionately, you are the mother of my 3 children, we are a family. Why must a family separate? For a better reunion. Hate. Winnie was hit instantly. She buried her head in his broad chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and all her emotions turned into tears of happiness at that moment. It slid down silently. Over and over again. Chapter 101 Rose Creek Town. Want more? Li Fan's voice was low and deep. Winnie was very content. But when she looked up and saw those eyes that always captivated her, she offered her red lips again. Everything merged once again. At this moment, status and power are no longer important. She nestled against Li Fan like a cat, and after a long while, she whispered, congratulations. Li Fan kissed her forehead tenderly, this honor belongs to you too. Yes. Winnie nodded. After a while, she said, I've heard about the bottom-ranking elimination. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Li Fan stroked Winnie's long hair. Winnie looked up, bring Sven along. Her special ability can help you. Winnie had clearly given it a lot of thought. Church rules prohibit anyone from interfering with the 3-month assessment, but Sven is your daughter, so it's perfectly reasonable for her to stay by your side. With 3 people with superpowers, I feel at ease. Li Siwon's cold aura ability is naturally a great help. Li Fan just didn't expect that Winnie would be willing to let her eldest daughter leave. He hugged Winnie tightly, deeply moved, thank you. Winnie's WeChat message, this is an honor for my husband, and my daughter and I will do everything we can to help you. Great. Li Fan was instantly filled with heroic spirit, leaving Winnie both infatuated and dumbfounded. He gently pinched Winnie's chin. Once Rose Creek Town is stable, I'll come back and we'll continue our loving relationship. Then, we'll have a few more babies. A man's mouth is a liar's mouth. Winnie blushed and punched him lightly. With so many wives around you, you still think of me? I'm not buying it. She can't compare to you. Am I really that outstanding? No one can beat you when it comes to indulging in food and drink. Li Fan said. Snort. Winnie's smug smile twisted into a crooked grin. Now you're complaining that I can eat a lot? Where were you before? The next few days, everyone was immersed in the celebratory atmosphere. Kingsland was bustling like never before. When Li Siwen heard that he was going to fight bad guys with his father, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. I got ready early the next day. Wearing new clothes and carrying a small Warhammer toy, she stood next to Li Fan, beaming with pride. The time for parting came quickly. Winnie came to see them off, and she brought Li Sino and Li Sidi with her. Li Fan kissed all three of them. Mother, I will protect father. Li Siwen patted his chest. Winnie smiled and hugged her, whispering in her ear, you must listen to your father. Li Siwen nodded vigorously. Let's go. She rode on Li Fan's shoulders, as excited as a bird. Winnie stood on the tower of Kingsland Castle, watching the group of figures gradually disappear into the distance. She suddenly felt like an empty nest elderly person. Even Astiga left with them. At first, she disagreed with the idea. Astiga was pregnant and not fit to fight, so it would be better for her to stay in Kingsland Castle. But Astiga insisted on leaving, giving Winnie a reason she couldn't refuse. Your Excellency, I want my child to see his father first thing when he's born. Winnie eventually gave in. She is also a mother. We cannot be so selfish as to leave a mother with regrets during childbirth. At this moment, Winnie felt particularly lonely. But I felt incredibly at ease. It's a bit contradictory. I will wait for you to come back and we can continue our loving relationship. Winnie murmured. Outside the town, Monica and Li Fan accompanied them on horseback. Astiga sat in the carriage, still a little unaccustomed to it, since she usually rode horses. But her belly is getting bigger and bigger, so we can't let her have her way. Li Siwen was also in the carriage, holding a small Warhammer toy, waving towards Kingslandberg through the carriage window. Goodbye, mother. There was no danger on the road. Li Fan and his companions chose to go out during the day, and the mutants they occasionally encountered could no longer threaten their lives. Edward left with him. My brother has made it big. Edward naturally wanted to join in. The viscountship he had longed for was finally about to return. However, Baron did not follow. Instead, they stayed in Kingslandberg. Baron was already a sergeant in the army, his wife was there, and his father-in-law was a viscount, so he had plenty of reasons not to leave. Edward didn't care. It's a good thing that my son is growing up and has his own ideas. He also plans to have a few more children while he's still young. Although not as monstrous as Li Fan, their offspring are either exceptional warriors or superhumans. But having many children and grandchildren is still his dream. Just be an ordinary person. He clung to Li Fan's coattails. The son hugged Li Fan's son's leg. The grandson hugged Li Fan's grandson's leg. If they could also arrange a marriage, that would be even more perfect. Aside from enjoying the scenery, there wasn't much else to do along the way. Li Siwen chattered excitedly, wanting Li Fan to hold him every now and then. She was full of curiosity about the outside world. Finally, we've arrived at District 57 again. Unlike before, the pollution here has dropped to a very optimistic level. The 37 towns are evenly distributed. The view no longer reveals a desolate landscape. We also ran into other teams, and we greeted each other. After entering District 57, Rose Creek Town is right next to the border of District 29. The group quickly arrived at the location. Looking into the distance, Rose Creek was bathed in a soft, holy light. The flags on the city gate tower were particularly eye-catching. It was a rose drawn with gold and red lines. In that instant, Li Fan also felt a great sense of accomplishment. The young Earl has arrived. Liddy stood on the carriage with his hands on his hips. Li Weiss shoved her down. I am the little count. I am. I'm older than you, I'm the older brother. The two started arguing again. Serafina and Margarita pulled the two men into their arms. Your father is the Earl. Father is in charge on our behalf, we are the ones who are in charge. That is. Snap, snap. 2 hard slaps landed on their buttocks, and the two immediately quieted down. Who is the Earl? Father. The 2 little ones said in unison. Outside. Li Fan smiled. They took the lead and headed towards Rose Creek Town. Behind him were Monica, Edward, and then the convoy. Inside the town, countless people knelt on both sides to welcome the Earl and his family. Wow, so many people. Liddies and Leeways squeezed by the car window. Astiga also lifted the curtain. So many people? Li Fan was a little surprised. He couldn't figure out where these people came from. Monica explained, they were people the church brought in from other towns that were about to be destroyed. Which town is going to be destroyed? Li Fan asked. Have no idea. Monica shook her head, that's just the church's story, and nobody doubts it. She's using the word excuses now. Clearly, they no longer blindly trust the church. Li Fan nodded. There are still many unsolved mysteries that he needs to unravel. He rode ahead on horseback. People kowtowed along the way. Chapter 102. Everything is in need of rebuilding. Li Fan and his family were the first to arrive at the church. The priest was already waiting in the hall. Welcome, Your Excellency's Earls, he said with a smile. Liddies and Leeways quickly shook their heads. We are not the Earl, our father is. My mother's slaps were too hard before. My butt still hurts. Greetings, father. Li Fan and the others bowed. No need for such formalities, the priest said politely. The churches all have the same layout and decoration. The priest won't make any changes here. My name is Terry, the priest introduced himself. From now on, I will entrust the daily affairs of Rose Creek Town to Lord Li Fan. Li Fan bowed again. Please rest assured, father, I will do my best to ensure that Rose Creek continues to prosper under my care. Terry nodded, quite satisfied. Liddies and Leeways also followed their father's example and bowed. The ceremony is over. The priest said, I will bless the 2 young counts later. Liddies and Leeways looked at each other, extremely excited. Then I'll take my family back to the castle first, and I won't disturb the priest any longer, Li Fan said. Terry smiled and nodded. Li Fan led everyone away. Upon reaching the entrance, the crowd spontaneously made way for them. I have the utmost respect for you. The group arrived at the Earl's mansion. Why does it look a bit shabby? Monica frowned. This place is far too simple compared to Winnie's Earl's mansion. Margarita said, that's fine, we can change it our own way. Actually, this place is not much different from the Earl's mansions in Fogridge Town and Kingsland Castle, although the latter have been modified to some extent. Li Fan also said, that's right, let's change it in our own way. Now, go and choose your own room. I want it here. I want it here. The children were the first to set off. Monica rushed out as well, pretending to fight the children for a room. After a while of playing around, the sky was getting dark. After dinner, Liddies and Leeways were officially blessed by the priest. It was just a simple ceremony. Let them not forget the blessings of God and the Pope. Tell them that they owe their current success to the Pope's grace. Pray daily. Daily gratitude. To put it bluntly, it's just religious control. Victory, in their words, became a privilege granted by God. It failed. It means you're not ready yet. God looks forward to your next effort. No matter what they say, they're always right. As someone who had never believed in God, Li Fan naturally saw all of this clearly. However, Serafina, Margarita, and Nina firmly believed it. Watching the 2 babies kneel before the priest and listen to his teachings, the girls on the side cried. I am proud of the children and moved by God's blessings. The ceremony ended very late. Everyone was tired after a long day. They all went back to their rooms to rest. Li Fan is with Astiga tonight. Of course, it wasn't her turn, but Winnie had really been eating too much and couldn't take it anymore. 6 wives. It has been almost uninterrupted. It's time to take a break. Of course. With Li Fan's physique, he will be full of energy again in just 3 to 5 days. After taking a shower, Astiga lay blissfully in the man's arms. That's wonderful, she exclaimed, clutching her belly. Our child will surely be just as outstanding. Li Fan smiled and gently kissed her forehead. It definitely will. Astiga closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully in Li Fan's arms. The other wives also fell asleep holding their children, filled with happiness. Especially Margarita and Serafina. A few years ago, the two sisters were small farm owners whose only wish was for their land to produce more cotton. Who would have thought that what started as a simple treat would yield such a huge reward? The next day, Li Fan got up early. Everything was in disarray and needed to be rebuilt. The town has a population of over 5,000, which is nothing compared to Kingslandberg, but it still presents a headache to manage. After all, it's necessary to distinguish who does what job. Who will lead? Who will do the hard labor? Fortunately, there was Astiga, who had previously helped Winnie manage Kingsland Castle and was very experienced. Under her orders, first, they split into two groups. A group of people learned to read. A wave of illiteracy. There's not much to say. The illiterate man immediately started doing manual labor. Among literate people, there were teachers, nurses, blacksmiths, carpenters, fine carpenters, tailors, and so on, each with their own roles. Clear division of labor. Efficiency improved immediately. What Li Fan needs to do is very simple. It means letting Astiga do it. Rose Creek Town quickly began operating in an orderly manner. It was completely transformed in just a few days. All the people were extremely satisfied. For them, the best life is one without riots. Every now and then, people would stop to admire the Earl's abilities. Li Fan increasingly felt that Astiga was a born manager. The family gathered together in the evening. It was exceptionally heartwarming. Astiga reported, "I have already granted 15 plantation owners, 3 knights, and 1 baron. These men are very clever. Let them manage things for us." Among the 5,000 people, there are also several hundred black slaves. They have all been assigned to tread cotton. As long as this continues, the upper class will be stable, and the lower class will be fine too. You're amazing. Even Margarita praised her, then asked, "How can you be so sure who's capable of being the farm owner?" "I just can't judge people. What's this talk about ability or inability?" Astiga laughed. "Anyone but a fool can be a farmer in this world. Is it so difficult to direct people to work? This world is just a huge makeshift operation." Li Fan chuckled. Astiga nodded. "Yes, whoever we appoint as Viscount, Baron, or Knight, they will respect and obey. Most people think these people are capable of this position, but in reality, they are no different from them. The only difference is that they are lucky to have been chosen by us." After saying that, everyone suddenly understood. Li Fan patted Astiga's head. "Keep going, one day we'll establish our own legal code." "Yes." Astiga nodded emphatically. Rose Creek Town is on the right track. However, it's not over yet. The test has officially begun. Astiga continued, "I've taken stock of the food, and it's only enough for 5,000 people for 10 days. Even if we cut back on food, it'll only last 20 days. So we should send people out as soon as possible to explore the resource points set up by the church outside and bring the food back." Grilled meat and fruit wine were on the table. Rich and sweet. Liddies and Leeways enjoyed their meal. Even if it's only enough for 5,000 people for 10 days, the Earl's family will not be treated unfairly. Li Fan said, "Starting tomorrow, each person will receive 1 potato until the first batch of food arrives." So little? Astiga didn't expect Li Fan to be even more shrewd than her. Even in 20 days, one can still eat until one is half full. In Astiga's view, this was the most inhumane method. But Li Fan cut down to 1 potato a day. "We need to prepare for the worst, in case we can't find food." Li Fan continued, "Every day, select a small group of people to receive daily rewards. This way, they will realize that it's not that they're not eating enough, but that they're not working hard enough." Chapter 103. A clever idea. Oh my god. Astiga understood what it meant in an instant. She was still smug about her talent in management, but Li Fan's words just now made her realize the gap between them. "Li Fan, you're a true genius." Astiga was thrilled. "I don't understand what Margarita, Serafina, Nina, and Monica mean." But it also showed how capable Li Fan was. Astiga then asked, "I have selected strong men to form a guard legion, and tomorrow I will send several teams out to search for food." "That's too slow." Li Fan narrowed his eyes. "Break the group down and have everyone go search alone." "But that would be very dangerous. High returns. What if no one goes?" "First, find a few reliable people and send them out for a stroll before they come back." Li Fan said, then we'll have one of them say he found supplies. We'll take the supplies out in a wagon, make a round trip, and come back. We'll announce his success in a grand way, give everyone in the town 3 potatoes, make him a hero of the town, and grant him the title of Viscount. After that, we won't need to urge him, people will keep coming out. What if that person exposes us? Margarita asked. Li Fan smiled, he himself will believe he's a hero. Astiga pursed her lips tightly, seemingly still digesting the food. Seeing her hesitate for a long time, Li Fan patted her head and said, tomorrow, you will continue to do as I say. Astiga nodded emphatically, looking at Li Fan with admiration in his eyes. This man was simply unbelievable. Next. Then the group discussed other topics. The more they talked, the more they realized Li Fan's capabilities. Astiga had forgotten the delicious food in front of her, all she could see was the man's image. Margarita, Serafina, Nina, and Monica also idolized him immensely. The next day, Astiga did as Li Fan said without hesitation. As she expected, no one was willing to go. Being alone in the wild is no different from suicide. Following Li Fan's instructions, she selected 7 shrewd individuals to go out, and had one of them return to report that they had found supplies. In the end, 5 of the 7 people returned. The other 2 were unfortunate, they were also targeted by the mutants after going around in circles, which shows how dangerous it was. As planned, the selected person reported finding the supplies. Afterwards, Monica, the team leader, returned after making a round with the supplies. They made a high-profile announcement that they had received supplies. This man was also granted the title of Viscount by Li Weiss and Liddies, and in recognition of his heroic deeds, every person in the city was rewarded with 3 potatoes. Now, more soldiers wanted to leave the city to explore. The casualties were heavy, but the results were remarkable. Some people always managed to escape back and find the supply depot. Monica finally didn't have to make a wasted trip this time. She and Li Fan led the team to set off. Before leaving, Li Siwen ran over angrily, "Father, why didn't you take me with you when you fought the bad guys?" Her exaggerated, aggressive manner was quite adorable. Li Fan smiled and patted her head, "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Then I kissed her. No. Li Siwen was very stubborn, "I promised Mother that I would protect Father." All right. Li Fan picked her up in his arms and said, "Let's go together." Yes, I will definitely protect Father. Li Siwen hugged Li Fan's neck tightly, his little face beaming with joy. I want to go too. Li Weici and Li Tissi ran over, not to be outdone, their little hands grabbing Li Fan's clothes, their big eyes sparkling as they looked at their father. You are minor earls, you must stay in the city, you cannot take risks. Li Fan refused this time. Having learned from Winnie's experience, he was also afraid of his home being raided. Although Li Weiss and Li Tiss are children, their superpowers are not weak, while the others are only at level 1. With Astiga there as well, the 3 of them are enough to protect Rose Creek Town. What else do Li Weiss and Li Tiss want to say? Li Fan put on a stern face, "Listen to me." The 2 girls pouted, looking aggrieved, and reluctantly let go of their father's clothes with their little hands. Serafina and Monica stepped forward, each taking a little one's hand and gently comforting him. After saying goodbye to their families, Li Fan and his group set off. Pollution is very low. It was a wonderful day. 2 horses, 3 people. All that's left is the carriage, the others just need to handle the transport. With Li Fan and the other 2 around, they don't need to fight. Meow, meow. A cat-like mutant darted out, its fur rotting and its tail long. Li Fan felt this was a great opportunity to train Li Siwen. Are you scared? Don't be afraid. Li Siwen raised her little face, very bravely. Li Fan carried her to the mutant and warned, be careful. The person and the cat are about the same size. Monica asked worriedly, is it okay? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things. Li Fan patted his daughter in his arms. Li Siwen agreed, flicked his right hand, and a gust of cold air flew out. The mutant was startled, but reacted quickly, dodging to the side. However, Li Siwen chased after him and attacked him from the left and right. Although he was a bit clumsy, he still managed to make the mutant look very bad. Li Fan also gained a different understanding of the power of cold energy. He had hardly ever seen Winnie make a move. Except for the time in the church when Astiga got angry. This time, I had a more direct experience. Even if the chill doesn't hit its opponent, it will persist for a while. As Li Siwen attacked, the mutant was surrounded by chill, and its limbs became increasingly slow as they stiffened. Finally, Li Siwen waved his hand lightly, and an even thicker stream of cold air shot out, striking the mutant's chest. Snap! The latter's heart froze, causing him to collapse. He struggled for a few moments before dying. Yes! Li Siwen cheered. Li Fan picked her up and exclaimed, "My daughter is amazing." Li Siwen's cheeks were flushed with joy as he bounced around in Li Fan's arms. Monica was astonished. No wonder Lady Winnie holds such a high position in this area. It turns out her supernatural abilities are so powerful. The rest of the journey was filled with close calls, but ultimately without any major incidents. They encountered several battles along the way, and Li Siwen performed admirably in each one. Li Fan was never allowed to make a move. Soon, they arrived at the supply point set up by the church. Unfortunately, another group of people arrived. The leader was a man. Marshall is from Ficktown. The Count is Marcos. It's Li Fan. He recognized him. Li Weiss and Littiz were outstanding performers at the time. But Li Fan had no recollection of him. Marshall said, "Since our two families discovered it together, how about we split it equally?" "We discovered it first." Monica squinted, not intending to explain further. Let's not even mention that they have Li Siwen. Even Li Fan and Monica could easily crush Marshall and his group. But Li Fan spoke up at this moment, "We can split it equally, but I need your intelligence." "What intelligence?" "Information on the supplies. Where were they discovered? What are the supplies, and how much is there?" Ah. Marshall didn't understand. He simply told Li Fan that the supplies had all been taken away. What is he going to do? "Brothers, come on over for a free gift. Big Head is kneeling down and begging you." Chapter 104 Intelligence. Li Fan didn't say much, "Just tell me the information, and we'll split the stuff in half." Marshall glanced at Li Fan, then at Monica. These two are not to be trifled with. No need to think. He directly relayed the information. It's not adulterated. There's no point in adulterating it. Li Fan nodded. "Take half of the supplies. The supplies here include potatoes, salt, as well as some wheat, barley, and weapons." Marshall was overjoyed. After thanking them, he and his men took half of the supplies and bowed deeply before leaving. If Li Fan doesn't intend to give them to them, they had no way to solve it. "Because we simply can't beat them." "Wait until they leave." Monica asked, puzzled, "Why give it to him? That intelligence is meaningless to us, and the supplies have definitely been taken." Li Fan smiled. "In short, it's in our best interest." "Okay." Monica didn't ask any more questions. Choose to believe. Taking half or all of these supplies makes little difference to her. She was the little Count's stepmother. Eat whatever you want. Even Li Fan couldn't stop him. He likes to fatten himself up, and his happiest moment is watching his sisters enjoy a good meal together. Unfortunately, Winnie doesn't participate in family activities very often. She still maintained her status as an earl. The only time she did this was when Li Fan pressed her down, and she finally put aside her pride and wolfed down her food with Astiga. Next, Li Fan and Monica carried the remaining supplies back. Li Siwen made another move during the journey. The mutants we encountered this time were much stronger and faster than the ones before. But the cold still restricted his movement. He was easily subdued by Li Siwen in the end. Monica was both happy and a little sad. If only her son, Likas, were also a superhuman, he could fight for Li Fan. Li Fan saw through Monica's thoughts and comforted her. "Our son will become a superhuman." Is it the appearance of District 58? Monica interpreted it as an acquired awakening. That works too. Li Fan smiled confidently. "Even without District 58 and District 59, our son can still do it, believe me. As long as physical fitness continues to improve, it will definitely create greater possibilities for your 10 children. The thought of conquering the world with my children is thrilling." After their success, they were granted the title of princes. Soon the group returned to Rose Creek Town. Li Weiss and Li Tissi cheered and hugged Li Fan tightly, happy for their sister's performance. Everyone praised Li Siwen. Astiga, in particular, had an undisguised joy in his proud eyes. This is Lady Winnie's child, and she truly lives up to her reputation. Li Siwen's pretty face was flushed. She was especially happy to have gained the approval of her father and stepmothers. Dinner was exceptionally lavish. It contained various kinds of meat, as well as potatoes, vegetables, red wine, candy, and beverages. Finally, everyone raised their glasses together. Congratulations to Li Siwen. Cheers. Li Fan was the first to stand up, a toast to our little soldiers. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses, looking at Li Siwen, who had a happy expression on his face. After dinner, the little guy missed his mother a bit, so he fell asleep in Li Fan's arms. Her little hands clung tightly to his neck, refusing to let go. Li Fan patted her gently, a smile playing on his lips. Everyone felt very warm and cozy that night. Li Fan didn't go to keep the ladies company, but stayed with Li Siwen, afraid that she wouldn't be able to find him when she woke up at night. The next few days. The same old routine, searching for supplies alone. Then Li Fan and Monica took one of the 3 superpowered kids to find him. If you encounter teams from other towns, split the team in half to gather intelligence. In this way, their harvest, while not abundant, was enough to place them in the middle. The efficiency of riding alone is still too high. Every trip brings a surprise. As supplies gradually became more abundant, the living standards of the town's residents have also improved, and they can now eat 3 potatoes a day. Farmers naturally have a higher standard of living. They can enjoy beef and red wine 2 or 3 times a year, and their lives are getting better and better. Everyone lives in joy every day. Li Siwen is also gradually growing. He always performs exceptionally well when he goes out. Now, I can easily handle being attacked by 3 mutants at once. Even when facing the Mimicry Mechanical Aberration Destroyer Type 1 and the Aberration Berserker Worldbreaker Type 1, which gave Li Fan a headache, Li Siwen could easily defeat them. It mainly relies on the supernatural ability of cold air. Extremely low temperatures caused even precision instruments to malfunction. That day, everyone was gathered together chatting and laughing, preparing to enjoy a sumptuous lunch. Suddenly someone came to report that Sarah from Emerald Town was requesting an audience. It is said that they brought important intelligence. Li Fan was slightly surprised. Sarah. She was a beautiful girl in her early 20s. He was dressed in clean and neat clothes. Li Fan met her not long ago when Sarah led her team to collect supplies, but they were entangled by mutants. She was the only extremist warrior in their group, and she was in a very sorry state for a while. It was Li Fan who intervened in time to save the day. They didn't ask for a reward, but instead asked for information about the supplies. Sarah was grateful for this. This time, her expression was unusually solemn. He walked up to Li Fan, bowed, and said, "Mr. Li Fan, we have found a supply point, about 20 kilometers to the north. It's a very large supply point. Surrounded by mutants?" Li Fan asked. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her to come to him, and he didn't believe that Sarah would be so generous just because of one favor. "Not a mutant, a human," Sarah replied. "People?" "Yes, there are people from at least 5 towns there. They can't move all the supplies there in 3 days and 3 nights. If we go now, we might be able to get some." Sarah added, "There are also 2 superhumans guarding the supply depot." "A superhuman? From which town?" "I don't know either, they just won't let us get close." Sarah continued, "You are powerful enough to contend with them. We, the people of Emerald Town, offer you this news in exchange for 10 carts of potatoes and 5 carts of wheat." Li Fan thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay." Sarah was overjoyed and bowed again, saying, "Thank you, sir." The people of their town were waiting outside. "I'll wait for you outside the city." She knew that Li Fan was about to mobilize troops, and that was not something she could listen to. What if it's a scam? Serafina was as cautious as ever. Margarita said, "She doesn't look like a bad person." "Margarina, you're a bad person." "I know, sister. Bad people don't wear their words on their faces. They probably wouldn't lie to us, it wouldn't benefit Emerald Town at all." Li Fan thought about it carefully. Emerald Town is also located on the border of District 29, and offending the powerful Rosebrook Town here would not be a good thing. Astiga nodded in agreement. "That's right, which means there really is a large supply depot." Chapter 105. If I can't beat you, my child can't beat you? Then let's go. Li Fan made up his mind. The women nodded in agreement. Nina asked, "Who are you taking with you?" "Wow. Father, I'll go. I'm amazing." The 3 little ones vied to volunteer. "Li Weiss, Li Tis, you are counts, you have more important matters to attend to." Li Fan smiled and patted their heads. "This matter is more important than anything else." "What is it?" The 2 of them immediately looked curious. "Watch the house." Upon hearing this, they both immediately pouted, looking quite disappointed. Father, we are no longer 3 or 4-year-old children. Exactly, guarding the house isn't fun at all. Li Fan laughed and patted their heads. Who said guarding the house isn't fun? Our mothers are all at home, and there's an unborn younger brother or sister. Don't you want to protect our mothers? Protect our younger brother or sister? Want. The two of them were sensible after all. If anything happens at home, I'll spank you. No way. The two were eager to get started. Father, don't worry, we will protect our home well. That's right, no one can break through our defenses. Seeing their serious expressions, Li Fan smiled. Sven, you go. The power of cold air is still superior to that of water and fire. Since 2 superhumans have already appeared, it would be better to bring along the strongest one, Li Siwen. It's more reassuring to leave 2 people at home. The little girl looked delighted and clenched her tiny fist. No problem, father. Li Siwen aspires to become as strong as her mother. Be careful. Astiga patted her head. Don't worry, stepmother, I definitely won't let you down. Besides his mother, Li Siwen's favorite person is Astiga. She could see the other stepmothers and Winnie walking quite far away. Astiga was the only person who played with her every day. Moreover, she is gentle and always smiling. She is a true stepmother. I will still listen to my mother. That's the best. Hearing Li Siwen's confident words, Astiga gave her a bright smile and kissed her forehead. Okay. Then he patted her little head and said, go on, go with your father, be good, and come back safely. Aha! Li Siwen nodded vigorously. Sarah, who was waiting outside the city, was very happy to see Li Fan leading Li Siwen out of the town. Mr. Li Fan, your child has a limitless future. She had seen Li Siwen in action. That superpower was as beautiful as snowfall. Let's go. Li Fan nodded. The group advanced towards a point 20 kilometers away. Sarah continued to explain the situation on the way. Roughly speaking, teams from 5 towns surrounded this large supply depot, including 2 superhumans and 8 elite warriors. Other towns won't have a chance to get ahead. If you try to rob a supply convoy from 5 towns, you will be attacked by all 5 towns. An alliance? Yes. Sarah nodded and suggested, I think we'd better find some towns too. Li Fan shook his head. There are too many people, there won't be enough cake to go around. Cake? What cake? Sarah didn't understand. Li Fan smiled but didn't say anything. Soon, we arrived at our destination. It was indeed a large supply depot, piled high with all sorts of items. At first glance, there are probably several hundred tons of grain. In addition, there are other daily necessities, in astonishing quantities. Great place. Li Fan was overjoyed. It has been more than 20 days since they arrived in District 57, and this supply point has only just been discovered. In other words, in the next life, he can swallow it all by himself. When approaching a supply point, someone had already blocked the way. It was a burly white man. It has a very strong momentum. He was one of the superhumans. Upon seeing Li Fan, he immediately became wary. It's you? Clearly, they recognized him. Sarah introduced, this is Tank. Li Fan nodded slightly, let's compete fairly. Fair play? When Tanka saw that the little guy with water and fire abilities hadn't come, he couldn't help but look down on him. Mr. Li Fan, you don't think that just because you came by yourself, you can stand on equal footing with our 5 towns, do you? I think you should go back and find your little one. You might be able to get some supplies from him. He didn't take Li Fan seriously. Sarah frowned slightly, wanting to speak, but Li Fan stopped her. Whether it works or not, we'll only know after we try, he said calmly. Oh? Tanka sneered, do you really intend to fight against a superhuman? Many people were watching this scene intently. Many towns were not eligible for the supplies, but the sheer volume of supplies kept them there. They were hoping for chaos so they could seize the opportunity to loot something. It's not me fighting you, it's my daughter. Li Fan dismounted, and in his arms was Li Siwen. The little girl jumped to the ground, her eyes full of seriousness. Tanka gave Li Siwen a careful look, then smiled confidently. What a joke, just a kid. Give it a try. Li Fan pushed Li Siwen forward a step. He is confident. Li Siwen also has it. With a clench of her small hands, a chilling aura spread out. Tanka's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in surprise, you have another child with superpowers? Li Fan shrugged. I think we can talk. Tan Ku immediately changed his mind. But Li Fan knew that only by winning could he get a bigger share. Sven, what if he looks down on father? Beat him up. Li Siwen clenched his small fist. Even their eyes have changed. Very serious. Sarah smiled at his cute appearance. Tan Ku took a deep breath, and his superpowers erupted, causing the air temperature to soar immediately. His special ability also belongs to the 5 elements, and like Li Weiss, it is fire. The two faced off. Without hesitation, Li Siwen waved his small hand. A chilling aura swept out. It swept in. Tan Ku's expression changed slightly, and he quickly raised his hand to defend himself. Crimson flames swept away, and the two supernatural abilities collided and dissolved each other. They are evenly matched. Li Siwen's gaze grew increasingly serious. The little hands danced, and cold air kept flying out. Tan Ku's expression was solemn, and he intensified the fire to counteract the cold. For a moment, a stalemate ensued. Neither side can gain the upper hand. But Li Siwen is winning in Li Fan's child, so the vessel inside his body is naturally incomparable to that of ordinary superhumans. Soon, Tan Ku began to struggle to keep up. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Stop, he shouted. Li Siwen wouldn't listen to him. You look down on my father, I'll beat you. The chill grew increasingly violent, extinguishing his fire. Tan Ku decisively retreated. They narrowly avoided it. I give up, he gasped. Li Fan then spoke up, stop. Li Siwen then stopped. Wipe away the fine sweat from your forehead. He walked back to Li Fan with a proud expression. Father, I won. Li Fan patted her little head. Not bad. He. Li Siwen laughed happily. Chapter 106, 3 months have passed, the adventure begins. The entire room fell silent. No one expected that a child who looked to be 4 or 5 years old would defeat Tan Ku. Even Sarah looked shocked. He couldn't help but take a second look at Li Siwen. She wasn't a superhuman and didn't understand the difference. I thought it would be a bit weaker, at most a draw. I never expected them to crush them. Tan Ku wiped the sweat from his forehead. As a superhuman, he understood all too well the importance of the container. The container inside this little girl's body is frighteningly tall. Dear Mr. Li Fan, let's renegotiate. He no longer looked down on Li Fan, and even felt a slight sense of awe towards him. Li Fan nodded, okay. So he was taken to the supply depot. There was another superhuman here, a young white man in his 20s, who looked surprised when he saw Tank's disheveled appearance. Tan Ku didn't hide anything and recounted what had just happened. The young man immediately became serious. I never expected Mr. Li Fan to have such an outstanding child. He is a wind-type ability user and is not good at fighting. Skilled at escaping. They also transported supplies. It can drive the wind to make the carriage travel faster. Now there are 6 companies involved in the supply of materials. At this moment, Tan Ku had a wicked idea. Why don't we split it equally among the 3 of us? Of the 3, he, Li Fan, and that wind-type ability user are naturally the most deserving. Initially, there were only the 2 of them who possessed superpowers. Wind-type combat power is not high yet. They then approached 3 other companies, but Li Fan's addition greatly increased the strength of the superhuman team, so naturally they no longer needed anyone else. Tan Ku, you can't do this. That's right, we're friends. The other 3 families naturally objected. Tan Ku narrowed his eyes, get lost. If you want to share supplies, have your count come. You're afraid of being raided, but you still want supplies. What a joke. Li Fanjing observed the situation calmly. It's a great way to avoid offending anyone and even get a larger share of the profits. In the end, the 3 companies had no choice but to leave dejectedly. The remaining 3 families shared the supplies. The allocation method is simple, transport as much as possible. The wind-type ability user naturally had the most. Li Fan didn't care much about the amount or the fact that he didn't want to antagonize them, so he agreed. This transportation took more than 10 days. Every day, a massive amount of supplies were delivered, and Sarah and her group were quite satisfied to receive 20 truckloads of potatoes and 10 truckloads of wheat. Li Fan gave them double the reward. However, as time went on, many earls with supernatural abilities couldn't sit still any longer. Regardless of whether they were stealing from other people's homes or not, they all came to get a share of the spoils. As long as a person with superpowers steps forward, everyone else will agree. After all, a fight is not a good thing. At the same time, thefts also occurred. There really are people who want to be the one who suffers the consequences. To obtain supplies, you need a person with superpowers to lead the team, otherwise, it's impossible to get supplies from the supply depot. This created a vacuum period. As a result, many homes were robbed. They were tricked into opening the door and lost a lot of supplies. Some people, however, have no vision and have set their sights on Rose Creek Town. After watching Li Fan leave with his daughter, they began to deceive the door. Something has happened to your Lord Li Fan. This is his letter. Open the door quickly. A warrior from the desperate realm rode up on horseback. Li Weiss shouted from the city wall, Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. What? The visitor did not understand. It's fake. Li Weiss immediately realized. To prevent this from happening, Li Fan had already thought of a solution. Let us go down and beat them up. Liddy suggested a terrible idea. Li Weiss shook his head, oh no, Father instructed that we can't go in if we don't match the code. But this is a great opportunity to show off. Liddy's eyes sparkled, when Father comes back and hears that we drove away the enemy, he will definitely praise us. Great idea. Li Weiss enthusiastically agreed. They are counts, so they naturally have the right to open the door. Unsurprisingly, they drove those people away. Unsurprisingly, their buttocks were swollen from being spanked by Serafina and Margarita. Liddy's cried out, it was all because my brother opened the city gate, I couldn't stop him. Li Weiss? 3 months passed quickly. The assessment is over. Rose Creek Town ranks 9th. There is no reward. Li Fan didn't mind and took Li Siwen home to find his mother. The little girl misses her mother terribly. The moment Li Siwen saw Winnie, she ran towards her. She threw herself into her mother's arms. Mother! Winnie's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She hugged her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face, my dear. This scene moved Li Fan deeply. There is nothing happier than a family reunion. Did you help Father drive away the bad guys? Yes. I chased away a lot of bad guys. Li Siwen said proudly, wiping away his tears. Winnie laughed, that's amazing. Li Siwen hugged his mother's neck tighter again. God knows how much she missed her mother's embrace. The mother and daughter spent the whole day together. Li Siwen chattered on and on about what happened on the road, even into the evening. Winnie couldn't sit still any longer. Sweetie, go to sleep. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Li Siwen tugged at his mother's clothes. Mother, please don't sneak away tonight, okay? Winnie blushed slightly. Mother won't run away, you know. That's not true at all. Li Siwen said, I woke up in the middle of the night that day and saw Mother going to find Father. She even said something like, keep your voice down, the child has just fallen asleep. Winnie stiffened slightly, blushing with embarrassment. You saw everything? No, I was too sleepy, so I fell asleep. All right, Mother won't leave, go to sleep. Li Siwen then closed his eyes, satisfied. Winnie quietly kissed her forehead. But she lied. After Li Siwen fell asleep, she tiptoed away and slipped into Li Fan's bed. Then she wrapped her arms around his waist. More than 10 days later, Li Fan left Kingslandberg. If you don't leave now, he really has to reopen it. Winnie is very content, she just doesn't know if she can get pregnant again, but she has done everything she can. Nothing special happened when I returned to Rose Creek. Developed the town during the day. We'll choose the cards at night. His life was very ordinary. The ladies lead fulfilling lives. Shortly after, Astiga gave birth to a daughter, who was also a superhuman. This was unexpected for Li Fan. He named himself Li Sisi. The last thing on my mind has been taken care of. Li Fan also realized that there might not be any advantages to him in this life, so he did not choose to live out his life peacefully. Instead, he took out the horn that Alfie had left him. Woohoo! Woohoo! A deep, resonant bugle call sounded. Soon a mimicking lava aberration obsidian type 1 appeared, as tall as the city wall, which frightened many people. Li Fan took out a torch, bid farewell to his wife and children, and sat on the shoulder of the mimic lava distortion obsidian type 1. Again. He stepped into the darkness. Chapter 107 Re-encounter with Alfie. Thanks to the amazing verification from Walyu Oizong. Love you, boss. The darkness remained as cold and desolate as ever. The firelight could only illuminate a portion of the obsidian eye-type shoulder of the mimic lava distortion. Li Fan could no longer see its full appearance. The view was still obstructed. All I could sense was the obsidian eye, a mimicking lava distortion, striding forward for an unknown period of time. It stopped. Li Fan asked, "Have we arrived?" It did not answer. He simply swung his right arm. Li Fan was sitting on his right shoulder. He was thrown off in an instant. However, this was also within his warning range. From the moment he entered the darkness, Li Fan was prepared to land at any moment. So he remained calm, adjusted his posture in mid-air, and landed steadily. At the same time, look up. A huge black shadow loomed down. It's the mimicry lava distortion obsidian type 1 crouching down. Its head was bigger than Li Fan's entire body. Through the firelight, you could see a pair of eerie green eyes. The eyeballs are not accurate. It's more like a gemstone. At the same time, countless pores on the rock's outer surface opened, spewing out hot air. A warm feeling came over me. What is it doing? Immediately afterwards, a loud scraping sound rang out, like the sound of sharp claws scraping against rocks. Time and time again. It was accompanied by strange noises. Li Fan then realized that the mimicry lava distortion obsidian type 1 was protecting itself. Other variants have emerged. This big guy probably doesn't know that Li Fan won't be harmed. Its entire body lay on the ground, blocking the firelight and prompting the attack. A moment later, the friction sound stopped. The mimicry lava distortion obsidian type 1 stood up straight again, and Li Fan climbed onto its shoulder like a monkey. The two set off again. And who knows how much darkness they passed through. Arrive. Destination. A natural cave appeared before us. The mimicry lava distortion obsidian type 1 remained stationary. It crouched down, gesturing for Li Fan to get down. Li Fan jumped off its shoulder. Turned back again. The enormous black shadow disappeared back into the darkness and vanished. Thank you. Li Fan bowed. It was pitch black and damp here. However, the deeper you go, the warmer it becomes. It was completely different from the cold outside. The cave was spacious, with torches hanging on the rock walls on both sides to illuminate the space. Alpheus does not need torches. This was clearly prepared for Li Fan. No. It is intended for humankind. Several burly figures sat on the ground, forming a circle. Another person was injured. Is this your first time here? A bald woman asked. Li Fan nodded. The woman looked fierce and menacing, and her voice was as rough as a man's. Please sit down, she gestured. There are 5 people here. Li Fan sat in an empty seat. On the left is the injured person. His left arm is completely severed and he is being bandaged. By the firelight, I examined it carefully. They are about the same age, probably around the same age as him. On the right was a blonde, middle-aged man with a calm expression and piercing eyes. He swept his gaze over Li Fan and said, "My name is Jin Ku." Li Fan. The remaining 4 are named Tali, Ellen, Jeff, and Yolanda. Learn a little about it. They were all there to see Alfie. They've been waiting here for a while now. Li Fan chatted with them and gained a basic understanding of them. Why did you come here? Tali asked. That is, the bald woman. Everyone here has their own reasons. Either they owe the Earl a favor, or someone has exploited their weaknesses. Tali belongs to the latter category. As a Jedi Knight, she fell in love with an ordinary man and had a child with him. Unfortunately, her count used this as leverage. Let her come here and take the gold coins back. My count fathered 1 son and 2 daughters for me, Li Fan said. These words were spoken. The other's expression shifted slightly. Jinka stared at Li Fan, a smirk playing on his lips. You're quite something. It's so touching that he takes such a big risk for his wife and children. Tali said enviously. No one knows if they'll make it back alive after coming here. The injured man's name is Jeff. He kept complaining about being left behind by the mimic lava distortion obsidian type 1. They even cursed them as a pile of stones that couldn't understand human speech. How do I get gold coins? Li Fan asked at this moment. Tali and the others shook their heads. They are newcomers too. Only Jinka came once, returned alive, but then came back again. His willingness to take the risk was also related to his count status. However, unlike Li Fan, he didn't directly target his own earldom. He had a crush on her. He is also the captain of the Knights of the Dead in the city, which is Astiga's position. We need to get into a place called the Death Corridor to get gold coins, Jinx said. He wanted to continue. At this moment, Alfie walked into the cave. Oh, it seems there are quite a few people this time. We can make a fortune. Lord Alfie. The 6 men rose and bowed. When you come to someone else's territory, it's best to be respectful. Alfie is much smaller than the Mimic Lava Distortion Obsidian Type 1. But no one dared to underestimate him. Especially the hammer in its hand, which was used to forge the holy source, looked like a sharp weapon. Sit down, everyone, and have something to eat. This might be the last time you eat something this good. Alfie said. Those were some dried meat and fruit. Surprisingly, it tasted pretty good. Alfie has always been very interested in Li Fan, and it's a question of who among these 5 people will get the most gold coins. It is believed to be Li Fan. Do you remember our promise? Alfie asked. Li Fan nodded. Of course, just double the gold coins. That's good. Alfie took out 5 contracts and had the 5 people sign them. Li Fan's share cost 20 gold coins, double the price. Jinka glanced at it and was startled. It really is double the price? If I complete the 4 town renovations, Alfie will return all the money to me. That's our bet. Li Fan smiled. 4 times. Jinka was startled. 4 town renovations don't mean 4 trips in and out of the Death Corridor. If you don't earn enough gold coins, you might have to go in and out 40 times. Do you know what that means? The survival rate for 1 trip is only 20%. You have no chance of surviving. Li Fan replied, I have confidence. All right. Alfie walked out. Now that we've signed, let's go. The group stood up. Once again, I stepped into the darkness. This time, the Mimic Lava Distortion Obsidian Type 1 is not needed to lead the way. We walked for a while. The terrain gradually slopes down. The temperature is getting lower and lower. The brightness of the torches was also compressed to the extreme. Are you really going to pay double the price? Tali leaned closer. The first upgrade requires 10 gold coins, the second 50, the third 300, and the fourth one 1,000. You'll have to double that each time? Li Fan nodded. Tali patted him on the shoulder. The woman was quite strong. You're the second man I admire. Who was the first one? My husband. A tender look appeared in Tali's eyes. Although he is an ordinary person and quite thin, he has never backed down for me and the children. A real man. Li Fan smiled. He is a real man. Tali exclaimed. Chapter 108 Dungeons and Warriors. At this moment, the people in front stopped. Alfie pointed ahead. Beyond this river lies the corridor of death. Ahead lay a river of unknown width. All Li Fan and the others could hear was the sound of the rushing seawater. They're getting closer. Only by the light of the fire could one see that the river water was red, a very viscous red. Everyone thought it was blood. But there was no smell of blood. How do we get there? Li Fan asked. That's why you've come with me. Alfie tapped the ground a few times with its hammer. One by one, the mimicking lava distortion obsidian type 1 rose up from the river water. They only showed half of their heads. You can tell the river is very deep. Alfie continued, if anyone falls in, I'm not responsible for rescuing them. Everyone nodded solemnly. Jinka went first, having been there before. He warned the others, it's very slippery up there, so be careful. After saying that, he leaped up. It stood firmly on the head of the first mimic lava distortion obsidian type 1. Then jumped forward again, 1 jump at a time. Tali was the second, and she was equally agile. It was Li Fan's turn. Without hesitation, he leaped. It also landed firmly on the head of a mimicry lava distortion obsidian type 1. It is indeed very slippery. But for a warrior in dire straits, as long as they are careful, there will be no problem. Looking up, the view was still blocked. I can't see what's ahead anymore. All you can see are 2 flames jumping around. The last one is Jeff, who was injured. Then there's Alfie. It seemed quite at ease, perhaps due to its different body structure, moving about as if on flat ground. Li Fan maintained his rhythm throughout. Sometimes small waves would come and submerge the head of the mimic lava distortion obsidian type 1. But none of this is a problem, it has no impact. He soon spotted Jink and Tali standing side by side, indicating that they had reached the shore. He pushed off with both feet and leaped onto the shore. Then I saw the others coming up one after another. Jeff, the last one, was a bit slow after all. His arm was injured, making it difficult for him to maintain his balance. On the last jump, my foot slipped, and I was about to fall. Li Fan reached out and pulled him up. Jeff broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Li Fan gratefully. "Thank you." The others also breathed a sigh of relief. Alfie then appeared, waving his hammer to signal everyone to continue. Cross this red river. The air turned completely cold. A road appeared ahead. It meanders inward. There are rock walls on both sides. The light of torches illuminated the road ahead. This place is like a mysterious ruin waiting to be explored. It is also known as the Death Corridor. It implies that there is no turning back. After walking for a while, we came to a bend. Turn around. The view ahead suddenly opened up and was surrounded by holy light. It is a huge, circular space. A vertical passageway stretched straight to the sky, also radiating holy light. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a luxurious city. Alfie smiled. "Welcome to Dungeon Fighter Online." Dungeon Fighter Online? Choose the dungeon, then go down there to mine for gold. Choose the warrior, then go up there to fight in the arena. With that, it pointed upwards. Win, and you'll get gold coins. Everyone was excited when they heard there were gold coins. But it's clear that winning won't be that easy. Fearing that Alfie might not be telling the truth, everyone looked at King. Jinka shrugged. "I've never gone up, but I've never seen anyone come down. Anyway, the safest way is to go to the dungeon." "Have you made your choice?" Alfie asked directly. "Dungeon. That's what everyone chose." Alfie looked at Li Fan. "With your choice, you won't be able to carry out 4 renovations of your town." "Lord Alfie, I don't think you need to worry about that." Li Fan's goal was to thoroughly understand this place. Then naturally we should choose the place with the lowest risk. It wouldn't be good if I went to fight in the arena and got killed instantly. "All right." Alfie led Li Fan and the other 4 over. Upon closer inspection, the passage leading upwards resembled a towering pillar, entirely crafted from gold, gleaming brilliantly. There are guards. It is also a hybrid variant. It's very special. The skeleton's body was covered in metal armor. It wasn't worn. "They are one." "Alfie, you're here again," the skeleton said. "Yes, Lord Skull." Alfie smiled and bowed his head. "These 5 people have chosen the dungeon." "Another dungeon." The skeleton said calmly. "You won't make any money doing it this way." "Hee, there's nothing I can do. The people who came to me aren't anything special," Alfie chuckled obsequiously. The skeleton gave him a gold coin. "Thank you, Lord Skull." Alfie turned and left. I didn't say anything to anyone. Tali then asked Jink, "How do we get back?" "Alfie will come again, but we'll need a gold coin for the return trip." Jinka replied. "Go back and ask for money?" "Yes." Jinka nodded. Li Fan watched Alfie's retreating figure and asked, "What if we don't run into Alfie?" "Then let's leave with the other capable people. It's all the same as spending 1 gold." After Jinka finished speaking, Li Fan felt like he had been sold out again. The last one was Oliver. This time it's Alfie. "Enter the dungeon," the skeleton pointed to the passage. Li Fan and his 4 companions filed in. There is an elevator inside that goes up. However, it doesn't go downwards. The 5 people need to take the stairs that go down to the side. Walk in circles. Continuing downwards. The terrain is getting lower and lower, and the temperature is getting colder and colder. A stone door appeared at the very bottom. There is no road below that. Push open the stone door. What appeared before the 5 people was a huge underground space. The holy light was somewhat dim. It's not as dazzling as the space above. Looking around, all you could see were passageways and people coming and going, each holding a mining shovel. Bang! 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 A monotonous rhythm echoes here. This is more chilling than deathly silence. The stone gate is closed. It felt like my lifeline had been shut off, like I was trapped in a cage. Tali whispered to Jink, "Are we going to mine?" "Yes." Jinka nodded. "Our goal is to find gold." Another hybrid mutant appeared not far away. Jinka led the group over and collected shovels and bamboo baskets. "We have to be careful of other people here. Once gold is found, malicious robbery and even murder are common occurrences." "Understood." Tali replied solemnly. Li Fan and the others also received their items and followed behind Jin Ku. The group began searching for a mine shaft. Just as they took a step, several heavily made-up blonde women walked over. Want to sleep? Jin. They held up one finger. These people were dressed extremely provocatively and engaged in various suggestive poses. Li Fan felt a little dizzy. Isn't it mining? Can we dig up something else? Chapter 109 Mining. Get out, we don't need you. Jinka chased them away. There are people who do this. This is the simplest way to withdraw funds. Jeff was a little stunned. 1 gold medal per game. That's way too expensive. It's not just 1 gold medal, it's just 1 gold medal. You can contact her anytime after that. Jinku said. Just 1 gold medal? Right. Then how do you make money? Jeff asked. Jinka looked at him and said, she's not a client. Generally speaking, these women can take away more than 100 gold coins. Aren't they afraid of being robbed? Tali asked. Jeff glanced at the mutant who had just been handed out mining shovels. They paid their protection money a long time ago. Got it. Li Fan wasn't interested in that. He glanced at the mine shafts. They all looked pretty much the same from the outside. No need to look, nobody would know that gold could be found in that cave. Jinka looked at the 5 people and said, there's one more thing I want to confirm. Are we going to team up or split up? Of course we'll team up. Jeff was the first to answer. With a broken arm, he naturally wanted everyone to be together. Okay, that's what I think too. Only by teaming up can we survive here. Jinka continued, so, we mine for gold together, and if we find any, we split it equally. If anyone tries to take advantage of any one of us, we'll unite against them. Good. Everyone nodded. But this is like children playing house. It's hard to say whether they can unite when facing a truly powerful team. Jinka led the group into a mine. It was very dark inside, with only torches illuminating a certain area. There were other teams inside the mine, and they became wary of each other when they saw people approaching. Li Fan saw that these people had already unearthed a large piece of gold. We mean no harm. Jinka directly expressed his goodwill. The gold nugget was large, but it wasn't much for the 6 people to share. Moreover, if things get chaotic, other teams might get involved, which is really not worth it. Those people didn't respond. They simply placed the bamboo basket in the middle of the line. The cave was damp, with water droplets inside. Bending over and digging with a shovel is tiring. An hour or 2 later. Jinka stopped, excitedly holding up a small piece of gold. Our first piece of gold has appeared. Everyone was excited, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. Not long after, Li Fan also unearthed a piece of gold, not very big, but it made him happy. But then their luck turned sour. Time passed slowly, and no one contributed any more gold. Jinka led everyone in another different direction. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on their side. Even after trying several different mines, they still found nothing. Tali, who had been optimistic, now looked unwell. With no results, everyone's mood became depressed. Jinku's face darkened. Especially after hearing that a large amount of gold had been found in a mine not far from them, their eyes turned red. Let's take a break. Jinka put down his shovel. Tali sat on the ground, her face gloomy, her eyes glancing at the other people's spoils from time to time, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Li Fan glanced at the gold. It's very big. It was carried out by 5 people. Jeff angrily threw his shovel on the ground. I suggested we go further away, but you insisted on doing it in this mine. Now look what happened, you let them get away with it. You think you can lift such a big piece of gold with your bare hands? Jinka retorted directly. Jinka, what do you mean? We are all Jedi Knights, and each of us is a figure of importance in our respective towns. Naturally, neither side would give way to the other. Jeff, you're out of the team now. Jinka said immediately. You're seriously slowing things down by working with only one hand. This isn't up to you. Jeff looked at the others. But who would speak up for someone with an injured arm? Okay. Jeff's chest heaved with anger, and he gritted his teeth. I'm leaving. He picked up the shovel and left. At this moment, a riot broke out in front of the mine shaft where the gold nuggets were being carried out. Some people had the idea of robbing it. Jinka immediately stood up. Let's go take a look. He didn't need to say it. Li Fan and the other 3 followed. Wait until we get there. 5 or 6 people have already participated in the robbery. Jinka did not rush to join in, but instead pulled Li Fan and the other 3 aside to wait for an opportunity. Other teams are also watching and waiting. Li Fan asked, "How do I exchange gold for gold coins?" Jinka replied, "Just give the gold nuggets to those mutants, and they'll give you gold coins." At this moment, more and more people joined the scramble for the gold nuggets, and the scene became increasingly chaotic. Jinka suddenly said in a deep voice, "Make your move." Tali and her 2 companions rushed out, competing with others. Li Fan didn't move. With so many people in such a chaotic situation, the gold nugget eventually ended up in Jinka's hands after several twists and turns. This also attracted the attention of other teams who tried to surround and block them. The situation remains deadlocked. "Escort me to exchange for gold coins," Jinka shouted. "As long as it's exchanged for gold coins, everything is fine." "Don't believe him," someone said. "He's going to exchange the gold coins, and those gold coins are his. If he doesn't give them to you later, there's nothing you can do. Don't listen to his nonsense, we're a team." Jinka held up a gold nugget. "This gold nugget is too heavy even with his powerful force, he can't withstand it." Li Fan watched from a distance. He hadn't bet anything on this lifetime, he was just going through the motions of digging. A life or death struggle? Stop joking. Tali couldn't tell who was telling the truth and who was lying. But she knew being surrounded was not a good thing, so she withdrew immediately. Damn it! Seeing the situation was turning against him, Jinka threw the gold nugget on the ground, "Take it or leave it." After he returned with his men, he stared at Li Fan and asked, "Why didn't you go up?" "I don't want to go." "You're fired." "Okay." Li Fan left immediately. Seeing that Jink had fired 2 people in a row, Tali went straight to chase after Li Fan. It's obvious that Li Fan is more reliable. Following me is useless. Li Fan told her directly, "I won't gain much from this." "Why?" "There's no reason why." "Okay." Tali left. He didn't go to see Jinka either. There is no night in the dungeon, the holy light always maintains the same brightness. Li Fan found a place to rest. I don't know how much time has passed, maybe a few hours, maybe a few days. He had already memorized which mine produced which size of gold nugget. I also realized something. Why is there prostitution here? You have to understand that everyone here is a warrior from the brink, so naturally there's no shortage of women, and it's impossible for them not to be able to control their physical urges. But it's too oppressive here. The holy light that never goes out, the constant clanging sound, and the occasional bloodshed. Over time, people will go crazy sooner or later. Venting became the only way to relieve the stress. Li Fan felt it was about time and wanted to leave. He went to the hybrid mutant and said, "I want to go up there." 1 gold coin. The mutant didn't even look up. Li Fan didn't expect that changing locations would cost money. He took out the gold he had dug up, but it wasn't heavy enough. At this moment, Tali approached him. "Jeff struck gold." "The man with the injured arm?" "Yes." Tali nodded. "Let us rob him. If we don't, someone else will." Chapter 110 Warriors. Li Fan pondered for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." Tali was delighted. The 2 quickly ran in Jeff's direction. At this point, a chaotic battle had broken out on that side. "Jink, don't push me!" Jeff yelled. Jinka remained silent, engaging in a brutal struggle. It wasn't just him. Many more people joined, and Jeff had a considerable amount of gold. It has already sparked a melee involving nearly 20 people. Li Fan pulled Tali aside and whispered, "Don't rush." "Okay," Tali said patiently. The melee lasted for several minutes before a winner was finally decided. As expected, Jeff couldn't hold onto the gold nuggets. From the moment he injured his arm, it also meant that he lost his ability to compete. This battle also resulted in the deaths of 3 extremist warriors. Jinka was also injured. But he won. Not just here. Scrambles also broke out in other areas. Chaos spread again. Jinka, holding up the gold nugget, laughed heartily, "It's mine." "Jinka, we're locked in a life or death struggle." Jeff stared at the gold in his hand, his eyes bloodshot. "Whatever." Jinka walked toward the hybrid mutant with the air of a victor. But at this time, A figure suddenly appeared from the side. Swift as lightning. He snatched the gold nugget and ran away. It's Li Fan. Jinka was stunned, then enraged, and chased after them with several companions, shouting, "Give it to me!" Li Fan remained silent, unleashing his speed to its absolute limit. Jink! At that moment, Tali raised her fist and threw it at Jink. Because lightsabers are not allowed inside, everyone has to fight hand to hand. No one else is a match for Li Fan. The speed is naturally slow. Therefore, her goal was to stop Jinka. Jinka, of course, didn't want to get entangled, so he quickly dodged the attacks and continued the chase. But it was too late. At this moment, Li Fan had already reached the hybrid mutant and handed over the gold nugget. The mutant, expressionless, weighed the coins in its hand, 8 gold coins. Good. Li Fan nodded. Jinka followed closely behind, and seeing the gold nuggets that had already been handed over, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. I will get my revenge. You don't have time for that. Li Fan smiled. Talika also arrived here. Jinka's face darkened. Tali, are you sure Li Fan will give you some gold coins? You definitely won tea. Tali replied. Actually, she was also making a bet in her heart, staring intently at Li Fan. Gold coins won't be given out immediately. Instead, it was recorded. We'll settle the score together after we leave the dungeon. The mutant asked, how should we record this? By yourself? Or should we distribute it to other people? Tali's breath hitched. Li Fan asked, are there any other fees for going up there? No, you only need to hand over 1 gold coin to leave the dungeon. Then I'll take 1, and Tali will take 7. What? Jinka, Tali, and the mutants all wondered if they had misheard. Tali asked, Li Fan, are you giving me 7? Yes. Li Fan nodded, not even looking at her, and continued to say to the mutant, I'm leaving. Okay, the mutant nodded. Li Fan just spent the gold coin he had just earned. You're going up there? Jinka paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Looks like I don't need to seek revenge on you, you'll just die in there yourself. Li Fan smiled and ignored him. Tali was still a little confused. Li Fan would give her 7 gold coins. That means she only needs 5 more gold coins to leave the dungeon. Here's 1. Go back and hand 1 in. The remaining 10 coins were just enough to be given to Alfie to renovate the city. Thanks. You're welcome, I don't need it, it's that simple. Tali didn't understand why Li Fan said such a thing. Aren't all the people who come here for the gold coins? Could it be that he has a crush on me? But no matter what, she remembered this favor. Then the stone door opened, and Li Fan left. He stepped onto the spiral staircase again. They then returned to the ground. The skeleton king outside was still there. He was taken aback when he saw Li Fan. You've earned enough gold coins? No. Li Fan looked up. I want to go up and be a warrior. Warrior? Is it not allowed? Sure. The skeleton clattered and said, you're the first person who couldn't earn gold in the dungeon and had to run up there. There is a disc in the passage made of gold. The bottom is embedded with a driver from the mechanical mutant's body, which can send people up. Go in, it said, opening the door to the passageway. Li Fan stepped onto it, and a force propelled him rapidly into the air. A dozen seconds later, the blinding light enveloped him. This place is even bigger than the underground city. Like a town in the sky, supported by a golden passage, it stretches as far as the eye can see. The most eye-catching sights are the 2 100-meter-tall warrior statues, one holding a spear and the other raising a shield. Their expressions were all fierce and solemn. Li Fan's appearance went unnoticed. He walked toward the tallest building, which was an arena, with 2 guards standing at the entrance. It's even bigger than the underground city. Li Fan walked straight over and said simply and clearly, I want to be a warrior. One of the guards looked him up and down a few times, then nodded, go in and register. A red carpet was laid on the ground. This is considered a high position. Looking down, there are countless seats. At this moment, a warrior from the most desperate situation emerged victorious in the arena at the very center. He raised the heads of the defeated and roared. The audience screamed wildly. Li Fan walked into the venue and found a person in charge of registration. She was a cold-faced woman who didn't ask any questions. After making a note in a booklet, she handed Li Fan a metal gauntlet, wear this and you'll be a warrior. The condition for staying here is to win at least 3 games every week. Li Fan took it and felt its weight. It wasn't too heavy. He put the gauntlet on his left arm. After seeing this, the woman registering the players continued to instruct them. You will receive 1 gold coin for each win in the beginner level. If you win 5 consecutive matches without quitting, you can enter the intermediate level. Thank you. Li Fan nodded. Good luck. After saying that, she ignored him. Li Fan arrived at the dueling arena, found a corner, and quietly became a spectator. Not long after, another gladiatorial combat began. 1 man and 1 woman. The overall strength is vastly different. The woman lost. He was beheaded. Li Fan watched intently. He noticed something. Although they were both extremists, neither of them seemed to be using the force. Could it be? Li Fan tried to communicate with his force, but there was no response. His gaze naturally fell on the handguards on his arm. This seems to be the reason why the force is being limited. In other words, it comes down to physical strength. Wouldn't that give me a greater advantage? Soon, another gladiatorial combat began. This time there were 2 men. One of them was using a broad axe, which he swung with great force. They won in the end. Li Fan didn't wait any longer and got up to register. He was greeted by the same cold-faced woman. Do you have a weapon? No. You can buy weapons here. You don't have to pay rent if you die, and you only need 1 gold coin if you win. That sounds like a great deal. But those weapons were just cold weapons, not worth a single coin. Li Fan asked, if I win, will the loser's weapon be mine? Everything the loser owns is yours. Then we don't need to rent it. Chapter 111 Re-encounter with Wanda. The story you all love is here. Let's send some free gifts. The woman looked him up and down a few times, then nodded without asking any more questions. The gongs of the arena sounded. Li Fan stepped onto the central stage. The host excitedly introduced, today we have a newcomer. As we all know, newcomers always have high odds, so let's cheer for this newcomer. A newcomer. A newcomer. The audience's enthusiasm was indeed very high. But nobody had high hopes for him. A newbie without any weapons is just asking for trouble. At this point, the betting market had already opened. A woman walked in, instantly attracting the attention of many onlookers. The main problem is that she's too big. She glanced at the stage, somewhat surprised. Li Fan? The person who came was Wanda, whom I had met in Oaktown. However, she was not wearing a nun's habit at this time, but rather tight-fitting leather armor. A short leather skirt revealed a pair of long, slender, white legs. Her dashing appearance, coupled with her stunning figure, drives men wild. I'd bet on him to win. Wanda hesitated for a moment before placing her only gold coin on Li Fan. Her idea was simple. Li Fan has given birth to many very healthy children, which means he is in good health. The arena battles here are all about physical prowess. Are you sure? The dealer asked. Sure. The market then opened. The 2 players are already in position. Li Fan's opponent was a burly man wielding a heavy axe. Blood was still dripping from the axe blade, and he looked excited. When he saw Li Fan unarmed, he grinned even more. Kid, are you here to get yourself killed? Not necessarily. Li Fan threw a punch. The burly man instinctively dodged to the side. Then he swung the axe down suddenly. Li Fan was faster, striking his cheek with an elbow. He was knocked so hard he staggered, and the heavy axe in his hand became unsteady. You've got some skill, he said, licking his lips, and raised his axe again. Li Fan lunged forward and threw another punch. Every punch forced the opponent to retreat. After a few rounds, the big man was starting to panic. The power is too great. Too fast. Die! He roared, gathering all his strength. Holding an axe with both hands. It cleaved down from mid-air. Li Fan shifted his feet to the side, avoiding the attack, and at the same time punched him in the throat. The big man's eyes widened, and his body curled up like a shrimp. They were directly rendered incapable of fighting. Li Fan picked up the giant axe and chopped off his head. The outcome is decided. Wanda screamed excitedly. She earned a total of 7 gold coins. She was going to lose everything today, with only 1 gold coin left out of 5. But now, not only has she broken even, she's even made 2 more. Men who can have children are indeed strong. The bookmaker looked pained. A complete novice, unarmed, actually won. This is unusual. The audience was also surprised. Many people lost everything. But they didn't hold back their cheers, as a welcoming gift to the new warriors. Li Fan raised his axe, accepting the clamor. He also noticed the screams from the audience. At first, he couldn't tell who it was, but his eyes locked onto the most prominent part as if he were aiming at himself. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Wanda. The red hair is especially noticeable. But isn't she a nun? Why are you dressed like that? You've come all this way? At this point, the host came on stage and asked if they wanted to continue. As a newcomer, the reward for consecutive wins would be doubled, which is 2 gold coins. Li Fan nodded, come on. He guessed that he might be targeted. But since we're here, we'll have to test the strength of the beginner's arena. This time, it was a woman who came up. Somewhat slender. The market reopened for trading. This wasn't Wanda's first time here. She knew exactly how the bookmakers played their game. The bookmaker will definitely raise Li Fan's winning probability before winning everything. The next match shouldn't be too difficult. She went all in on Li Fan. Really? Just as Wanda had guessed. This woman was only slightly stronger than the burly man from before. Li Fan didn't use many fancy tricks. He used his speed to finish off his opponent with a single elbow strike. Then they cut off her head. An easy victory. The third match. If you win, you will receive 4 gold coins. Li Fan indicated that he would continue. The atmosphere was ignited. New king! New king! The cheers were so loud that everyone outside could hear them clearly. This time, the bookmaker sent out Rose, who is known as a rookie killer. Their skill level is among the top in the beginner arena. The atmosphere was ignited once again. That kid's finished. The odds are very high. I'm betting 5 on Rose to win. Wanda hesitated. Last time, 7 became 10. She could have left. But after careful consideration, she still chooses to believe in Li Fan, who has a strong fertility. From the first time we met, she felt that Li Fan was someone who constantly created miracles. This miracle is unfolding right now. She was also infected. Wanda eventually placed 10 bets again. After the game was closed, the battle began. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. The onlookers held their breath. Someone outside the field blew a whistle. Ross suddenly charged forward, his greatsword slashing down with the wind. Extremely powerful. Li Fan shifted his feet to the side to dodge, dropped the axe, and then threw a punch with the same thunderous force. Ross's expression changed. He parried continuously and began to retreat. He became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. The opponent's strength was too great. Speed, explosiveness, and endurance are all top-notch. How can someone be so well-rounded? How healthy does that have to be? After dozens of rounds, Rose gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The audience below the stage was stunned. Unexpectedly, this newcomer actually dominated Rose. At the last moment, Li Fan seized the opening and slammed his knee into Ross's stomach. The latter let out a painful groan, clutched his stomach with both hands, and slowly collapsed. Li Fan picked up his greatsword and chopped off the head. The entire room fell silent. 4 gold coins in hand. Wanda screamed again. She went from 10 to 20. The bookmaker looked pained. Li Fan won again. The primary market can no longer hold him back, so there's no need to open betting on it. Today's match is now over, the host announced. If Li Fan continues to win, he'll have 8 gold coins left. Just interrupt it. Tomorrow we'll start over with only 1. Li Fan walked up to Wanda. She jumped up and hugged him, screaming excitedly. I won! I won! Thank you! Li Fan felt the full, elastic flesh. That feels so good. You're amazing! His ears were almost deafened by the noise. Li Fan had no choice but to pull her away. The main problem is that if we continue to interact like this, I'll embarrass myself. Li Fan asked, what are you doing here? Aren't you a nun? Wanda realized she might have gone a bit too far. She was a nun, and such intimate contact with men was not permitted. Therefore, he quickly stepped back. Her face flushed slightly as she explained, I came here to earn gold coins. You want gold coins too? It's the church that wants it. Chapter 112 I am guilty. Li Fan remembered what Alfie had said. The holy city was also transformed from a small town. In other words, it cost a huge amount of money. He didn't think about where the gold coins came from at the time. They subconsciously assumed they would acquire it through transactions or other means. But now it seems it's possible that the people below are supporting the church. Wanda continued, I brought 5 gold coins, and my goal this time is 20 gold coins. Thank you so much for helping me achieve that. Li Fan had a very good impression of Wanda. She was a kind woman. Most importantly, he is in excellent physical condition. If you want to earn more, keep betting on me. I don't think I have any rivals in the preliminary stages. But I'm leaving in 2 days. Why? The rule here is that you have to play 3 matches within 7 days, otherwise it's a violation, and I have to leave on the 6th day. Okay. Li Fan nodded. Then I'll play all 5 games tomorrow so you can earn more. Really? Wanda's eyes widened in surprise. Li Fan then realized that she wasn't just big in 2 places, her eyes were big too. It's no wonder he didn't notice. The main strengths are so prominent that they overshadow the other advantages. Now let's take a closer look. Wanda is a great watch. It's the kind of show that makes you want to watch it more and more. Of course. Li Fan nodded. Thank you, you're the best man I've ever met. Wanda hugged Li Fan again, her voice trembling with emotion. His full body pressed against his chest. Li Fan was somewhat distracted. That's amazing. You're too kind. Li Fan could smell a faint milky fragrance on her. Wanda realized she had lost her composure again and stepped back. Her pretty face turned even redder. She took a deep breath to calm herself. The main reason is that Wanda has never earned so much money before. She had come twice before and lost all 5 coins each time, which made her feel increasingly guilty towards her faith. Now we've made it all back. Wanda's natural goodwill towards Li Fan increased dramatically. I even want to express my gratitude in every possible way. But thinking about it, I don't seem to have anything worth mentioning. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. You don't have anywhere to stay, do you? Come to my place. Sister Sophia left today, and there's a bed available. Wanda invited. Li Fan did not refuse. There are no more beginner matches today. The two left the arena. On the way back, Wanda spoke up for Li Fan, saying, they really went too far, they actually stopped the match. We can continue tomorrow. But as a newbie, your winning streak will be rewarded double, and you won't be a newbie tomorrow. Li Fan scratched his head, it's not something you or I can change, so just accept it. Wanda's eyes lit up, you're so amazing, you'll definitely keep winning. She has a beautiful smile. The two walked and talked, and the atmosphere became much lighter. Upon arrival at our accommodation, we found rows of small, low houses, which the church provided for its members. The interior was simply furnished with 2 beds and some basic furniture. Did Sister Sophia leave because she had earned enough gold coins? Li Fan asked. Yes. Wanda nodded, she's amazing. She won 15 gold coins in the intermediate arena and left. I'm not good enough. I can't even beat the beginner arena. I can only resort to such a low-level method as gambling. If that's considered lowly, does that mean her killing wasn't lowly? Sophia won but didn't kill her opponent, so you should take a shower first. Wanda ran off to boil water for Li Fan. It turns out that killing is not necessary. Li Fan shrugged. I played 3 games today, and I'm a bit sweaty and have some blood on me, so I need to wash up. Sitting in the bathtub, you can see Wanda's busy figure through the curtain. Meanwhile, Wanda was preparing dinner. She was just lost in thought. She couldn't quite describe how she felt about Li Fan. It wasn't some evil thought. It's just a very comfortable feeling. Perhaps it's because he made a lot of money. Wanda explained it this way. After taking a shower, Li Fan changed into clean clothes. Feeling refreshed and invigorated, the two of them sat down at the small table. Wanda brought out dinner, that's all we have, sorry. Don't say that, I should be thanking you. Li Fan wasn't picky and picked up his knife and fork to start eating. His clothes were rough, with the collar wide open, revealing his muscular chest. Wanda sat opposite her, glanced at her casually, and then quickly looked away. My face felt slightly hot. Ever since she hugged Li Fan, she seems unable to face things with composure anymore. This was also the first time she had ever hugged an adult man. And yet, she is so healthy. It tastes great, Li Fan praised. Wanda blushed even more and nodded in response. She's like a perfectly ripe peach now. It looks so tempting to take a bite. Li Fan recalled a saying, "Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world." Now all that's missing is an opportunity. He could then influence Wanda. In contrast, Wanda kept her head down and ate in silence. She was simply not good at breaking the awkward atmosphere. They finished eating quickly. After tidying up quickly, the two sat by the fireplace in silence. Li Fan yawned. Wanda then realized it was already very late. "It's getting late, you should get some rest." After saying that, she went to make the bed. There were two beds, one on the left and one on the right, with a prayer area in the middle. The two lay down. Lights out. But soon after, Wanda tiptoed up and softly called out a few times, "Li Fan? Li Fan?" Li Fan was not asleep, nor did he respond. He didn't understand what Wanda was trying to do. If it were Winnie or Margarita, they might like to ambush Li Fan while he's asleep. Is Wanda this kind of person too? Does a beast lurk beneath a dutiful exterior? He remained calm and composed. Sure enough, Wanda tiptoed over. But instead of going to Li Fan's bedside, they went to the place in the middle where he was praying. Li Fan held his breath and concentrated. Wanda knelt down. He kept recounting his crimes. Basically, it means that he participated in gambling, that he is guilty, and then he whips himself. In these people's minds, physical pain is seen as a way to purify their sins and atone for their transgressions. Li Fan was stunned. The church is invincible. They not only controlled the followers to help them earn gold coins, but also taught them that this was a sin. Goodness. That's possible. He watched silently. Sister Wanda embraced a man twice today. The first time was unintentional, but the second time, it was deliberate. I couldn't control myself. Wanda is guilty. Wanda was peeping at his well-developed pectoral muscles. Wanda is guilty. Wanda wanted to sleep with Li Fan. Wanda is guilty. Wanda. The crimes that followed were all related to Li Fan. This strong woman really does harbor a beast within her. It all depends on how you get it hooked. Wanda soon ended her self-flagellation. She got up, lay back down on the bed, covered herself with the blanket, and fell asleep peacefully. Throughout the entire process, Wanda did not notice that Li Fan was not asleep. Li Fan looked at her sleeping face. Her red hair was scattered on the pillow, and her eyelashes were curved. She was very beautiful. She was genuinely repenting. They have faith. Very pure. They are also constantly suppressing their desires. Once this desire is aroused, it can be as terrifying as a flood bursting its banks. Chapter 113. Wanda's steadfastness. The next day, Li Fan woke up. Wanda was still fast asleep, lying on her side with her back to him. Only a section of her fair neck was visible. It looks very tempting. Li Fan quietly got out of bed. Standing by the bed, his gaze was somewhat intense. Yesterday was actually the best opportunity, but things happened a bit suddenly, and we missed it. But it's okay. There's no need to rush. There's still one day left. As originally planned, they became the winners. Then completely conquer her. Quickly wash up. When they returned, Wanda was already awake. She sat up and asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Very good, thank you," Li Fan said with a smile. "Having a child is a wonderful thing, especially since your child is a superhuman, so you deserve help." Wanda smiled and got out of bed. Li Fan asked, "Did Sister Wanda ever think about this great thing?" "What great thing?" "Have a baby." Wanda blushed and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. I am a nun, and my life is dedicated to the church." Li Fan smiled broadly. After having breakfast together, the two headed to the arena. The difference is, Wanda was in a better mood this time. They walk with a bouncy, skipping gait. Yesterday, when she only had one gold coin, she felt she had failed her faith. And today it has doubled. "Li Fan, if we can avoid killing people, please do so." "Of course." Li Fan smiled slightly. Wanda's eyes lit up, "Thank you." The two arrived at the arena. There were many onlookers. They all knew that Li Fan would be competing today. When Li Fan entered the arena, The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Wanda was also thrilled by him. She was even more excited than if she had earned the money herself. Li Fan waved his hand, fearless of everything. They arrived at the arena. Today's opponent is a black man, very strong, with prominent muscles. He moved his joints, his eyes fixed on his prey. Come on. Li Fan gestured. The black man roared and charged forward first. It has a very strong momentum. Only. Bang! He was subdued by Li Fan in 3 moves and knelt on the ground. The audience gasped in surprise. He truly deserves the title of Rookie of the Year. As steady as a rock. An easy victory. The result of the second match was as expected. Another victory. The third match. Victory. The fourth match. Victory. The audience was cheering wildly for Li Fan. Wanda had originally intended to be reserved today, but in the end she couldn't help but stand on tiptoe, clap her hands, and shout his name. Li Fan smiled at her. The atmosphere in the venue had reached its peak. The last game. Victory. Advancement. Cheers erupted. However, because Li Fan is too strong, the odds are already very low. After a 5-game winning streak, Wanda's 20 gold coins were just 1 more than hers. Li Fan, you're amazing. Wanda excitedly wanted to hug him, but when she thought of the strangeness yesterday, her hand froze in mid-air. Li Fan knew she was hesitating, so he took the initiative to hug her. They tightened their arms around him even more. Wanda's body trembled slightly, and she felt weak all over. Her hands slowly wrapped around his waist. Her face was pressed against his burning chest. It felt warm and reassuring. Thank you. The voice was very soft. Li Fan gently stroked her hair. What? Cheers erupted all around. These two ignored everything. Finally, Wanda blushed and let go, lowering her head as if she couldn't look him in the eye. Yet, I felt a sense of satisfaction. She longed for that hug, but simply didn't have the courage to do it. Fortunately, Li Fan gave her a big hug. That's all. Feelings were quietly growing between the two. But Wanda's faith was so strong that she only dared to embrace it, not to go any further. Are you going to the intermediate level? She asked. I'm betting everything on you to win. No. Li Fan said, you're leaving tomorrow, let me keep you company. His gaze remained fixed on Wanda. Wanda was also looking at him. His eyes were full of tenderness. Good. She said no more. The two left together again. Back to the cabin. The atmosphere was much more relaxed than last night. Wanda took out a bottle of wine. Would you like to try some? Li Fan took it and noticed a faint, pleasant fragrance, unlike ordinary, inferior wine. Good. He took a sip and praised it. Wanda smiled charmingly when she saw that he liked her. I poured him another cup. Sister Sophia bought this secretly. She's a daring woman, so of course she only dares to sneak a taste here. She whispered, sounding somewhat excited. You've never had it before? Li Fan asked. Wanda didn't mention drinking when she was criticizing herself yesterday. They have all atoned for their sins. There's no reason to hide it. No. Just as Li Fan had guessed. Wanda obediently shook her head. That's forbidden, we can't do it. But you're not a nun anymore. That won't do either. Wanda's face turned bright red, and she said firmly, I'm here for my faith. I can't act in the name of a nun, but I am still a nun. But isn't gambling also a sin? That was unavoidable. Since you've already committed a crime, committing one is the same as committing two. Wanda didn't answer for a moment, perhaps her mind was in turmoil. However, reason prevailed. He shook his head and refused to drink. All right. Li Fan drank it himself. They gradually became a little drunk. He stood up. He took Wanda's hand. Li Fan. Wanda was startled. The two looked at each other, their breaths audible. The atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. Wanda's face turned as red as a hot iron. She thought she was very determined, but she couldn't do it at all. She lowered her head shyly. Li Fan slowly approached. Want to try the forbidden fruit? No. Wanda's head-shaking refusal only made her more alluring. Is it really not possible? This is a crime. Since we have to atone for our sins anyway, what difference does it make if we commit one more? Li Fan said. Wanda's eyelashes trembled slightly as she looked up. Their eyes met. Long time. She mustered her courage and stood on tiptoe. She gently kissed Li Fan's cheek. Like a dragonfly skimming the water. He then immediately stepped back half a step. She dared not look him in the eye, her expression shy, as if she had done something terribly wrong. Li Fan, however, was filled with excitement. He boldly grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Wanda instinctively resisted and tried to push him away. But after struggling for a while, he slowly gave up. She obediently hugged him. Their hearts pounded like drums. Finally, their lips and teeth touched. That kiss was worth 1,000 words. Li Fan, this is a sin. Wanda's face turned bright red, and her voice was soft and alluring. Her faith was frighteningly strong. Li Fan was aware of this and did not take any further action. He just held her and kissed her. The two embraced for a long time, reluctant to part. Wanda seemed a little absent-minded, her cheeks still flushed. Her eyes also seemed somewhat unfocused. Li Fan thought. If I just take a little more initiative, I can definitely win them over. But this is not what he wanted. He enjoyed himself. Wanda may have to bear a lot of psychological pressure. So let's try the next life. Take action on faith. For example, make Wanda lose money. Ms. Wanda, you have failed the Church's trust. You are guilty. Chapter 114, The Seventh Lifetime, Wives Get Super Powerful. In the evening, Wanda knelt down and began to atone for her sins again. This time it will take longer. The main reason she felt guilty was because of her kiss with Li Fan. The next day, Wanda got up very early, or perhaps she hadn't slept all night, and left quietly. Li Fan arrived at the arena for the third time. He's going to try his hand at fighting in the intermediate arena now. Compared to the beginner level, the opponents here are bound to be stronger and more ruthless. At the same time, a registration fee is also required. A match costs 2 coins, and each player needs to submit 4 coins. The winning side receives 5 coins. In other words, the organizers actually only provided 1 gold coin. Same as the beginner level. Many people came to watch Li Fan's first match in the intermediate level that day. They all bet big money. Some people don't think highly of him. It's a huge gamble anyway. Li Fan's opponent was a very tall man. There is a scar on his face. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, his eyes flashed with a fierce light. Kid, do you dare to fight me head-on? He growled. Can. Li Fan said. Then come on, the man roared, throwing a powerful punch. Li Fan's gaze was calm. He was ready to confront him head-on. A punch collided. Click. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The man screamed and staggered backward. Again. He gritted his teeth and lunged forward again. The two went back and forth. A moment later. Men are defeated. The crowd cheered. Another victory in the second match. Another victory in the third match. The fourth match. It was another crushing defeat. The entire audience went wild. The odds were incredibly high. The fifth match. Li Fan has met his match. An elderly man with white hair. His eyes were cold and sinister. He has a very strong presence. They locked onto Li Fan as soon as they entered the game. Young man, you are very strong. His voice was hoarse. You're not weak either. Li Fan said. Without another word, the old man raised his fist and attacked. The wind howled from the punch. Swift as lightning. Li Fan took a step back, avoiding his sharp edge. Then a counter-attack. They exchanged blows. The two sides are evenly matched. With a roar, the old man launched another fierce attack. The two moved with lightning speed through the arena. It was dazzling to behold. This battle lasted for more than half an hour. Finally, the old man revealed a flaw. Li Fan seized the opportunity to subdue him completely. The whole stadium cheered. You lost. Li Fan declared. But it happened while he was speaking. A sudden change occurred. The old man transformed his fists into palms, striking Li Fan's chest like thunder. The force was astonishing. Bang! Li Fan's chest tightened, his expression changed slightly, and he took several steps back. The old man seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The speed increased dramatically. His fists roared. Extremely sharp. Li Fan. Defeat and Destruction. Chapter 1, Fogridge Town completed. Chapter 2, Kingsland Castle. You successfully escaped to Kingslandburg with your family. Because Winnie appreciated you, you took a shortcut and became her right-hand woman. This improved your rating. You have relentlessly shattered Astaga's pride. You have changed her. This action boosted the rating. You helped Monica get revenge. This improved your rating. You've learned a small part of the secrets through District 57. This boosts your rating. Your child has become an earl. This boosts your rating. Chapter rating, 9.1. Evaluation, a life of diligence and hard work, though arduous, yielded good results. Chapter 3, Rose Creek Town. You helped the children stabilize Rosebrook. This boosted your rating. Chapter rating, 0.8. This book's rating, 3.5. This rating cannot be completed. Please rewrite it. 3.5? Li Fan remembered that the book had a rating of 3.8 in the 6th incarnation. How did you lose it? Could it be that Chapter 3 received too low a rating? Li Fan. Physical fitness, 100. Charm, 30. Force, 50. Free points, 5. Chapter 2 completion points, 40. Bonus free points, 5. Please add some points. Li Fan thought about it briefly. His next target is Dungeon Fighter Online and Warriors Online, so physical fitness will definitely be of paramount importance. And from the current perspective, 50 points of force already puts you in the top tier. So, all-in mentality. Constitution, 150 points. Your physique has broken through the first barrier of human limitations. You now possess the most perfect human form, and all aspects of your physical attributes have been greatly enhanced. Congratulations, host. Charisma plus 30, Force plus 20. Charm, 60. Force, 70. Your child, Li Weiss, was born with the supernatural power of fire, and during the period when his supernatural power erupted, he successfully broke through to level 2. Your child, Liddy's, was born with supernatural abilities, and during the period when her supernatural abilities erupted, she successfully broke through to level 2. Your other children were also born with special abilities. Seraphina's physical condition underwent a dramatic improvement, and after the birth of her second child, Levitra, she gained the Force. Margarina's physical condition underwent a dramatic improvement, and after the birth of her second child, Riggs, she gained the Force. Winnie's physique underwent a dramatic improvement, and after the birth of her third child, Lisidi, her supernatural ability, Cold Chi, rose to level 4. Nina's physical condition has improved dramatically. Monica's physique has undergone a dramatic improvement, and her force abilities now surpass Astaga's. Upgrade together as a family? Li Fan's mouth was crooked from smiling. Moreover, it unlocked the first shackles on humankind. Certainly. There was no system notification. He didn't even know there were shackles. I have absolutely no idea what benefits there would be in breaking free of these shackles. But it can't be a bad thing, that's for sure. Although his physical constitution only increased by 50 points, Li Fan felt as if he had been reborn. My energy and spirit have improved a lot. Li Fan laughed loudly. He threw a punch on the spot. His fists flew like shooting stars. Simple and powerful, it even makes the air vibrate. Father! Li Weiss suddenly appeared. Even as a child, he exudes a vibrant and positive energy. My blood and energy surged throughout my body. Standing next to it, it's like a small stove. Li Weiss's physique has reached approximately 50 points. If you're an adult, breaking 100 points won't be a problem. Certainly. Following this process, there's no need to even reach adulthood. With Li Fan as their big dad, breaking through 100 or 200 points is just a matter of time. What's wrong? Li Fan asked. Li Weiss said, Father, Mother wants you to go there secretly and without alerting anyone. Li Fan smiled and nodded. Because he broke through the first barrier, his explosive power was considerable. It can be said that once it is used at full power, it can even leave afterimages. That's just outrageous. Seraphina originally had the air of an older sister. As the First Lady, she was unwilling to lower herself to compete with her sisters. But things went wrong in this life. In her memory, ever since she became a Knight of the Dead, she was even more insane than Margarina. After all, who doesn't want to be strong? Chapter 115. I desperately want to improve. Good. Li Fan turned and left. Silent and incredibly fast, it was like a gust of wind. In no time, they arrived at the room. Seraphina wore a sheer dress that revealed her snow-white skin, her eyes alluring. This was the first time Li Fan had seen her in this state. Ha ha. With a soft laugh, he picked up his beloved and carried her into bed. A night of madness. The next day, Li Fan felt refreshed and invigorated, experiencing a powerful physique that defied description. Seraphina lay in bed, her eyes filled with happiness. She watched Li Fan's departing figure with her beautiful eyes. Love and resentment at the same time. What she loved was that Li Fan gave her a stable life and daily satisfaction. That's exactly what they wanted. Even if he became a warrior of the dead. A strong person in the eyes of others. She was still weak and vulnerable in front of Li Fan. What a monster! Seraphina sighed. She didn't recover until noon. Get up. Get dressed. To wash and groom oneself. She looked radiant. She longed to have a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th child. Even Winnie's superpower level can be increased. Seraphina refused to believe that her strength couldn't be improved. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with confidence. Mother! Lifeline ran over and threw himself at Seraphina, crying. Father left, and took Sven with him, boo-hoo. Alright, you're already the lord of a city, how can you still be crying? Seraphina kissed Levi's forehead. Father has his own plans, we should listen to him, he is the head of the family. Oh. Weiss wiped away her tears and then innocently asked, when will I have a younger brother? Seraphina blushed, a rare occurrence for her. With a doting expression, she pinched Weiss's nose. Soon, mother promises. Keep going, Mom. Weiss said, it has to be Mr. Bitus's mother who comes out. I made a bet with Bitus, whoever's mother comes out first wins. Okay, mother will definitely let you win. On the other side, Li Fan had already left Rosetown with Monica and Li Siwen, heading straight for the first supply point. They encountered mutants on the way. All of these were resolved by Li Siwen. Taking advantage of this moment, Monica whispered, come to my room tonight. Good. No cheating. Her slender fingers pressed against Li Fan's chest. Last time, Margarina snatched it away from me. She said she would give me back a night, but she never did. I'm so angry. Ha, I'll definitely be there tonight, don't worry. Li Fan kissed Monica's forehead. Monica was finally satisfied. Her force abilities now surpassed those of Astiga. But the problem is, Astiga is also about to give birth, which means she will be surpassed again. That won't do. Strength can be addictive once you've tasted its benefits, who would want to fall behind others? So, Li Fan must use this upgrade tool on himself in order to maintain his lead. Further on, maybe he's awakened a superpower. Certainly. This is still in the fantasy stage. Margarita and Seraphina only awakened the force. There is no precedent for awakening superpowers. But that doesn't mean it can't be successful. Thinking of this, Monica's lips curled into a smile, clearly indicating that she had already planned her evening. She would occasionally burst into laughter. I wonder what kind of crazy idea they came up with. Li Fan was happy to see her happy. She was happy. I was also passively happy. The team then sped up. They soon arrived at the first supply point. My God! Monica's eyes lit up when she saw the piles of supplies. These are all ours now? Of course, they're all ours. Very good. Monica cheered and jumped for joy, like a little child, and hugged Li Fan and kissed him. Me too. Li Siwen jumped up and down anxiously. Monica picked her up and gave her a big kiss. Li Siwen was satisfied, his eyes crinkling with laughter. Li Fan began directing the others to organize the supplies. Father, a mutant. Li Siwen pointed to the distance. Abnormal berserker fallen type 1. 2. Everyone was on high alert. This thing is not only difficult to deal with, but it also has a large killing range. Father, let's each take one and see who's faster. The little guy was eager to try. Li Fan nodded. Li Siwen immediately rushed out. All the children were strengthened, and she was no exception. Their physical condition is stronger than that of many adults. When it moves, it really is like a little whirlwind. Whoosh! Li Siwen approached the aberrant berserker Fallen Type 1 and waved his small hand. A chill emanated from the air. It directly froze the processor of the Fallen. Although her superpower did not reach level 2, it has improved considerably. On the other hand, Li Fan was much more violent. He twisted his body and shot off like a cannonball. A punch was thrown, creating a shockwave and a vacuum. The mutant was hit almost without any time to react. A terrifying force passed right through his body. It exploded directly. Torn apart. Father is so amazing! Li Siwen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. But who won? You're faster. Li Fan affectionately patted her head. Yeah. Li Siwen jumped up happily. Next, the supplies will be transported. Truckloads of them were transported back. Monica was a little worried. What if someone finds out? We can't possibly transport it all back in one go. No one can take what belongs to us away. Li Fan said. Yes. Monica nodded. In one day, more than 30 truckloads of grain were transported back. The townspeople were ecstatic. They all knelt down and worshipped Li Fan. I am deeply grateful. They encountered several attacks during transport, but all were easily resolved. After dark, the last shipment was also completed. The team returned to the town. More and more people were waiting at the door. Cheers erupted everywhere. It was practically a victory celebration. Long live Lord Li Fan! Long live Lord Li Fan! Long live Lady Monica! Everyone was chanting slogans, their emotions running high. Li Fan smiled. This sense of accomplishment is really great. Monica was happy, but she wanted to be even happier. Fortunately, this time, no one blocked her way, and she successfully brought Li Fan back to her room. Close the door tightly. Draw the curtains. She loosened her clothes and belt. Deeply affectionate. The next day, the entire Rose Town was immersed in joy. Busy but full of energy. Li Fan opened the door. He would continue moving supplies today. Monica can't go. As he was deciding whether to bring Serafina or Margarita, a person standing at the door startled him. It's Nina. He even knelt at the door. Nina, are you all right? Li Fan quickly helped her up. Nina cried and sobbed, I'm not happy. Who upset you? Myself. Right now, I'm the only ordinary person in my family. Li Fan, I really want to improve. After Nina finished speaking, she hugged Li Fan tightly and wouldn't let go. Goodness. This reason is simply irrefutable. Chapter 116. An expected turn of events. It was another exhilarating experience. That's all for now. Monica hasn't gotten up yet. Nina is in an even worse situation. She is not yet a Jedi Knight, and her physical recovery is slower. Li Siwen excitedly knocked on the door, shouting that he wanted to set off to move supplies. Li Fan got out of bed and stretched his muscles. Feeling refreshed and invigorated. Before leaving, he pulled Nina into his arms again and kissed her cheek. Okay, be a good girl and wait for me to come back at home. Nina's face flushed red, and she was so happy that she couldn't say a word. He could only watch Li Fan leave with his eyes. I'm so happy. For the next few days, goods and supplies are being transported back continuously. The entire town was practically going crazy, and everyone was working with extraordinary enthusiasm. Their admiration for Li Fan reached its peak. This prestige. He was even comparable to the Godfather. After all, faith can't put food on the table. Food, on the other hand, can fill one's stomach. They were more excited than anyone else to see the supplies being delivered day by day. Not just the first supply depot. They also made use of the other information they had obtained in their previous life. Li Fan wished the population could double. His current team was simply too busy to keep up. Many smaller pieces of information were thus discarded. His management of the town was no longer the same as in his previous life. Instead, it ensured that everyone had enough to eat. Even slaves are the same. Life is getting better and better. Some people have even suggested building a statue for Li Fan. It should be 3 times taller than the city wall, so that people can see the statue as soon as they enter District 57. It should become a guiding light for District 57. But Li Fan refused. First of all, I don't have the time for that, and secondly, this isn't about giving him eye drops. What will Godfather Terry think? What will the Pope think? And so, supplies were transported continuously. 10 days later. The harvest was astonishing. The grain piles were almost overflowing the doorway, so we had to rebuild the granary. The scale has expanded significantly. In this life, Li Fan is destined to transform the town. That would require more food. A larger population. Towns are changing rapidly. Serafina and others were even more proud. Sister, this food is enough for us to eat for a lifetime. Margarita was overjoyed. Nina walked over and said, eating for a lifetime is not enough. We must ensure that our children, our children's children, and our children and grandchildren can all have enough to eat. She still has some difficulty walking. Serafina quickly came over to help her up. I told you to rest properly, why did you come out? I can't just lie here forever. You need to tone it down a bit. You can't ruin your health just to get stronger. Serafina said with a touch of concern. We have plenty of strong people in the family. Don't rush things. I understand, Serafina. Nina smiled. Margarita pouted. My sister is such an idiot, she actually thinks Nina's madness is all about becoming stronger. What are you talking about? Monica and Astiga walked over. The 5 sisters rarely get together. After all, there are always people who need to rest in bed. Astiga was heavily pregnant with Li Fan's 10th child, and she was a little worried. The first 9 are all people with superpowers. What will happen to her child? Astiga didn't have many thoughts on this, she just wanted her child to be healthy. But I'm afraid of comparisons. 9 out of 10 children have superpowers, and the children themselves will also feel uncomfortable. But she chose to believe Li Fan. After all, he was simply too invincible. No one but him could have transformed a barren town into its current splendor in just 10 days. The sisters' admiration for Li Fan was overflowing. Like a surging river, it flows endlessly. Our granaries are being expanded, we have so much grain that we can't store it all. Thank God. Serafina was a devout believer. We should thank Li Fan even more. Monica said. Yes, yes, yes. Margarita has also been changed by Li Fan. Thank you, Li Fan, he's so outstanding. Yes. Without Li Fan, we wouldn't be where we are today. That's right, without him, we wouldn't be mothers. Glory. It's all glory. Everyone was beaming with joy all day long. Li Fan, on the other hand, enjoys everyone's respect and affection. Certainly. More effort was put in. Especially Monica and Nina. They enjoyed it immensely. Her admiration for her husband deepened with the intense training. Astiga suffered the most. Because she was pregnant, she could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. Seeing others improve day by day while she basically stagnated, she was so anxious that she cried every day. Li Fan held her in his arms to comfort her and promised to take special care of her. Father, father. Every day, Li Siwen would wait at the door early in the morning, then chatter away as he dragged Li Fan off. The little guy loves helping his father the most. I'm always full of energy, like I'd been injected with chicken blood. Life is busy but fulfilling. But this state came to an abrupt end on the 15th day. A piece of terrible news arrived. The convoy transporting supplies had an accident. They were all killed. The body was dumped by the roadside. It was a gruesome sight. The townspeople were heartbroken. Li Fan rushed there immediately. The scene was a complete mess. No clues were left behind. This was not the team at the first supply point, so they were not equipped with extremist warriors and their defensive strength was insufficient. Li Siwen was furious, but she wasn't frightened by the bloody scene. How dare they touch father's things? These people are despicable. Li Fan patted her little head, not caring at all. This was an unexpected turn of events. The more supplies he collects, the fewer others there are. When supplies are scarce, some people will take risks. But who is it? With his current power and influence, who would dare to touch his supplies? It's worth noting that Rose Town has 2 level 2 ability users, as people in other towns know. This kind of thing can't be hidden during an assessment. In my memory, the two children caused quite a stir in Oakwood. Born with superpowers. The fact that he was awakened and favored again after the day after tomorrow is simply a miracle. Unsurprisingly, they won first place. Wanda absolutely adored it. Unexpectedly, even under these circumstances, someone would still dare to plunder the supplies of Rose Creek Town. The teams transporting supplies were all decorated with rose banners, but they still chose to take action. But that's great. Li Fan can now openly and legitimately establish his authority. He instructed everyone to continue working while secretly investigating. 3 days later, another group has been robbed. This time, the person who was secretly following them saw them. It was in Black Sand Town. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Monica asked, "How do you know if it was them last time?" "No need to know." Li Fan replied, "What we need to do is demonstrate our formidable military strength." The next day, he set off with Monica, Margarita, Liddies, and Liswin. This lineup is truly impressive. A level 2 superhuman Liddies. A level 1 ability user Li Siwon. 3 warriors in dire straits. Li Fan and Monica are among the absolute top performers in the entire District 57. 5 people are enough to intimidate any town. As for Astiga and Serafina, they stayed behind in Rose Creek Town to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. Black Sand Town. As soon as Li Fan and his group arrived at the city gate, they caused a commotion. Chapter 117, The Formal Battle Against Superpowered Individuals. As the saying goes, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. When the people of Black Sand Town saw Li Fan arrive with his men in a menacing manner, they all showed expressions of fear. The leader on the city wall trembled slightly. "Lord Li Fan, what brings you here?" Li Fan, not wanting to waste words, cut to the chase. "Hand over the person." The team leader broke out in a cold sweat instantly. "WH. What, hand over the person? Stop playing dumb with me." Li Fan's gaze was like lightning, making the team leader tremble. The man confessed without being asked, We really didn't rob your group." The words had barely left his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, Liddy sent a water arrow piercing through the rock next to the team leader. The power of the level 2 ability was undeniable. Everyone looked horrified. Monica sneered, "We haven't even said anything yet, and you already know our supplies have been hijacked?" The team leader's face turned ashen. "Please wait a moment, everyone. I'll go to Lord Graf right away. This matter still needs his decision." After saying that, he turned around and stumbled into the city. Li Fan and his group waited here. It's also impossible for them to enter the city. A short while later, a young man arrived, surrounded by several people. It was Earl Graf of Black Sand Town. Upon meeting, he first smiled apologetically. "Lord Li Fan, I'm so sorry this happened. Our people were blind. We will return all the supplies in full." Li Fan's tone was icy. "Is that all?" Graf smiled wryly. "Then I wonder what Lord Li Fan intends to do? Who led the team that looted our supplies? Hand them over to me." Graf looked somewhat troubled. "Lord Li Fan, the men we kidnapped were my direct subordinates. Could you perhaps—" He hadn't finished speaking. "My dear daughter." Li Fan interrupted him. "This was arranged long ago." With a flick of his wrist, Liddy sent a water arrow piercing through Graf's collar. If the precision had been any better, his chest would have been pierced. Of course, Graf didn't think Littis had missed. He knew there was no room for negotiation, so he could only nod and say, "I'll have him come over right away." Soon, a young man was escorted out. He knelt down on the ground with a thud. He was trembling all over. Upon seeing Li Fan, he dared not deny it. "Sir, I did it." Li Fan didn't need to know whether this person was taking the blame. All he had to do was tell everyone. "You stole my supplies. Your count can't protect you. Lord Li Fan, please handle this matter as you see fit." Graf relented. Monica drew her lightsaber and stepped forward. He raised his hand and swung his sword. The young man's head fell to the ground. Decisive and ruthless. Blood splattered. This also demonstrates their attitude. "Anyone who offends my Rose Creek Town shall be killed." Li Fan coldly looked at everyone. "Personally deliver my supplies back, and I hope there won't be a next time." He finished speaking and there was complete silence. The people of Black Sand Town all lowered their heads. This is the deterrent effect of absolute strength. Li Fan turned around and led everyone away. I didn't look at it again. The area in front of the city gate was completely silent. Until they disappeared from sight. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Graf looked at the corpse on the ground, feeling both heartache and relief. He immediately ordered his men, "Go, send all the supplies to Rose Creek Town, not a single item less." The crowd agreed. After the matter calmed down. Soon. Then something else happened. That means the first supply point has been discovered by others. At this point, half of the supplies here had already been transported to Rose Creek Town. But Li Fan still didn't intend to hand over the rest. He still brought these 4 people with him, along with a convoy of supplies. Tan Ku was still here. Besides him, there were several other superhumans. More than the 2 in the previous life. The main reason is that they felt that 1 or 2 superhumans wouldn't be enough to get a share of the supplies from Li Fan. When they saw Li Fan arrive leisurely, these people became extremely nervous. Certainly. The pressure mainly stems from the pressure from level 2 ability users. Nobody wants to offend Rose Creek Town, which has 2 level 2 ability users. "What brings you all to my supply depot?" Li Fan asked calmly. But his words were full of hostility. Tanka took a deep breath. "Lord Li Fan, this is not within the territory of Rose Creek Town." He hadn't finished speaking. Li Fan raised his hand to interrupt. "So, you're here to rob our supplies?" "It's not robbery, it's a fair distribution." "A fair allocation?" "Right." He. Li Fan smiled. His gaze gradually turned cold. "Gentlemen, have I, Li Fan, ever wronged any of you?" "Of course not." "Did they steal your things?" "Of course not." "Have I distributed the supplies you found properly?" "Of course not." The group couldn't continue speaking. They are definitely in the wrong. Tanka forced a smile and said, "Lord Li Fan, there are so many supplies here, there's no need to keep them all for yourself." Li Fan looked at him for a while. Nodding, "That's right." Tan Kai was delighted. But then Li Fan changed his tone. "Since it's about allocation, let's settle it with our fists." The words fell. He took action immediately. "No nonsense." Tan Ku was startled. Li Fan's speed was too fast. It was something a warrior in the final stage of battle could never achieve. Even those with wind-based superpowers cannot do it. He could only hastily prepare for battle, gathering fireballs in his hands and throwing them out. But Li Fan was already close in the instant the fireball was launched. "Take it head on." The fireball exploded the instant the fist collided with it. A scorching wave of heat swept through the area. Li Fan's fist was only slightly charred. He had already gotten close to Tan Ku. Another punch. It hit him squarely in the chest. Bang! Tan Ku was blasted away. He crashed into the supplies. Fortunately, it was wheat. With the cushioning, if it were a hard material, it would break many ribs in one blow. Even so. It took Tan Ku a long time to stand up, his eyes filled with both shock and anger. This result also surprised others. It's one thing to withstand superpowers without getting hurt. Speed. Strength. It's beyond imagination. How did he do that? Li Fan looked directly at everyone and asked, "Does anyone else want to share the supplies?" No one spoke again. If they still dare to covet the supplies. They were about to face 2 level 2 ability users and a super strong Li Fan. Tanka wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lowered his head. "We don't need the supplies here." "No, I don't want it." "No, I don't want it." The others also slunk away. He didn't dare to look back even once before leaving. It's obvious. They were genuinely scared. Monica was not surprised at all. Li Fan had competed with the children when he was at home. He held his own even against Li Weiss and Li Tis, who both possessed level 2 superpowers. I don't know how to explain it. But the stronger it is, the safer it is, the happier you are. Chapter 118. First place. Unsurprisingly. Back to town. Li Fan called out to everyone. The supplies were successfully transported back. There were no further errors. Only occasionally do they encounter powerful mutants, resulting in some casualties. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and supplies are piling up like mountains in Rose Creek Town. It has also brought about sufficient improvement for everyone. Ranking. It naturally ranked first. This made everyone extremely happy. The townspeople are also extremely proud. and the prosperity of Rose Creek is the source of their confidence. They don't provoke others, but they're not afraid of anyone either. This day, everyone was waiting in the square early. Everyone's face was filled with anticipation and ease. Li Fan arrived last. Go on stage. He smiled and glanced around. The townspeople stood up as if by unspoken agreement. Applaud. Cheer. Welcome to the guardian spirit who brings them a peaceful life. Li Fan raised his hand to signal for quiet. The cheers gradually subsided. Today is the most glorious day for our Rose Creek town. We won first place. Another round of cheers erupted. Our supplies are no longer under threat. Li Fan continued, I want to thank everyone for their contributions. The fact that everyone's lives are better is the result of our joint efforts. Therefore, today I have made a decision that goes against our ancestors' wishes. Quiet. Everyone held their breath and waited. Li Fan paused for a moment. I guarantee that everyone can have a glass of red wine every month. If you drink red wine, you will be upper class. Cheers erupted again. It also contains some disbelief. Am I a superior person? I can never repay Lord Li Fan's kindness. Li Fan smiled and raised his hand. Please believe that we will have a better future, and I hope that everyone can put in 200% effort to give back to this town. The thunderous applause continued unabated. Next. It was only at the awards ceremony that Li Fan learned that the first place winner would receive a prize. Awarded by Father Tri. It is a completely new holy source. The combined resources of the current Rose Creek town's holy source would be sufficient to sustain it for 15 years. Besides the holy source, there are also appointment rights for 5 other towns. Father Terry's words made the townspeople even more excited. 5 towns lost their earls. A new person needs to be appointed. But unexpectedly, the power of appointment fell on Li Fan's shoulders. This means he could have all 5 towns at his fingertips if he wanted to. Serafina, Margarita, and others hugged each other excitedly. It's not just them. All the residents cheered with joy. But Li Fan remained much calmer and said, Father Terry, I have some other ideas about these 5 towns. Terry nodded and said, Go ahead and speak. Li Fan said solemnly, The power to appoint is the Pope's right, and I dare not overstep it. I asked the priest to convey to His Holiness the Pope that he withdraw this award in order to uphold the authority of the Church. Instantly, the square fell silent. Everyone looked at Li Fan with newfound respect. Terry nodded in satisfaction. I'm glad you weren't tempted by power. Li Fan's abilities are limited. It's already a blessing from God that he can manage Rose Creek Town well. He doesn't dare to ask for more. God will praise you for your humility. Father Terry had a broad smile. After Li Fan merged with the holy source, and the holy light enveloping Rose Creek Town shone even brighter. At last. A banquet to celebrate. The town was bustling all night long. Night. The Earl's mansion. Serafina gazed at Li Fan with deep affection. God has gained one more most loyal believer. In her opinion, Li Fan's performance today was so perfect that no one said anything even though he took over those 5 towns. But he chose to back down. They were not blinded by power. Serafina was a devout believer, and this struck a chord deep within her. The most loyal believers must receive the best service. Sister, you're starting to play tricks now, aren't you? Margarita pouted. But Li Fan knew that Serafina was not like that. She was truly proud of it. There was more than just admiration in his eyes. But why not those 5 towns? Monica asked at this point. She didn't quite understand. I also felt like my brain wasn't working anymore. Aside from bizarre and outlandish ideas. Just like Margarita. The 2 of them are the closest. We're kindred spirits. Just eat your food. Astiga was relatively sober, and he squinted at Monica. Monica wanted to ask more, but Li Fan patted her head reassuringly. Only then did he shut up. Serafina was full of fantasies. It's best not to disturb them. The real reason Li Fan was unwilling to take over those 5 towns was because they were too far away. His current advantage is his strength. Once control of 5 towns is achieved, the power will inevitably be divided into 5 parts. The area is indeed larger. But in reality, it was weakened by 5 times. In particular, long distances can lead to information blockage, and people may even take advantage of this information gap to defeat you one by one. This would be a losing proposition. It's better to maintain the status quo. And Rose Creek can be transformed into a much larger and more powerful city. Why be fixated on other smaller towns? No matter what you do, I will support you. I will always love you, so you can't let me down. Nina leaned closer. Her eyes were full of trust and love. Li Fan smiled and nodded. Of course I won't treat you unfairly. Don't treat me unfairly either. Monica said proudly, like a peacock, I'm the best fighter among my sisters. Astiga pouted, I'll be better than you soon. No, Captain, your era is over. Monica is very bold now. In the past, she would immediately shut up if Astiga gave her a single glance. But now, things are different now. A fighting spirit clashed in their eyes. The other sisters watched with smiles. This is so much fun. Astiga clenched her fists, knowing that her pregnancy meant she had to temporarily avoid a direct confrontation. On the contrary, Monica unabashedly displayed her formidable combat power, showing a strong momentum to overtake her. Li Fan loves this kind of atmosphere the most. I'm under pressure. That's what gives you motivation. Monica is full of energy right now. They were like they'd been injected with chicken blood. But regardless, it's late at night. They were all tired. The next day, Li Siwen knocked on the door again. Father, father. His voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Everyone else was too tired to get up, but Astiga opened her eyes and opened the door. Honey, we don't need to go out to fight monsters today. She picked up Li Siwen and carried him outside. It's impossible to let the little guy in. I don't want to fight monsters, I want to see my father. Disturbing father's sleep will get you a spanking. But father promised to take me back to Kingsland this morning, and Sven misses mother so much. Looking into Li Si's warm, watery eyes in his arms, Astiga suddenly remembered. Because of the church's blockade, Li Siwen and Winnie haven't seen each other for 30 days. Chapter 119 Fighting Monsters. Astiga himself also missed Winnie a little. She has never been away for so long. I used to feel terrible if I didn't see someone for even a day. Now, it seems to have changed. I don't know when it started to change. Perhaps it's every night that pride is shattered. Now, Astiga is even more dependent on Li Fan. However, when I think of Winnie occasionally, my heart still softens. I'll go wake father up. You wait patiently outside, okay? Astiga kissed Li Siwen's cheek and placed her at the door. Then open the door and go inside. Be quiet and stealthy. The sisters were all exhausted and slept soundly. It's best not to bother them. Astiga walked to the bedside, leaned down, and kissed Li Fan's cheek. Get up, Sven misses Lady Winnie. Her voice carried a slight hint of coquetry. The first thing Li Fan saw when he opened his eyes was her beautiful face. He reached out and pinched it. It's very soft. He pulled Astiga into his arms and quickly wrapped his other arm around her waist. Astiga nudged him. Sven's waiting for you. Li Fan wasn't fully awake just now. He's been driven to act instinctively. It almost delayed our important business. He sat up and put on his pants and clothes. Astiga blushed slightly. I'll help you put it on. Those eyes had been yearning for a long time. His hands were also restless. Slightly cool. You've been thinking about it? I've thought about it. Astiga bluntly stated, if I had known that getting pregnant would mean a long and arduous wait, and watching the other women laughing, chatting, eating, and drinking, I would have preferred not to get pregnant at all. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Fan gave her a deep kiss. Your good days are yet to come. They cuddled for a while. Astiga's face was flushed as she smiled and took his hand, leading him to the door. Father. Li Siwen rushed into Li Fan's arms, kicking his legs excitedly. Seeing her happy little face, Li Fan kissed her. Today I'm taking you to see your mother. Long live father. The little guy excitedly hugged Li Fan's neck. They kept kissing. He rubbed his face against it. Like a little monkey. This made Li Fan burst into laughter. Astiga smiled happily. Because of her pregnancy, she couldn't ride a horse and didn't intend to interrupt Winnie and Li Fan's sweet moment. Be careful on the road. Her eyes were full of reluctance. Li Fan reached out and rubbed Astiga's cheek, then lowered his head and kissed her belly. I'll be back soon. Astiga smiled sweetly. The moment the reins were in his hand, the little guy couldn't contain himself any longer. galloping on horseback and cracking the whip. They cheered and jumped for joy all the way. They quickly disappeared from sight. Astiga stared at that retreating figure for a long time, a smile always playing on her lips. En route. Li Siwen remained excited, chattering incessantly. Father, you will sleep on the left tonight, your parents will sleep on the right, and Sven will sleep in the middle. Good. Upon arrival in Kingslandberg, Winnie had been waiting for a long time. She knew Li Fan would rush back immediately. Li Siwen jumped off his horse and galloped over. Winnie opened her arms to welcome her. He held her tightly in his arms. He choked up a little. He kept kissing her little face. Li Siwen couldn't stop the tears from flowing. The mother and daughter hugged for a long time before separating. Sven has grown up. I miss my mother. The little one's eyes were red from crying. Winnie smiled as she wiped away her tears, stroking her face repeatedly. Your mother misses you too. Mother, I helped Father drive away the bad guys, and I also helped Father receive a reward from the priest. Sven is awesome. As she spoke, she looked at Li Fan with a tender gaze that was also somewhat frightening. It's as if they're trying to make up for all the missing 30 days. In his previous life, Li Fan escaped from here. But in this life, the king has returned. Li Fan walked over. He reached out and kissed Winnie's cheek. I'm back. With just 4 simple words, Winnie understood everything. Her eyes welled up with tears again. She took the initiative to put her arm around Li Fan's waist and lean against him. The little guy also wrapped his arms around the two of them. Full of happiness. After a long silence, Winnie finally spoke softly. I missed you. The voice was filled with deep affection. Mother misses Father. Li Siwen tilted her little face up, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter, and exclaimed, Mother misses Father. Let's go home together. Li Fan smiled and took her soft hand in his. The family walked inside. Sven ran back and forth in the middle, giggling incessantly. Back in her warm home, Winnie was even more reluctant to leave, unable to be apart from Li Fan. Do you remember what you said before you left? Of course. Li Fan pinched her chin. Tell me how much you miss me. I really, really want to. Not enough. I can't live without you for even a day. Not enough. I belong to you completely. Not enough. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to ravage you. That's more like it. The suppressed emotions will be completely released tonight. The old Li Fan might not have been able to handle it. But he's different now. Even though Winnie was already a level 4 ability user, her position was quickly lost, and she was routed. He begged for mercy repeatedly. Until they were completely powerless. But Li Fan had no intention of letting her go, and picked up the battle flag again to conquer cities and seize territories. They didn't let her go until dawn. Winnie was speechless and went limp in his arms. But a feeling of happiness filled my heart. At breakfast time, Li Siwen huffed, Father and Mother are so mean, they won't sleep with Siwen. Winnie blushed with embarrassment. She truly lives up to her reputation as a level 4 ability user. She fully recovered after just 1 or 2 hours of sleep. It's all your father's fault. Blame me? Of course. Winnie glared at Li Fan. Then, he coaxed Li Siwen. Yesterday, Mother and Father went to fight monsters and were busy for a long time. The little guy's attention was indeed diverted upon hearing this. Fight monsters? I want to fight monsters too. No, monsters are very powerful. Li Fan pinched her little cheek. Winnie added, after Mother defeats the great monster, I'll stay with you every day. Good. The family of 3 enjoyed a heartwarming breakfast. Time flies. More than 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Winnie couldn't keep Li Fan any longer. She couldn't be so selfish. Of course, there is one. She couldn't take it anymore. Before, when Margarita and others were still in the city, they didn't feel it because others could share the pressure. But now, this is too much to bear. Before leaving, Winnie and Swin couldn't hide their reluctance. Some of my eyes were blurry with tears. Li Fan gently comforted them, promising to spend more time with them next time he came back. The night I left, Winnie stayed with Li Siwen and told her fairy tales. Li Siwen asked, Mother, aren't you fighting monsters tonight? The monster ran away. Will they come back? Yes, Mother will definitely make the monster submit next time. That's good. The little one nestled contentedly in his mother's arms. Winnie hummed a nursery rhyme softly. Li Siwen fell asleep quickly. Chapter 120. The weak have no alliances. Li Fan returned to Rose Creek Town with nothing else to do. The main thing is to wait for Li Cici's birth. Then he showered Astiga with affection. Go find Wanda again. But he's fine. Someone else has something to do. There are still 36 people. Edward's men rushed over. Li Fan, something's happened. Li Fan frowned. What happened? Something's happened to you. Me? Li Fan was even more puzzled. Edward gasped for breath. 36 earls from outside the city have come to you asking for food. Li Fan has been back for some time now. The 5 towns that had lost their earls all appointed new earls. But as time goes by, apart from Rose Creek, all other towns are facing food shortages. It's not exactly an emergency. Li Fan took most of it. However, the portion left behind is enough to sustain other towns for a period of time. But human greed is insatiable, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. If everyone were the same, that would be easy. But now that a super rich individual has emerged, others are feeling resentful. What to do? Ask Li Fan for it. They don't owe you anything. Why should I give it to you? They were all counts. And they can't beat them. But some people have wild ideas and others are stirring things up. Li Fan is highly skilled. But the combined strength of 36 people is not weak. As the saying goes, even a fierce tiger fears a pack of wolves. So all 36 earls came to Rose Creek Town. Li Fan listened to the situation. He laughed. How many people came? Only 36 people. You're not entirely sensible. Li Fan nodded. If a large army were to press on the border. He then had Li Weiss and Li Tis throw fireballs and water balloons outside. We'll make sure they regret it. Bring them in. Not long after. 36 earls stood neatly in front of Li Fan. No one spoke. They came in a menacing manner, promising to unite as one. But when he actually faced Li Fan, the momentum has weakened considerably. Especially since he had Li Weiss and Li Tis standing on his left and right sides. These 2 little guys are even baring their teeth. It seems they did something to Li Fan. Li Fan half reclined on the chair, sipping tea slowly and deliberately. A good 10 minutes or so passed. One of the earls couldn't hold back any longer. Lord Li Fan, now that we're all here, shouldn't you give us some food? Li Fan put down his teacup and finally spoke. How many do you want? All of a sudden, everyone's eyes lit up. Is it really okay to take it? But when Li Fan said the next sentence, everyone's hopes were dashed once again. I can give it to you, but on one condition. What are the conditions? A count asked. Li Fan smiled slightly. Tell me, who started this? After these words were spoken, there was complete silence. Most people's eyes turned to a count. It is Earl Jamie. Jamie instinctively took a step back. Is it him? Li Fan pointed. No one spoke. Earl Jamie immediately shouted, Lord Li Fan, don't waste your time. We discussed this before we came, and we've already formed an alliance. An alliance? Can the weak form an alliance? Don't look down on us. Ha ha. Li Fan sneered mercilessly, the weak cannot form alliances. The sound was so loud that it made their eardrums ache. You're wrong about that. Count Jamie still tried to argue. Li Fan continued, now, I'm giving you a chance. Whoever tells me who is in charge will be an ally of my Rose Creek Town. And I only need 15 allies. The crowd wavered. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Faced with enormous temptation. Even though Count Jamie was still trying his best to persuade everyone to unite. But when the first person pointed at him, he knew it was all over. It's Earl Jamie. It's Jamie. It's him. Everyone rushed to point it out, afraid that falling behind would prevent them from becoming Li Fan's ally. You guys? Jamie was furious. Originally, everyone had enough to eat and was doing quite well. No matter how strong Li Fan is, he still has to obey the church. As long as they make a big fuss, the church will always step in. But now. See? The weak cannot form alliances. Li Fan rose gracefully, looking down from above. Besides the 15 allies, I will also help some others, though not as many as the allies. Thank you, Lord Li Fan. Moment. The first 15 people to step forward were extremely excited. The remaining people breathed a sigh of relief. Bringing back food wouldn't be a wasted trip, especially since, as Earls, they weren't lacking in food or clothing. I came with Jamie with a whatever attitude. Therefore, even a small amount of profit could instantly shatter this alliance. Father, why don't we fight? Lee Weiss asked, puzzled. Liddies also didn't understand, why should we give them our supplies? You'll understand when you grow up. Li Fan patted the two little heads, undermining the enemy's will is far more effective than a battle. Is that so? The two seemed to understand but not quite. Several months later, Astiga gave birth to a healthy baby girl. She was named Li Sisi and was also a person with superpowers. Li Fan shared the good news with Winnie. He didn't expect that Winnie would come the next day. You've arrived? Can't I come? Aren't you afraid that Charles will steal your sacred source? I'm the only level 4 ability user around here. Winnie said proudly, tilting her little face up. Even if you gave Charles 100 lives, he wouldn't dare do that. Li Fan laughed and pulled her into his arms. Winnie shoved her away. I didn't come here to see you, I came to see Astiga. The two entered the room. Li Sisi was sleeping soundly. Astiga was both surprised and delighted. Lady Winnie. Winnie reached out and gently stroked the baby's face. Astiga, congratulations on becoming a mother. Thank you, Lady Winnie. Astiga was deeply moved. Nothing made her happier than Winnie's blessing. Another one trying to steal my food. Margarita felt a serious threat. Serafina had a different opinion of Winnie. She was strong, beautiful, and resilient, all the best qualities she had. We're sisters, don't be jealous, she said. Sister, you don't know, I secretly watched it. Winnie is terrifying, even all of us sisters combined are no match for her. What nonsense are you talking about? Serafina blushed. Seriously, she's the most prolific person I've ever met. Not just Margarita. Monica also deeply felt the crisis. But there's nothing we can do. We can't beat them in a fight, so all we can do is worry. Winnie chatted with Astiga for a while and then left. Then Li Fan dragged him into the room. She closed the door, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him. It was very intense. Didn't you come to see Astiga? Li Fan teased deliberately. Yes, I just wanted to drop by and see you. If that's what you're saying, then I'm leaving. Don't go. Beg me. Please. Chapter 121 The Return of the Dungeon. Li Fan also has no morals whatsoever. They grant every request. On the bed. Warmth. Tender and lingering. Several times. Finish. If Winnie hadn't stopped it in time, things might have gone on forever. No, I still have to see Astiga. She hurriedly fled for her life. Go! Winnie straightened her clothes, her face still flushed, and left with a sweet feeling. 1 month later. After Li Fan had served all the wives well, he blew the horn. Mimicking lava distortion, obsidian type 1 has reappeared. They then led him to the cave entrance. Entering the darkness this time felt very different from before. Although it was impossible to see anything beyond the firelight, the darkness still blocked our vision. But my heart calmed down. I will no longer be afraid. After entering the cave, it was the same 5 people: Jink, Tali, Ellen, Jeff, and Alanda. Somewhat surprisingly, they were all amazed by Li Fan's appearance and demeanor. Perfect. Too perfect. It's so stunning that anyone who sees it will be amazed. And their health, both inside and out, is truly enviable. Perhaps only those favored by God can reach this level. There was not much small talk among them. Let's get straight to the point. When Li Fan revealed that his count had borne him 1 son and 2 daughters, everyone thought it was only natural. Then Alfie arrived. We led everyone through the death corridor once again, arriving at Dungeon Fighter Online. Choose the dungeon, then go down there to mine for gold. Choose the warrior, then go up there to fight in the arena. Alfie also specifically told Li Fan, I think you are qualified to challenge the warriors. You are too healthy to do it. You are invincible, at least in the beginner arena. No, I choose the underground city. Li Fan said. Alfie was somewhat disappointed. The skeleton was initially very excited about Li Fan's arrival, but when it heard that he wanted to choose the underground city, it couldn't help but sneer, coward. Li Fan smiled calmly. Everyone entered the underground city. As always, they encountered women wearing heavy makeup. But the difference is, these women were captivated by Li Fan's charisma, and each of them wanted to sleep with him. I don't want your money, just sleep with me. I'll give you a gold medal. I'll give you 2 gold pieces. Oh my god, you're so perfect. Everyone in the dungeon is repressed, even these women. And then Li Fan appeared. It drove them crazy instantly. You are more beautiful than a goddess. I'd do anything for you. They were scrambling for it. She almost took off her clothes on the spot. Fortunately, Jinka chased them away. Jeff joked, you should really go with them, you can make money and have some fun. Li Fan smiled without saying a word. Jinka briefly explained the situation here, and then said, I suggest we form a team, so we can work together if anything happens, and split the gold we find. The others were visiting for the first time, so naturally they were willing to come. No need. Li Fan refused. He took the minerals and headed straight for the largest gold mine in his memory. Are you sure you're alone? Jinka couldn't help but ask. Li Fan is very powerful. He wanted to keep him. But it didn't work. Li Fan left without looking back. Jinka gave up and left with the others. We arrived at the gold mine. There was a small team inside, consisting of 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. Li Fan didn't know the exact location of the gold deposit, so he tried to get rid of the others. Get out. Ah. The 5 people thought they had misheard. Hey brother, anyone can come in here. I suggest you take back what you said. Bang. Without saying a word, Li Fan kicked him away. The remaining 4 men's expressions changed. Friend, we haven't offended you, have we? No. So what do you mean? I've booked the whole place. Can you even book an entire venue while digging for gold? But if they can kick their boss away with 1 kick, who would dare to say a word? The 4 of them slunk away. Li Fan started digging as quickly as possible. After breaking through the first shackles of humanity, his gold mining efficiency was far superior to that of his previous life. Soon, a large area had been excavated. Small pieces of gold kept appearing. It didn't take long. The larger one also appeared, taller than a person. Li Fan moved it out. The others were immediately astonished. This, such a huge piece of gold. Those 5 people were still there, trying to steal it. But I dare not. Li Fan swept his gaze coldly over them, and the 5 people immediately ran away. However, some people still came. There were 13 people in total. They had never seen Li Fan make a move, but in their eyes, Li Fan's origin force was indeed more concentrated, surpassing everyone else's. But 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Friend, we'll help you carry it, and then we'll split it, the leader said. He was 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, and very strong. No distinction. Li Fan's words made everyone furious. Not sharing? Then we'll just have to steal it. Do it. A group of people immediately closed in, adopting an encirclement tactic. Bang bang bang. Li Fan stood still and kicked out 4 times in quick succession, instantly sending the first person who approached flying. The speed at which they acted shocked everyone. The 2-meter-tall man was the most powerful, with a force more potent than that of ordinary people, and he threw a powerful punch. But Li Fan easily grabbed it and held it in his hand with his 5 fingers. Click. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The burly man screamed and retreated. The remaining people dared not make a move. Run away quickly. That's terrifying. Without using the force, he repelled them all with his physical strength alone. This is a monster. Li Fan carried the gold nuggets to the mutant in the underground city and finally received 37 gold coins. Then repeat the process. He unearthed 1 large gold nugget after another. At first, everyone was somewhat wary. However, the sweltering dungeon made people restless, and there were several instances of reckless people making dangerous moves. At one point, they even gathered more than 30 people to besiege Li Fan, including Jin Ku and 2 others. Result. Naturally, they were all kicked away. No one dared to approach anymore. Li Fan's gains exceeded everyone's expectations. In the end, a total of 237 gold. This is a terrifying number. He created a miracle. He broke the record. Before leaving, Li Fan gave Tari and Jeff 12 gold coins each. Give it to Tali, because of her trust. It's even easier for Jeff. What I stole from him in the previous life, I'm returning to him in this life. For me! Tali and Jeff exclaimed with delight. Once outside, the two of them bowed again to express their gratitude. Baigu stared in disbelief at the more than 200 gold coins in Li Fan's backpack. You dug up so many? Good luck. Li Fan smiled slightly. Next, I'd like to go up there and take a look. Up there? Whitebone shook his head. No, there's no need for you to go up there with these gold coins. With just over 200 gold coins, you could go directly to your human holy city. This was the first time Li Fan had ever heard of such a thing. 200 to the holy city? Yes, 200 gold coins can directly buy a duke's position. Oh. Li Fan nodded and said, I want to go up there. Why? I have someone very important to see. Thank you to user 14891749 for the expert verification. Love you, boss. Chapter 122. Let me help you. The skeleton paused, then stopped trying to stop them. Li Fan strode away. He came up there, and once again came to the entrance of the arena. The two tall mutants were momentarily stunned when they saw him. This was the first time they had ever seen a human body so perfectly formed and so healthy. So much so that they momentarily forgot to stop them. I want to become a warrior. Please come in. Li Fan once again stood before the cold-faced woman. Register. He handed over the metal handguards. The woman finally couldn't help but ask, are you really not going to buy a weapon? Going bare-handed isn't a good thing. Need not. Li Fan left. Just like in my previous life. He went to the spectator area and sat down to wait. 2 people died in the 2 matches. But Wanda said that it was actually possible not to kill anyone. Li Fan tried the force again, but even after breaking the first shackles on humanity, he still couldn't succeed. This bracelet seems to be something special. Next, following the timeline from his previous life, he went to register. He even spent 30 gold coins betting on himself to win. The opponent was still that big, burly man, wielding a heavy axe. Li Fan was unarmed. Many people in the audience laughed. The disparity is too great. There are always newcomers who can't bear to part with a single gold coin and end up failing. I bet he won't last 10 seconds. I bet 3 seconds. He must have been cleaved in two. I don't have a high opinion of Li Fan. A chorus of boos erupted. Wanda, however, supported him. I never expected to see him here. He must have come here for his child and wife. He's such a good man. No wonder even my cousin is smitten with him. During their encounter in Oaktown, Wanda was amazed by Li Fan's good looks and health, as well as his 2 babies with level 2 superpowers. No matter how you look at it, this family is God's darling. As a nun, she felt a great fondness for this family. On stage, the man swung his heavy axe and chopped down. It is powerful and heavy. Extremely fast. But Li Fan was faster. He sidestepped to avoid it. Seize the opportunity. Snap. She raised her hand and patted the man's chest. Li Fan did not win with a single move. Instead, he held back a great deal of his strength. The man staggered backward, eliciting gasps from the audience. He actually dodged it. Incredible. This newcomer seems to be quite extraordinary. The man roared. Chop again. It's faster. Li Fan continued to dodge, seemingly in grave danger. But it was never hit. They always managed to avoid attacks at crucial moments. The audience was amazed. The most exciting matches are those that are evenly matched. 3 minutes later. The man was panting heavily. A heavy axe is not so easy to wield. He revealed a weakness due to his exhaustion. Li Fan seized the opportunity and kicked him in the knee. Click. Ah. The man, in excruciating pain, immediately knelt on one knee. At the same time, Li Fan reached out and locked his wrist, twisting it in the opposite direction until it snapped. He seized the heavy axe in one fell swoop. He chopped the ground with an axe. The battle is over. Thank you. Cold sweat trickled down the man's neck. If the blow had landed on his neck, he would most likely be dead. The entire audience applauded. That's fantastic. Wanda's beautiful eyes were full of admiration. She knew Li Fan would win. What was even more unexpected was that the other party spared their opponent's life. It was truly merciful. He looks just like a knight from a biography. Men like this are so rare. Shall we continue? No. Li Fan shook his head. I've already earned enough. 30 gold coins have increased sevenfold, and including the previous ones, it's now close to 500 gold coins. He walked toward Wanda. He directly used his supernatural abilities to plant a golden lotus. Wanda also received 7 gold coins. She was overjoyed. It would be a sin to fail to bring back 20 gold coins, and it would be an even greater sin to lose all the gold coins given by the church. Fortunately, Li Fan, our lucky star, appeared. Sudden. A strange feeling left Wanda somewhat bewildered. Her beautiful eyes widened. What happened? Before Wanda could even figure out her physical condition, Li Fan suddenly hugged her, exclaiming, "Wanda, I never expected to see you here." Ah! The sudden hug caught Wanda off guard. She instinctively wanted to push him away. But the moment their bodies touched, that strange feeling returned. At that moment, she seemed to understand something. Her cheeks flushed instantly, her heart pounded, and she hugged Li Fan tightly with glazed eyes. I never expected to see you. How are Li Weiss and Li Tis doing? She quickly changed the subject. I don't know why, but it feels very comfortable. They did very well, they even came in first place in the 3-month assessment. Wow! Wanda exclaimed in delight, that's amazing. Come visit Rose Creek when you have time, they miss you. I will. Wanda reluctantly left his embrace, her heart pounding. This was the first time she had observed this man so closely and attentively. Her skin has a healthy, wheat-colored hue. Sharp edges and corners. His eyes were deep and his gaze was gentle. A warm smile graced his handsome face. Wanda felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She thought. Perhaps she really likes Li Fan. It was then that Wanda noticed the large backpack. Is this whole bag full of gold coins? Yes. Li Fan opened it and counted. It's almost 500. The gleaming gold coins made Wanda's eyes water. If only I had that many gold coins, I would definitely be treated differently. Do you know where I can sleep around here? Li Fan asked. I want to rest for a bit and then leave. You're leaving now? Wanda asked in surprise. Yes. Li Fan nodded. I have a wife and children waiting for me at home, and I have also achieved my goal this time. He shook the package in his hand, and the rustling sound was rather pleasant. Wanda's admiration grew. I have a place to stay. You can make do if you don't mind. Of course I won't mind. Li Fan smiled and asked, by the way, what are you doing here? Earn gold coins for the church. Wanda spread out her gold coins. Thank you so much. I bet on you to win. I wouldn't have earned these gold coins without you. You gamble? This is for the church. Does the church allow you to gamble? Of course the church won't let me gamble. Wanda explained, but the church needs gold coins, and I am willing to sacrifice myself for the church and God, even if it means falling into darkness. Isn't this still the church allowing you to gamble? You don't understand. Okay, you're amazing. Li Fan smiled. So when are you leaving? Coming together? I'd like to have company. I haven't earned enough gold coins yet. Here you go. Li Fan opened the package. How much more do you need? No. Wanda firmly refused, this violates the doctrine. But you gambled. These are two different things. Wanda was adamant, I have already sinned. If I were to take shortcuts, wouldn't that be betraying God's trust in me? How about I play 2 more matches? Li Fan said, if you bet on me to win, I think you'll achieve your goal very soon. He added, this isn't exactly taking a shortcut, is it? I also want to earn more. Really? Real. Thanks. Wanda crossed her arms, bowed, and expressed her gratitude. Chapter 123 Celebration. Need not. With her alluring curves revealed, Li Fan helped Wanda up. Silky smooth to the touch. The moment their skin touched, that wonderful sensation returned. Wanda's expression became dazed again. She gasped inwardly. Here we go again. It feels so good. I really want to hug him. Wanda opened her arms uncontrollably. Li Fan had already turned and left. With her body empty, Wanda felt a deep sense of loss. He exhaled a breath of hot air. She quickly placed her bet. After Li Fan took the stage, people were in an uproar. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted once again. The audience is even more excited. I wonder what surprises this newcomer will bring. Soon, the opponent enters the game. She was a very thin woman. Because of the time difference, this time the opponent is not the same woman as before. She is stronger. They moved with agility. They took the initiative and launched a preemptive attack right from the start. The weapon was a dagger. The dance was unpredictable and bizarre. Difficult to defend against. However, Li Fan is even stronger than before. He responded calmly and was not overwhelmed. Instead, they gradually eroded our territory. 3 minutes later, they succeeded with another blow. The woman gave up, panting heavily. We won. Wanda cheered, clutching the gold coins. I'm so excited. This time, the harvest was 4 more gold coins. 11 already. But it's not time to be happy yet. Wanda had come twice before and lost everything both times. Including this time, the church gave her a total of 15 gold coins. She's currently in a frenzy and wants to win back everything she lost before. Li Fan walked down with a smile. Li Fan, we won. She rushed over and gave him a hug. Feeling the softness of the woman in his arms, Li Fan was satisfied and said, "Can we leave now?" Ah. Wanda was surprised that Li Fan didn't want to press his advantage. Isn't that enough? Yes. She nodded shyly. How about earning some more? All right. Li Fan asked, is this enough to cover our losses? We're still a little short. Wanda shook her head. We might need to win 2 more times. So, Li Fan took out more than a dozen gold coins. Consider it a loan to you. Bet them all, and just pay me back the principal after you win. This Wanda exclaimed in surprise. We're friends, take it. Li Fan smiled. Wanda's eyes welled up with tears. She wanted to hug him but didn't dare, afraid to cry out, Li Fan, you're so good to me. I'm not nice to everyone. Li Fan stared at Wanda. The affectionate gaze made Wanda blush again. That strange feeling welled up inside me again. I owe you so much. Wanda tried her best to control herself and could only try to make up for it. But it seems like I have nothing. She suddenly said, Li Fan, you can suppress yourself too. No, this goes against the doctrine. Give it to me, I'll help you suppress it. Since I've already broken the rule, let me do it. Wanda seemed to have found a way to repay the favor. Consider it a loan from me. If you make a profit, it's all yours. If you lose, it's on me. Is this a good idea? There is nothing wrong with it. Wanda said confidently. Based on the patterns she observed, the organizers would also arrange a not-so-good opponent for Li Fan. This time, it's a sure thing to make a profit. 100 gold coins, I borrowed them. Okay, here you go, but you have to pay it back if you lose. Li Fan pulled out 100 gold coins. Wanda was extremely excited. She went to place another bet. Soon the opponent took the stage. He was a young man with blonde hair. He is muscular. The weapon was a giant sword. Thank you for sparing my sister. Even if you lose, I will not take your life, the man said in a deep voice. Was the last person your sister? Yes. All right. Li Fan shrugged. But it's still uncertain who will win or lose. I'll show you my swordsmanship, the man suddenly roared. The offensive was indeed fierce, giving them no chance to breathe. Li Fan kept retreating, facing imminent danger. At first, Wanda didn't care much. But gradually she realized that something was wrong. His expression began to turn serious. Seeing Li Fan forced to the edge of the ring, her heart was pounding in her throat. No! Don't lose! This was the first time Wanda had ever been so nervous. Hands clasped tightly. Pray in your heart. Li Fan had no way out. They are about to clash head-on with the giant sword. It seems the battle is about to be decided. I can't lose, someone is waiting for my victorious return. At that moment, an astonishing light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Wanda was completely stunned. Is he working so hard for himself? Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he stood up. Her red lips parted slightly. His gaze was incredibly intense. Li Fan, keep it up. The cold light had already arrived before him. Life and death hang in the balance. Li Fan shifted his feet to the side, twisting like a snake. He barely avoided the blade. At the same time, they moved in close. The fist slammed heavily into the opponent's chest. There was a muffled thud. The man staggered backward. The horror in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Before he could regain his footing, Li Fan followed again. Continuous fast breaks. Finally, they seized the opportunity. It hit the vital point again. The man fell down. Defeat. Wanda jumped up in ecstasy and cheered wildly. We won. We won again. Li Fan got down. Hug an excited Wanda. Skin to skin. That wonderful feeling came over me again. Wanda instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. Then I remembered that scene from before. Her pretty face was burning hot. She couldn't help but say, Li Fan, thank you. You are welcome. With a soft, fragrant embrace, Li Fan smiled and said, as long as it can truly help you, that's good. Thank you. Wanda really wanted to kiss him. But you can't. That is evil. After releasing, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Fan. I just don't know how to express my feelings right now. The only solution is to present the gold coins. Here are your 100 gold coins. You won a total of 32, so they're all yours. You continue betting. Li Fan smiled and said, I think we might win even more. Wanda was still a little dazed. Has God begun to favor her? Very nice. They won the next 3 games. I actually won 81 gold coins. Wanda's eyes crinkled with laughter. Holding a huge pile of gold coins, she felt like she was in a dream. She couldn't help but hug Li Fan again. I can still feel that familiar and wonderful feeling. Is that enough? Li Fan asked. Wanda nodded vigorously. This time is enough. Let's South go to my place and celebrate. She took Li Fan's hand. The two left the underground arena. We arrived at the dilapidated cottage where Wanda lived. She carefully hid the gold coins and said excitedly, I'll go prepare some wine and food to celebrate. Before long, dinner was laid out on the table. It's not a particularly lavish meal, I hope you won't mind. Wanda said nervously. How could that be? Li Fan smiled and said, I believe that anything tastes delicious when you eat with the most devout believers. Wanda's cheeks flushed instantly. It is even more beautiful under the lights. The two raised their glasses. Enjoy your drink to your heart's content. Wanda's cheeks were flushed. In this life, she didn't refuse, and it's unclear whether it was due to her special ability or genuine happiness. Chapter 124 A Glimpse of the Truth. One cup after another. The atmosphere is getting better and better. They started talking more and more. Wanda couldn't help but ask, Li Fan, God's favor towards you is simply incredible. Really? Li Fan asked. Wanda firmly stated, this is God's blessing. All right. But why doesn't God favor me? Wanda said sadly, I'm so devout, I wouldn't make the slightest mistake, and I was eager to sign up for this place. Why can't God see me? And people laugh at me because I can't earn money. Perhaps your method is wrong. Li Fan replied. Wrong method? Wanda didn't quite understand. Li Fan said meaningfully, for example, being too devout. Wanda was stunned, is this wrong? Of course. Think about it, it's like 2 children, one crying and one not. If you were the mother, which one would you feed first? Hey, the one who's crying, he's probably hungry. But how do you know a baby that isn't crying isn't hungry? A baby that isn't crying might just be trying not to bother its mother. Li Fan Wanda was shocked by these remarks. Upon closer examination, it seems to make a lot of sense. Then what should I do? She asked. I can only tell you how I did it. Teach me. Wanda grabbed Li Fan's hand immediately. In her view, God had favored Li Fan far too much, perhaps even more than the Archbishop of the church could do, so she longed for it so much. This method is not very good. I'm willing to learn. All right. Li Fan stood up and stared intently at Wanda. In my opinion, to gain God's favor, one must first sin, or rather, violate the doctrine. What? Wanda's eyes widened. Like this. Li Fan suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. He gently placed his hand on her waist. Warm breath sprayed on my earlobe. Wanda's body trembled, and she instinctively tried to break free. But for some reason, I'm reluctant to part with it. A strange feeling washed over me again. Even my heart rate increased. She didn't know what to do. At this moment, Li Fan said gently, "You never disobey the doctrine, so how can God save you? You've always been obedient, so God can't even see you." Really? Wanda's eyes wavered. Of course it's true. Li Fan released her. Return to your seat. With a calm gaze, of course, it's not about committing crimes randomly. Everything is guided by God. When you have a strange feeling about something that is obviously wrong, it means that God is letting you sin. God made me sin. Only by committing crimes can one better control the act of evil. Have you ever felt this way? I. Wanda couldn't speak, so she drank the red wine. At this moment, her whole body was burning hot, as if she were not herself. Another cup. It's even hotter. I think so, yes, it happened. She finally nodded. Great. Li Fan clapped his hands and encouraged, go for it. If I said, that feeling only recently appeared. That's wonderful. God is guiding you. But, I only had that feeling after you appeared. Wanda said in one breath, her whole body feeling like it was on fire. Her eyes were brimming with tears. I simply couldn't control myself. Li Fan feigned surprise. Actually, after meeting you, I also had that feeling. What? Wanda's breathing became rapid. She covered her face with her hands. My mind is a complete mess. Then we. Go ahead and commit a crime. Li Fan suddenly stood up. Crime. Right. Wanda bites her lip. Finally, I made up my mind. She stood up and walked towards Li Fan. Those red lips looked even more luscious and tempting. Her eyes were like the starry sky. He met Li Fan's gaze. There's no need to say anything more. Under the influence of alcohol. There's no need to be reserved. This was God's guidance. She took the initiative to hug him. Body fits snugly. That wonderful feeling returned. This time, it was even stronger. It felt like an electric current was coursing through my skin. Uncontrollable. She hugged Li Fan tightly, her arms wrapped around his waist. His body seemed to melt. Her petal-like lips pressed against mine. Savor the flavors you like. Responding with enthusiasm. Li Fan suddenly picked her up. Only by truly understanding evil can one completely control it and glimpse the truth. Wanda, do you want to glimpse the truth? I want. Alright, let's discover the truth together today. A glimpse of the truth. Let's hit rock bottom and bounce back. Wanda was placed on the bed. Like flowers waiting to be picked. Li Fan, she called softly. At this moment, there was only the urge to succumb. Unable to control myself. The next day. Holy light streamed in through the window. The two embraced on the bed. It exudes a warm and cozy feeling. They snuggled together, sleeping soundly. Soon. Wanda opened her eyes and the first thing she saw was Li Fan, and her cheeks immediately burned. He quickly closed his eyes again. Those wonderful memories resurfaced. Everything is still vivid in my mind. I feel soreness in some part of my body. They couldn't help but hug each other tighter. Favor. They really have been blessed. I can even dream of God's voice when I'm asleep. That's wonderful. But, was I being too proactive? She was feeling shy. Li Fan's gentle whisper reached her ears. Good morning. Good morning. Wanda opened her eyes, blushed, sat up, and shyly lowered her head. I feel so strong, Li Fan said, pulling her into his arms. God has blessed me again. Really? Wanda immediately looked up with delight. Her shyness vanished, replaced by a focused gaze. Really, can you feel it? Li Fan smiled and reached out to tidy her hair. Wanda nodded emphatically. Everything last night was God's guidance. We learned about sin and glimpsed the truth. Yes. Wanda nodded repeatedly. So, starting today, you no longer need to suppress yourself, and you don't need to care what others say. You can bravely pursue what you like, and I believe God will bless you. She looked at Li Fan with deep affection. His eyes were full of joy. There was no more hesitation. Hold him tight. At that moment, it was as if I understood God's true will. Turn out to be. This is not a sin. On the contrary, it possesses unparalleled beauty. The two embraced like that. Feel each other's heartbeats. They didn't want to be apart. When I get up again. It was already noon. After Li Fan sent his opponent flying with a single punch in the intermediate arena. Wanda offers greater peace of mind. God's favor was fully realized in these two people. The faith is stronger than ever before. She was his biggest supporter in every battle he fought. She might even hug him on the field and kiss him in public. Certainly. At night, we will witness sin and glimpse the truth. Then it hits the bottom. Rebound. Chapter 125 Advanced Field. After waking up, I discovered that the readers didn't like the first 3 chapters, so I've revised them. The readers are paramount. Witnessing evil. To glimpse the truth. Wanda became increasingly enamored with this feeling. Under Li Fan's guidance, her inner self gradually blossomed. From the initial cautious shyness. Become more proactive. They became increasingly involved. She has completely transformed. Every day is wonderful. Their feelings for each other deepened. She thoroughly enjoyed this wonderful experience. They understood God's true will even more. Only occasionally would Wanda pose a soul-searching question: is it really okay to keep committing sins? Won't God get tired of it? Li Fan always responded with a kiss. How could that be? The deeper the sin, the more accomplished God feels in saving you. I see. Sister Wanda, are you willing to give God this opportunity? God hasn't felt this accomplished in a long time. I do. Next. Li Fan charged forward continuously. Finally, we arrived at the high-level venue. Unlike the lower-level and mid-level venues, this place is more like an exquisite stage. The number of seats in the audience has also been reduced significantly. Tickets are required. The price was 30 gold coins. It's practically a show for the super rich. As a contestant, Li Fan naturally doesn't need to buy a ticket. He bought Wanda a ticket. The ticket seller was a beautiful blonde woman, very tall and large, almost like the Serafina and Margarita sisters. Her eyes are captivating, and her demeanor leans towards maturity. Friendly suggestion: buying a mask is enough. Mask? That's right, those who can afford to spend money are all important people. The woman only said half of what she meant. Li Fan understood. How much? 10 gold coins. I'll buy one. Li Fan paid the money. Wanda was heartbroken. It's too expensive, I don't need it. You need it. Li Fan didn't offer any further explanation. It's obvious there are church members here. They'll be in an uproar when a nun walks in. The two then entered. Wanda was wearing a mask. She felt slightly awkward when she saw the elegantly dressed gentlemen and beautiful women in the audience. Don't be afraid, they've never seen God, but you have. Wanda immediately calmed down. That's right. No matter how noble these people may seem, they are just lost sheep. But I myself have seen God. Then. She raised her head. I was seated in the VIP area. Li Fan then went to the players' area. The high-level room hadn't had any new members for a long time, which immediately caused a murmur among the guests. Wanda watched quietly, her heart filled with anticipation and pride. Keep going, she whispered. The applause began. The referee introduced Li Fan. Then. The opponent takes the stage. He was a tall, handsome blonde man with a confident and assertive gaze. A smile still lingered on her lips. It was as if they didn't take Li Fan seriously. He certainly has the resources. His physique was perfect and he was very healthy. Li Fan, who had not broken through the first shackle of humanity, would definitely not be a match for this person. Certainly. That was in the past. Now, only crushing victory. The man's name was Will. Before the competition, he performed several physical movements, which, combined with his flowing blonde hair, won rounds of applause. Wanda's heart skipped a beat. Although she trusted Li Fan, her palms were still sweating. It seems you're in good health too. Will naturally notice Li Fan's extraordinary qualities. He possessed the same perfect physique and impeccable demeanor, yet he remained brimming with confidence. But you have no idea who you're facing. I know. Li Fan replied. You know me? As introduced earlier, your name is Will. Will couldn't help but chuckle softly. Interesting. He flexed his wrists, his eyes suddenly sharpening. Make a move. Swift as lightning. They held nothing back. Very decisive. Wanda's heart clenched instantly. A gasp rippled through the audience. The next moment, Li Fan also moved. Equally fast, like lightning. The two made contact instantly. Fists and palms crossed. Bang! A head-on collision. After, Will took 2 steps back. Li Fan stood still, his feet not moving an inch. During the collision, Will's arm trembled slightly. A look of surprise crossed his face. The entire venue fell silent. He was clearly stunned by what he saw. A ruthless glint flashed in Will's eyes. He threw another punch. Quick! Faster! Most viewers couldn't spot him. But Li Fan caught it easily. It's another head-on collision. This time, Will took 3 steps back. His face finally turned serious. The audience was completely silent. Wanda's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was completely relieved, and her eyes lit up with joy. Next, Will tried several different tactics, and Li Fan accepted them all. The disparity in strength gradually became apparent. A fine sheen of sweat had formed on his forehead. Li Fan remained calm and composed throughout. Enough! Finally, he stopped. Take a deep breath. Adjust the status. Then, a loud roar. They launched another attack. Li Fan noticed that his opponent's speed had increased by another level. Upon closer inspection, he realized that all the muscles in his body were being used. It's stronger than before. This effect cannot be achieved without consistent practice. At this point, Will is indeed stronger than Li Fan. He hadn't practiced. It is impossible to mobilize all the muscle groups in the body in an instant. However, there are places where it can be done. Then the abdominal and thigh muscles can be considered as practice makes perfect. Now, Will has arrived. Li Fan shifted his feet and easily dodged. He slightly pulled his right hand back and then slowly threw a punch. Will's pupils contracted. There wasn't time to change tactics. Accurate hit. Boom! His tall body flew backward. It landed, but remained stationary. The referee declares, Li Fan wins. The entire audience erupted in cheers. Various expressions of disbelief, amazement, and envy. Wanda's eyes shone brightly, her love almost overflowing. Stand up and applaud. Li Fan won. Will slowly got up, but he had lost all his former vigor. He lowered his head towards Li Fan and said, You're very strong. You flatter me. Li Fan replied politely. This won. I won 500 gold coins. The next match will be on the second day. There are few players in the advanced arena. The competition is also held once a day. Li Fan decided to stay and learn about the strength of the other advanced players. The main purpose is to see if anyone has broken through the first shackle of humanity, and how they did so. He didn't believe he was the only one who had done it. Mr. Li Fan, we've arrived at your room. Please feel free to let me know if you need anything. A staff member led him and Wanda to a very luxurious room. Li Fan nodded, Okay, thank you for your hard work. A smile immediately bloomed on the other person's face. It's my pleasure to serve you. Elite athletes enjoy extremely luxurious accommodations and meals. Everything is free. Enter the room. Close the door. Wanda threw off her mask, excitedly rushed into Li Fan's arms, hugged him tightly, and expressed her boundless joy and pride. Night. Wanda is leaving. This is the 7th day since I arrived here. They will leave together with the other nuns who remain here. Li Fan, I will miss you. Wanda was reluctant to leave, yet also very worried. Without you, I'm afraid I'll never see God again. Don't be afraid, God is always with you. Really? Certainly. Li Fan gently stroked her lower abdomen. You need to go back and digest what you've learned these past 2 days. Go back and write a 30,000-word reflection on the evil you've been studying. Don't leave anything out. This is very important for you, for the church, and for the world. Wanda nodded emphatically and continued, What if I also want to understand sin? She has come to regard Li Fan as her mentor in life. What is said is what it is. Bear with it. Endure it? Li Fan's answer was unexpected. Right. He continued, Sister Wanda, God also needs to help others. You can't be so selfish. Do you want to watch others sink into hell? Of course not. So, you must give God time to save others. Li Fan stroked her hair. When you see me again, you will have gained even more. Wanda smiled broadly. A kiss goodbye. Chapter 126 Sweep. Wanda is gone. They left with a very rewarding experience. She really needs to process this properly. Li Fan watched them go. He didn't return to his room until he could no longer see her back. And soon after, there was a knock on the door. It was a blonde woman selling tickets, dressed rather provocatively, clearly with some ulterior motive. Mr. Li Fan, can I get pregnant with your child? Can't. I can give you the money. No need. I guarantee I'll make you feel like you're in heaven. Roll. Knowing that things were hopeless, the blonde woman didn't press the matter and turned to leave. Not long after, another one came knocking. She's still a beautiful woman. She also requested to conceive Li Fan's child. I was rejected again. Let's continue. One after another. They were all women of different styles, but all of them left disappointed. Then, Will arrived, seemingly unconcerned about the failure, carrying 2 bottles of red wine. Can we sit down and talk? Certainly. The two sat down. Will pours the wine. Li Fan took a small sip. Good wine. Mr. Li Fan, if you like to drink, you can stay here. There is more than just fine wine here. Will raised his glass with both hands. Li Fan smiled. What else? Woman. Just say what you have to say. Great. Will didn't beat around the bush. I'm acting on behalf of some people who want to keep your child. Just tell me what kind you like, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. So that's why you came. So, your answer? I don't like leaving my children in places I can't control. Fine. Will shrugged. I knew you wouldn't agree, but they insisted I do it. And you? Li Fan asked curiously. What? Have you given birth? It's born. Will made no attempt to hide anything. I think I've had over 20. Anyway, they all provided me with the beauties I like. When I get tired of them, I can just switch to a new batch. Why not? Li Fan smiled. Are you really not going to consider it? Will asked. This is paradise. I prefer to be in control of my life, rather than be controlled by it. Li Fan said. Will raised his glass. I hope you get what you want. He drank it all in one gulp. Get up. Goodbye. The next day. The second match. The match begins. The opponent was tall, and a man at that. The clothes are very form-fitting. He's also very handsome and has great charisma. He displayed a style completely different from Will's. More composed, more powerful. They launched a strong attack right from the start. The feeling of oppression was very strong. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough. In the end, Li Fan broke through it in one move. Another victory. The third day. Day 4. The same applies. None of them are good at fighting. More women came knocking on the door. They all wanted to have Li Fan's child. After all were rejected. Then a black woman appeared. Goodness. They actually thought Li Fan liked black. That's really overthinking it. Day 5. This time, a real opponent has finally arrived. Rag, known as the king of fighters. He was a head taller than Li Fan. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. The muscle definition is extremely beautiful. Every step taken was steady and powerful. It was imposing. It's obvious. Rag broke through the first shackles of humanity. You did it. His voice was very deep. He exudes confidence. The same to you. Li Fan was very curious to know how the other party had done it. But he didn't ask. If there is only one way in the world, and you ask for help, it will only create more trouble. Rag's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. Very well, then let's fight. That's exactly what I was thinking. Snap. The two men clasped their hands in a fist salute. Then, the battle began. Between breaths, Rag threw a punch. The air itself seemed to be torn apart. He is definitely the strongest opponent Li Fan has encountered so far. Both speed and power have reached their peak. Li Fan shifted his feet and dodged the punch. At the same time, a light palm strike was delivered. It seemed like nothing was amiss. But it harbors hidden dangers. Rag quickly changed his move, also switching to one side. Li Fan's palm grazed past his clothes. Both of them took a step back. Neither side had the upper hand. Their gazes sharpened. They exchanged another glance. They attacked the opponent again. Punches and kicks collided. Swift as lightning. Dozens of moves passed in the blink of an eye. It's a close call. Li Fan became more and more excited as the fight progressed, and he gave it his all. Raggy also gave it his all. The two were evenly matched. The attack failed after a prolonged siege. At last, Ragu brought his palms together into fists. Their momentum suddenly surged, and they disregarded defense. It hurtled towards Li Fan with overwhelming force. This is a desperate, life or death strike. Even if it means death, we must bombard our opponents. Li Fan also unleashed both palms simultaneously. It also means concentrating all the power into one point. A sudden collision. Bang! A muffled explosion rang out. Both of them were sent flying backwards. Rag stumbled backward. Each step leaves a mark on the ground. It took him 7 steps to regain his balance. Now let's look at Li Fan. Having exhausted his strength, he pressed forward. Rag gritted his teeth. Arms crossed in front of the body. He withstood Li Fan's attack head-on. Click! His arms were fractured, and he felt an irresistible internal force surging in like a tide. Bang! Kneel on one knee. Even his breathing became much heavier. I lost. There was regret in Rag's eyes. More than anything, I felt relieved and respectful. This battle was exhilarating. Li Fan no longer has a 6th battle. There were only 5 people in the advanced arena before, and he defeated them all. All around was quiet. Everyone was stunned. Silence lasted for a long time. I don't know who started clapping first. A thunderous applause followed. Li Fan wasn't too surprised. I'm a little disappointed. Although Rag broke through the first shackle of humanity, something was clearly wrong, and his body seemed to have hidden problems. It would absolutely crush ordinary people. But when it comes to himself, he's clearly outmatched. Night. Just as Li Fan was planning to take a nap and leave the next day, there was another knock on the door. He assumed it was the same woman and didn't open the door. But suddenly a voice rang out from outside. Mr. Li Fan, the Emperor requests your presence. Emperor? Chapter 127 Physical Enhancement Agent. Li Fan opened the door. She was a blonde woman I had never seen before. She looked to be in her early 20s, with an elegant demeanor, a tall figure, and a beauty that was like a rare orchid in a secluded valley. Please follow me. The woman led the way. Li Fan followed without hesitation. Although this woman did not break the first shackle of humanity, her strength was no less than Will's. Especially her weapon, which is not a lightsaber, but a uniquely designed knife. It is about 5 feet long and 2 fingers wide, with a long blade and a slender handle. The key is that the material is very special. Li Fan didn't know what it was, but it exuded a faint chill. Absolutely extraordinary. They followed the woman to a brightly lit room deep inside the arena. She suddenly stopped, turned around, and asked, "Can we have a child together? On this wasteland. Healthy men are really rare." Li Fan stared at the door. "Let's see the Emperor instead." Opened the door. The room was bigger than I had imagined. The decor is also more luxurious. The walls were covered with various weapons, just like the blonde woman's, all exuding a chilling aura. Behind a long white table, a woman was sitting there. A very assertive woman. With the eyes of an eagle and the gaze of a wolf. It gives people a sense of oppression. It must be the Emperor. She didn't say anything, but simply looked Li Fan up and down. His gaze held a scrutinizing quality. Much later. She had barely spoken when she said, "You're the second person I've met to perfectly break the first shackle." His voice was magnetic and carried an air of authority. "Who's the first?" Li Fan asked. The Emperor raised his hand. He pointed to himself. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as I expected. This woman broke the first shackle. It was still perfectly broken. Moreover, Li Fan sensed a powerful aura emanating from her. This is natural oppression without the use of any force. An absolute crushing defeat. That's terrifying. No wonder he became emperor. My name is Maya. The emperor introduced himself. I hope you can withstand 3 of my attacks. Get straight to the point. There was no beating around the bush at all. You did it. You can choose anything in this room. It seems I can't refuse. Yes. Here you go. The blonde woman beside him tossed a long knife to Li Fan. He just caught it. Maya got up. Take a step forward. An invisible force swept out. It enveloped Li Fan like a storm. The oppressive aura emanating from this was many times stronger than that of Rag. It's just taking a step. He had completely changed into a different person. Li Fan's expression was solemn, and he mobilized all his strength. In an instant, the Maya made their move. Swift as lightning. The long sword appeared in his hand without him even noticing. A long, cold light stretched across the air. It carried a sense of grimness. A few meters can be covered in the blink of an eye. He made his move. That was the decisive blow. There was no probing. Li Fan dared not be careless at all and raised his long sword to meet the attack. Bang! A collision in an instant. Li Fan's arm trembled, and he took a step back. Maya's momentum remained undiminished. With a swift turn of her longsword, she launched another fierce attack. Bang! Take 3 steps back. Another cut. Bang! Take 5 steps back. Clang! Li Fan's arm was completely powerless, and the long sword fell to the ground with a clear sound. Maya sheathed her sword. His face showed neither joy nor anger. You're quite good, choose. She finished speaking and left the room. The room is filled with many rare and precious items. Li Fan walked to the wall. A quick glance. Finally, it landed on a long sword that was entirely black, uniquely shaped, and exuded a chilling aura. Just by looking at its materials and workmanship, you can tell it's a rare treasure. He walked over and took it in his hand. It immediately gave me a feeling of being as light as a feather yet as heavy as Mount Tai. He chopped it off casually. A sonic boom occurred. This made Li Fan's eyes light up. This is a mithril sword forged from Valyrian steel. It's indestructible, the blonde woman explained from the side. Li Fan nodded, then asked, could you recommend some cost-effective items? Besides weapons and enhancement potions, the rest of the items here are just handicrafts. Enhancement potion? Li Fan remained silent. There were indeed some strange things in the room. The woman continued, if it's a weapon, what you have is the best. If it's a potion, I think you're currently lacking a level 2 potion, but this thing is very dangerous. You could die if you're not careful. Hearing her say that, Li Fan put down his weapon. Which ones are level 2 potions? You do not know? I just happened to come across a bottle of medicine, Li Fan said without elaborating. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. You're really lucky. The woman picked out a bottle. This one, I think it'll suit you better. What's the meaning? The medicine is relatively mild and does not cause much harm to the body. What about those with strong medicinal properties? Although it can significantly improve physical condition, the probability of accidents is also high, and it is easier to leave hidden dangers. Li Fan understood. Give me the most potent one. You're insane. Even the emperor wouldn't dare use that. I dare. That's ruthless. The blonde woman pulled out a bottle of red potion. Li Fan naturally had other plans. He used to be able to improve his physical condition through dietary supplements, but that stopped working as his physical condition improved significantly. What about the medicine? Li Fan planned to drink it before he died, hoping it would have a miraculous effect. He is not afraid of any hidden dangers. Finally. The next day, Li Fan was leaving. But what annoyed him was, anyone leaving can only take 1,000 gold coins with them. The rest must remain here. Is there a place to deposit money here? Li Fan asked. Whitebone shrugged. No, but you can choose to hand it over to me. Understood. Just when the skeleton thought it was about to gain a fortune, Li Fan asked the newcomer directly, what are you doing here? Earn gold. The man was a little confused. What else can I do here? Li Fan threw out 11 gold coins. Go back. Ah. The man didn't react for a moment, then was overjoyed. Li Fan started handing out money. Most of these new recruits were not there voluntarily, and they knew the mortality rate was high. But I never expected to meet such a kind person today. Many people knelt down and kowtowed. At last, Li Fan left behind 1,000 gold coins and departed. He didn't wait for Alfie. He left with another hybrid mutant, crossed the river of blood, and arrived at the cave, where he blew his horn. Not long after, Alfie appeared, and looking at the money bag on the ground, it was overjoyed. You made so much. Let us talk about the upgrades. Li Fan said. The first upgrade will cost 10 gold coins, the second 50, the third 300, and if we double that, it will be 720. Ha, you're truly my lucky charm. Alfie exclaimed excitedly. However, he quickly told Li Fan, do you know why it costs 300 gold coins for the third time? Because the materials are hard to find. I can only help you complete the first and second modifications right now. Chapter 128 Return to Rose Creek Town. The first time, the second time. Li Fan nodded, okay, then it'll be 120 gold coins. Alfie chuckled, I remember you also have a countess, right? Shouldn't you upgrade her city as well? You're quite shrewd. Li Fan had made an agreement with Alfie. If all 4 renovations are completed, the entire cost will be refunded. Rose Creek Town underwent 2 renovations. Kingsland Castle underwent 2 renovations. So that's exactly 4 times. The first 2 times cost little, the third time cost 300 gold coins, and the fourth time cost 1,000 gold coins. It naturally wants to do so. You're my lucky charm. Here's what I'll do, I'll help you upgrade those 2 towns. Once the materials for the third city upgrade arrive, I'll upgrade them for you as soon as possible. Alfie promised. Okay. Li Fan didn't waste any more words. The materials for the third renovation will take some time to prepare, and the fourth one will likely take even longer. If it's to save money. The renovation of Kingslandburg will take a long time. That's great. Alfie exclaimed in delight, causing lava to splatter from his body, which was quite comical. Li Fan thought of Valyrian steel, but I have one condition. Conditions? Alfie's face darkened. The lava stopped erupting. What are the conditions? Forge me a weapon made of Valyrian steel. I thought it was something serious. Alfie said nonchalantly, no problem, whatever you want, I'll forge it for you with this hammer. Great swords, please. Li Fan said. If we have enough materials, we can forge more. I can pay for them. I would if I could, but I can only promise one thing right now. Good. After saying this, Li Fan was taken back to District 57 by the Mimic Lava Distortion Obsidian Type 1. There's something he forgot to ask. How to find your way in the dark. There is obviously a way, but we can only ask Alfie next time we meet him. Clang clang clang. The Mimicry Lava Distortion Obsidian Type 1 makes the ground shake when you walk on it. People in many towns were shocked when they saw it. When they saw Li Fan sitting on the stone monster, they felt even more awe. In their view, Li Fan has become powerful again. It's powerful enough to control mutants. Rose Creek Town. When the guards reported that a large rock-like mutant was approaching, the ladies knew that Li Fan had returned. Serafina, Margarita, Nina, Monica, and Astiga immediately came out to greet them. They also brought 7 children with them, Li Weiss, Li Feis, Li Tis, Li Jess, Li Nis, Li Cass, and Li Sis. All 12 people stood on the city wall, watching the Mimic Lava Distortion Obsidian Type 1 approach. Then, Li Fan jumped down from above. He came to the lady and the children. I hugged them one by one. Kiss. Do you miss me? Li Fan asked with a smile. Everyone's eyes welled up with tears. Then he nodded vigorously. Although we've only been apart for a few days, it feels like we've been apart for a long time. Everyone surrounded Li Fan, heading towards the Earl's mansion. The youngest child was Li Sisi, and Li Fan held her in his arms, smiling sweetly. She inherited Astiga's silver hair and had deep green eyes. She was a very cute and beautiful child. His special ability is also unique, it's lightning. Of the 10 children, all except Winnie's possessed elemental abilities. This is a highly probable event. Unexpectedly, Li Sisi gave Li Fan a pleasant surprise. Just thinking about how the little guy would grow up with flowing silver hair and stepping on lightning made him feel incredibly excited. That scene was so cool. We arrived at the Earl's mansion. The whole family sat together without even having time to prepare dinner, listening to Li Fan recount his experiences over the past few days. I'm curious how he amassed so many gold coins. After all, the 5 of them didn't bring out this much back then. After hearing that he had met Wanda, the scene fell silent for a moment. Their expressions were all different. First, there was Astiga, whose eyes were fixed on Li Fan, and she didn't care about Wanda's appearance. Now that her daughter has the power of lightning, she is already very content. Serafina didn't seem to mind, but simply asked, "Are you pregnant?" As the eldest daughter, she should be concerned about having a large and prosperous family. Nina frowned slightly. A nun, it's not good if she's pregnant. She's not pregnant. Li Fan said, I also considered this, so I didn't let her get pregnant. Upon hearing this, Margarita gritted her little fangs and exclaimed, another one who can cause trouble. Monica was thrilled. Wanda? Great, she's fallen, hasn't she? Her faith is very strong. Li Fan replied, she is very devout, unlike what you're thinking. Ha! Monica was a little disappointed, but she immediately found something even more fun. A devout nun is far more exciting than a depraved one. Li Weiss and Li Tis still remember Wanda. Father, is she a red-haired woman? Yes, Wanda asked about you. Will she be a stepmother in the future? That's right. Li Fan nodded. Liddy's raised both hands. Yay, I have another stepmother. Li Weiss asked very seriously, will she have a boy or a girl in the future? Father, can't she have a boy? There are too many girls in the family. Now there are only 4 boys out of 10 children. Severe imbalance. It even affected Li Weiss's status. Serafina, Levis male, Levis female. Margarita, Liddy's female, League's male. Winnie, Li Siwan female, Li Sinual male, Li Sidi female. Nina, Linny's female. Monica, Li Cass male. Astiga, Li Cece female. You wretched brother, you no longer have the power to fight me. The new stepmother will definitely give birth to a girl. Li Tis said triumphantly. Li Weiss was not convinced, and the two almost came to blows. Li Fan smiled and ruffled the 2 boys' messy hair. Actually, boys and girls are the same. You are all brothers and sisters. You should take care of each other from now on. Yes, father. Li Weiss and Li Tis immediately stood up straight. Because they saw the warning in Serafina and Margarita's eyes. If you don't listen, you might get a spanking. Father, when is Wanda coming to play with us? Liddy's immediately clung to her. Margarita had given her instructions. Once her father comes home, she has to cling to him and then be dragged to her own room. Li Fan stroked her soft blonde hair. Soon. Really? That's great. Tess loves red-haired stepmother the most, the little guy exclaimed excitedly. Li Weiss exclaimed, I like red stepmothers too. He wasn't arguing on behalf of his mother. Instead, he simply wanted to compete with Liddy's. The main problem is that my younger sister is so annoying. He doesn't respect his older brother at all. The family chatted and laughed until very late before going to sleep. Unsurprisingly, Li Tissy kept clinging to Li Fan, and the other sisters couldn't force them apart. Li Fan originally wanted to spend some time with Serafina. As the eldest among the sisters, I must shower more love upon them. But Margarita's eyes were full of pleading. Serafina knew her sister well. She must have prepared a lot of fun things. It wouldn't be good to ruin my sister's nature. So they complied. Chapter 129 New Mission. It's been a long time since I've spent time with Li Fan. Margarita was extremely excited. It's just that it's also quite tragic. She hadn't gotten up by noon the next day. Everyone else had already eaten, but she was the only one missing. However, the other sisters were used to it. This kind of thing happens all the time. Serafina came to see her sister, but could only shake her head at the sight. Sometimes I can't help but blame them. They don't take their own bodies seriously at all. This child. They still enjoy playing. At lunchtime, Nina sat next to Li Fan and proactively served him food. I cooked this steak, you should try it. I made this salad. I made this soup. She was like a dutiful daughter-in-law, incredibly virtuous and kind. Li Fan tasted them one by one and praised, they are all delicious. Nina was very happy. Watching your man eat the food you've cooked is a pleasure. Monica frowned and said, it's true that winning a man's heart through his stomach is very important. I'll cook something delicious for him tomorrow morning too. You? Astiga shook her head. Fighting mutants is fine, but cooking is out of the question. Astiga, do you look down on me? Now that you mention it, I seem to have forgotten. There was someone jumping around in front of me for a while now. Who was it again? Astiga's gaze grew colder and colder. Who is it? Monica jumped to her feet. I will avenge the captain. She can't beat Astiga now, so she has to give in. Eat your food, then come outside and spar with me. Captain, aren't there better ways to improve our strength now? Monica said with a bitter expression, we don't have to force ourselves to suffer. Are you questioning me? I wouldn't dare. Monica immediately lost her temper and gave Li Fan a resentful look. Help me. I will definitely do my best. But Li Fan didn't have time to pay attention to her. Instead, he left with Nina. I'm done eating. Astiga, give Monica a good workout. We still have a lot of challenges ahead. Don't worry. Astiga nodded. Monica was not convinced. He secretly vowed to get his revenge. Nina was quite happy. Afterwards, the two took a walk hand in hand. Before we knew it, we had arrived at the lakeside behind the manor. A gentle breeze blew across the lake, making it very comfortable. Li Fan sat down, put his arm around Nina's soft waist, and gently kissed her. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work. Nina shook her head, her face beaming with happiness. However, as an ordinary person, her abilities are limited. Am I inferior to others? How could that be? Li Fan comforted her. Each of you is irreplaceable. Really? Nina smiled happily. A few days later. Father Terry found Li Fan. Sir Li Fan, there are two very important things I need to tell you. Father, please speak. Li Fan put down what he was doing. Terry began. The first thing is about District 13. You should know that District 13 was destroyed by the xenomorphs and is uninhabitable. Winnie mentioned this before exploring District 57. Now, a total of 7 districts have been recontaminated. In some cases, the pollution has worsened. Humans had no choice but to leave. Some were destroyed by alien species, such as District 52 and District 13. Li Fan nodded. The alien species have disappeared, and District 13 is now habitable for humans again. Terry said, the church suspects that the Vatican is involved and hopes to send someone in to investigate. For the dark source? Li Fan asked. They had once obtained the dark source in District 52 and had also saved a member of the church. Lord Li Fan is indeed clever. I've had the pleasure of seeing it before. Terry nodded. Lord Li Fan is indeed the right person for this mission. When do we depart? In 2 weeks. And what about the other thing? Mutant uprising. Terry explained, no new district is stable. Different events will occur that affect the stability of the area. According to the church's investigation, mutations will appear on a large scale in 2 months. Why did it appear? Destroy everything that involves humans. Terry said with a serious expression. Li Fan was taken aback. They can still enter the city? Of course not. Terry said, but if this problem isn't resolved, the towns will be lambs to the slaughter. Lord Li Fan should have known what would happen the moment the holy source disappeared. How do we solve this? The church is still searching for answers. Li Fan fell silent. Lord Li Fan, whether it's District 13 or the upcoming mutant uprising, you are a leading figure. Father, rest assured, I will do my best. Li Fan agreed. They also asked, will the church send support? Yes, it will. Thank God. Li Fan's eyes lit up. The church will send several nuns to each town to pray for you day and night, and the Pope will also personally bless you in the holy city. What could Li Fan say but bow and express his gratitude? After returning home. Upon hearing that Li Fan was leaving again, the ladies' expressions turned sour. But they also knew the situation was urgent. Margarita hugged Li Fan tightly and wouldn't let go. Don't worry, I'll be back. Li Fan comforted her. Promise me you'll come back safely. Margarita said, her eyes brimming with tears. Must. Why are you crying? Although Serafina was also downcast, she encouraged everyone. We still have 2 weeks before we leave, we have plenty of time. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone quickly adjusted. All preparations have been made. Captain, I was really wrong. Monica said pitifully. Astiga gave her a cold, aloof look. Now you know you're wrong? Too late, Monica. Remember, I will always be your captain. The captain is right, I was ignorant before. Snort. Astiga snorted softly, extremely pleased with himself. Perhaps she was out of her mind, falling for such a low-level attempt at flattery. It's good that you know you were wrong. Yes, the captain will always be the captain. Let's learn from the captain. You can't learn it. Captain, I've never seen that move you just used before, it was amazing. Impressive, right? Amazing. Teach me. Of course. I think even Lady Winnie is not as good as you. Monica praised even more enthusiastically. How can she compare to me? Astiga grew increasingly smug. Every move is deadly. Something's not right. By the time she realized it was a trap, she was already exhausted. I was being too wild just now. Captain? Captain? Once Monica confirmed there was no threat, she started to put on her usual cheeky face. Captain? You've finally fallen for my tricks. You? Astiga glared at her. I won't let you get away with this. That's for later. Monica said smugly. Li Fan was both amused and exasperated by this. Chapter 130, Transforming Rose Creek Town. Look how beautiful our Li Faisi is. Serafina lay in Li Fan's arms, holding the baby. You've grown a little more. Looking at the little girl's beautiful blonde hair, Li Fan affectionately stroked her little face and smiled. Our daughter is the most beautiful. I think so too. Serafina smiled faintly. At that moment, she felt exceptionally content. He was being held in the arms of his beloved, with his adorable daughter in his embrace. There could never be a happier moment than this. You didn't fight this time? Li Fan kissed her cheek, somewhat surprised. As the boss, I have to give him some face. Whenever he speaks, Li Fan almost always comes to her first. Serafina turned to look at her. Because I knew I'd be included, didn't I? It's not that she didn't want to. After taking care of Margarita, Li Fan disappeared when she came to her senses. Her younger sister ruined her life. Of course you'll get yours. Li Fan kissed her again. During this time, Alfie brought Obsidian Type 1 of Mimicry Lava Distortion to Rose Creek Town. The town's residents were horrified by what they saw. The entire town was surrounded by a ring of rock like mutants as tall as city walls, making the humans look like pigs and sheep kept in a pen. Father Terry had never seen the city being renovated either. He couldn't help but exclaim, Lord Li Fan, you are truly amazing. Li Fan smiled and said modestly, it's all for the sake of everyone's better life. I hope you won't laugh at me, Father. Terry exclaimed, I've been to more than a dozen towns, and I've never met anyone as fearless and courageous in the face of difficulties as you. Or rather, wherever you go, you are blessed by God. His eyes were filled with admiration. The implied meaning. Li Fan's life has been too smooth. Everything fell into place naturally. Li Fan humbly replied again, Father, you flatter me. I look forward to Lord Li Fan leading Rose Creek Town to a new era. I'll do my best. Li Fan replied. Alfie then approached Li Fan and explained the key points of the first and second modifications. Simply put, the first priority is to double the height of the city walls, while also renovating the buildings within the city. The Earl's mansion will be expanded sevenfold to make Li Fan's residence even more comfortable. The city will also include laboratories, manufacturing facilities, weapons rooms, and more. Once the transformation is complete, it will be reported to the church, and the appropriate personnel will be sent here. What about the second modification? Li Fan asked. The second time, Alfie chuckled, is to build the outer city. Outer city? Yes, Rose Creek Town is now the inner city. Alfie said, this way, your Rose Creek Town will have 2 more layers of protection, and you can also differentiate social strata. It means that people of high status lived in the inner city, while people of low status lived in the outer city. This allows for hierarchical segmentation. Meanwhile, the outer city can also be used as a training ground, a military training ground, and so on. What were the third and fourth transformations? The third time, the stone was replaced with a higher grade, more defensive material. The fourth time, it was expanded again to build the third city, and the outer city of the second city became the middle city. Li Fan pondered, how many times has the holy city been renovated? More than 700 times. How much? Li Fan almost thought he had misheard. More than 700 times. How many floors are there in total? 99 floors. Goodness. At the time, Li Fan had only seen the holy city from a distance once, and he did not expect it to be so big. Li Fan then asked, how long will it take to complete the transformation of Rose Creek Town? The first renovation is quick, only taking a few days, since there's already a foundation and fewer things need to be changed. Alfie said, the second renovation will take much longer. The foundation will need to be rebuilt, and the houses and city walls will also need to be reconstructed. Okay, it's up to you. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Alfie chuckled. But I should also remind you that the modification will consume an unusually large amount of sacred source, so you'll need to prepare plenty. New. Li Fan also planned to visit Kingslandberg with Astiga for the rest of the time. These sisters are really interesting. It's more interesting than any other combination. After all, they used to be in a superior-subordinate relationship. We worked together for many years. They understand each other. They work together very well. The expression on Astiga's face was especially interesting when he saw a different side of Winnie. It turns out that Lady Winnie isn't always aloof and superior. There is also a side to bowing one's head. When Li Fan returned, the first modification was completed. The city walls were twice as high and were indestructible. The outer city is also under construction. Many smaller versions of the Mimic Lava Distortion Obsidian Type 1 are continuously operating. But it was only a prototype. It will take some more time. Back in the city, Li Fan spotted the Earl's mansion rising from the ground at a glance. Previously, the city was all flatland. There are now ups and downs. The Earl's mansion is located at the highest point, overlooking the entire city. Certainly. The church is also located here. Father Terry's mouth was crooked from smiling. No one can remain calm when looking down from above. Li Fan also felt a surge of heroic spirit. Father, this place is amazing. The children ran around excitedly. It will be even better once the outer cities are built. Li Fan said with a smile. You're leaving, aren't you? Alfie arrived, carrying a giant sword. A red line runs along the blade, flowing like a living thing. This is the Valyrian steel greatsword you wanted. I added some things and named it Blood Roar. This was not an attempt to curry favor with Li Fan. Rather, it was Alfie's obsession with the weapons he created. No imperfections are allowed. Li Fan took the heavy sword. It was a full 2.5 meters long. Upon first purchase, a sense of heaviness immediately overwhelmed me. Holding it in my hand, I could feel a cool sensation. Great! Li Fan praised. Alfie chuckled, taking 50 gold coins from you isn't too much to ask, is it? It does not allow for even the slightest imperfection. But he's still a money grubber. Not excessive. Li Fan taunted, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Extremely sharp. And there's a hint of bloodlust in it. Holding it in your hand is like adding wings to a tiger. So beautiful. Serafina exclaimed from the side. Margarita was also amazed by its beauty and wanted to try it out, but it was too heavy to swing at all. Even Astiga's attempt failed. This shows how powerful Li Fan is. Alfie, forge a weapon suitable for my ladies as well. It doesn't have to be a great sword. 30 gold coins each, how about that? Of course. Then came the day of departure. Everyone's face showed reluctance. Take care on the road, the crowd said as they saw them off. Wait for me to come back. Li Fan chose to bring Astiga and Monica along. The children are too young. It is not suitable for going out to explore.